Chapter 1 Adopted Daughter. The interstellar train glided smooth lie along the cosmic route. Torturn from the frontier to the capitalster, one had to endure a 2-day journey on the interstellar train. The pale-faced Joe gazed listlessly out at the vastness of space, her long black hair cascading down her side, as a vice Robert approached her, offering the medication she needed for the day. Shulin Quafaro with her bro, hesitating to eat, and coughed uncontrollably a couple of times. 3 days prior, on an Thursday ordinary day, Shulink had been executing her mission in the post-apocalyptic world of Year 11, venturing from the human protection zone of Lake Aton to scavenge for supplies. In the next moment, she found herself transported from the apocalypse to the secluded interstellar era, in her biting the body of a frail girl who bore her name. They both were called Linksu. "Your health is paramount, you should take your medicine at first," said a middle-aged woman in a deep green uniform, named Gina, who had worked alongside General Shucheng by 4 years. She had been specially dispatched to escort his adopted daughter back home from the Julian frontier. Tower fed to his adopted daughter, the gossiping circles of the capital status aristocracy whispered that Shucheng's reputation had told rumors of her being an illegitimate child from Mr. Alliance with another woman in the Julian frontier. Despite heavy lack of evidence, such baseless speculations need to fuel Eddie Bissamont's intent, compounded by Xu Formula's failure to provide a blood relationship verification report between Shulink and Shuchengbi, allowing the rumor to stop proliferate. Shulink was reluctant to take the medication. Seeing this, Janet took some medicine from the Robert Chan Song swallow eat it herself, then instructed her about to fetch another dose. "If Miss Linku acquires metotrist first, I can do sound till you're willing to take it," Gina said, her expression unwavering. Upon her first encounter with Link with the Juyun system, shad not tegel clyde mianer, as if shun the brink of death. Without hesitation, Gina Manette, the best physician in Juyun Frontuto, concocted the medication and promptly reported the situation to General Shuchengbi in Capital Star. To her surprise, the greatest obstacle to yelling was Shulinka's refusal to take the medicine. "Then you take it," Shulink replied, glancing at Gina with a detached tone. Unfazed, Gina consumed a second dose. As she was about to take her fourth, Shulink confidently stopped her. "Give a tone, testing future had sufficed. The interstellar medication was of pharmaceuticality, and upon swallowing, it tasted surprisingly like a strawberry milk, a flavor Shulink found unappealing but forced herself to swallow nonetheless." Seeing that she had finally taken the medicine, Jane instructed the vice robot to bring dinner before she exited. Shulink would tentatively at bit, but halfway through, her stomach began to churn uncomfortably, prompting her to stop eating and dismiss the robot. This body weighs exceedingly frail, overeating causes discomfort, while eating too little weighs even worse. She frequent lick of it and occasionally her fed up blood, making her a prime target for mutated beasts in the apocalypse. The original owner of his body had succumbed to a frail heel 3 days prior, allowing Shulink Warsel from the apocalypse, sharing the same name but differing in lineage, to keep the body and inherit his memories and language system. The original owner led a remarkably simple life on Julian frontier, which comprised 4 planets, with her residing on the most remote Julian X. She had been weak and sickly, lacking in numerous of families in childhood. Her daily existence evolved and staying at them, consuming nutrient liquids to sustain her life signs. 3 days after Shulink's arrival, the Lady Jane unexpectedly appeared to take her back to Capital Stairs General Shuchengbi's legitimate adopted daughter. In the 3 days, Shulink had been exploring these interstellar independent light of her smart brain. This world was divided into 2 major factions: Interstellar Federation and the Interstellar Empire. The Empire had split from the Federation 95 years ago, and the standoff between the two had remained tense, with minor conflicts frequently erupting. That situation had slightly eased in recent years. Shulink struggled to comprehend which political divisions persisted in the interstellar realm. She had envisioned a highly socialized governances, with most labor placed by robots and artificial intelligence. Yet, this interstellar world was different. This era of his universe was called Schwanlor, and it appeared to be a multiplanetary system. The planet should regenerate small asteroids, significantly smaller than Earth, with dozens in existence. The Empire and the Federation divided these asteroids roughly in half. The technological advancements in this interstellar world focused on environmental modification. Many asteroids were either too close or too far from Thester, making their natural ecosystems unsuitable for human habitation. However, with the aid of technology, portions of these lands have been transformed into habitable environments for humans. The 8 closest planets. The interstellar empire and federation formet the Julian frontier and the Mulan frontier. The interstellar population. This frontier planets was sparse, with each planet housing only 300 to 500 million inhabitants, a significant portion of whom were military personnel. Moreover, the interstellar empire had allied find 4-star systems, with capital star occupying gun system as the first. Fueled disparity in the other 3 systems was stark, with foot system resembling Aslam, were 7 in the impoverished area. It breathed the same flaws as a feudal society, with a highly centralized authority and an absurdly uneven distribution of wealth. Clearly, this was no tiny deal place. Theden to Jove the original owner Shu Link Wamena Damastri yert she accepted thys interstellar world no matter the circumstances, it was undoubtedly preferable to the blood so aki days of the apocalypse. Shu Link Kuchari shed these rapiacy and tranquility. She instinctively rubbed thew height serpentine rang on her right index finger, a piesho ful re that the original owner heard one since her first day in this world, the life like escales of these append made it feel like anything but an ordinary object. Both this world and the original owner held many secrets waiting for her town cover. The interstellar train, resembling a silver dragon, arrived at the immense station of Capital Star. Despite having prepared herself mentally, Shu Link was still taken aback by the splendor and beauty of Capital Star. The visions of a futuristic world depicted in human cinema had come to life. Countless flying vehicles traversed the skies, modern and technologically advanced skyscrapers stood above, and service robots of various designs moved along the streets. As Satan the shuttle-bound fortune mansion in the heart of Capital Star, the towering buildings and the bustling crowds faded away, revealing a grand mixed statue surrounded by flower-sung fountains. In contrast to the sci-fi world outside, Thysery was crafted to reasonably parades, an exclusive residential zone for the interstellar aristocracy, with ecological simulators maintaining their spring-like matching geographical conditions table for all flowers to bloom. Snow plum blossoms and vibrant spring flowers coexisted in the gardens, resembling an Eden crafted by divine hands. They then switched to a transport vehicle heading towards their destination, the Shu Mansion. As the Vihikamito Astup, Jana carefully assisted Herud. The architectural style of Shu Mansion was a blend of Eastern and Western influences, reminiscent of your Lords of Republicera, with applique bearing the interstellar characters for Shu Mansion that resembled a cursive script at first glance. Madam wishes to meet you first. The general is still in a meeting. Ginner we spreaden here. Madam tends to be quite direct in her speech and actions. This were a subtle warning for Shulingsu. Shekofed light wandikerti her understanding and pershido pent the grandeurs of Shu Mansion. Chapter I sending to the military academy for exercise. The heavy wooden door slowly swung open. The floor of the Shu Mansion was likely made of special customized materials, shimmering siphon or walking on water. Shu Link you look at up tossy golden-haired woman standing beside an obsidian desk, clad in a water-green chapao perfectly complemented her figure. The woman had distinctly western appearance, yet these bore elegant so financient eastern beauty. This was General Shu Chengba's wife, Catherine. Shu Link bowed lightly, greeting, Madam. Catherine Iglancy deafened replied, Hello, come closer. Thego before her wore a simple brown dress and shawl, her complexion overly pale, resembling some manure covering from his frailness, which contrasted starkly with her long, lustrous black hair and deep setties, as if drawn with a fine charcoal pencil. A frail little white flower, Catherine thought, suppressing a cold snort. Recalling the moment when she Chengbi informed me dear of his intention to adopt her daughter, she felt to Sir Jovengur this loft-eyed manner. Their marriage had been a political alliance, devoid of any emotional foundation. With Shu Chengbai often awaiting groups, the interaction had been minimal, and in recent years, they had tacitly agreed to maintain a fardy of harmony for the sake of appearances. However, that fragile harmony had shattered with the arrival of his adopted daughter, as the rumors whirling outside had become unbearable for Catherine, compounded by Shu Cheng's insolence. As a pampered noble woman, she had endured little hardship since marrying him. Now, the situation infuriated her, making Jathard not over the frustrations on that go before her. Shu Link sensed bear like concealed anger emanating from Catherine, likely directed either. It was entirely understandable for Catherine at hope displeased about suddenly acquiring an adopted daughter, especially since at this decision seemed primarily driven by General Shu Chengbi. Nonetheless, the memoirs inherited from the original owner revealed the online impression of Shu Chengbai was that the hard centrismal allowance for a month since her childhood, she believed it taught me the Shuo had inexplicably crossed over no the original owner, her hedgerow largely neglected, had an irreal connection to Shu Chengbi. Catherine scrutinized Thegel before her, formulating a plan that would allow her to thieed up Tedorter while also taking the opportunity to torment her. As for Shuqingbi, she intended to have a serious confrontation with him upon his return to the mansion, demanding accountability. It's a good opportunity for you to meet your brother, Xu Yuwen, Catherine announced. As soon as he finished speaking, Ataliang Main emerged from the other city of the hall, wearing grimless glasses and a military uniform that resembled Catherine's features. He nodded perfunctorily at Xu Lingxiu, saying, Xu Yuwen. Then he turned to his mother and added, Jinkin has gone out to schedule a special training session for her with military personnel at the shore. With military school registration nearing its end, they were in a crucial period. Catherine made to recall think and nodded. She must be playing to the Mosia Military Academy, right? Xu Yuwen nodded, his expression mixed of exasperation and affection. I've told her severe old time that Mosia has declined significantly the last few military academy competitions have been dominated by Dolanston and Federation factions. But she refuses to listen. The two conversed as if they were oblivious to Xu Ling's presence, only to suddenly notice her standing. Catherine tilted her head and asked, Do I wish to attend military school? Before Xu Ling could respond, Catherine continued, The entire generation of Xu family has largely enrolled in only of the 6 major military academies over the years. Since you've just returned, you should contribute to top family. Yuwen, is the Mosia Military Academy still accepting new students? Adia sister Ling to the list. Athis, both Xu Ling and Xu Yuwen water Kanabok. Mother Xu Yuwen frowned slightly, understanding his mother's intentions. It seemed Xu to end this frail girl to military school like Latoge objects her hardship while keeping her route of sight. However, with the registration for Mosia Military Academy approaching its deadline, adding Xu Ling at this point would be quite hassle to Xu Yuwen. Ling was not worth the effort, especially considering the implications for the Xu family's reputation and his father standing as a general. Moreover, placing Xu Ling in the same school as his sister Xuxichen, given her personality. He cleared his throat faintly, hoping to advise his mother to consider. Yet Catherine remained dissolute, wearing gas miliash firm light-sided to push Xu Ling into military scale. Xu Yuwen sighed, will contact the admissions office. Tone roll I know of the 6 major military academies, students pursuing combat-oriented paths needed to register as military students at the local military school. Xu Ling would likely be unable to register, so couldn't I help her find a way into an uncombat direction, focusing on command and analysis. However, even in combat analysis, most students were military academy graduates, while non-military students typically had received education from other institutions or undergone a family training. Given Xu Ling's situation, he would have a top strings for her. Seeing Catherine conspiring with her and Xu Yuwen to secure her admission, Xu Ling felt a CO free lift. For her, attending military school was far preferable to remaining that a quiet young lady. Her experiences from the apocalypse would allow her to adapt quickly to a fine military school, making it the best opportunity for her in the interstellar era. Thorgit was likely that Catherine knew was motivated by her desire to see her suffer due to a frail health. Her actions, stemming from malice towards the original owner, inadvertently benefited Xu Lingxiu. Thegel before did no treat as Catherine hard anticipated. She did no breakdown, plead, or frantically seek out Xu Cheng by for justice. Instead, she simply stood there, calmly acquiescing to Catherine's plans, seemingly unaware of what military school entailed or the challenges he would face. Tao Kameu, I've prepared a gathering that you must start and, Catherine stated, hurt and direct and unyielding. You've just revealed in capital stare it's an opportunity for you to make some friends. Xu Ling did not particularly need friends, but given Catherine's salute attitude, arguing with her would likely be futile. Attending a meet and greet wouldn't cost them much. She decided to go it ways acceptably as long as I didn't interfere with her military school plans. Chapter 3, a debut. After residing in the Xu mansion for 2 days, Xu Lingxiu had scarcely ventured beyond its doors. She had initially anticipated a meeting with General Xu Qingbi. However, it was reported that a band of interstellar pirates had been causing disturbances at the Mulan frontier, prompting General Xu to heed the Emperor's command and depart post-haste to quell the threat. In truth, Xu Lingxiu suspected that he was deliberately evading familial matters. During this period, Lady Jenner had summoned a physician from the capital star to assess Xu Lingxiu's health. Congenital deficiencies, coupled with the subpar conditions at the Juyan frontier, have exacerbated her ailments over the years, the physician remarked, furrowing his brow as he examined her. Ultimately, he advised, it would be prudent to engage with therapeutic instruments to nurture her health and to partake in moderate exercise. The remedies prescribed by the frontier doctors are harmless, yet they yield little effect. Merely consuming them suffices, and there is no need for further prescriptions. As Xu Lingxiu had surmised, her physical condition would not be remedied instantaneously. Patience was requisite. Seated before a vanity mirror, Xu Lingxiu observed as Lady Gina, her expression devoid of emotion, meticulously tended to her long hair. The beauty industry of the interstellar era had not evolved dramatically. The differences from the Earth era were negligible. As Lady Gina applied lipstick, Xu Lingxiu's pallid visage regained a semblance of color, alleviating the aura of illness that had previously enveloped her. Today marked the gathering that Lady Catherine had insisted she attend. With the general dispatch to the frontier, Lady Gina remained by Xu Lingxiu's side, attending to her needs, for Lady Catherine would not concern herself with how Xu Lingxiu ought to adorn herself, delegating that responsibility to Lady Gina. If you feel fatigued, you may discreetly slip away, Lady Gina suggested. Xu Lingxiu nodded slightly and rose to head towards the venue of the day's festivities. Upon arriving at the mansion's rear courtyard, she found that guests had already begun to arrive, nobility from the political epicenter of the interstellar empire, residing nearby. In truth, this worry could proceed just as well without Xu Lingxiu, the so-called protagonist. The guests were already engaged in lively conversation, with Lady Catherine and her daughter Xuxichen at the center of the gathering, oblivious to Xu Lingxiu's arrival. As Xu Lingxiu hesitated, contemplating a retreat to indulge in slumber, Lady Catherine's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto her. Our Lingxiu has arrived, she declared, her smile composed and inviting, beckoning Xu Lingxiu to join her. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Xu Lingxiu, whispers circulating among the guests. Is this the adopted daughter of General Xu Qingbi? You must be jesting. Do you truly believe she is his genuine daughter? I never anticipated General Xu to be such a person. Lady Catherine is remarkably magnanimous. She pales in comparison to Xuxichen. If I were Lady Catherine, I would feel reassured. Xu Lingxiu feigned indifference, gracefully approaching Lady Catherine's side, her gaze landing on Xuxichen, her nominal sister. The girl had inherited her mother's golden tresses, yet her features bore a stronger resemblance to her father, embodying the quintessential beauty of an Eastern maiden, elegant and aloof, clad in a resplendent costume gown that rendered her akin to a celestial being. Observing the two standing together, Lady Catherine's face brightened with satisfaction. As her objective was realized, Xu Lingxiu served as a splendid compliment to Xuxichen. She patted Xuxichen's shoulder, signaling her intention to converse with the countess nearby, leaving the two to exchange glances. Xuxichen broke the silence first, inquiring, I heard you've also enrolled in the Mecha military academy. Indeed, it was my brother who registered me, Xu Lingxiu affirmed with a nod. Xuxichen's expression shifted to one of profound curiosity, as if she had stumbled upon one of the universe's great mysteries. I chose to enroll out of admiration for General Einher. What about you, General Einher? The Milky Way. A flicker of interest ignited within Xu Lingxiu as she continued her charade. I too hold great admiration for General Einher. Xuxichen tilted her head, her expression one of skepticism as she scrutinized Xu Lingxiu for a prolonged moment. Xu Lingxiu maintained her composure, exuding tranquility as she spun her tale. It is only natural to admire General Einher, Xuxichen soon reassured herself, edging closer to Xu Lingxiu. I've heard you're in the command division. We'll be able to participate in the training exercises together. She refrained from elaborating on her knowledge of General Einher, leaving Xu Lingxiu with a tinge of disappointment. However, considering her own ignorance regarding the Mecha military academy, she felt compelled to inquire further. I am still unfamiliar with the specifics of the training exercises. Upon hearing this, Xuxichen enthusiastically began to elucidate, akin to a helpful golden retriever. The training at Mecha Military Academy lasts approximately a month and a half. I heard from my brother that the location is a small planet in the 3-star system, resembling an outdoor training ground. It will undoubtedly involve cross-country exercises. I am ready to become a sharpshooter amidst the jungle. The more she spoke, the more her eyes sparkled, as if she were describing a delightful cake sale rather than arduous training. Xu Lingxiu realized she was in for quite the ordeal. She feared that her body might falter during the cross-country exercises, collapsing in a heap before her spirit could catch up. I've also heard from my mother that your health is not well. Xuxichen suddenly embraced Xu Lingxiu. Do not worry, the training intensity in the command division shouldn't be overwhelming, and with me by your side, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. She truly resembled an exuberant golden retriever, eager to nuzzle against anyone she had met, even if only briefly. It was difficult to reconcile Xu Shichen's cool, beautiful exterior with her unexpectedly warm demeanor. Thank you, Xu Lingxiu said, subtly extricating herself from the embrace, fearing the intensity of it might render her unconscious. It's merely a trifling matter, Xu Shichen replied with a smile, preparing to draw closer once more when Lady Catherine, with a scowl, called her name from a distance. Though she had engaged in conversation with the Countess, her peripheral vision remained fixated on Xu Lingxiu and Xu Shichen. Witnessing her foolish daughter's jovial interaction with Xu Lingxiu, Lady Catherine felt an urge for a heart stimulant. As Lady Shichen was summoned away, she flashed Xu Lingxiu an apologetic grin and obediently made her way over. Xu Lingxiu noted Lady Catherine's rather displeased countenance and found the situation amusing, though she refrained from laughing outright. Maintaining a stoic expression, she nodded at Xu Shichen before discreetly moving away from the throng, heading towards the garden. Lady Catherine's livid expression was quite the spectacle, and Xu Shichen's guilty demeanor was even more entertaining. The garden offered tranquility, devoid of the crowd. The gentle rustling of flowers stirred by the wind accompanied the soft murmur of the central fountain. Xu Lingxiu strolled leisurely in this serene haven, appreciating the solitude, as a bit of movement would serve as beneficial exercise for her ailing body. Chapter 4. Thirsty? I told you not to get so close to her, Catherine admonished her daughter, gazing at her with a mix of frustration and exasperation as she pulled her by the arm and spoke in hushed tones. Xu Shichen protested, "It was you who left us alone there." Catherine fell silent, casting a helpless glare at her oblivious daughter before changing the subject. Today, Xin Sholi from the Xin family has also arrived. I hear he's enrolled at the Moxia Military Academy. Did you see him? Xin Sholi was someone she had painstakingly invited. Xu Qingbi had once been a subordinate of the old master of the Xin family, who, at the age of 60, had firmly secured his position as a general and was also the principal of Longyuan Military Academy. Xin's father held a significant political role, and the Xin family was someone even the current Duke Norton sought to curry favor with. If it were said that everyone born in the central area of Capital Star was born in Rome, then Xin Sholi was born at the pinnacle of the Roman palace. Setting aside family status, his own mental strength level was tested at S. Destined to be a paragon within the military. If Xu Shichen could get to know him better, it would be immensely beneficial for future collaboration in the military, even if it did not stem from romantic inclinations. Mrs. Catherine, with her farsightedness, found herself thwarted by her daughter's carefree nature. "Who knows where he went? Didn't he install a surveillance device on him?" Xu Shichen replied, feeling somewhat perplexed by the inquiry. Catherine glanced around to ensure no one was watching and discreetly gave her daughter a light smack on the head, urging her to continue mingling. Perhaps if one were to conceal their duplicitous demeanor before engaging in mischief, the chances of success would be higher. Xu Lingxiu stood by a small fountain in the garden, her gaze fixed on two aquamarine ornamental fish in the pond, while her consciousness acutely sensed their conspiracy brewing behind her. She did not recognize the two young men, but being invited by Mrs. Catherine assured that they were either wealthy or noble. At that moment, the two young masters appeared to be plotting how to best deal with Xu Lingxiu, who seemed entirely unaware of their intentions. Before they could enact their scheme, mischievous grins illuminated their faces. Xu Lingxiu sighed, somewhat exasperated, and remained composed, allowing a gentle breeze to pass by. As if by chance, she sidestepped just as one of them reached out to shove her, causing him to tumble headfirst into the fountain. Splash! A loud sound erupted, sending water splattering and dampening the hem of Xu Lingxiu's dress. The other conspirator, who had been formulating their plan, rushed forward in a panic to assess the situation. With a graceful turn, Xu Lingxiu observed the other young man attempting to rescue his companion, then lifted her foot to send him into the fountain as well, ensuring a reunion for the two. The second young man fell into the fountain in a rather ridiculous manner. "Oh dear!" Xu Lingxiu turned calmly to gaze at the two drenched individuals. "Are you both feeling thirsty?" The commotion caused by their dual plunge into the fountain quickly attracted the attention of the household robots stationed in the garden, who promptly issued an alarm that drew the guests from the backyard gathering. As Mrs. Catherine hurriedly arrived, skirt lifted, the two young men had just emerged from the fountain, frantically wringing out their soaked clothes. "What is going on here?" Shushichin, eager to join the fray, pointed out their identities. "Lawrence and Jones, what are you two doing?" "Trying to steal our fish." Lawrence and Jones, these cousins, were infamous wastrels of the Weili family. Their shared penchant for mischief often involved racing flying vehicles along the capital's main thoroughfares and brazenly frequenting the red light district. They had once even assaulted the son of a wealthy merchant on a whim, simply because they found him displeasing. Shushichin rushed to Xu Lingxiu's side, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" It appeared that Xu Lingxiu had been alone with these two ruffians before the incident, and she worried whether they had bullied her sister. "I'm fine. I merely thought the gentlemen were parched and was surprised by their unconventional method of hydration," Xu Lingxiu replied with a sardonic tone. Jones, with his hair dyed green, shot her a venomous glare. Initially, he and Lawrence had merely intended to bully the clearly less favoured adopted daughter of the general, assuming that given her status, Mrs. Catherine would not intervene even if they pushed her into the fountain. Little did they know, Xu Lingxiu seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, deftly avoiding Lawrence's advance and causing him to tumble into the fountain instead, inadvertently pushing Jones in as well. "Miss Xu, it isn't fair for you to distance yourself from this. You clearly kicked me in," Jones fumed, his expression darkening as he struggled to swallow his indignation. "Did I kick you?" Xu Lingxiu chuckled. "Do you have any proof?" Shushichin, incensed, pointed an accusing finger at Jones. "You're causing a ruckus in our home and trying to tarnish my sister's reputation." The way she casually referred to Xu Lingxiu as her sister, devoid of any decorum, made Mrs. Catherine's heart skip a beat. The Xu residence garden lacked surveillance, leaving no way to corroborate the events. For the first time, the troublemaking Jones found himself on the receiving end of accusations, his fury reaching a boiling point, while Lawrence stood by like a mute, leaving him to fend for himself. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shaded path beside the fountain. The man, clad in a light brown trench coat, possessed a tall, elegant stature, with dark hair and strikingly bright hazel eyes. He was undeniably handsome, his features strikingly harmonious and captivating at first glance. Upon seeing him, Jones instinctively shrank back before calling out eagerly, "Shinsholi, you must have seen it, your mental strength is S. You can surely confirm that it was this woman who kicked me." "Shinsholi." Xu Lingxiu felt a flicker of confusion and turned to Shushichin, only to see her wearing an expression of surprise, pouting as she muttered, "Every time he appears, it's as if a celebrity has arrived. It's utterly tiresome." Noticing the bewilderment on Xu Lingxiu's face, Shushichin succinctly explained the impressive background of Master Shen. Xu Lingxiu nodded thoughtfully. With S-level mental strength, it was indeed possible he could have witnessed her kicking Jones, but so what? She hadn't initiated the altercation. Surely he couldn't have missed Lawrence's shove that preceded her kick. Though Shinsholi's name suggested propriety, he was undeniably privileged, and his lineage and looks were assets he was born to flaunt. He could never conform to his grandfather's wish of becoming a well-mannered young gentleman. Raised by General Shun, he had not descended into a debauched lifestyle nor engaged in any scandalous behavior, though he did possess a slightly arrogant demeanor and was dismissive of those who did not pique his interest, particularly the rowdy wastrels. As a result, those like Jones typically scurried away like mice at the sight of him, yet now they were treating him as their savior. "You must have seen it," Jones pleaded, his eyes filled with hope. Shinsholi's amber gaze briefly met Jones's before shifting to Xu Lingxiu, who did not shy away from his gaze and returned it with calm assurance. Their eyes locked, and Shinsholi averted his gaze, disdainfully huffing, "I did not see anything." With that, he nodded politely to Mrs. Catherine and departed. Jones's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Trembling, he raised his still damp sleeve as if to point accusatorily at Shinsholi, but ultimately lacked the courage to do so, lowering his hand in defeat. Meanwhile, Lawrence appeared so terrified he was nearly crouching with his hands over his head. The farce had reached its conclusion. The situation was clear, and eyewitnesses were present. Mrs. Catherine furrowed her brow and spoke, "Lady Weili, if you and the Weili family have failed to properly educate these two young men, I do not mind assisting in their correction." With a gentle wave of her hand, two guards swiftly apprehended the still-drenched Jones and Lawrence. Her words were weighty, directly implicating the entire Weili family. Lady Weili's face paled instantly as she repeatedly apologized to Mrs. Catherine. "Madam Catherine, it is our failure to discipline them properly. Please, turn them over to the police station. I've heard that Chief Wen has been looking for them lately." Mrs. Catherine's demeanor was icy, embodying the quintessential Ice Queen, radiating an aura of authority that left the crowd too intimidated to breathe. Xu Shichen leaned closer to Xu Lingxiu, delighting in the misfortune. "Mother has always despised those two rascals. They dared to bully you in our home. They will surely regret it." Xu Lingxiu silently contemplated how much Mrs. Catherine must truly loathe those two. Ultimately, the soiree that marked Xu Lingxiu's debut concluded with the guards escorting the interstellar ruffians to the police station for a chat. Upon returning to her room, Xu Lingxiu found Ms. Gina assembling a large device with the help of a service robot. "Miss Lingxiu," Ms. Gina greeted the puzzled Xu Lingxiu, "this is an activation and testing device for mental strength that young Master Yuan's friends in the military provided." Chapter 5. No third party shall know. The activation and testing of mental prowess are indispensable prerequisites for selection into the Interstellar Military Academy. It could even be asserted that amidst the current standoff between the Empire and the Federation, where every citizen is a soldier, nearly everyone undergoes the activation and testing of their mental faculties. However, those truly qualified to become military academy students and mecha pilots are exceedingly rare across the galaxy. Since the emergence of mecha research 2 centuries ago, the requisite conditions for piloting these machines have also brought human mental prowess into the collective consciousness. To enter a mecha, one must possess a mental power level of at least B. To pilot basic mecha, one must achieve level A, while advanced mecha necessitates a pilot with S-level mental prowess. 50 years ago, the Empire mandated that all 16-year-olds undergo centralized mental activation and testing. The majority of individuals fall within the C and D levels, with B being the threshold for admission into fields outside the military mecha program. To gain entry into the mecha program, a mental prowess level of at least A is essential. The original subject had not undergone activation or testing. At the age of 16, she was living alone at the border, appearing frail and sickly. Thus the officials did not compel her to take the test. No one harbored expectations for the results of a test on a sickly orphan. After all, past experiences indicated that individuals with high mental prowess typically possessed robust physical health and excelled in various endeavors. It is worth mentioning that many capable individuals with formidable abilities have been found to possess low-level mental prowess. However, due to the stringent requirements for piloting starships and mecha, they have been barred from military academies. Xu Lingxiu was to undergo mental testing and activation first. This left Xu Yuan, who was acting under her mother's orders, utterly exasperated, cursing Xu Lingxiu for her wild demeanor, neglecting the activation and testing, while contacting friends to borrow a testing device to conduct the assessment at home. The results would likely indicate levels C or D. Xu Yuan felt the hassle of considering alternative paths to gain entry into Mosia Military Academy. After returning home, she tossed the device to Gina and retreated to her study to work. Once the device was fully assembled, it resembled a telephone booth, with silver metal shimmering as if infused with light, its transparent components appearing glass-like. Ms. Gina instructed 2 service robots to leave and addressed Xu Lingxiu. "Miss Lingxiu, please proceed." Without much hesitation, Xu Lingxiu grasped the door handle and stepped inside. The moment the door closed, her visual perception was abruptly stripped away, accompanied by the artificial intelligence's voice announcing, "Initiating mental activation and testing immediately." An immense pressure converged from all directions, nearly suffocating her. At that moment, her soul was being mercilessly tugged by unseen hands, while a tempest raged through her mind. Visions of scorched earth from a cataclysm revealed themselves to her. The haunting cries of humanity consumed by mutated beasts echoed in her ears, the air thick with the sense of death and despair. The apocalyptic world gradually resurfaced in her mind, her right hand clutching a long sword as she stood amidst the ravaged streets. She still wore their enforcer uniform, and not far away, a small mutated creature approached a sobbing little girl, who sought solace from her mother, oblivious to her daughter's plight. Without hesitation, Xu Lingxiu drew her gun with her left hand and fired 4 shots at the mutated beast, preventing it from advancing toward the girl. With her ammunition expended, she shielded the child with her own body. Just as she prepared to swing her sword, the girl's mother suddenly lunged at her, Seizing the long sword, the girl screamed, and without the sword to defend her, the creature's spikes pierced her body. The corrosive acid clinging to it continued to burn Xu Lingqiu, yet she remained silent, accustomed to the pain. Drawing a dagger from her waist, she plunged it into the creature's vulnerable head, listening to its shrill cries as it struggled before succumbing swiftly. Without hesitation, she hurled the dagger, pinning the girl's mother to the ground. In the girl's eyes, the infected woman remained her most trusted figure. The infected possessed hallucinogenic abilities, making those closest to them perceive them as normal, yet in Xu Lingqiu's eyes, they appeared horrific, indistinguishable from zombies. "Don't kill my mother," the girl pleaded, attempting to cling to Xu Lingqiu's leg, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside. Retrieving her long sword, Xu Lingqiu executed the woman without hesitation. The girl collapsed, cursing her, "You soulless beasts, enforcers, killing so many humans, you will surely descend into the depths of hell." Enforcers wielded the strength to combat mutated beasts, venturing from the base daily to gather supplies. Yet, sometimes, the provisions they returned with contained remnants infected by the beasts. Consuming or using them would lead to transformation into infected humans, an unavoidable fate. In a certain sense, the existence of infected humans stemmed from the enforcers, despite their intentions to save lives. More frustratingly, infected humans emitted signals to attract mutated beasts, necessitating their extermination. Within the base, only enforcers held the authority to kill. Consequently, the families of the infected harbored deep-seated hatred for them. Xu Lingqiu had grown weary of hearing such sentiments. She felt no inclination to raise her hand and report the situation to the central tower, only to discover that she possessed nothing in her hands. The scene before her warped and collapsed once again, plunging her into darkness, where a luminescent point shimmered in her mind, first morphing into a soaring dragon, then transforming into a colossal mecha radiating a moonlit glow. The colossal mecha knelt before Xu Lingqiu, extending its hand as if a subject humbly bowing to a new ruler. The moment she touched it, the world darkened once more. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself still within the testing device. Everything had been an illusion conjured by the awakening and testing of her mental prowess. Sweat beaded on her forehead as her body trembled uncontrollably. The apocalyptic visions felt too vivid, while the mecha appeared too dreamlike, leaving her momentarily disoriented in the reality of her surroundings. Once her body calmed, Xu Lingqiu pushed open the door of the testing device, eager to discover her final level, only to find Ms. Jenner, her expression grave, operating the central brain. It was evident that something significant was afoot, prompting Xu Lingqiu to remain silent in cooperation. When Ms. Jenner finally stood and turned to her, Xu Lingqiu had already dismantled the device. "Miss Lingqiu, Miss." Jenner's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Xu Lingqiu instinctively feared she had damaged the device and was about to check, but Ms. Jenner transmitted a report to her central brain. "Your mental power device recorded 2 tests automatically. The first yielded no results, but the second," her brow furrowed, "is SS level." This was an unprecedented level of mental prowess. Previously, only S level had been recorded, and after a single upgrade, the device could differentiate between S and S-. The lack of a result on the first attempt likely indicated the device was bewildered. A double S level was unheard of in the entire interstellar era. Recalling the image of the colossal mecha in her mind, Xu Lingqiu pressed her lips together. Such a level at this juncture was hardly advantageous for her, given that this body remained frail. The military would undoubtedly launch a series of investigations upon learning of this level. Should any irregularities be discovered, she risked becoming a subject of experimentation in this era. She was, after all, a soul from a post-apocalyptic world. Even if she were not confined to a laboratory, possessing SS-level mental prowess was not universally welcomed. While everyone aspired to genius, should such genius prove unmanageable, it would become a threat. Xu Lingqiu had no desire to submit to anyone. "I just hacked into the military's mental power statistics system and deleted your report, Miss," Gina stated calmly. "You hacked into the military's system?" Xu Lingqiu was genuinely surprised. She had initially assumed Ms. Jenner was merely a competent assistant to Xu Qingbi, unaware of her remarkable capabilities, which seemed almost omnipotent. Ms. Jenner regarded Xu Lingqiu, her expression complex. "Will you report this matter to General Xu Qingbi?" Xu Lingqiu inquired softly. Ms. Jenner remained silent. Observing her reaction, Xu Lingqiu began to form a notion. In truth, you could easily keep this matter from me, carrying out your responsibilities and informing General Shuqingbi directly afterward, thus avoiding considerable trouble. Yet, you chose to confide in me, indicating that there is still room for negotiation regarding whether to disclose this to a third party. Xu Lingxiu could not ascertain Miss Jina's true intentions. She was gambling. If General Shuqingbi were to learn of this, she would find herself irrevocably at a disadvantage. A fleeting thought of eliminating Miss Jina crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Without Jina, the military would likely already be en route to apprehend Xu Lingxiu. Moreover, the aftermath of a murder would be far more troublesome. Finding an alternative solution was undoubtedly preferable. Ms. Jina stood still, observing the young girl before her, her right pinky finger twitching involuntarily. Xu Lingxiu sensed her hesitation. Miss Jina indeed did not wish to report this to General Shuqingbi. Firstly, she understood his character. Once he became aware of this, Xu Lingxiu would likely never escape the Shu residence. However, her compassion for this frail girl, whom she had only known for a few days, was insufficient to justify her indecisiveness. More importantly, over the years, she had noticed that General Shu's actions diverged increasingly from her expectations. This made her question whether her loyalty to him was truly justified. Were her actions in alignment with her original intentions? I do not know why you exhibited SS-level mental prowess, but I am aware of the consequences should this information leak, Ms. Jina spoke slowly. If silence can spare another from harm, I will keep my lips sealed. Upon saying this, she felt a sense of relief, despite the betrayal it constituted against General Shuqingbi. She was grateful to avoid acting against her conscience this time. When I attain sufficient power to ascend to a higher position, I shall do everything in my power to repay you. Xu Lingxiu could only offer a vague promise to Ms. Jina at present. From Ms. Jina's response, she sensed the internal conflict within her. She was a person of thought and capability, not merely a mechanical tool under General Shu's command. I look forward to that day, Ms. Jina smiled, aware that Xu Lingxiu's words were merely aspirational. The changes she wished to see could only be realized by an imperial general or someone wielding even greater authority. Could Xu Lingxiu truly ascend to the rank of imperial general? Her body was so frail, merely attending military academy would be a challenge, yet it was not entirely impossible. The SS-level mental prowess was witnessed by Miss Jina herself. Perhaps she could indeed reach such heights. However, that was likely a matter for decades hence. Regardless of what the future held, Miss Jina knew she would not regret her actions today. Chapter 6, The Legendary SSS-class Mecha. After reaching a consensus with Miss Jina, Xu Lingxiu felt considerably more at ease. The military department and Xu Yuan still required a report for formality, and Miss Jina promptly forged a report indicating a psychic level of B. She once again infiltrated the military system, seamlessly inserting the document. Observing her adept navigation through the military database, Xu Lingxiu was struck by the illusion that the military system was akin to Miss Jina's home. A B-level psychic ability was just sufficient to meet the requirements of the B-level command department at the military academy, allowing her to enroll without arousing the suspicions of Catherine or Xu Yuan. Having successfully fabricated the report, Miss Jina departed to return the testing apparatus to Xu Yuan. At this moment, Xu Lingxiu finally felt a genuine sense of relaxation wash over her. The fatigue brought on by the activation of her psychic powers spread throughout her body. She sat at the edge of her bed, silently gazing at the golden rays of the setting sun streaming through the window. Evening had arrived. Suddenly, the apocalyptic images from the recent test flashed in her mind, the sensations of being pierced and scorched feeling hauntingly real, the cries of the little girl and the roars of the mutated beasts still echoing in her ears. She shook her head, struggling to break free from the inexplicable illusion that had once again ensnared her, only to discover that the burning sensation was indeed real, concentrated on her fingertips. The serpentine ring was searing her, as though it were a red-hot branding iron. Before Xu Lingxiu could remove it, a flash of light appeared. The ring did not vanish but remained upon her finger, while an object resembling a cotton ball materialized on the floor. The cotton ball sprouted 2 ears and a pair of grape-like eyes, revealing the true form of a Samoyed puppy, which then spoke to Xu Lingxiu. You are the second master that the galaxy has sought for me. It was uncertain which of these two phenomena, the ring conjuring a dog or the dog speaking, was more absurd, yet both occurred simultaneously before Xu Lingxiu. This was no longer within the realm of interstellar matters, it was pure fantasy. Xu Lingqiu crouched down, grasping the pup by the scruff of its neck, and as she walked, she remarked, "I am not one to indulge in animal cruelty, but if you are a talking dog, kindly elucidate your origins." As she spoke, she maintained a stern expression, extending the dog towards the window, causing it to curl up into a cotton ball in fright. How despicable! It seems the galaxy has entrusted me to a woman as malicious as he. Release me at once. Its pleas fell on deaf ears as Xu Lingqiu remained unmoved, seeing no other option. The Samiad resignedly introduced itself. "I am Liu Ming, the most handsome and beautiful Mecha in the entire galaxy. My previous master was the galaxy, and he seemed to be doing quite well, at least he was a general. Now, can you please let me go?" Xu Lingqiu's heart was as unyielding as stone. "Then why do you currently appear in the form of a dog?" "This is the life form that scoundrel galaxy bestowed upon me. My original form. I have no idea where it is. I was previously that ring on your finger, and only today, upon your awakening of psychic powers, was I able to summon this life form." Xu Lingqiu withdrew her hand, primarily because it had grown sore. She observed Liu Ming appearing to breathe a sigh of relief and continued her interrogation. "How can you prove your claims?" Liu Ming's canine face fell into a stupor as it contemplated for a moment before tilting its head. "Perhaps you would like to hear about the galaxy's embarrassing exploits." The general galaxy was the idol of Xu Shichen, as she had mentioned that day, and Xu Lingqiu recalled having agreed with her. She activated her smart brain to research General Galaxy's life history. The foremost marshal of the empire, a comrade and close friend of the founding emperor, Caesar Euriphes, and the founder of the Moyi Military Academy, piloting one of the 3S mechas in existence at the time, Liu Ming. Xu Lingqiu cast a sidelong glance at the Samiad before observing the smart brain's simulation of Liu Ming's mecha form, a pure white mecha that perfectly embodied the aesthetics of mecha design. The Samiad Liu Ming lay at her feet, indignantly remarking, "To be honest, this simulated projection does not capture even a single piece of my true form's handsomeness." Such a legendary figure had mysteriously vanished while piloting Liu Ming at the age of 35. "Now tell me, where did the galaxy take you in the end?" Xu Lingqiu inquired. The Samiad Liu Ming displayed a sorrowful expression. "He said he was going to commit suicide." Xu Lingqiu paused in shock. "On that day, it seemed he initially intended to take me for some experiment. He shut me down, and most of the time, he was manually operating and piloting. The last time I saw him, I don't even know where we were. He told me he had failed, that he was going to end his life, and that he wanted to see me one last time." The Samiad's face appeared on the verge of tears. "No matter how I tried to persuade him, he would not listen. He forcibly shut me down, claiming he had created a handsome life form hidden within the mecha ring. I could only awaken again because you summoned me, and I have no idea where my original form is hidden." If one had to describe Liu Ming's current pitiable appearance, it would undoubtedly resemble that of an abandoned puppy, and if all it claimed were true, then the life form created by the galaxy suited it perfectly. "Enough," Xu Lingqiu said wearily, rubbing her temples as she observed the sniffling Liu Ming. "So now you are my new master, and you must take care of me," Liu Ming interrupted, emphasizing, "Since the galaxy has left me with you, you must treat me well. I am an SSS-class mecha, the strongest in the galaxy. No one can surpass me in wielding blades or wielding weapons." Xu Lingqiu recalled the serpentine ring, which indeed seemed somewhat out of place on her person at the time. It was not the type of ornament she would typically purchase. It was likely a relic passed down from her family, which, according to the timeline, could very well be connected to the founding General Galaxy. Its authenticity remained to be verified, however. Having a dog by her side did not seem too arduous a task. After careful consideration, Xu Lingqiu replied, "I can take care of you." Liu Ming practically yearned to leap into Xu Lingqiu's lap, restrained only by the pride of being an SSS-class mecha. "But the smart brain indicates that your levels are only S, correct? It might be worth testing whether this dog could serve as a repository of knowledge." Liu Ming disdainfully lifted one corner of its mouth. "That is merely the minimum level for piloting us, a facade we present to the outside world, much like your psychic ability. From my assessment, you should be at the SS stage." Recalling the colossal white mecha that had appeared in her mind, Liu Ming's words became increasingly credible. It was evident that it possessed knowledge, and the coming days might yield a wealth of information from it. Xu Lingxiu smiled contentedly as she patted its head. Very well, do you need any specific food or other means to gain energy? After all the commotion, she herself was feeling peckish and in need of sustenance. Roast chicken. Liu Ming gazed at Xu Lingxiu's retreating figure, ears drooping slightly in bashfulness, reflecting on the sensation of having its head patted. The new Master Galaxy had found for it seemed rather agreeable. Chapter 7, Moi Military Academy. The admission notices for Xu Lingxiu and Xu Shizhen arrived within just a few days. Originally, the enrollment period for Moi Military Academy was nearing its conclusion, and Xu Lingxiu managed to secure her spot, thanks to Xu Youwen's maneuvering. Her B-level mental strength slightly exceeded Xu Youwen's expectations, landing her exactly at the threshold required for admission to the Moi Command Department. This thwarted Xu Youwen's initial assumption that she would test at C or D levels, thereby rendering her aspirations of attending military school utterly futile. Xu Yuwen never once considered that Xu Lingxiu might achieve an A or above. Had she done so, he would have had a valid reason to persuade their mother to abandon her intention of sending Xu Lingxiu to military school, lest they inadvertently nurture a future threat. Being stuck at AB level deprived Xu Yuwen of any grounds for objection. The non-combat departments at Moi Military Academy were notoriously easy to navigate. While assisting with the admissions process, Xu Yuwen overheard colleagues lamenting about the inflated applications for combat-oriented programs this year. The 6 major military academies select the most outstanding candidates from local military schools across various star systems before allowing them to apply, and even this process seemed to be rife with discrepancies. It appeared that even the star system factions had begun to meddle in the internal affairs of Moi Military Academy. Xu Yuwen regretted enabling his sister's application, yet it was too late to turn back now. The die had been cast. In 3 days, Moi Military Academy would commence its trial training period, lasting a month and a half. During these days, Xu Lingxiu remained largely at the Xu residence, while Xu Shizhen, aiming to become a mech soldier, was consistently taken by Xu Yuwen to train with friends at the military department. Lady Catherine, observing her carefully laid plans about to come to fruition, wore an increasingly smug smile, and her demeanor towards Xu Lingxiu softened considerably. Hence, Xu Lingxiu was able to openly bring her Samied, Liu Ming, through the front entrance of the Xu residence, gaining Lady Catherine's approval to keep a dog. Liu Ming had been persistently tugging at Xu Lingxiu, eager for her to take him for a walk in the garden. After all, once they entered Moi Military Academy, he would face at least a month and a half of closed training, during which he could not even transfer his consciousness to the ring that Xu Lingxiu wore, as jewelry was prohibited during training. Staying here in this little dog body, playing with Lady Gina, would suffice, wouldn't it? Xu Lingxiu, forced to walk the dog, sat on a bench in the garden, perplexed as to why Liu Ming insisted on accompanying her to military school. Liu Ming returned, clutching a frisbee, and, with a somewhat garbled voice, asserted, "You simply do not understand." If he remained at the Xu residence, who would protect Xu Lingxiu when she was at Moi Military Academy? The frisbee, dropped, promptly soared away again. In this era of interstellar travel, even walking dogs could be fully automated. Xu Lingxiu watched as Liu Ming joyfully chased after the frisbee, beginning to question whether he was truly an SSS-class mech or merely an ordinary dog. Moi Military Academy is the one established by the Galactic Federation, isn't it? It sounds perilous. Liu Ming, now panting, returned and lay at Xu Lingxiu's feet, tongue-lolling, as he chattered, "They've always taken in dangerous individuals." "Sounds just like an interstellar underworld," Xu Lingxiu replied, bemused. "Pretty much, wouldn't you say?" Liu Ming emphasized. "Well, it's been quite some time since then. Surely, it's a legitimate military academy now." Xu Lingxiu stood, preparing to jog a few laps around the small garden. Liu Ming, unfazed, watched as his little master struggled through a few laps, gasping as if on the brink of collapse, and could not help but exclaim, "How can you be so weak? How did you manage to awaken me?" Xu Lingxiu found herself at a loss for words. She had been attempting to train her body over the past few days. The state of her physique was indeed quite poor. Even a bit of running induced a nauseating sweetness in her throat, yet she was surprised to discover how adept she could control this body, as if it were inherently hers, merely weakened considerably. "If you're this weak, without me by your side, you'd be doomed," Honestly, Liu Ming gazed up at his unfortunate host, about to say more when suddenly a voice interrupted. Who are you talking to? A girl with golden hair appeared in the garden. Xu Shizhen, dressed casually and sporting a high ponytail, approached Xu Lingxiu with curious enthusiasm. Xu Lingxiu glanced at Liu Ming, who feigned death at her feet. I am just talking to myself. Why are you talking to yourself? If you want to chat, just find me. Xu Shizhen maintained the same exuberant spirit she had displayed upon their first meeting, akin to a golden retriever greeting a friend. She looked at Liu Ming and cheerfully remarked, I heard you got a puppy, and today I finally saw it. It's rather adorable, isn't it? Indeed, she was like a golden retriever, seeing only the good in everything, and Liu Ming, feeling wronged, gnawed at the hem of Xu Lingxiu's pants, unable to voice his indignation, utterly exasperated. I find it quite charming. Xu Lingxiu offered a slight reassurance to Liu Ming and then turned her attention back to Xu Shizhen. What brings you here today? As the most promising candidate among the younger generation of the Xu family to enter the mech soldier ranks, Lady Catherine and Xu Yuan were eager to keep her tethered to the training grounds. I am off the day after tomorrow, and my brother said I could have 2 days off to ease the pressure, Xu Shizhen replied, sitting back down on the bench beside Xu Lingxiu, swinging her legs. This trial period at Moy Military Academy requires those ranked in the top 20 to officially enter the mech department for a chance at becoming a formal mech soldier. I've been dreaming that I'll place at 21st. The harsh selection process for military academy students' mental strength was merely the initial hurdle. Every contender in the mech field was a rare talent, selected from among countless candidates. Xu Shizhen's mental strength had been measured at A, which was sufficient for entry, yet it did not guarantee her a position as a mech soldier. If only I could measure up to Shinsholi, that freak, and achieve an S, no one would dare question his potential to become a mech soldier. In fact, people from the military department are eagerly awaiting him, Xu Shizhen lamented. He even registered at Moy Military Academy this time, meaning one last spot in the top 20. I envy him so much. Xu Lingxiu, who had tested at an SSS level, felt no stirrings of emotion. After all, at her feet lay an SSS class mech, albeit one that currently resembled a disgruntled cotton candy. His grandfather, General Shen Ruoshui, is the principal of Longyuan Military Academy. Why would he choose Moy over Longyuan, a school that ranks among the best in military academy competitions? Xu Shizhen pondered, perplexed. Military academy competitions? Xu Lingxiu inquired, intrigued. Yes. The military academies from the Federation also send representatives to compete. This event is organized by Qianwang Group, so it takes place entirely in a simulated space online, Xu Shizhen explained. It seemed that this military academy competition was no trivial matter. It essentially represented a clash of the new forces from the two major factions of interstellar military power. Currently, we primarily rely on Longyuan and Juelansidon to contend against the Federation. Their strongest contenders are the Federation University and the Qingjun, Xu Shizhen said, her tone inexplicably cheerful. With Shinsholi joining the new cohort at Moy, perhaps our ranking in this military academy competition will rise. We might not finish at the bottom after all. Moy Military Academy is facing the possibility of finishing at the bottom, Xu Lingxiu questioned, as Liu Ming, feigning death at her feet, looked up in astonishment at Xu Shizhen. Fortunately, Xu Shizhen remained oblivious to Liu Ming's distress and continued, indeed, Moy was established by a galactic general and, in its early years, dominated the military academy competitions for over a decade. However, ever since the passing of the second principal, General Xing Shu, Moy has steadily declined, ultimately becoming the very bottom tier. The drop from the pinnacle to the abyss was indeed striking. I heard that Moy's decline is closely tied to General Xing Shu's unwavering stance on warfare. The peace faction's old-timers resented him. Xu Shizhen leaned closer to Xu Lingxiu and whispered conspiratorially, General Xing Shu was once part of the Galactic Generals in a circle, holding a resolute pro-war stance against the Federation. His subordinates, including those at Moy Military Academy, shared this sentiment. The peace faction, unable to sway General Xing Shu during his lifetime, has sought to suppress Moy since his passing. Even the most resilient bamboo can be bent by the winds and snow. Moy's steadfast individuals endured years of pressure, their resolve unbroken, yet they ultimately succumbed. Last year, they finished at the bottom of the military academy competition for the first time ever. I can't stand their bullying. It's a slap in the face to both the Galactic General and General Xing Shu. Xu Shizhen expressed her genuine anger. In this new military academy competition, I am determined to see Moira reclaim its former glory. Agreed, Xu Lingxiu silently applauded her resolve. Xu Shizhen was about to share more when an unexpected visitor appeared in the garden. Xu Yuan appeared, hands clasped behind his back, directing his gaze at Xu Shizhen. Brother, aren't I on leave today? What brings you here? Xu Shizhen regarded him warily. Mother wishes to speak with you. Since you are departing the day after tomorrow, I was sent to find you, Xu Yuan replied, unhurriedly. With Lady Catherine mentioned, Xu Shizhen reluctantly parted from Xu Lingxiu, feeling as though their conversation had been abruptly cut short. Watching her walk away, Xu Yuan remained where he was, and Xu Lingxiu plucked a green leaf absent-mindedly, realizing that he had come to speak with her. Now that Shizhen has left, I shall speak plainly, Xu Yuan stated, fixing his gaze on her. The rankings during this trial period are of great significance. If there are team events, I hope you will keep your distance from my sister and not hinder her progress. So this was the crux of his concern. Xu Lingxiu looked at Xu Yuan. How can you be so sure that I would be a hindrance? Xu Yuan scoffed. Anyone with eyes can see that. Xu Lingxiu lifted Liu Ming and stood. Whether or not we form a team is entirely up to me, isn't it? Xu Yuan's brow furrowed. Xu Lingxiu brushed past him, a light chuckle escaping her lips. Let us see how I feel. Chapter 8, Enrollment. The journey to the Morgia Military Academy was once again aboard the Star Trajectory train, yet fortunately, this leg of the trip was relatively brief. Nestled on a medium-sized planet situated between the third and second star systems, the Morgia Military Academy occupies a unique position that lies outside the jurisdiction of any single star system, as decreed by the Galactic General of Yor. He even bestowed a name upon this celestial body, calling it Yuheng. Upon seeing this name, Xu Lingxiu recalled that it belonged to the fifth star of the Big Dipper, and she noted that the names of the two military academies, Morgia and Longyuan, were derived from the 10 famed swords of China. Instinctively, Xu Lingxiu thought she had found a fellow countryman from Earth, but the results from the intelligent brain indicated that the names Longyuan, Morgia, and Yuheng held no special significance in the interstellar linguistic system. Was this merely a coincidence or something more? Xu Yuan resolved to escort Xu Shizhen only to the entrance of the Morgia Military Academy. Inside the VIP compartment of the Star Trajectory train, the three individuals sat at distinct corners, exchanging glances. Xu Shizhen, mindful of her brother's presence, dared not converse with Xu Lingxiu and instead gazed at her longingly. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan, still brooding over the resentment from the previous day's encounter with Xu Lingxiu, wished to annihilate her with a mere glance. The two pairs of eyes converged, yet Xu Lingxiu remained unfazed. Her long black hair had been cropped into a neat, short style, imbuing her with an air of vitality. This marked her second journey aboard the Star Trajectory train, and this time, she was finally able to settle down and admire the cosmic scenery outside the window. Celestial bodies twinkled in the vast expanse of the universe. In this age, space had been developed by humanity, with the Star Trajectory train weaving through various star systems, leaving behind shimmering silver arcs in its wake. This interstellar era boasted a plethora of planets capable of sustaining life, and through the endeavors of interstellar humanity, many planets previously inhospitable to human existence underwent environmental transformation. This was a far cry from the solitude of Earth in the Milky Way. As the 3-hour journey concluded, a friend of Xu Yuan stationed at the Yuheng base arrived to pick them up in an aircraft. They traveled smoothly to the entrance of the Morgia Military Academy. It is said that the architectural design of the academy drew inspiration from the Mecha known as Liu Ming, with a primary color palette of silver and white, and relief patterns predominantly featuring clouds and winds. The entire entrance exuded an ethereal quality, with innovative building materials transforming the design into a cloud bridge, a gateway to the skies, where clouds and stars danced on either side. At the center of the entrance stood two colossal sword sculptures, and as Xu Lingxiu looked up, she recognized them as the representations of the famed swords Genjiang and Moxie. Crossed upon the ground, their blades overlapped. One was a vibrant green while the other shimmered in icy blue, exuding an imposing presence that compelled every passerby to gaze in awe. At this moment, she found herself somewhat convinced by Yu Ming's boastful claims of being the most magnificent mech. Xu Yuan then pulled Xu Shizhen aside to convey numerous instructions, and after an extensive discourse, he finally approached Xu Lingxiu. "You had better not make me receive news of you crying and begging to withdraw during your trial period," he remarked with a sarcastic edge, seeking to salvage his pride from the previous day's defeat. Xu Lingxiu replied coolly, I had thought the news you least wanted to receive was that Xu Shizhen and I would team up and drag her out of the top 20. Xu Yuan was caught off guard by her retort, and as he racked his brain for a comeback, she had already gracefully stepped through the gates of the Morgia Military Academy, with his dear sister following closely behind. All those words he had just shared were now lost to the ether. Before arriving at the Morgia Military Academy, both had installed a dedicated subsystem for the academy on their personal intelligent brains, allowing them to select their dormitory in advance, a shared room, where the two would reside together. The latest update instructed them to unpack their belongings. Xu Lingxiu, having little to carry, finished her packing in 20 minutes, her suitcase primarily occupied by Liu Ming's life form. She extracted the lifeless Samoyed from her bag, and as the snake-patterned ring on her hand gleamed, the little dog sprang back to life. I'm utterly exhausted. Are you even tired? Xu Lingxiu ultimately brought it along, but during the trial period, no one would monitor it, leaving it to remain alone in her room. This place has changed remarkably. It's nothing like when the Galactic General brought me here all those years ago, Liu Ming declared as she comfortably reclined on Xu Lingxiu's bed. I'll be waiting right here for your return. You must promise to come back alive, understand? To an outsider, it would seem as though she were embarking on a mission against space terrorism. During the trial period, wearing rings was strictly prohibited, so Xu Lingxiu removed hers, and in the next moment, a notification popped up from her intelligent brain. All new students are to assemble immediately at the campus Central Plaza. Xu Lingxiu promptly called for the still organizing Xu Shizhen, and they set off at once. Exiting the dormitory building, they followed the intelligent brain's directions to the Central Plaza, where a man clad in a deep purple military uniform stood on a podium, observing the assembled recruits with a military baton in hand. Behind him loomed a massive spacecraft, resembling a warship, its sheer size akin to that of an aircraft carrier, dominating the plaza's center, nearly the height of half a building. It seems the trial period's location is not on Yuheng. We must board the spacecraft, Xu Shizhen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This new cohort of recruits numbered 300, roughly divided into combat and non-combat categories, with the non-combatants further classified into mech divisions, commanders, analysts, and so forth, while the combatants would await the trial period's conclusion for specific assignments. As students gradually gathered, the instructor adjusted his hat and addressed the newcomers. Greetings, recruits, I am your chief instructor during this trial period, K.N. Chris. With golden hair, I am your deputy instructor for this trial period. K.N. waved his baton and smiled, declaring, for our first encounter, I shall be lenient, so I ask the last two students to step forward. The instructor's baton pointedly singled out the tardy individuals, and the assembled crowd, not lacking in intelligence, understood that this would serve as a punitive demonstration. After a brief moment, two individuals who had arrived late stood up, naively believing that their minor tardiness would not incur severe punishment. However, K.N. approached them mercilessly, delivering two swift blows without uttering a single superfluous word, leaving the pair pale and gasping in pain. This was a demonstration of the instructor's authority. During the first assembly, all of you took 6 minutes. Is this the standard expected of military academy students? Utterly appalling. This is your first lesson today. The murmuring crowd fell silent, their chatter stifled by the harsh reality of the Morgiar Military Academy's stringent discipline, which far surpassed their expectations. They had presumed that a military academy ranked last would be somewhat lenient. K.N. was quite pleased with their quail-like demeanor, smiling as he continued, Do you see the stealth vessel R3 behind me? We shall board it and proceed to our trial period's designated location. Attention shifted back to the spacecraft, and the previously quiet crowd once again buzzed with excitement. That's the stealth vessel R3, the latest model of military spacecraft. I have a model of it at home. How stunning! Seeing it from this distance is simply breathtaking. Can we really board? I want to take more photos. Can we return to our dorm to change into our laser suits? The students exchanged fervent chatter about what to bring aboard the spacecraft. Meanwhile, K.N. wore a cold smile, and soon the spacecraft's door swung open. Come on, he commanded. To their astonishment, the instructor had taken such an approach. In their rushed assembly, most had arrived in mere clothing, now being instructed to board without any prior preparation. I haven't prepared anything. We are going up just like this. My luggage is still in the dorm, what will I do there? I haven't even washed my face. A dozen instructors in deep purple military uniform. They aimed for a sudden impact, catching the students off guard. In a flurry of excitement and confusion, the students surged into the spacecraft's crew cabin, and as Xu Lingxiu and Xu Shijin initially walked together, they became separated in the midst of the crowd. Once everyone had boarded the spacecraft and exchanged bewildered glances, Deputy Instructor Chen's gentle voice broke through the confusion. Dear new students, we are about to commence our second lesson of enrollment. Please experience an interstellar jump. Chapter 9. The first leap experience. As Instructor Chen's words faded, a wave of restlessness surged among the students, their anxious emotions bubbling to the surface. Some, in a state of near collapse, attempted to engage. Even before the leap begins, I'm so nervous I feel like I might vomit. What is this? Are we being subjected to some form of hazing? Xu Lingxiu was perplexed by the current situation. The people around her were visibly unsettled, and Xu Shijin had vanished. Upon turning her head, she was confronted by the pallid face of a girl. In an age where corrective eye surgery was more commonplace than a blood draw, this girl still wore round glasses, her petite face a canvas of fear and apprehension. Xu Lingxiu's gaze lingered momentarily on her face before she prepared to turn away, but unexpectedly, the girl grasped her sleeve tightly. Your mental strength must be exceptionally high, right? Is it S-level? The girl inquired anxiously. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Lingxiu chose not to shake off her hand directly. No, I only possess B-level. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. The enormous spaceship departed from the center square of Morjar Military Academy, carrying a group of bewildered freshmen towards the vastness of space. At the entrance of the military academy, Xu Yuwen gazed incredulous. They said it was some sort of leap training. Don't worry, no one is going to die. Leap training. A jolt of unease coursed through Xu Yuwen. He recalled his own first leap experience during his senior year, after 4 years of studying related knowledge and mastering mental strength. Despite this preparation, he had felt an unprecedented discomfort, ultimately relying on his roommate for support to avoid collapsing in embarrassment. These lunatics, how can I not be worried? Xu Yuwen irritably removed his hat, his eyes already unable to discern the stealth R3's presence. His friend could no longer contain his sarcasm. You and your obsession with your sister, you know her abilities, right? She's still A in mental strength. Is it really necessary to worry this much? Come on, let's go have a drink. With much effort, he pulled Xu Yuwen away from the entrance of Morjar Military Academy. At that moment, the Stealth R3 had already entered space. As most students struggled to acclimate, Instructor Chen's voice resonated once more. He uttered just 4 words, prepare for the leap. The students, who had been indulging in fantasies of the instructor's threats, were now thoroughly alarmed. The instructor was about to get serious with them. No sooner had he spoken than the cabin was illuminated by flickering yellow and green lights, and the entire vessel began to tremble, a precursor to the leap. The girl beside Xu Lingxiu tightened her grip on her sleeve. In an instant, it felt as though the spaceship had plunged into an unknown dimension. The cabin was entirely enclosed, with no display screens provided by the instructor to reveal the outside situation, intensifying their fear of the unknown. Xu Lingxiu experienced a slight ringing in her ears, while those around her began to retch and collapse to the floor. The girl beside her struggled to remain upright, leaning on Xu Lingxiu for support. The air in the cabin grew thick, rendering most people noticeably breathless. As Xu Lingxiu surveyed the scene with confusion, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Shinsholi, who stood slightly ahead of her. Xu Lingxiu and Shinsholi exchanged glances, both struck by a moment of realization. Shinsholi spoke first. You at that moment, Xu Lingxiu recalled the earlier inquiry about her mental strength level and why she appeared so composed. Finally, it dawned on her that individuals with higher mental strength were unaffected by the adverse symptoms of interstellar leaps. This explained why Shinsholi stood there, unfazed, while many around them faltered. Although her apparent mental strength level was B, her composure in this chaotic situation was nothing short of remarkable. Without hesitation, Xu Lingxiu, under Shinsholi's scrutinizing gaze, feigned a faint and collapsed onto the ground, deliberately choosing a spot clear of others' vomit. Meanwhile, the instructors in the cockpit were attentively monitoring the screens, observing the effects of their first lesson of the day. General Shin's grandson, Kyan, remarked, pointing at Shinsholi on the monitor. "S mental strength, that's quite impressive." This year, the most significant news for Morgier Military Academy was Shinsholi's enrollment. It was known that admission officers from other military academies were practically camping outside the Shin residence. All eyes in the Empire were fixed on this S-level prodigy, eager to see which institution he would ultimately choose. At that time, it was generally believed that General Shin's grandson would undoubtedly enroll in his grandfather's own Longyuan Academy, yet everyone sought to vie for a sliver of a chance. In an unexpected turn, Shinsholi chose the only academy that had not pursued him, Morgier. This decision left everyone astounded, as they failed to understand why he would opt for a declining academy. Now, Kyan himself was perplexed by Shinsholi's choice of Morgier, yet since he was there was no point in dwelling on it. Among the 6 military academies, Morgier stood out with its sole mental strength candidate, marking this as the strongest cohort of newcomers the academy had seen in nearly a decade. Kyan mused. And their S-her, that S Liu Zheng, from the 4-star system, with S-level mental strength, Instructor Chen indicated towards another girl with long black hair. Kyan nodded in acknowledgement. She stood resolutely, her background uncomplicated. Growing up in the 4-star system was akin to a life on the fringes. Emerging from a humble family, this lack of connection set her apart from other privileged heirs. Despite her S-level mental strength, entering the military would ultimately require support. Morgier Military Academy's admissions team had conducted thorough research on her, ensuring various future opportunities before successfully recruiting her. Kyan privately believed that these two would lead the new generation of Morgier's resurgence. This cohort also featured numerous outstanding newcomers with a mental strength, as Instructor Chen pointed to a girl with a golden high ponytail, Xu Shichen. "This is General Xu's daughter." Truly, a case of a tiger begetting no dog. Kyan nodded, visibly impressed, then inquired, "Isn't General Xu's other adopted daughter also enrolled?" "She's aiming for a command." "It's more a matter of face for General Xu, with no other options available." Each year, generals and colonels would push their inept offspring into the major military academies. Typically, Morgier Military Academy would not have been within this quota, but given the current circumstances, they required General Xu's support. Kyan fell silent, ultimately averting his gaze. A mechanical voice resonated. "Leap completed." The leap had finally come to an end, having lasted only a few dozen seconds, yet for the students, although Xu Shichen remained standing, she too experienced severe dizziness. As the effects of the leap began to subside, she overheard murmurs nearby about someone fainting, and an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could it be Xu Lingxiu? Xu Shichen made her way toward the corner where a crowd had gathered, parting the throng to discover that it was indeed Xu Lingxiu who had collapsed. Without hesitation, she rushed over to help her sister up and looked up at the still-standing Shinsholi, asking, "Why did my sister faint?" Shinsholi, Xu Lingxiu, eager to preempt Shinsholi's explanation to Xu Shichen, quickly came to and assured her, "I'm fine." She patted Xu Shichen's shoulder and stood up, once again meeting Shinsholi's gaze, just as she had in the garden of the Shu residence. She maintained her composure, returning his look with unwavering steadiness. After all, no one had decreed that fainting could not have a delay or prelude. Right, Chapter 10, the initial assessment. As the door of the starship swung open, Instructor Kyan stood outside, flanked. He surveyed the majority of students, who were still in a state of shock from their first experience with interstellar transition, and a disdainful smile crept across his face. "This stealth vessel, thanks to you lot, will require the household robots to come aboard and clean up," he remarked. Xu Lingxiu stepped outside, the stealth ship having docked on a vast expanse of shallow grassland, with woods to the north and a river to the south. The azure sky was adorned with fluffy clouds, the river babbled gently, and the woods were lush. It felt as though they had arrived on a pristine little planet. Xu Lingxiu gazed at the scenery before her, feeling a sense of disorientation. It evoked an illusion of having returned to Earth before the apocalypse, where the chirping of birds and the caress of spring breezes could bring instant tranquility to the soul. Xu Shichen, still concerned about potential after-effects from Xu Lingxiu's recent fainting spell, remained close by her side. Once everyone had disembarked, the instructors led them along the riverbank, walking for approximately 20 minutes until they could no longer see the massive silhouette of the stealth ship before halting. This area was even more level and spacious than upstream, and after everyone had come to a stop, Instructor Kayan leaped onto a nearby rock, continuing to survey the crowd from an elevated position. Congratulations on passing the first trivial test, the interstellar transition. I must say, some of your performances have truly opened my eyes, he declared. Xu felt the weight of his gaze upon her but remained unperturbed in the face of his overtly sarcastic remarks. Those of you who have enrolled in the Mecha manufacturing and maintenance program may step forward now. The discipline instructor will escort you to another location for your practical assessments. With a wave of his hand, one of the instructors stepped forward, ready to guide the students away. Graduates of the Mecha manufacturing and maintenance program are nominally referred to as Mecha engineers. In many respects, a skilled Mecha engineer is far more valuable than a mere Mecha soldier, but only under the definition of skilled. The entry barrier for Mecha engineers differs from that of Mecha soldiers, who are assessed based on their mental prowess. Instead, they must seek out a Mecha master to become a disciple, akin to the ancient guilds of Blue Star, to carve out their own path. Enrolling in school is, in fact, the least significant aspect of their careers. What truly matters is whether they can find a master during this time. 20 students, all aspiring Mecha engineers, stepped forward to follow the instructor into the depths of the forest. Xu cast a glance and spotted the girl from the starship who had questioned her about her mental abilities among them. Noticing Xu's gaze, the girl turned back, nodding in acknowledgement, seemingly grateful for Xu's support earlier. With this cohort of prospective Mecha engineers departed, whispers and murmurs began to circulate within the remaining crowd. Being a Mecha engineer seems much better. I should have chosen that path, one lamented. They had an entrance exam, do you possess the intellect for that? Another retorted. Mecha engineers are fragile and require proper protection. Who will sympathize with us in the command track during the ensuing rigorous training? What have we analysts done to deserve this? Among the rest, most had opted for combat-oriented tracks, their tall and muscular physiques suggesting their prowess in battle. In stark contrast, a group of 60 individuals stood out, their slender frames unmistakably indicating they belonged to the command and analysis tracks. Command and analysis were initially considered a single discipline, later meticulously separated into one emphasizing strategy and decision-making, and the other focused purely on data analysis. They were indispensable on the battlefield, yet simultaneously comprised the most physically fragile cohort. Typically, other military academies would segregate such individuals for alternative training, but evidently, Moyi Military Academy and Instructor Kayan had a different approach. After bidding farewell to the future Mecha engineers, Instructor Kayan addressed the remaining students from his elevated position. You should have been informed prior to your arrival that this assessment period includes an elimination system. Vice Instructor Chen promptly sent out information to everyone's neural interfaces. The students hurriedly opened the document, revealing a grouping list. Among the remaining 280 individuals, 7 were assigned to each team, seemingly at random. Xu opened the list to find that within her team of 7, only 1 individual was from the combat track, while the other 6 comprised 4 analysts and 2 from the command track. Observing the visibly disheartened expressions on the students' faces, Kayan smiled contentedly as he announced the details of the first assessment during the practical training period. The first assessment will involve one-on-one combat between teams. With the combat-oriented students nearly outnumbering their non-combat counterparts by 3 or 4 to 1, it was a stroke of unfathomable misfortune that Xu found herself in such a grouping. Not to mention, her assigned opponents were all combat-focused. Standing beside her, Xu expression darkened. How are we supposed to manage this? This was an evidently disadvantageous situation for Xu's team, and Xu raised her voice to inquire, is it possible to switch teams? Despite having been admonished repeatedly by Xu Yuan not to meddle during the assessment period, particularly regarding Xu, she could not contain herself. Vice Instructor Chen, likely anticipating such reactions, quickly addressed the concerns of the group with a cheerful demeanor, stating, team switching is not permitted. He exchanged a glance with Instructor Kayan before continuing, the scoring system for this practical training not only pertains to the selection for the Mecha program but also affects your formal admission. This time, our assessments will be conducted under a scoring system. After each assessment, we will clearly outline the rules, and at the end of the training period, the top 20 will gain entry into the Mecha program, while the bottom 80 will face elimination, Vice Instructor Chen elucidated. In this assessment, 7 individuals per team will compete against each other, with the winning team earning 5 points for each member, while the losing team will receive no points and will incur penalties. Due to the unexpected inclusion of Shinsholi, this year's admissions at Moyi Military Academy experienced numerous alterations. Some aimed to test the waters, others sought to leverage the Shin family's influence, while a few intended to stir trouble. Ultimately, under various pressures, the decision was made to enroll 300 individuals, and this training period was initiated to address the resulting complexities with an elimination system. Kayan added, "Every point from this point forward is of utmost importance to you. Today is merely the beginning." Following this explanation, the students began to disperse to confer with their team members. Before parting, Xu Shichen patted Xu Lingxiu on the shoulder. "Let's aim to team up for the next assessment." When Xu Lingxiu's team convened, it was evident that none were cheerful expressions. The sole combat-oriented male wore a scowl, as if the world owed him a debt. Meanwhile, other groups were fervently strategizing, as group combat was not solely reliant on brute strength. The order of engagement and tactical choices were equally crucial. In stark contrast, Xu Lingxiu's team sat in awkward silence, the solitary combat-oriented boy scoffing, "What difference does it make? Our group is effectively just me." Chapter 11. The Battle of Focus. Xu Lingxiu cast a glance at the personal profile of Sun Liao displayed in the intelligent brain, noting that he hailed from the second star system, possessed a mental strength rating of A, and appeared to have undergone professional training. Apart from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Upon hearing this, the other non-combatant team members felt increasingly awkward. A female analyst, Lin Xiao, mustered her courage to speak up. "Is there anything we can assist you with? I had also learned some basic combat skills before enrolling." She bore an appearance that suggested a gentle and obedient demeanor, and her speech was soft and courteous. However, Sun Liao did not take kindly to her offer. "Enough of that. What can you possibly do to help? Isn't it all going to rely on me taking on 7 opponents alone?" "Are you certain you can take on 7? Xu Lingxiu interjected, rather than attributing Sun Liao's emotional outburst to the uneven distribution of roles. It was more accurate to say that he was taking advantage of being the sole combatant in the group to assert his superiority over everyone else. Winning or losing meant little to him. What mattered was the opportunity to boast and exert influence over others, making them feel guilty in the process. His fragile self-esteem resembled a bubble floating in the air, easily shattered by the slightest breeze of a single remark. As expected, Sun Liao erupted in anger, his face flushed crimson as he lunged towards Xu Lingxiu, attempting to seize her collar. Yet, she sidestepped gracefully, evading his grasp. The swiftness of her movement momentarily stunned him, providing the other team members with the chance to intervene and separate the two. Enough of the commotion. The immediate priority is to determine the order in which we will ascend. Lin Xiao, the girl who had initially attempted to mediate, stepped forward once more to regain control of the situation. She hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Sun Liao, before finally stating, "Sun, if you feel wronged, you may choose your preferred order of ascent." This was precisely what Sun Liao desired. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "I'll go 6th." He intended for the first 5 to exhaust themselves against the opposing team before he entered the fray, thus ensuring he faced diminished pressure. He pointed a finger at Xu Lingxiu, asserting, "I have a condition, she must ascend last. Being the last to go carries the greatest burden, the risk of humiliation is amplified, and any failure would naturally be attributed to her." Meanwhile, Sun Liao calculated his advantage, confident that he could easily dispatch the weakened opponents before him. Lin Xiao furrowed her brows. She had intended to grant him the autonomy to choose but did not wish to indulge his unreasonable demands. "Very well, I will go last." Xu Lingxiu nodded at Lin Xiao, indifferent to her position in the lineup. In this combat training, her goal was to emerge victorious. During her time before enrollment, she had diligently practiced foundational exercises and had since improved significantly. She increasingly felt a sense of mastery over her body, particularly when attempting various combat movements alone, discovering a surprising ease in executing them, as though guided by muscle memory. However, she would become dizzy and breathless after performing just 30 moves, on the verge of collapsing and unable to move. Nonetheless, facing her fellow students, she believed that even a mere 30 moves would suffice to defeat all members of the opposing team. 280 participants were divided into 40 groups to engage in duels at 2 makeshift arenas. A and B. Xu Lingxiu's group was assigned to the 10th match in Arena B, positioned at the end of the sequence. As the official assessment commenced, the crowd surged, suddenly converging towards Arena A, leaving Arena B momentarily deserted save for the first 2 competing groups, Supervisor Instructor Chen and the uninterested Xu Lingxiu. The inaugural match in Arena A was the focal battle, and by sheer coincidence, 2 highly anticipated S-rank mental strength students, Shinsholi and Liu Zheng, were pitted against each other. Freshmen unanimously believed that the future leaders of Moijun Military Academy and possibly even the military itself would likely emerge from these two. At this moment, the two stood at opposite ends, yet to enter the arena, the air charged with anticipation. Supervisor Instructor Kian surveyed both groups with satisfaction as he prepared to announce the order of their ascent. Shinsholi was slated to enter as the 5th contestant from his group, while Liu Zheng would take the stage 3rd. For them to face off, it implied that Liu Zheng would need to defeat 2 opponents in succession, provided the initial matchups remained balanced, perhaps influenced by the 2 formidable combatants in their respective groups, or perhaps due to the inherent strength of both teams. The first contestants from each group delivered a riveting performance, culminating in Liu Zheng's first teammate overpowering the opposing fighter and sending them off the stage before facing the second challenger. Xu Lingxiu assessed the height and size of the platform, contemplating the most efficient and swift techniques to eliminate her opponents, gradually becoming lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice broke through her reverie. "I heard that Liu Zheng excels not in combat but in sniping." A tall boy with dark hair and fair skin stood beside her, his large, expressive eyes radiating a harmless charm. Noticing Xu Lingxiu's puzzled glance, he quickly apologized. "My apologies, I'm Tang Muwen. I didn't mean to intrude. I just came from the stage of the first match in Group B, and with the crowd being so dense, I thought you might be watching from afar and wanted to share a few words." At this point, the only person remaining in Arena B was Xu Lingxiu, who had been lost in thought while gazing at the distant Arena A. It was easy to misconstrue her aloofness as disinterest in joining the throng. Meanwhile, Liu Zheng was engaged in combat with the 4th member of Shinsholi's group. Fortunately for Liu Zheng, her first teammate had performed admirably, defeating 2 opponents and alleviating much of the pressure she faced before confronting Shinsholi. However, on the platform, Liu Zheng's movements were not as dominant as anticipated. The high expectations surrounding her stemmed primarily from her S-rank mental strength, which many believed was intrinsically linked to mecha piloting, leading to an almost mythologized perception that possessing high mental strength equates to omnipotence. In truth, the only advantage it provided was heightened sensory acuity and an improved ability to perceive changes in her surroundings. At least, that was Xu Lingxiu's experience since awakening her own mental strength. Nonetheless, the benefits of mental strength in combat were not negligible. Observing as Liu Zheng swiftly capitalized on an opponent's weakness, she executed a decisive blow, sending them crashing off the stage, eliciting cheers and applause from the onlookers. The next contestant to enter was none other than Shinsholi. While combat suits had yet to be distributed, everyone wore their own clothing, which varied widely, though most were practical for training. Only Shinsholi donned a light brown suit, as if he were about to attend a formal gathering rather than participating in a competition on this primitive little planet. Prior to entering, he even dusted off his hands, exuding the air of an aristocrat, perfectly complementing his striking features. Tang Muwen appeared somewhat stunned. Is Shinsholi really like this? Xu Lingxiu pondered, finding the situation rather amusing. It seemed that Shinsholi's astonishment upon seeing her on the ship stemmed from her unflinching demeanor while being embraced by a girl who was on the verge of vomiting, and later, without a hint of embarrassment, simply finding a spot to faint. Shinsholi's fighting style mirrored his refined persona, each move executed with an elegance that belied the brutish nature of combat. His techniques, while appearing casual, were executed with precision and impenetrable defense, rendering Liu Zheng's attempts futile, a wall she could not breach. As Liu Zheng found her space increasingly restricted, she resolved to take a risk, attempting to maneuver around Shinsholi to gain a more advantageous position. In that moment, he dispatched her with a single palm, sending her tumbling off the stage. The focal battle concluded with a sense of disbelief among the spectators. It was less intense than the first match. Yet, both participants appeared satisfied with the outcome, exchanging nods of mutual respect. Meanwhile, the first match in Group B had come to an end, with Tang Muwen's team emerging victorious. Their members called for the next match from Group B, while he remained beside Xu Lingxiu. Is Shinsholi's style always like this? Xu Lingxiu remained silent. Presently, as Shinsholi faced the next strength-based contestant, his prowess became even more pronounced, like a gentle breeze sweeping over a mountain, effortlessly deflecting the opponent's attacks without even making contact, leading to the latter's own loss of balance and subsequent fall from the stage. Disgusting, Xu Lingxiu succinctly remarked. Tang Muwen chuckled softly. You seem to have a strong opinion of him. His voice and demeanor were the kind that easily endeared him to others. It was clear he was aware of his charm and continued to subtly probe Xu Lingxiu for insights regarding Shinsholi's character. Perhaps he had only a vague understanding of the background between Xu Lingxiu and Shinsholi, knowing merely that the Xu and Shin families had some dealings, leading him to assume she might possess some insider knowledge about him. Xu Lingxiu directly replied, if you're seeking information about Shinsholi from me, you have the wrong person. I am not familiar with him. She was not fond of being subtly interrogated. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Muwen's eyes, seemingly taken aback by her forthrightness. He hesitated, as if about to offer an explanation, but was interrupted by the commotion erupting from Arena A. As Shinsholi continued to dominate, having defeated 4 opponents in succession, the remaining members of Liu Zhang's team felt disheartened, fearing they would ultimately be overrun. However, when the final contestant took the stage, the tide shifted. This newcomer, a boy with striking red hair and a pair of prominent canine teeth, exuded an unruly charm. His fighting style mirrored his appearance, swift and fierce, characterized by agility and strength without any clumsiness, rendering him impervious to Shinsholi's tactics. Liu Zhang had faltered against Shinsholi due to her inability to penetrate his defense, yet this red-haired boy's movements were even swifter and more incisive, akin to a razor-sharp spear breaching a solid wall, producing a vastly different outcome. The exchange between the two was dynamic, with rapid-fire moves that left mere after-images in their wake, captivating the audience into a hushed silence as they held their breath, fully immersed in the spectacle of this climactic showdown. After what felt like an eternity of exchanges, the red-haired boy seized an opening, gripping Shinsholi's shoulder with one hand. The crowd anticipated a counterattack, yet instead, Shinsholi paused momentarily before forcefully swatting the boy's hand away and leaping off the stage. The stunned audience was left in silence. Shinsholi disdainfully brushed the dust off his shoulder, revealing that the red-haired boy's hand had left a smear of dirt on his immaculate suit. Thanks for the match, the red-haired boy quipped, unabashedly waving his soiled hand in Shinsholi's direction, clearly relishing the provocation. Xu Lingxiu observed as Shinsholi carelessly discarded his soiled jacket, resolving internally that she would know how to handle this boy should they cross paths again. The appearance of the red-haired boy shattered the seemingly inevitable victory for Shinsholi's group, as the remaining 2 members were no match for him. Throughout the unfolding events, Supervisor Instructor Kion was equally astonished by the outcome of this focal battle. Finding both Shinsholi and Liu Zhang exceeded his expectations, the unexpected twist brought by the red-haired boy added to the intrigue. Upon reviewing the red-haired boy's profile, Kion discovered he was merely an ordinary student named Jin, with a mental strength rating of A. He had just recently emerged from obscurity, and although his status remained unclear, he was certainly no less formidable than A. Kion silently surveyed the students, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. He sensed that this new cohort held numerous surprises yet to be unveiled. Chapter 12:1 against 7. The subsequent group matches unfolded in an orderly manner, with Xu Shijin's team in Venue A experiencing remarkable success, as their opponents essentially conceded defeat. In a stunning display, she single-handedly overcame 4 adversaries, securing victory for her team. Due to their swift progress, there was a significant time gap between groups A and B, and by the time Xu Lingxiu's group commenced, only they and their opponents remained on the field. The students who had completed their initial assessments mostly congregated in small groups, engaged in conversation, with few showing interest in this final match. After all, The participant profiles appeared rather unremarkable, and it seemed more prudent to seize the opportunity for socializing, especially considering that future assessments might allow for self-assembled teams, where forming connections could prove vital for selecting competent allies. Consequently, the few standout students drew considerable attention, and Xu Shixin, standing in the B group arena to cheer for Xu Lingxiu, found herself surrounded by several admirers. However, none dared to approach her for conversation. After all, Xu Shixin's cool demeanor and the illustrious surname of the Xu family commanded a certain distance. Her golden locks shimmered in the evening sun, reminiscent of a precious yellow sapphire, inviting only distant admiration. As the match commenced, Xu Lingxiu faced opponents who were all combat-oriented. The analysts and commanding officers among her teammates had done their utmost, particularly the young Lin Xiao, who was evidently focused on exhausting the opponent's stamina to buy time. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was stark. Although the combat-oriented students varied in ability, they were all distinguished individuals from local military academies. The first opponent dispatched from the opposing team was their strongest contender, leaving Xu Lingxiu's top 5 with little chance to retaliate. Finally, it was Sun Liao's turn to confront him. With a grim expression, he stepped onto the stage, recognizing his opponent, Wang Qihu, from the second star system. The selection process for the 6 major military academies in the second star system differs significantly from that of others. To ensure a high graduation rate, there is only one large military academy that manages all students centrally, selecting candidates for the 6 major academies. Wang Qihu belonged to the finest cohort of military students, having been filtered through Long Yuan. In contrast, Sun Liao had only gained admission to Moi due to familial connections and manipulation of school authorities. In short, the disparity in their capabilities was immense. Wang Qihu's placement as the first contender completely upended Sun Liao's strategy. The exhaustion of the preceding 5 participants was inconsequential against such overwhelming strength. On stage, Instructor Chen announced the official commencement of the match, but at that moment, Sun Liao raised his hand. He cast a cold glance at the remaining member of his team, Xu Lingxiu, gritted his teeth, and declared, "Instructor, I surrender." He was the only student throughout the assessment to propose immediate surrender. Instructor Chen paused, pursing his lips. "Are you certain?" Although there was no rule prohibiting students from surrendering during assessments, such desertion was regarded with disdain among military students. Sun Liao could not afford to ponder such matters. His rationale was that, while this might be slightly humiliating, it would conserve his stamina to the greatest extent possible. Conceding this point was inevitable, and he would also incur penalties. If subsequent training assessments prioritized stamina, having an advantage could allow him to recover lost points. I am certain, Instructor. Reflecting on the earlier participants who fought valiantly only to be reduced to mere jesters, Sun Liao felt no remorse. Instead, he found it amusing. He believed his teammates deserved their fate. Had they not hindered him, he would not have reached this point. With that, Sun Liao stepped down from the stage with ease. He cast a scornful glare at Xu Lingxiu, who approached the stage without a hint of trepidation, contemplating that if she were wise, she would follow his lead and surrender to avoid unnecessary trouble. If she were foolish enough to persist, he hoped Wang Qihu would show no mercy. Initially apprehensive upon learning she was the daughter of the Xu family, his fear dissipated upon discovering she was merely an adopted daughter, leaving him with nothing but contempt for Xu Lingxiu. Standing on stage, Xu Lingxiu remained unfazed as Wang Qihu, frustrated by Sun Liao's surrender, believing it to be a collective decision, addressed her directly. "Why don't you surrender as well? I'm not accustomed to fighting women." Xu Lingxiu, indifferent to his words, merely nodded at Instructor Chen, signaling that the contest could commence. Wang Qihu, internally scoffing, thought to himself that he would handle this frail girl with care to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xu Lingxiu's leg connected with his face. Caught off guard by her speed, Wang Qihu was unable to react in time to block her attack, and in an instant, he found himself toppled to the ground. Still reeling from shock, he was met with another merciless kick, leaving him defeated in just 2 moves. She had dispatched him with such effortless grace that it seemed as though she had never truly engaged in combat. Wang Jihu lay on the ground, astonished, his body numb until the searing pain in his neck and abdomen forced him to acknowledge his defeat. Xu Lingxiu had shown no restraint. He clumsily scrambled to his feet, clutching his injured areas, and stared in disbelief at Xu Lingxiu, his eyes wide, unable to articulate a single word. The previously animated crowd fell silent, the arena enveloped in an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. In real life, witnessing a frail girl topple a hulking figure of nearly 2 meters would evoke astonishment, let alone in a military academy's duel where a commanding student faced off against a combat-oriented one. Judging solely by appearances, the two seemed worlds apart, yet Xu Lingxiu, representing their earth, had punctured a hole through their sky. After a few moments of stunned silence, Xu Shizhen's applause and cheers shattered the calm, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leapt into the air, a stark contrast to her typically aloof demeanor. She could hardly contain her pride. Her sister was astonishingly formidable. This meant she could confidently approach Xu Lingxiu for future collaborations, no longer fearing Xu Yuan's disapproval. With Xu Shizhen leading the charge, others quickly followed suit, a crescendo of applause rising like a symphony orchestra. A crowd gathered around the previously overlooked match, with even several instructors drawn to the spectacle. The atmosphere buzzed with chatter. "Isn't this student from the command division? Did anyone catch her movements and techniques just now? I swear she moved so fast there were after images. Is this speed and strength for real? This can't be staged, can it? How could she take down someone as robust as Wang Jihu with just 2 kicks? Xu Lingxiu remained unfazed by the reactions from the audience, nodding as the second member of the opposing team ascended the stage, signaling that the match could begin anew. This time, she employed her skills with even greater swiftness, landing a punch just above her opponent's abdomen. Though he, too, belonged to the combat division, his strength paled in comparison to Wang Jihu's. Xu Lingxiu exerted little effort. As he faltered, she simply swept his legs from under him, sending him down with ease. The third and fourth members followed suit, each falling victim to her prowess. Having witnessed the fates of their predecessors, they approached Xu Lingxiu with far more caution than Wang Jihu had exhibited. They were well prepared for defense, even consulting Wang Jihu for strategies, yet they too were swiftly dispatched, managing only a few feeble attempts at resistance. From his vantage point, Wang Jihu reflected on being defeated in such a manner, feeling oddly reassured. Her techniques were too swift, her strikes too precise, leaving no room for prediction. With no defensive posture, her relentless attacks rendered any vulnerabilities imperceptible, making his defeat seem almost inevitable. As Xu Lingxiu's teammates continued to fall one by one, Wang Jihu's demeanor gradually shifted. The humiliation was not his alone. Facing Xu Lingxiu's terrifying strength, his defeat was hardly surprising. The crowd of onlookers erupted in fervor, their excitement palpable. This spectacle contrasted sharply with the previous high-level, evenly matched duels. While the latter had evoked admiration, Xu Lingxiu's singular, heroic feat of vanquishing 7 opponents ignited a thrill that surpassed all. As the final contender stepped onto the stage, tasked with an impossible challenge against what was perceived to be a fragile command student, who would single-handedly confront an entire team of combat-oriented military students, who could remain calm. Xu Lingxiu's name echoed throughout the arena, inquiries about her identity proliferating. Xu Shizhen stood proudly amid the crowd, exclaiming, "She is my sister." Jin stood beside Shensholi, both maintaining distance while observing Xu Lingxiu on stage. As he toyed with his red hair, he placed a hand on Shensholi's shoulder. "Isn't she the daughter of the Xu family? You're more familiar with her. Can you discern anything about her peculiar techniques?" "I can't tell," Shensholi replied curtly, shaking off Jin's hand. "Still holding a grudge, I see. All is fair in war, why be so petty?" Jin pouted, rubbing his reddened hand. "Who do you think is stronger, her or Liu Zheng?" he queried, gesturing toward Liu Zheng, who was equally captivated by Xu Lingxiu. "I've never faced her," Shensholi said, his gaze fixed on Xu Lingxiu, his expression somber. Xu Lingxiu's methods were enigmatic, difficult to decipher. As she dispatched the 6th opponent, the crowd erupted once more, drawing even more instructors to the scene, creating a ruckus that surpassed the intensity of the initial match. Xu Lingxiu flexed her slightly numb hands. It was natural for her techniques to be unclear. These moves were the culmination of countless battles against mutated beasts and infected humans, forming the muscle memory and instinctive reactions she now possessed. In truth, the students, no matter how skilled, were merely products of sheltered training. Their sensitivity to technique stemmed from rehearsed encounters, whereas Xu Lingxiu had fought for her life hundreds of times, aiming for her opponent's vital points. The instructors, including Kion, recognized this distinction from the moment Xu Lingxiu dispatched Wang Chihu with 2 moves he had approached, standing beside Instructor Chen. If she had a sharp object, even a mere needle, her opponents would struggle to survive, he remarked. Instructor Chen nodded in agreement. These techniques transcend mere martial arts. This is the essence of lethal skill. Kion's expression was a mix of delight and concern as he watched Xu Lingxiu easily defeat the 7th opponent, pinching his nose in contemplation. This is reminiscent of the madness of ours. As he spoke, unsettling memories resurfaced. Kion felt a wave of nausea. Among the most vivid was his experience witnessing ours execute a treasonous officer within the military. The officers had stormed the office without restraint, mercilessly shooting the man, splattering his brain matter, some even landing on Kion's clothing. While the gruesome demise of a traitor was expected, the sight of the officer's eye being gouged out by ours left a lasting scar on his psyche. At that time, Kion had been an intern in the military's secretarial department. Returning home, it wasn't until he became accustomed to the brutality of battle that he found some solace, yet the image of the eye gouging haunted him. But her mental strength is only graded B, and she fainted during the transition. She hardly meets the standards of that madman ours, right? Instructor Chen noted Kion's underlying agitation and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him not to dwell on it. He stepped forward, announcing Xu Lingxiu's team's victory. Lin Xiao, who had been exhilarated since Xu Lingxiu dispatched Wang Chihu, was on the verge of tears by the end of the match. However, the thought of the insufferable Sun Liao sharing in their victory dampened her spirits. Congratulations on achieving the remarkable feat of 1 against 7, Instructor Chen said with a smile directed at Xu Lingxiu. The crowd erupted in applause for her stunning comeback, yet Xu Lingxiu felt far from elated, not having resolved the match within 30 moves. Many of her final actions had been executed while she fought through dizziness. Her body was now in a state of complete overload, and as her eyes fluttered, she sensed she might soon succumb to unconsciousness, her subconscious urging her to rest. Nonetheless, Xu Lingxiu steeled herself, addressing Instructor Chen. "I performed admirably, so may I make a request?" This was the first time a student had approached him with a request after she had always been a person of resolute disposition, holding grudges tenaciously. Perhaps it was this very trait that enabled her to endure as a law enforcer in the apocalypse without crumbling. Chapter 13, Fainting in the 6th year of the apocalypse, the newly appointed law enforcer, Xu Lingxiu, embarks on her duties. An infected individual has surfaced in the eastern district of the surviving human base in Lycaerton, prompting Xu Lingxiu to accompany the seasoned law enforcer, He Buyan, to address the situation. Upon arrival at the infected person's residence, the relatives of the infected vehemently resist. He Buyan opts to incapacitate a man by striking his calf, subsequently executing the infected individual. 3 days later, on a peaceful day devoid of mutant beast incursions, He Buyan falls in the line of duty, shot in the back by a limping human male. The first lesson that Xu Lingxiu learns as a new law enforcer is that no longer can humanity be tolerated. This is the first step towards saving it. Since the individual has surrendered, there is no reason to award points based on team victory, Xu Lingxiu articulates to Instructor. Given that points are crucial for elimination, she cannot allow someone like Sun Liao to unjustly benefit. It is not that she fears him, but rather akin to squashing a cockroach on a whim. On what grounds? The rules state that the winning team earns 5 points. How can you unilaterally decide not to award me? Sun Liao is thrown into a frenzy, Xu Lingxiu's performance far surpassing his expectations, shattering his carefully laid plans. With his dignity in ruins before the crowd, he cannot afford to lose points as well, otherwise, he would suffer a double loss. His panic leads him to nearly incoherent mutterings. Are you suggesting that one person can alter the rules? Just because you are stronger, do you believe you can bully those weaker in the team? Instructor Chen remained silent, turning to Xu Lingxiu, acutely sensing her frailty, his brow furrowing slightly. His subtle expression instills in Sun Liao the illusion that the instructor might be on his side. Seizing the moment, Sun Liao escalates the situation, attempting to morally coerce. She can deny points to whomever she pleases. Is this still teamwork? If she can strip me of my points now, she can do the same to others next time. At this juncture, Lin Xiao raises her hand. Instructor, as a team member, I agree that those who surrender do not deserve points. Furthermore, I voluntarily relinquish my points for Xu Lingxiu to allocate as she sees fit. Xu Lingxiu essentially single-handedly secured the victory, averting a situation where they would have undoubtedly lost points. Lin Xiao firmly believes that all points earned should be at Xu Lingxiu's discretion, offering her unreserved support. Following Lin Xiao's declaration, several other team members also raise their hands in solidarity with Xu Lingxiu's distribution. Sun Liao's countenance darkens ominously, his fists clenched as he yearns to continue resisting, but Xu Lingxiu on stage suddenly sways and collapses. Instructor Chen, having anticipated this, swiftly supports her, while the previously spectating student's attention is immediately diverted, with Xu Shichen leaping onto the stage. What is wrong with my sister? Today marks the second time Xu Lingxiu has fainted. Instructor Kion also joins the stage, assessing Xu Lingxiu's condition, signaling for a female instructor to carry her towards a makeshift medical tent in the woods. Exhaustion, he succinctly explains to the anxious Xu Shichen, who is eager to follow, holding Xu Lingxiu in place, his gaze towards her laden with complexity. Despite her poor physical condition and low mental fortitude, she possesses exceptional combat skills. Being the adopted daughter of General Xu, wrapped in mystery, she remains an enigma difficult to unravel. Watching Xu Lingxiu being carried away, Instructor Chen smiles at Sun Liao. Xu has fainted from fatigue, so we shall proceed as she wishes. Lin Xiao, grasping the implication, aligns her footsteps with the instructor's moral coercion, addressing Sun Liao. Indeed, she has fainted. You wouldn't dare to argue further with her, would you? Instructor Chen's intent is unmistakable, leaving Sun Liao no choice but to accept the consequences of his actions, seething with anger as he retreats to a corner. This is merely the beginning. He still harbors intentions of revenge against that arrogant woman. Upon losing consciousness, Xu Lingxiu drifts into a state of oblivion, enveloped by darkness, only to soon resurface. In a stark interrogation room, Xu Lingxiu, clad in the law enforcer's uniform, stands trial. Address: 102 Nanjing Street, West District. During Mission D7 execution, why did you kill that young boy? His mother was infected and had been executed. He willingly ingested her blood, accepting infection. To me, he had already become an infected individual, warranting execution. The interrogator raps the table. According to the new laws of Lycaoton, humans in the early stages of infection can be handled by the laboratory for antibody research. The new law explicitly states 2 courses of action: transfer to the laboratory or immediate execution. I merely chose the latter. A figure in a white coat then emerges, pounding the table and accusing Xu Lingxiu. You are disregarding human life, snuffing out the flame of antibody research. You do not wish for the apocalypse to end. Only in the continuation of the apocalypse can you enforcers reign supreme over life. The interrogator drags him away, and Xu Lingxiu maintains her stoic demeanor. I have explained myself clearly. May I leave now? Upon receiving the interrogator's consent, she rises and opens the door, revealing a sprawling interstellar city adorned with towering buildings and advanced technology. Before Xu Lingxiu can take further action, she awakens, eyes wide open from this nightmarish ordeal. At this moment, her legs are ensconced in a transparent material, which rides against her skin, reminiscent of jelly. Awake, fainting on the first day, and for your sake, I had to bring these in a box, remarks a woman in a white coat, her icy blue hair cascading to one side, leaving one to wonder if it is dyed or natural. Xu Lingxiu glances at her name tag, Li. Doctor. She is the school nurse assigned to the new students of Moxie Military Academy for this training period. I heard you fainted twice today. The first time due to the jump. Nurse Li directly examines the back of Xu Lingxiu's head. You didn't hit your head. I should commend you for your ability to fall. Xu Lingxiu instinctively attempts to evade, yet the 2 objects on her legs render her immobile. Don't move. This is high-tech, a new product developed in collaboration between Qian Wang and Imperial Medicine, Shilai Kugel, quite expensive. Nurse Lee dons gloves and removes the materials. This invention is specifically designed for recovery after intense physical training, currently utilized only within the military and the 6 major military academies. Moxie Military Academy has barely enough to fill the apparatus, and Nurse Lee would be heartbroken to discard even a tiny bit. Instantly, Xu Lingxiu feels her once heavy legs transformed into feathers, as if bestowed with a new pair. The apparatus is too heavy. It can only be used on a localized basis. Nurse Lee places the Shilai gel into a suitcase-like container. Once you are recovered, you may leave. Should I catch you slacking off here, I can deduct points in place of the instructor. With a flick of her icy blue hair, she efficiently ushers Xu Lingxiu out. Xu Lingxiu steps off the medical bed, and as her feet touch the floor, she pauses momentarily. Not only has her physical condition significantly improved, but her overall state has also elevated remarkably. The Shilai gel has proven unexpectedly effective for her fragile physique. It seems she shall need to faint a few more times in the future, Xu Lingxiu muses as she exits the makeshift medical tent. Chapter 14, A Good Night's Sleep. Emerging from the makeshift medical tent, the sky had darkened, and outside awaited a female instructor who escorted Xu Lingxiu out of the woods. The 2 original competition platforms had been dismantled, and the instructors were distributing training uniforms and tents to the students. During the time that Xu Lingxiu had lost consciousness, several instructors had supervised the students as they ran back and forth along the riverbank, engaging only in the most basic physical training until the sun began to set. It was only then that the instructors handed out tents and formal training attire. This seemingly simple physical training left the students feeling somewhat bewildered. One by one, they began to suspect that the instructors harbored ulterior motives. After all, they had initially introduced the training with interstellar leaps and had continuously subjected them to combat trials. Now, inexplicably, everything had taken a turn towards normalcy. Unfortunately, by the time training concluded and they received their uniforms and tents, the students had come to accept the reality that today's session had indeed drawn to a close. I never expected the training grounds of Moxie Military Academy to be so rustic, Xu Shixin remarked as she spotted Xu Lingxiu approaching from a distance. She quickly walked over, having already changed into her formal training attire, which contrasted with the instructor's deep purple uniforms. Hers was a delicate lavender. I can't believe they actually made us stay here. I thought we would be taken back in the stealth craft. Leading Xu Lingxiu to the tent she had already set up, Xu Shixin encouraged her to change into her clothes first, draping her outerwear over the upper right side of the tent to cover a gap. I heard from Instructor Chen that these tents are all damaged goods repurposed for our use. Has Moxie Military Academy really fallen to such depths? Xu Shixin lamented, eyeing her sister as she emerged from changing. That lavender suits you quite well. Are all of them damaged? Xu Lingxiu inquired, removing Xu Shixin's jacket and glancing at the gap. Yes, Xu Shixin replied, handing her the evening's meal, 2 bottles of nutritional liquid. Instructor Kian just announced that today's training has concluded, and now we have free time. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Several campfires flickered to life on the ground, and the youthful students gathered together, shedding the tension of training as they animatedly engaged in conversation. With the verdant hills and the warm glow of the campfires, it felt reminiscent of a youthful documentary. Do the instructors also stay in tents? Xu Lingxiu asked as she bit into the nutritional liquid, tasting the coconut flavor that quickly filled her with a sense of satiety. Xu Shixin pointed towards the depths of the woods. It seems they have constructed wooden cabins in there. They should be residing inside. The 2 found a spot to sit, and as soon as they did, a dozen gazes swept over them. Following Xu Lingxiu's dramatic exit during training, she had acquired a new moniker, the war god of the command department. According to one loquacious instructor, in his decade at Moxie Military Academy, he had witnessed a command department student defeat combat-oriented students in a fight for the first time, 7 of them, consecutively at that. The students from the command department stood a bit taller, dispelling the notion that they were merely a group of strategists lacking physical prowess. While many eyes glimmered with admiration and curiosity, several others carried a mixture of malice and disdain. A few combat-oriented boys, flanked by Sun Liao, were loudly disparaging Xu Lingxiu. She only managed to defeat a few weaker combat students. That's all. If I faced her, I heard she's the adopted daughter of General Shu, who brought her home recently. Frankly, her admission process doesn't even line up with ours, right? TSK, clearly relying on family connections. Perhaps she even bribed her opponents. A stick, glowing with embers, was hurled at them, causing the boys to leap up in alarm, one of them frantically patting out the embers that had landed on him. Just as Sun Liao was about to erupt, he pointed forward and shouted, "You," but upon seeing that it was Wang Chihu who had thrown it, he fell silent. Is this amusing to you? Spreading rumors behind someone's back, why don't you dare confront her on the platform? They even constructed a special section for you. Wang Chihu was visibly displeased, having been bested by Xu Lingxiu in just 2 moves. He felt even more irked to witness others undermine her. If Xu Lingxiu were reduced to nothing in their eyes, what would that make him? Wang Chihu, stealing a glance at the girl seated a short distance away, illuminated by the campfire, he noted that her previously pale face now bore a faint flush, her short hair tousled by the evening breeze, and her bright, sparkling eyes fixated on the river. To all appearances, she was just a frail girl devoid of strength. How had she managed to defeat him so effortlessly? Wang Chihu was filled with regret. A military whistle sounded, and Instructor Chen emerged from the woods once more. Compared to Kion, he was clearly more favored among the students for his gentle demeanor. Curfew time is here, he cheerfully reminded everyone to return to their tents for sleep. Most of the attendees, being military academy students themselves, understood the rules. They extinguished the campfires and returned to their tents. As the majority settled in, he smiled and turned to leave. Sweet dreams. Xu Shizhen yawned, feeling exhausted from the day's events. As there was no instructor to oversee them, she intended to persuade Xu Lingxiu to sleep beside her. However, Xu Lingxiu grasped her hand and led her away from the tent area. Sister, leaving during curfew will result in point deductions, Xu Shizhen protested, perplexed but unwilling to shake off Xu Lingxiu's grip. We can't stay here, Xu Lingxiu insisted, pulling her deeper into the woods. Xu Shizhen grew increasingly anxious, as she had assumed the instructors were aware of the small cabins within the woods, but the further they walked, the more she sensed something was amiss. There were no cabins, nor any instructors. Where had they all gone? The gap in the tent appears to be a result of deliberate damage rather than wear and tear. The grass along the inner banks of the river is of a different length compared to that in the woods, and the consistency of the soil along the riverbank is unusual, Xu Lingxiu quietly explained to Xu Shizhen in a secluded area. If my suspicions are correct, there will be disturbances across the river tonight, and I suspect they intend to flood the tent area. Most crucially, during her time in the makeshift medical tent, Dr. Li mentioned that she had brought the supplies out of a box, indicating that there was a fixed medical facility situated some distance away. Coupled with the suspicious nature of the tents they had received, Xu Lingxiu was now nearly certain that the official training grounds were not located here, but elsewhere. Tonight's riverbank camping was likely the third warning from instructors Kion and Chen. Great minds think alike, a voice suddenly called out as a figure leaped down from a tree, landing about 2 meters away from Xu Lingxiu. In the dimly lit woods, his striking red hair stood out, and he pointed a branch at Jin's neck, somewhat exasperated. Hey, your temper is really terrible. Chapter 15, The floodgates open. You could shout a little louder, just enough to rouse everyone, Xu Lingxiu remarked, twirling a branch in her hand before striking it backward, eliciting a pained cry. I thought you hadn't noticed the tail trailing behind you. Jin chuckled, revealing a prominent canine tooth. Xu Lingxiu proved to be even more intriguing than he had anticipated. Without exerting much effort, Xu Lingxiu observed as Tang Muwen clutched his thigh momentarily before retrieving the branch and stepping out from the shadows, his brows lowered, unable to meet Xu Lingxiu's gaze. I'm sorry, I was simply curious and didn't mean to follow you, TSK, who knows whether it was intentional or not. Xu Lingxiu remained silent, while Jin took it upon himself to defend, tilting his head towards a tall tree and calling out, Shinsholi, you have a vantage point. You must be able to see. Before he could finish, another figure leaped down from the tree. Shinsholi landed gracefully, brushing off his clothes while casting a glance at the other 3, excluding Jin, without uttering a word. Jin continued speaking to Xu Lingxiu, no wonder you're from the command department, your intellect is truly remarkable, Fate has conspired for us to meet at this moment. Although we lack your meticulous analysis, Shinsholi insisted on dragging me up here because he found that tent unsightly. His incessant chatter was becoming tiresome. Shinsholi corrected him, it was you who insisted on following me. But the tree trunk isn't exactly pristine, there might be bird droppings. Xulingxiu interjected bluntly. Jin paused for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, while Shinsholi stiffened, his previously relaxed hands now clenching into fists. After delivering a sharp retort to the two, Xulingxiu turned her attention back to Tang Muwen. You had better speak the truth. My abilities are not particularly strong, I need a more capable ally, Tang Muwen confessed, his throat dry as he gazed into Xulingxiu's eyes, which glimmered with a light through the shadows of the trees, as if he were on the verge of tears. Xu Shizhen watched Tang Muwen warily. How could her sister's brilliance attract someone so recklessly? Before Xulingxiu could respond, Tang Muwen pressed on, you mentioned that there are issues by the riverside. Is it true that the instructors might control the water flow to flood the tent area? Most others had already heeded Instructor Chen's words and fallen into a peaceful slumber. If Xulingxiu's suspicions were correct, and the instructors indeed intended to inundate the tent area, it would pose a considerable danger to the unsuspecting students. So the breach in the tent was how can we not act? Every single one of them is our competitor. Moreover, we do not even know if this will actually happen tonight. This is merely a trial, akin to the leap and combat exercises. Jin stood firm, his demeanor unusually serious. If you recklessly awaken everyone, the instructors might easily change their plans. Your actions would only complicate matters. If nothing occurs, others will resent you for disturbing their rest. Am I supposed to stand idly by while they remain in danger, oblivious to it? Xu Shizhen narrowed her eyes, and the tension between them escalated. At that moment, Tang Muwen interjected, perhaps we could merely inform them, those willing to trust us can do so, while those unwilling should return to sleep. That would only play into the instructor's hands, Shinsholi chimed in. If we cancel plans last minute, those who trust us will feel betrayed, while those who don't will have slept soundly. Consequently, we will possess no credibility with anyone. With both sides steadfast in their arguments, an external force was required to break the stalemate point. 4 pairs of eyes turned expectantly to Xulingxiu, who merely turned and continued deeper into the woods. If tonight is indeed a trial, then our every move is likely already anticipated by the instructors. Xulingxiu discerned the path the female instructor had taken in the darkness. If flooding the tents is part of their plan, they must have corresponding rescue measures in place. She recalled that there were several small wooden cabins adjacent to the temporary medical tent. Initially, upon hearing Xu Shizhen's words, she had assumed those were accommodations for the instructors, but upon reflection, they seemed more like storage facilities. Xu Shizhen and Tang Muwen resolutely followed her, while Jin and Shinsholi hesitated for a moment before trailing behind. Are you suggesting that our current trajectory is also anticipated by the instructors? They believe we will retrieve supplies to rescue others. Jin hurriedly caught up with Xulingxiu, while Xu Shizhen shot him an irritated glare. Perhaps, Xulingxiu replied, her reluctance to return and awaken everyone evident. Such action seemed thankless and reminded her of some less than pleasant memories from apocalyptic times. Fortunately, this body had not deprived her of her sense of direction. After locating the temporary medical tent, she found it completely dark. Knocking on the door, she discovered that Dr. Li was absent. She must have returned to the main training site. The group opened several cabins, finding them empty but filled with emergency life vests and flotation devices, along with 2 inflatable boats. Oh my, you're simply a genius, Jin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together as he looked at Xulingxiu. Does that mean we are about to embark on a quest to save the world? Thank goodness for Xulingxiu. Otherwise, he would still be perched on a potentially bird-dropping covered tree branch, playing the fool with Shinsholi. These supplies could not be transported all at once, they needed to be carried in batches to a nearby grove adjacent to the tent area. Xu Shizhen and Jin were filled with enthusiasm, one inherently imbued with a sense of justice and fervor, the other feeling like a cool savior. Tang Muwen diligently assisted in the transport, resembling a hard-working bee, while Shinsholi maintained his usual disdain for dirt, yet still managed to carry the most cumbersome boat. Xu Lingxiu stacked the life vests in a clearing within the grove. Once they had transported a sufficient amount, it was officially the later part of the night. Jin, supporting a flotation device, lamented, "What if tonight turns out to be just an ordinary night?" In the instructor's eyes, wouldn't we simply be unequivocal fools? "You are indeed a fool," Xu Shijin retorted. Having witnessed the life-saving supplies, her earlier concerns evaporated. She now held unwavering faith in Xu Lingxiu's judgment. "If our efforts prove fruitless, then that would be splendid," Tang Muwen murmured from behind. Xu Lingxiu remained silent, the moonlight casting its glow upon her face. She bore no discernible expression, quietly gazing at the river from a distance. Resolutely, she declared, "Let us move the supplies outside. The life vests and flotation devices should be placed directly at the tent entrance." Tang Muwen hesitated. What if we make too much noise and awaken everyone? With the supplies laid out, those with any sense will realize, as the saying goes, nothing is more frightening than a fool's goodwill. The group began to arrange the life-saving supplies outside. Suddenly, a thunderous noise reverberated. Xu Lingxiu's heart sank. They were still a moment too late. The instructors have opened the floodgates. Chapter 16. Commanding the rescue, Liu Jing found herself unable to enjoy a peaceful slumber this evening. As an S-class psychic, she possessed an acute sensitivity to the fluctuations of her surroundings. She sensed that the red-haired youth named Jin, along with Shinsholi, had departed the tent encampment and ventured deeper into the woods. After a moment of hesitation, she chose not to follow but instead remained in her tent, struggling to close her eyes. Consequently, she was the first to hear the ominous rumble resembling distant thunder and the sound of rushing water. Pulling aside the tent flap, she stepped outside, already clad in a life jacket and clutching a life buoy. With 280 students gathered under the command of their instructors, the tents had been huddled together. To address this, Xu Lingxiu had assigned different areas to 4 individuals, with the boisterous Jin tasked with overseeing 2 boats. The boats were to remain stationary until the water fully submerged them, allowing them to float, at which point rescue operations could commence, thereby preventing them from being capsized by the initial waves. As he kept watch, Jin shouted, "Awaken, put on your life jackets, secure your life buoys, and climb up the trees." Even in the interstellar age, humanity had developed advanced technologies for defense against natural disasters. Yet, when stripped of these tools, humans remained minuscule in the face of nature's fury. Irrespective of the era, fortunately, the instructors exhibited a degree of awareness and did not harbor intentions of endangering the students' lives. Although the current surged rapidly, it was evident that its velocity was being moderated, rising at a manageable pace. Xu Lingxiu waded through the water, which reached her calves, as she handed a life jacket and life buoy to Lin Xiao. Some individuals within the tents appeared to be in deep slumber, and poorly secured stakes caused their tents to drift downstream with the current. In such circumstances, rescue efforts would have to wait for the boats to navigate along the shore. Xu Lingxiu swiftly distributed the rescue equipment, urging everyone to flee towards the forest and ascend the trees. Just as she finished distributing the supplies and was making her way towards the woods, a towering wave surged forth, instantly engulfing the deserted tents, as if a colossal beast had devoured them whole. A couple of dazed students, still groggy as they clambered up the trees, were abruptly roused from their stupor. Had it not been for the life-saving equipment thrust into their hands, their fate would surely have been to be swallowed along with the tents. Xu Lingxiu clung desperately to the tree trunk, her grip unwavering as she had yet to ascend. A monstrous wave crashed against her, drenching her hair and obscuring her vision. Nonetheless, she persevered, clutching the tree and laboriously climbing higher amidst the tumultuous waters. Simultaneously, a window appeared on everyone's smart brain, displaying a map with real-time coordinates of each individual. Approximately 15 people had been swept downstream. These instructors wish for our demise. One student lamented. Why have they not yet arrived? Why did Shinsholi hand me my life jacket? Another questioned, did they not foresee the tide rising at night, or was this intentional? Is this what happens when funds are scarce, turning our training period into this nightmare? Why didn't I muster the courage to try the sea buckthorn? Why did I choose this dreadful school? The students' grievances echoed, as the water level rose swiftly to Xu Lingxiu's neck. Using the buoyancy to her advantage, she managed to climb higher, her fingers bleeding yet remaining oblivious to the pain. At this moment, the current began to slow, the force of the water diminishing, but Xu Lingxiu felt the temperature draining from her body. She needed to escape the frigid river, or risk peril. Just then, Jin made his grand entrance with his 2 boats, and the nearest vessel, piloted by Xu Shichen, sped towards Xu Lingxiu. She was eager to rescue her sister. Pulling her aboard, Xu Lingxiu wiped the water from her face and glanced at the smart brain, noting that aside from those swept away by the current, everyone else was safely perched in the trees. Even if some were to lose strength and fall into the water, she had ensured that all had received life-saving equipment. Jin and Xu Shichen rescued those still clad in life jackets but yet to ascend the trees. As if on cue, rain began to pour, the droplets striking everyone's faces like pellets. Xu Lingxiu observed the shared coordinates on her smart brain. The individuals who had been swept away remained curiously static in their positions. The instructors should be arriving shortly, Xu Lingxiu remarked, brushing her wet hair back. The water had calmed, stabilizing the flow. The 2 boats and the surrounding trees were filled with startled students. Xu Lingxiu gazed down at her smart brain, intent on confirming the positions of those swept downstream before embarking on a rescue mission. At that moment, the coordinates of the swept-away individuals began to shift, moving against the current towards them. The instructors had taken action. As dawn broke, the torrential rain persisted. Jin's red hair clung to his face, and the students aboard his boat lay sprawled, motionless, yet he stood up, brimming with enthusiasm, eyes sparkling as he turned to Xu Lingxiu. If there were ever an apocalypse, this would surely be the scene. Xu Lingxiu remained silent, wiping the rain from her face as she gazed towards the horizon downstream, where small aircraft resembling helicopters soon appeared. Each aircraft bore a net resembling a spider's web, containing those who had been swept away. Following the small aircraft was the submersible, R3, which had transformed from a colossal starship into a formidable aquatic behemoth. The submersible's door swung open, and a cadre of instructors coordinated the rescue with remarkable efficiency, far surpassing the efforts of Xu Lingxiu and her companions. In no time, nearly all the students had been brought aboard the submersible from the trees or boats. The interior had been meticulously cleaned and exuded a pleasant aroma, the warm air providing significant relief to the drenched students. However, a few remained as timid as startled deer, hesitant to move. Xu Lingxiu was the last to board the submersible, with Instructor Kion extending his hand to assist her. Your rescue efforts were commendable, young commander. She grasped his sleeve and leaped up, clapping her hands. Be sure to award me extra points, Instructor. Chapter 17, The True Testing Ground. At present, Xu Lingxiu's condition is far from ideal. The intense rescue efforts and the relentless currents of the river have sapped her of all her strength. Her fingers, pierced and lacerated by branches and bark, continue to drip blood, which she hastily conceals against her damp clothing, attempting to hide her ongoing injury. Instructor Kion strides toward the center, and the students gaze at him with trepidation. The nighttime deluge has utterly shattered their psychological defenses. The torment they endure has transcended mere physical suffering, transforming into a dual assault on both their spirit and body, leaving most of them ensnared in a paralyzing state of terror. Are you afraid? Instructor Kion scrutinizes all the students. When the river surged, most of you were likely still lost in dreams, enjoying a good night's sleep. He chuckles coldly, yet, in moments like this, you seem remarkably obedient to military orders. Instructor Chen sits in the cockpit, alongside 2 other instructors, maneuvering the submersible. They have invested considerable thought into simulating this flash flood scenario, striving to ensure 0 casualties among the students while also imparting a genuine sense of fear. Numerous contingency plans were proposed, yet none were approved from above. Nevertheless, they persevered in implementing this assessment. These students possess certain abilities, their youthful enthusiasm and mutual trust are commendable qualities. However, in the theater of war, such traits may prove insufficient. During his tenure at the military headquarters, Instructor Chen's primary responsibility was to recover the bodies of fallen soldiers. He has witnessed too many young souls perish, and as he observes this cohort, most of whom are on the brink of enlisting, he may appear amiable, yet his compassion is reserved solely for the deceased. Fewer students than anticipated have recognized the unusual circumstances, yet their self-rescue efforts have far exceeded expectations. In the downstream area, they prepared comprehensive rescue measures and equipped themselves with numerous tools, initially believing they would need to save around 200 individuals. However, only a handful of flying devices were utilized. In truth, the net could support 10 or more individuals, but the unexpectedly low number of victims meant they simply accommodated one person per net. According to Kion's instructions, Xu Lingxiu was to be sent to the medical tent today, and the two instructors wagered whether she would be able to locate the rescue items and effectively utilize them for the students. Instructor Chen emerged victorious in this bet. Kion then announced the names of the 5 individuals who had participated in the rescue. Xu Shizhen wrung out the water from her sleeves, her eyes sparkling as she listened to Instructor Kion's praise. She is one of the few students still capable of expressing joy, while another student, Jin, beams proudly, revealing his sharp canine teeth as he basks in the astonished and admiring glances of his peers. And let us not forget the commander of your self-rescue operations, Xu Lingxiu. Xu Lingxiu, on the verge of fainting from exhaustion, barely lifts her eyelids to acknowledge the acknowledgement. Without her, many of you would not be perched in the trees. Instead, you would have been transported directly in the net. Although the level of discomfort remains largely unchanged, the good news for you is that you have escaped the fate of losing points. With a grin, Kion announces to the group, in this river assault assessment, the sole recipient of full marks is Xu Lingxiu. Only those fools who were swept downstream and await our retrieval will face point deductions, everyone else will receive additional points. As his words conclude, every student's neural interface immediately displays a ranking list. Staying alert can help you evade the unpredictable winds of madness. Alternatively, if you wish to withdraw, it is not too late. You may reapply next year or return to your local military academy for another year. Kion pauses, observing. Sometimes, after a day filled with intense training and the shock of a flood, one may feel that they have endured enough. What else could possibly be insurmountable? No one desires to abandon their post and flee. Kion is pleased with this outcome, though he maintains a haughty facade. The submersible soon reaches its destination. As the door opens once more, the students file out, stepping into the true training ground. This site appears to be a small military base constructed by the military on this planet, specifically borrowed by Moi Military Academy for this trial. As they tread upon the proper runway, gazing at several pale green buildings, the students, despite being citizens of the interstellar age, are moved to tears upon witnessing this humble construction. The stark contrast to the previously inundated tent camp is striking. Indeed, comparison breeds appreciation, and this training base immediately earns the admiration of all students, with some eager to rush into the dormitory building. Instructors emerge from the base, distributing 2 sets of new combat training uniforms to each student. After tonight's ordeal, most of their clothing is torn or unsightly. Instructor Chen steps out of the cockpit, sighing as he addresses the students, "You may return now. Today marks the beginning of your training, so get some good rest." Personal dormitory numbers are sent to the students via their neural interfaces. The sky is now nearly bright. After the terror comes a wave of exhaustion, and many find their eyelids heavy, on the verge of sleep. Yet, they remain hesitant to act impulsively. What if this is yet another of the instructor's cunning schemes? What peculiar assessment might await them? All eyes inadvertently gravitate toward Xu Lingxiu, as if still entrapped by the recent deluge, awaiting their commander's guidance on the next steps. Xu Lingxiu raises her hand. "Excuse me, instructor, where is the infirmary? Could you escort me there?" Displaying her injured hand, she quickly attracts the attention of an instructor who guides her away. Xu Shizhen, initially intending to follow, is gently stopped by Xu Lingxiu's touch on her shoulder. "You should return to the dormitory and rest well." Her words instill a sense of relief among the others. With Xu Lingxiu's reassurance, it seems there truly is no further trickery at play. Most students feel their anxiety dissipate, and they scatter to return to their quarters. Xu Lingxiu follows the instructor to the infirmary, which is far more spacious and well-lit than the medical tent. She gazes at the array of exquisite and sophisticated instruments filled with Silac gel, the very purpose of her arduous journey. Despite her soiled and weary state, she is determined to examine the Silac gel she shall undoubtedly rely upon in the future. The abundant supply leaves her thoroughly satisfied. Dr. Li turns to Xu Lingxiu. What brings you here again? Before he can finish his inquiry, Xu Lingxiu's body weakens, and she collapses to the floor. Dr. Li, exasperated, crouches down to assess her condition, quickly concluding that this young woman is simply fatigued. Chapter 18, Dormitory. Roommate, are you truly prepared to sacrifice your life and everything for the survival of humanity in the face of apocalypse? Yes. Even if it means battling mutated beasts with your own flesh and blood, facing the ever-present risk of death, and executing infected humans, while being subjected to the hostility and vengeance of their relatives. Yes. This time, the dream was significantly shorter. Recently, whenever Xu Lingxiu encountered a severe stimulus, she would inevitably dream of fragmented memories from the apocalypse upon losing consciousness. She suspected this was due to the awakening of her mental powers. As she gradually adapted, these fragments became increasingly brief until they eventually faded away. Awake, did you sleep well in the infirmary? A face appeared before the glass enclosure. Dr. Li operated the equipment and gestured for Xu Lingxiu to come out promptly. This time, the sensation of being rejuvenated was even more pronounced than the last. Upon looking down, she noticed her clothes were dry and neatly pressed, as if she had been thoroughly cleaned. Rest assured, I did not see anything untoward. The domestic robots managed everything quite well, Dr. Li remarked as he sat down, inputting information into his smart brain. TSK, did Kaiying take you all fishing? You look so grimy. I thought a corpse had washed ashore when you lay down here. Xu Lingxiu, listening to Dr. Li's speak brought about an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Come now, fill out the form, and also complete the one from your previous incident. Dr. Li transmitted a document from his smart brain to Xu Lingxiu, with blank spaces for her to detail the circumstances surrounding her last fainting episode for record keeping. Xu Lingxiu quietly wrote down her reasons for being overly fatigued and physically weak twice. Dr. Li paused. Also, describe the training content that caused you to faint. Xu Lingxiu obediently detailed the training. You're not on the combat track, are you? Are you in command or analysis? Sometimes, you should just blend in. Your instructors are under immense pressure, acting like lunatics day after day, Dr. Li mumbled as he watched her complete the information, nodding in satisfaction. You may go. Xu Lingxiu found Dr. Li's words quite enjoyable. The key information from her last experience had slipped from his lips. As she walked out, she pondered what pressures Instructor Kaiying and Instructor Chen might be under. Lost in thought, she instinctively raised her hand when someone suddenly appeared beside her. Jin's reflexes were quick enough to avoid her slap, though he nearly stumbled to the ground in the process. You scared my sister. You asked for it, Xu Shichen scoffed, directing cold mockery at Jin. To Xu Shichen, Xu Lingxiu now seemed almost godlike. She was grateful she hadn't heeded her brother and mother's advice to distance herself from Xu Lingxiu. With her around, Xu Shichen felt much more confident during this trial period. This is the second time you've done this to me, Jin glared at Xu Lingxiu with a hint of resentment, and I came to check on you out of kindness. Xu Lingxiu remained silent, glancing at the smart brain to check the time. There was still about an hour until the official training began. Shinsholi has already taken his third shower today. No matter how I coax him, he refuses to leave the dormitory, not even from the bathroom, Jin exclaimed in frustration, so I had no choice but to find you two to keep me company. What so entertaining. We'll be training soon, why are you still thinking about play? Xu Shichen retorted. Jin stubbornly countered, you can think about play at any time, okay. The two began to bicker like elementary school children. Xu Lingxiu observed them thoughtfully. According to the information available in the smart brain regarding the Mecha Military Academy, Jin was merely a regular student with an A-level mental power from there. No further information was available. Why was he so closely associated with Shinsholi? Judging by Jin's familiarity with Shinsholi, it was evident they had known each other for a long time. Given Shinsholi's unique status, it could be inferred that Jin's identity was not ordinary, perhaps even quite special, necessitating his concealment while attending Mecha Military Academy. Xu Lingxiu gazed at Jin and Xu Shichen, who were still engaged in their childish argument, and interjected. You're on the first floor, and I'm on the 6th, that's hardly not too far, Jin chimed in, there are clearly 5 floors in between. Shushichan shot him a glare. Is 5 floors really that far? It's a breeze to go back and forth. You certainly wouldn't find it tiring if you took the elevator. The two erupted into yet another round of childish debate. Relying on them for anything was futile. Xu Lingxiu glanced at the dormitory number she had retrieved from the smart brain and decided to return to her room to take a look before the official training commenced. The dormitory building was quite well constructed, with a clean and tidy environment. The lobby on the first floor was equipped with around 10 domestic robots, which students could activate for use in their dormitories. Xu Lingxiu's dormitory was on the first floor. Upon glancing at the doorplate of room 104, she pushed the door open and was greeted by a familiar face. Liu Jin appeared to have just risen from her bed, her long hair cascading down as she wore a bare-patterned pajama set, her expression cold, contrasting sharply with her attire. This pajama set is issued uniformly, Liu Jin explained, noticing Xu Lingxiu's gaze. Yours is also here, on your bed. All students had been abruptly abducted during the transition and had essentially brought no luggage, only their smart brains. All living items were supplied by the training base. As Xu Lingxiu approached her bed, she spotted her own bunny-print pajamas. Xu Lingxiu. The dormitory door swung open once more, and this time, another familiar face entered. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of Xu Lingxiu, akin to a cat spotting a fish, and she quickly approached, though she restrained herself a meter away from Xu Lingxiu. Are you feeling better? Lin Xiao asked cautiously. Nothing serious, Xu Lingxiu replied, raising her hand to show Lin Xiao that her wound. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Lingxiu had been gone for quite a while tending to her hand, and the others had speculated whether there was a more serious issue at play. A group led by Sun Liao had taken delight in spreading rumors about Xu Lingxiu, claiming she had suffered severe injuries and would withdraw from the trial training. While their words held little credibility, Lin Xiao had been quite anxious not seeing Xu Lingxiu. Now that she stood before her, Lin Xiao felt reassured. Xu Lingxiu pointed to an empty bed. Who is that? As the dormitory leader selected by the system, Lin Xiao transmitted the roommate's profile card to Xu Lingxiu. She seems to be a mecha engineer. They have it worse than us. This planet appears to be a rare gold mine location, and they've reportedly been taken to the mines to work. Lin Xiao expressed sympathy, for rare gold is one of the primary materials for mecha manufacturing and is extremely scarce. Even if a rare gold mine is found, the extraction process is incredibly complex. Lin Xiao couldn't help but lament that being taken away wasn't an escape but a descent into a darker hell. She envied them. Xu Lingxiu glanced at the profile card several times, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a few moments, she recalled who the girl was. This was the one who had clung to her during the transition. Her name was Natater. Chapter 19, Formal Training. There was little to tidy up in the dormitory. After exchanging pleasantries with her two roommates, Xu Lingxiu made her way out of the dormitory building. Xu Shijin and Jin Jiang were already engaged in a competition of pull-ups in the vast training ground. Aren't you tired? We still have training to do later, Xu Lingxiu remarked, finding it hard to comprehend the two of them. With their hair colors, one golden and the other crimson, shimmering vibrantly, could such unique hues actually confer any advantage to their stamina? No problem, today, I must show him what true strength is, Xu Shijin declared as she continued her exercise. Just you. Do you really think I would lose to you? Jin retorted defiantly. The two began to bicker as they continued their workout. Xu Lingxiu settled down on the grass, watching them spar verbally as though it were a comedic performance. The wind rustled through the grass, and as she observed the blade swaying gently, Xu Lingxiu found herself momentarily lost in thought, transported back to her university days just before the apocalypse descended upon Earth. Xu, classmate. A light call interrupted Xu Lingxiu's wandering thoughts. She looked up to see Tang Muwen standing beside her with a box in hand. Having perused the real-time updated leaderboard, she noted that Tang Muwen had also successfully earned points from the recent rescue operation, currently standing at 10 points, placing him among the top ranks among analysts who were not particularly favored at the moment. He opened the box to reveal a meal packed from the cafeteria, with a layer of nutritional supplements for military operatives beneath it. You must not have eaten yet, Tang Muwen said, his gaze lowered as he offered the box to Xu Lingxiu. I only went to get this after hearing you came out of the infirmary. Xu Lingxiu reached out to accept it. How could you possibly hear about me coming out of the infirmary? Many people were indeed keeping an eye on Xu Lingxiu, some admiring her, especially the students from the command direction, who had begun to herald her as the luminary of this year's command department at the Moxia Military Academy. Others, however, viewed her with disdain, glaring at her as she maintained her leading score, particularly Sun Liao, who was the most vocal in his jealousy. Others enjoyed pushing him forward as a target, considering that he too had been swept away during the incident and now bore a dismal score, leading many to believe he would ultimately be eliminated, thus making him a convenient weapon to attack Xu Lingxiu. Indeed, the steamed buns from the Moxia Academy were quite delectable. Xu Lingxiu took a bite, finding it comparable to the dishes prepared by the chefs employed at the Xu residence, devoid of the typical synthetic taste of pre-packaged interstellar food. Seeing her eat, Tang Muwen let out a sigh of relief as he sat down beside her. I thought you would refuse me. Xu Lingxiu chewed on the bun. Why would I? I previously thought that some of my actions might have displeased you, Tang Muwen explained. It appears we may have had some misunderstandings. Once she finished the bun, Xu Lingxiu stood up and dusted her hands. There are still misunderstandings. Accepting food from one another serves as a tacit signal of reconciliation among humans, yet Xu Lingxiu did not perceive it this way. She was merely hungry and someone had conveniently offered her food. In a completely safe situation, one would be foolish not to eat, even if Tang Muwen had poisoned it. The infirmary was merely a minute away. What? Tang Muwen stood up, confusion evident in his eyes. I cannot assure you that I can carry you through the probationary period without facing elimination, as Xu Lingxiu stated bluntly. Flattering me serves no purpose other than to waste your efforts. The intelligence system signaled the commencement of formal training, and everyone began to converge towards the assembly point. Xu Shizhen and Jin's contest had yet to be resolved when Xu Lingxiu urged them to hurry along, much like a master hastening her pet dog home. Instructor Kion was absent, with Instructor Chen stepping in to oversee the proceedings. The surprise river assault training was, in essence, a case of acting first and reporting later, with Kion being summoned back to the academy for a meeting regarding the incident. Instructor Chen wore a cheerful smile, yet no one could feel the warmth of his demeanor any longer. Instead, the smile now appeared ominous, leaving everyone uncertain of the ill intentions it might conceal, reminiscent of the day he had cheerfully advised. Having learned from the previous assembly's lesson of selecting individuals, this time they assembled quickly, with no one daring to dawdle. He nodded in satisfaction, instructing the other instructors to bring out the training equipment needed for the day. Several hundred ordinary weighted objects were presented, and the students strapped them onto their backs, each weighing around 20 kilograms. Instructor Chen announced, "We will now commence a 5-kilometer weighted run." The combat-oriented military students were all too familiar with this task and immediately began their run. The non-combat students groaned in dismay yet had no choice but to follow suit. Xu Lingxiu dreaded this very moment. The weight alone was taxing on her body, and now they were expected to run with it. She had a premonition that she might need to visit the infirmary again by the end of the day. Each student's backpack was equipped with a sensor that recorded the distance traveled, syncing in real time with the intelligence system. The fierce competition between Jin and Xu Shizhen continued as they raced ahead, leaving the main group far behind. Leading the pack was Liu Zheng, her long black hair tied back into a high ponytail, swaying gracefully as she led the others, exuding an air of confidence. Xu Lingxiu maintained a leisurely pace at the back of the group, striving to regulate her breathing and conserve energy. She had chosen to follow a slower pace set by those in front of her, grateful if she could simply finish the run. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared beside her. Shen Sholi was running alongside her, maintaining a similar pace. Xu Lingxiu turned her head to glance at him, and he quietly met her gaze. What's wrong? Am I already being lapped? Xu Lingxiu calmly analyzed the situation. No, Shen Sholi frowned. Running too fast makes me sweat excessively. I've already showered 3 times today and don't wish to do so again. At this rate, he might wear his skin raw, and Xu Lingxiu found it somewhat amusing that his cleanliness obsession had reached such an extreme. With each step, Xu Lingxiu felt her legs growing heavier, and she gradually fell further behind the others, noticing that Shensholi's pace was also slowing in tandem. Xu Lingxiu turned to look at Shensholi again. He appeared slightly anxious, pressing his lips together. Are you truly so fearful of sweating? Xu Lingxiu could hardly believe that someone could go to such lengths merely to avoid perspiration. The last time she witnessed such absurdity was with the princess and the pea. Shensholi fell silent, yet Xu Lingxiu could sense a hint of irritation emanating from him. Surely, your aversion to sweating is merely an excuse. You can't be as physically weak as I am, can you? Xu Lingxiu intentionally provoked him, adding fuel to the fire of his growing annoyance. If emotions were visible, Shensholi's frustration would have ignited from a mere spark into a dazzling firework display. Chapter 20 Weakness. Xu Lingxiu observed as Shensholi, in a fit of anger, hastily accelerated away, leaving her as the sole laggard, and she felt a peculiar satisfaction. In truth, she perceived that Shensholi's action stemmed from a desire to accompany her, to spare her from embarrassment, a gesture of goodwill. However, Xu Lingxiu had an uncanny ability to interpret others' kindness as malice. The training ground was expansive, spanning approximately 2 kilometers. Jin and Xu Shichen, engaged in a friendly rivalry, had successfully lapped Xu Lingxiu, their surprise evident as they passed her. Xu Lingxiu, breathless and unable to articulate, merely waved her hands, urging them to continue. Following their lead, others began to overtake her one by one. Liu Xing and Shensholi also sped past, Shensholi awkwardly glancing back at her, leaving Xu Lingxiu perplexed. As her shoulders grew increasingly sore and her legs felt heavier, Xu Lingxiu's pace began to falter, and she struggled to keep up with the goals she had set for herself, slowly becoming detached from the main group. One by one, individuals surpassed her, and even those not specializing in combat began to outpace her. Though these students were not particularly strong in this regard, they had previously been military academy students with a foundational training background, thus performing significantly better than Xu Lingxiu, who had gained. Nevertheless, Xu Lingxiu remained unperturbed, from having nearly collapsed after 2 laps in her family's garden to now managing to endure high-intensity training. She was quite pleased with her own progress. Unfortunately, to the eyes of others, her performance appeared woefully inadequate. Sun Liao, upon overtaking her, jeered loudly, "Isn't this our first place? It seems both the top and bottom can hold the title of first." His words incited laughter from those around him, who eagerly anticipated Xu Lingxiu's dismay or anger. To their disappointment, she remained indifferent, betraying no emotion as she continued her run. Tang Muwen passed by. He quietly inquired, "Perhaps you need me to help you run?" Xu Lingxiu shot him a glance, lacking the strength to engage in conversation to dismiss him. Instead, she silently indicated that they were being watched by an instructor, and they could both find themselves penalized shortly. Tang Muwen understood her hint but nevertheless slowed his pace to run alongside her. The competition for first place soon concluded, with Xu Shichen triumphing by a half-body length. She excitedly looked for her sister amidst the crowd, but the sea of faces made it challenging. Jin, panting beside her, refused to concede. After a while, Liu Xing and Shensholi also arrived, and it took some time before the majority of the group caught up. Everyone came to a halt, and Xu Shichen attempted to assist Xu Lingxiu, only to realize that Xu Lingxiu's steps had not ceased. "She still has another lap," Tang Muwen explained. Only Xu Lingxiu remained on the track, her throat parched as if scorched, her legs heavy to the point of threatening to detach from her body. Sweat poured down her face, and her vision blurred. Wiping the perspiration away, she acknowledged that the foundational training in physical endurance could not be forced. Merely completing the task was an accomplishment in itself. Previously, during the apocalypse, her evolved physique had rendered her unconcerned about physical endurance. However, in this interstellar era, there were no shortcuts. Everything had to be restarted from the beginning. With this thought, she adjusted her breathing, gradually finding her center, maintaining her rhythm. The instructor followed her in a small vehicle, a military baton in hand. After approximately 5 minutes, Xu Lingxiu finally completed the remaining distance. Dragging her weary body, she felt a surge of blood lodged in her throat, threatening to escape, her appearance decidedly unwell. Xu Shichen was the first to rush forward, supporting her and helping her remove the weighted vest she wore. Just as she intended to guide Xu Lingxiu to a slower pace for a brief respite, Instructor Chen appeared. The second training segment is a 10-kilometer weighted run. It seemed that today was solely dedicated to physical endurance training. The students resigned themselves and began to run once more. This time, Xu Shichen did not race to the front to compete with Jin. Instead, she took Xu Lingxiu's hand, wishing to pull her along, but Xu Lingxiu shook her off. "You go ahead and run," Xu Lingxiu stated directly. "No, what will you do if I go?" Xu Shichen sensed Xu Lingxiu's determination to stubbornly push herself, reminiscent of how she had silently chosen the most perilous area during their rescue mission. "I'll rest," Xu Lingxiu declared, halting and making her way toward Instructor Chen. Xu Shichen stood frozen, watching as Xu Lingxiu actually approached Instructor Chen, exchanged a few words, and then sat down. After confirming that Xu Lingxiu had genuinely seated herself, she silently returned to the track, striving to catch up with the already distant Jin. The exchange between Instructor Chen and Xu Lingxiu was quite straightforward. "If you lack a lap, 2 points will be deducted. Are you certain you wish to forfeit?" Xu Lingxiu nodded and sat down. Points were hard-earned and easily squandered. The human body has its limits, and particularly, her own was alarmingly low. There was no need to endanger her life. Survival was paramount. This was Xu Lingxiu's philosophy. Instructor Chen was not surprised by Xu Lingxiu's choice. Her intelligence was evident from the rescue incident. The day she had fainted beside him during their confrontation had further underscored her status as a clever yet physically weak. "Will you regret this?" If one disregarded her physical frailty and mental fortitude issues, Xu Lingxiu was essentially a chosen candidate for a mecha pilot. Operating a mecha required intellect. In fact, it demanded the utmost intelligence. Many people mistakenly believe that commanders are merely clever yet unscrupulous, analysts are humanoid calculators, and mecha pilots are brutish individuals who can fight simply due to high mental fortitude. In reality, the disparity between a clever and a foolish individual wielding such a sophisticated instrument of destruction is monumental. Xu Lingxiu, however, was not troubled by this. After all, her true mental fortitude was classified as SS, not B. The selection criteria for mecha pilots were based on actual capabilities, and her mental prowess would not hinder her. Yet, she had no intention of revealing her SS-level mental fortitude in pursuit of becoming a mecha pilot. Her understanding of mechas was still superficial, and if she wished to gain insight or knowledge about them, she could rely on her acquaintance, Liu Ming, who claimed to be a 3S mecha pilot. For her, Liu Ming currently held an 80% credibility rate. Rather than exposing her SS-level mental fortitude and courting danger, it was wiser to remain inconspicuous, cultivating her strengths while gleaning knowledge about mechas from Liu Ming. "I won't. Being a commander is quite admirable," Xu Lingxiu sincerely asserted. "You have a refreshing perspective," Instructor Chen commented. Xu Lingxiu nodded. "Given the objective conditions, there is no need to impose hardship upon myself." Instructor Chen chuckled with a hint of exasperation, a contrast to his usual smirk that lacked genuine warmth. "However, I have a feeling that once you engage with mechas, you will undoubtedly fall in love with them." Xu Lingxiu did not immediately respond. Suddenly, a vivid image of the enormous white mecha, bowing before her during her mental fortitude awakening, flooded her mind. Beautiful, colossal, and intricately designed, it resembled a knight clad in armor, glistening like moonlight. "Perhaps," Xu Lingxiu replied, her voice tinged with indifference. Chapter 21, Tempering 1. The debt of training that has been neglected must be repaid. Today was entirely devoted to fundamental physical conditioning, comprising a total of 10 kilometers of weighted running followed by another 10 kilometers of steady-paced jogging. As the majority of the participants neared the end of their regimen, they dispersed to the dining hall to replenish their energy. Xu Lingxiu remained on the track, still owing an additional 5 kilometers of weighted running and 8 kilometers of steady-paced jogging. She resolved to complete the 8 kilometers of steady-paced running first. Xu Shichen kindly packed a box of meals for her from the dining hall, but upon receiving it, Xu Lingxiu found herself too exhausted to even chew. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Muwen appeared with a nutritional supplement, which she consumed before taking a few moments to recuperate before continuing her run. "Quite considerate," Xu Shichen muttered softly. "Miss Xu, I am here to assist you." "You may go back to rest and freshen up," Tang Muwen suggested gently. "If she needs anything, I can help in the meantime, and when you are free, I can take my leave." After finishing her training, Xu Shichen had come directly from the dining hall, and indeed, she had not yet had the opportunity to eat or wash up, uncertain if there might be an urgent assembly later that evening. Finding Tang Muwen to be relatively reliable, she accepted the proposal and departed. Tang Muwen watched Xu Shichen leave, then turned to observe Xu Lingxiu, who was laboriously plodding along the track. Her pace was slow, yet she showed no signs of halting. The data on her tracker continued to increment, albeit at a sluggish rate, yet it never ceased. She persevered, her face kissed by the wind, her body drenched in sweat, appearing even more disheveled than after the early morning rescue operation. Gradually, students finished their meals and some gathered to watch Xu Lingxiu, some openly mocking her while others whispered among themselves. Although the commander and analysts had established a rather stereotypical impression of fragility, those training here were, after all, the ones who had applied to the 6 major military academies, fragile only in comparison to the inhuman warriors of the combat division, as they at least had a foundational level of physical training. This level of physical exertion placed them on par with those in the combat division. While they might not excel, they could at least complete their tasks on time. True combat training, however, remained their Achilles heel. Yet, Xu Lingxiu's foundational physical conditioning appeared woefully inadequate, while she excelled in combat, outperforming 7 combat specialists, an utter inversion of reason and logic. "Did you really not go easy on her?" a friend from the same military academy as Wang Chihu inquired curiously. "How on earth did she manage to take you down so effortlessly? Did she bribe you?" Get lost, I would never throw a match in my lifetime," Wang Chihu retorted, observing the encroaching darkness as Xu Lingxiu continued her slow, tortuous progress akin to a little snail. He was genuinely puzzled and found himself unable to comprehend how he could have lost to her, likely to ponder this question repeatedly over the next month and a half. Finally, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xu Lingxiu completed her training regimen for the day. Tang Muwen and Xu Shichen approached to support her as she slowly walked to recover her strength. At that moment, Xu Lingxiu looked utterly ghostly and unsettling. The training ground remained dimly lit, but her fiery red hair stood out starkly against the darkness. Jin and the scowling Shinsholi had arrived unnoticed, and they remained silent until Xu Lingxiu and her companions drew near. "Commander Xu, it appears you're barely hanging on," Jin remarked, having already witnessed how Xu Lingxiu's words could be quite cutting. Seizing the opportunity while she was too fatigued to respond, he quickly retorted. Xu Lingxiu was indeed rendered speechless, yet she managed a gesture towards her shoulder. Following her indication, Jin looked and discovered a large insect perched on his shoulder. "Ah!" he shrieked, leaping into the air, startling the insect, which then flew towards Shinsholi, who froze in place. Ultimately, it was Xu Shichen who intervened to dispose of the creature, all the while chiding, "What on earth are you two doing here? There were plenty of bugs in the woods yesterday, and I didn't see you scared then." Jin countered defensively, "Just because there were many, it doesn't mean they crawled on my shoulder. And this one is clearly monstrous." "Coward," Xu Shichen bluntly jabbed at Jin's pride. "You're the real coward." Jin, recalling the purpose of their visit, added, "Shinsholi and I came here to place a bet. We wanted to see if the instructor would call an emergency assembly tonight, so we decided to wait here. Little did we know the instructor wouldn't show up, but our commander is still here. Here. Pay up." Shinsholi extended his hand. "Clearly, I'll pay you back when we return. Hey, why do you need money from me? You're not lacking." Jin protested begrudgingly. Besides, it was your idea to wait here." Xu Lingxiu withdrew her arm from Tang Muwen's support, having regained some strength and determined to hurry back to wash up. Tang Muwen nodded and politely excused himself, returning to the boys' dormitory. Jin and Xu Shichen, inexplicably fired up, began to engage in a competition of their own, opting to perform pull-ups instead of resting. As Xu Lingxiu made her way to the girls' dormitory, she noticed a figure trailing behind her, mimicking her every step like a tethered spirit. "Shin, is there something on your mind?" she asked, turning back with a hint of exasperation. Shinsholi, carrying the subtle fragrance of gardenias, likely having showered after training, had his tousled hair dancing in the night breeze, occasionally obscuring his light brown eye. In truth, it was more that he was being a nuisance. She silently resolved to keep her thoughts to herself, adhering to the principle that one annoyance was enough. Provoking further might lead to more trouble. Shen Shouli retrieved an object from his pocket and handed it to Xu Lingxiu, initially believing it to be something of significance. She glanced down to find it was a nutritional supplement. Unsure of his intentions for giving it to her at this moment, she looked up to inquire, but he had already walked away. What is he being awkward about? Xu Lingxiu found herself bewildered by this question, but it quickly faded as her priorities shifted back to washing up and contemplating whether the medical office's Cyclac gel could alleviate her muscle soreness. Decoding the intricacies of a young man's sentiments would have to wait. Xu Lingxiu, weary yet determined, returned to her dormitory. Lin Xiao and Liu Jing were absent, so she entered the bathroom for a thorough wash. While her body felt refreshed, the soreness from overexertion was excruciating. After drying her hair, she headed straight to the medical office, where Dr. Li merely glanced at her before quickly averting his gaze. Do you consider this place your home? Indeed. Chapter 22, Tempering 2-inch. Is there any way to alleviate the effects of overtraining and muscle soreness? Xu Lingxiu inquired. Dr. Li stared at her for a few seconds and sighed. Well, come here. She produced a transparent substance resembling a medicinal plaster, connected by a wire to a device that looked like a lie detector from an earthier film. Can't we use that? Xu Lingxiu pointed towards the Zilek gel apparatus. Do you think you are an imperial protected species? Dr. Li instructed Xu Lingxiu to lift her shirt and affix the gel to the severely sore areas. As the machine beside them whirred to life, instantly, Xu Lingxiu felt as though thousands of tiny tendrils were massaging her aching muscles. Sitting beside her, the psychological defenses and physical fatigue, once overwhelming, gradually dissipated under the influence of the device. The advanced technology of the interstellar era was indeed remarkable. She leaned against Dr. Li observed the relaxed and semi-conscious girl before adjusting her glasses, recalling her own initial experience at the Moyi Military Academy. The veteran school physician had advised that simply sitting would suffice, as very few students ever attended, given the generally low intensity of the trial training, which rarely resulted in injuries. Dr. Li had perceived this as a delightful respite, unaware that she would encounter the radical training reforms championed by Kaiyang and instructor Chen, who, on the very first day, had introduced a rigorous combat training regimen. Fortunately, the current situation had reverted to conventional education. Why would one choose such a path and enlist in a military academy? Dr. Li reviewed Xu Lingxiu's physical data, noting that this student had a notably poor constitution. When she had first examined her in the makeshift medical tent, she had not retrieved detailed data. Yesterday's revelation had been alarming. For an ordinary person, merely taking an extra step would leave them breathless, and running for a short duration would induce vomiting. Yet this girl had persevered, reportedly excelling in 1-on-7 combat scenarios, with aspirations in either rescue or command. The day she had fallen asleep in the infirmary, her injuries were not limited to her hands. Numerous bruises and wounds marred her entire body, a sight that tugged at Dr. Li's heartstrings. Even knowing she was merely exhausted and not unconscious, Dr. Li had applied the Zilek gel. Xu Lingxiu's astonishing performance had led Dr. Li to question the accuracy of her data. However, after today's observation, it was clear that her baseline physical capacity had resulted in such depletion. Dr. Li felt reassured. Watching the peacefully slumbering Xu Lingxiu, she couldn't help but stretch. According to her knowledge, Instructor Chen's schedule for the upcoming week was entirely devoted to physical training, which would not change until Kaiyang's return. Could Xu Lingxiu endure this? Dr. Li raised an eyebrow, speculating that many were pondering the same question. However, Xu Lingxiu herself was oblivious to such concerns. Once the treatment concluded, she returned to her dormitory to continue her slumber. The following morning, with the sound of the bugle, Instructor Chen drove a rugged vehicle, initiating their warm-up for a grueling 30-kilometer cross-country run with a 10-kilogram weight. Each participant was also permitted to carry a small pack containing supplies. Xu Shichen, upon hearing this, was deeply worried and sought out Xu Lingxiu. Given the intensity of the training, assuming Xu Lingxiu's condition from the previous day, completing today's run would be exceedingly challenging, and she felt compelled to remain by her side. At that moment, Instructor Chen announced the results from yesterday's performance. Cross-country running was far more perilous than training at the base, and students would be grouped according to their scores, each assigned a corresponding instructor to drive behind them. Naturally, Xu Shichen was placed in the first echelon, while Instructor Chen provided the groupings for a total of 5 batches. When the 5th batch appeared on the intelligence screen, the students exchanged glances, for it comprised only one individual, Xu Lingxiu. Doesn't this imply that even the instructor acknowledges her as the least capable? What a disgrace to report to a military academy with such a training output. Well, we can't say that. After all, she is from the command department. Those who disdained her seized the opportunity to ridicule her, but Lin Xiao, unable to bear it any longer, retorted loudly, "So what? Her scores still place her ahead of all of you." Xu Lingxiu had deducted 2 points yesterday but remained in first place. Sun Liao scoffed, "If she fails to complete today's run, more points will be deducted. Keep deducting, and one day she'll end up with a negative score, just wait and see." He turned, eager to witness any embarrassment on Xu Lingxiu's face, only to be bumped into by Shinsholi, causing him to withdraw into himself, avoiding further confrontation. He disdainfully wiped the spot where he had collided with Sun Liao with a handkerchief from his pocket, saying nothing. The mere gesture suffused Sun Liao's face with a furious flush, his fists clenching tightly. He understood that this was Shinsholi's way of expressing his contempt for him. At that moment, Jin approached with a broad grin, observing Sun Liao, "Weren't you just so loud? Why the silence now?" His demeanor was as brazen as his fiery red hair. Sun Liao, unsure of Jin's background yet recognizing his close alliance with Shinsholi, felt intimidated and refrained from speaking. Jin, finding the situation dull, pulled Shinsholi forward, stopping next to Xu Shichen. "Why don't you go defend your sister?" Xu Shichen rarely wore a stern expression, but she pointed expressionlessly at the map displayed on the intelligence interface. When it was Xu Lingxiu's turn to set off, only she and Instructor Chen remained on the training ground. "Do you really need to drive the vehicle just to monitor me?" Xu Lingxiu glanced back at Instructor Chen. Instructor Chen closed the car door and activated the vehicle with a fingerprint scan. "What else would I do? Am I supposed to run with you? That would create a severe imbalance in my psyche." Xu Lingxiu exited the training area, shouldering her weighted pack and commencing the run along the route delineated by the intelligence interface. This path had been previously scouted by the instructors, with several obstacles cleared. However, it remained challenging, particularly a section within the flood-affected area where they had submerged tents, rendering the ground extremely slippery. One misstep could lead to a fall. Instructor Chen's vehicle glided effortlessly over such terrain, transforming into a hovering device when confronted with difficult sections, before descending back into a car upon reaching stable ground. IV become the last among the instructors. Thus, sometimes choices are more crucial than effort. Xu Lingxiu was unfazed by the goading, deliberately slowing her pace. She remained confident in her ability to complete the training, though the source of her confidence eluded her. Nonetheless, it persisted. Chapter 23, Tempering 3. Sweat trickled down Xu Lingxiu's neck, and she gasped as she reached the first designated rest point set by the instructors. By this time, half the day had already elapsed. She unzipped her supply pack, seated herself, and silently consumed a tube of nutrient solution. Glancing at the movement route of the main group, the first echelon was nearing the second rest point. The first segment is the easiest. while the third segment poses the greatest challenge. Xu Lingxiu took a swig of water to wash away the sugary aftertaste. My objective today is to complete the task, not to compete. If Kyan were here, he would undoubtedly impose an additional Xu Lingxiu expressionlessly nodded. Then I must thank you for not being so tyrannical. As the break time concluded, she rose to her feet and readjusted her load. The artificial sun hung overhead, its rays scorching her skin. The path she trod was narrow, littered with stones. She steadied herself against the sun-heated stone wall on her left. Instructor Chen remained in the hovering vehicle, watching her struggle through the rocky terrain. If you wish to abandon this. Unbeknownst to her, her ankles had been grazed, drawing blood. After traversing the stony path, she reached the grassland, pausing momentarily to apply a hemostatic agent before continuing to run. She had never contemplated surrendering, nor did she ever intend to. 2 hours of unrelenting progress led her to the second rest point, where she spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, Instructor Chen leaped from his hovering vehicle, extending his hand toward her. How are your feet? Not too serious, Xu Lingxiu waved dismissively, her voice hoarse. Several students ahead have already given up and boarded the instructor's flying vehicles on their way back, many with injured feet. Instructor Chen's insinuation was unmistakable. Kyan had been summoned back for a reprimand due to the tangible dangers posed by the river's sudden onslaught. Although they maintained a facade of indifference towards the students, they were, in fact, deeply concerned about their safety. The probability of an incident occurring on this path with injuries was significant, compounded by Xu Lingxiu's visibly slowing pace as twilight approached. Nighttime cross-country trekking with a heavy load would only exacerbate the difficulties. Xu Lingxiu comprehended Instructor Chen's implications. After resting for a considerable time, her throat finally felt less painful before she spoke. Instructor Chen, I am quite protective of my own life. Yesterday's relentless training had indeed made her acutely aware of her precarious situation, prompting her to request a temporary respite. Her body required an acclimatization period, as she had been operating under excessive strain for several days. Though the burdened cross-country exercise sounded daunting, her well-deserved rest yesterday, combined with her ability to self-regulate her pace, allowed her to complete today's training within her limits, not exceeding her psychological expectations. Seeing her resolve, Instructor Chen refrained from further commentary and returned to his hovering vehicle. As night descended, Xu Lingxiu navigated through the darkness, the sound of flowing water indicating a river that lay ahead. The stones were slippery as she waded through, and under Instructor Chen's tacit approval, she proceeded cautiously. Was this where you released the water the night before last? She inquired as the icy water surged. Instructor Chen observed her as she forded the river, remaining silent for a moment before replying, You need to go a bit further downstream. He glanced at the cognitive. On the map, only Xu Lingxiu continued to advance at a sluggish pace. This was the final stretch. Today's staggered departures had been determined by their assessments of the students' physical conditions. Xu Lingxiu's expected performance level in his mind should have led her to surrender midway through the first segment, which was why she had been assigned to the 5th batch. Yet here she was, having already completed half of the 3rd segment. Instructor Chen recalled a long-standing joke he had encountered in the past on the neural network. If a remarkably persistent and determined snail set its mind on pursuing a human, its chances of failure were certainly not 100%. In the confinement room of the training base, Xu Shizhen was straining to peer through the sole small window in the room. Sitting on a chair, Jin could not help but interject, You can't see anything from there. What are you hoping to catch a glimpse of? Having had their cognitive interfaces confiscated and being punished with solitary confinement and written reflections, both of them were in darkness. Xu Shizhen fumed, This is all your fault. Your actions were too conspicuous, directly exposing us. TSK, how was I to know that instructor would happen to look our way? Jin lamented as he leaned on the desk, writing his reflection. Your actions were equally conspicuous, you know. It was a stroke of misfortune that the person they had conspired to dunk into the water was Sun Liao, who had a penchant for causing trouble for Xu Lingxiu. Xu Shizhen, adhering to her principle of following through on her intentions, had initially been in the 1st echelon, but had dawdled long enough to join the 3rd in order to fulfill her desire to kick Sun Liao into the water. Little did she know that Jin was also aware of her plan and insisted on accompanying her. As they executed their scheme, with her kicking his rear and him targeting her legs, they inadvertently landed themselves in significant trouble before the instructor. Noticing Jin diligently writing at his desk, Xu Shizhen leaned in for a closer look. "Your handwriting is rather elegant." It was evident he had been trained in calligraphy from a young age, and there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about it. Xu Shizhen nodded. The educational resources in the third star system are quite commendable. The empire comprised 4 star systems, with wealth decreasing as the number increased. Jin's origins were displayed as the third star system as technological advancements in cognitive interfaces and artificial intelligence progressed. It was increasingly rare for families to enroll their children in calligraphy classes. The continuous loss of talent had rendered professional calligraphy instructors scarce, causing the children from ordinary families seldom engaged in dedicated calligraphy training. Jin paused, twirling the pen in his hand. Perhaps you should go back to the window. Be careful not to miss the rare sight of the commander's return." Upon hearing this, it is unusual for someone from the third star system to be so familiar with our empire's future military luminary. She raised an eyebrow, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear. Everyone had begun to realize Jin's extraordinary status, yet Xu Shizhen could not recall any notable figures from the third star system. Jin continued writing. "Ishin Sholi isn't someone particularly difficult to meet. Spare me, those Jew." Before their direct encounters, she had perceived Shin Sholi as an insufferable pretender. Now, having interacted with him, she found him to be an obsessive perfectionist, a fastidious pretender. Chapter 24. Forging for that night. A gentle drizzle began to fall, and the final stretch of the off-road journey was fraught with mud and splashes. Xu Lingxiu, drenched and filthy as if wading through a swamp, bore scratches on her face and hands from branches, blood seeping out only to be washed away by the rain. She ran while sneezing, resembling a stray puppy. Instructor Chen trailed behind, nearing the time when the training base would enforce a curfew for the students. The intelligence system had sent an inquiry regarding their current situation. "All is well," Instructor Chen replied. "We are almost there." He had observed Xu Lingxiu's struggle throughout the journey and noted several instances where he believed she ought to have given up, yet she persevered through sheer will. It was challenging for him to articulate his feelings towards the student. Xu Lingxiu, meanwhile, was not preoccupied with thoughts. Her physical condition permitted no such luxury. She had reached her limits, and it was a testament to her strength that she had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Mechanically, she followed the route mapped out by the intelligence system, relying solely on her determination to maintain her running pace in the darkness. Suddenly, a bright light flashed ahead, blinding her momentarily, prompting her to halt. 2 figures approached, clad in military-grade waterproof uniforms, their special fabric conforming snugly to their bodies, shielding them from the rain, while their lights illuminated the path like daylight. The accompanying instructor, visibly exasperated, explained, "This student insists on retrieving an item she lost during her daytime training." Shinsholi's unique status made it difficult for the instructor to refuse his request. No one wished to offend the grandson of General Shin or the Empire's future star with an S level of mental prowess. Understanding the situation, Xu Lingxiu wiped the rainwater from her face and continued running, only to be halted by a grip on her wrist as she passed Shinsholi. Had she possessed more strength, she would have certainly executed a shoulder throw. "What is it?" Xu Lingxiu asked, perplexed. The remaining distance was not far, and 10 minutes later, the gates of the training base came into view. Xu Lingxiu had successfully arrived, completing the day's training. As the gates swung open, she lifted her gaze to find numerous. Outside the base, a transparent shell enveloped the area, preventing the rain from falling directly inside, instead allowing it to trickle down her hair and onto the grass. The girl appeared pallid, her complexion devoid of color, with wounds oozing blood. Despite her utterly disheveled state, she held her back straight and tilted her head slightly to survey the crowd, discarding the burdens and supply pack at her feet. This was a posture of complete triumph. No words were spoken, but soon, someone began to applaud. Lin Xiao and Tang Muwen led the charge, and one by one, the onlookers joined in their applause. Xu Lingxiu's achievements would henceforth attract considerable attention. The singular presence of her fifth team and her steadfast position at the top of the overall ranking sparked vibrant discussions among her peers. The difficulty of today's training had led many to question whether she could succeed, especially as some combat-oriented students had opted to forego the challenge. She did quite well during the rescue operation. Always harping on about her frailty. What do you call it when she outmaneuvers others? Is she half paralyzed? Wang Qihu and Xu Lingxiu's combat skills were genuinely formidable. This incident prompted Wang Qihu to reconsider whether the correlation between combat prowess and physical fitness still held true, yet he ultimately concluded that not everyone possessed the exceptional qualities of Xu Lingxiu. Even so, he remained doubtful about her ability to complete the day's training. As Xu Lingxiu's name continued to progress on the map, however, the perceptions of her peers began to shift. Could Xu Lingxiu be putting? Why hasn't she given up? She has the tenacity and perseverance to see it through, doesn't she? Let us see if she can truly hold on. How is she actually managing to persist? Our esteemed commander has returned to the training base. Instructor Chen's V. He leaped from the car to address the crowd. Today's training is officially concluded. All who completed it received 2 points, with an additional point for those in the top 5. Those who abandon the challenge will incur a penalty of 1 point. He removed his gloves and cast a lingering glance at Xu Lingxiu. Head to the infirmary. With that, Instructor Chen turned to return to his quarters. As the crowd began to disperse, the gates opened once more, revealing Shen Sholi and the accompanying instructor, who had initially sought to find something. He removed his raincoat and approached Xu Lingxiu. Did you find your item? She inquired casually while heading toward the infirmary. I did not find it, nor will I continue searching, Shen Sholi replied quietly, a hint of suppressed emotions evident in his tone. Xu Lingxiu, preoccupied with her own physical and mental state, paid little heed to the young master's musings. She nodded and continued on her way. Tang Muwen emerged from the crowd, intending to assist Xu Lingxiu, but he was deftly avoided and many familiar faces surrounded her. Sun Liao, limping on one leg, glared at Xu Lingxiu, who had successfully returned. His teeth were nearly ground to dust in frustration. Chapter 25. Any mech piloted by someone with a psychic level below A would disintegrate entirely. What fantastical notions are you entertaining? A fleeting image of a figure traversing through the night crossed Shen's mind, and he couldn't help but shake his head. You are correct. I have indeed been provoking that group of rascals these past few days. Kyan grinned broadly. If you miss me, just say it outright, just wait, in a couple of days, I shall return, and we shall engage in some delightful training with those rascals. In the infirmary, Sun Liao's resentful gaze appeared to be glued to Xu Lingxiu's form, not straying for a moment. Xu Lingxiu entered the compartment and instructed the household robot to cleanse her body, all the while watching intently, nearly rushing in herself. Li turned to give him a glance. Have you injured your eyes as well? It was all Xu Lingxiu's fault. It was this woman who had caused his suffering. The moment he returned, he entered the infirmary for treatment. His ankle was sprained, requiring a lengthy recovery, and he fixated on the intelligent brain's display of Xu Lingxiu's movements. However, she returned triumphant, rendering all his earlier curses utterly futile. Once cleansed and no longer in such a disheveled state, Xu Lingxiu emerged, connected to the treatment apparatus, and promptly fell asleep, never once casting her gaze upon Sun Liao. Sometimes, being ignored inflicts far greater pain than disdain. Sun Liao, seething with anger, found himself embroiled in a soliloquy that garnered no audience, ultimately convincing himself to look the other way and succumb to sleep. As his bodily functions began to restore, Xu Lingxiu's dreams bore no sign of apocalypse. She stood amidst an expanse of darkness, and shortly thereafter, a house nestled in the mountains materialized before her. Xu Lingxiu hesitated briefly before pushing the door open. A young man, unfamiliar yet inviting, sat behind a tea table, lifting his head with a smile directed at her, the wind causing the bamboo house's wind chimes to tinkle melodiously. 2 seconds later, the dream distorted into obscurity, and Xu Lingxiu awakened to find the infirmary empty save for herself. Removing the apparatus, she prepared to leave when Li called after her. Curfew has arrived. The instructor has mandated that others return to their dormitories, but I have requested your presence to remain, as your treatment protocol has yet to reach completion, awaiting your awakening. Dr. Li's fingers interlaced as she turned her gaze upon Xu. With such a statement, it was evident that she had something of significance to convey. Xu lowered her eyes. Is there an issue with my health, doctor? Dr. Li, intent on discussing matters of health, naturally prompted Xu to anticipate the worst. The doctor visualized data in the air. Here are the statistics from the past 2 days regarding your body, comparing yesterday and today. In just 24 hours, you have made significant strides in your fundamental physical capabilities and bodily functions. Her expression was a blend of disbelief and inquiry. Considering your training regimen, I have discovered that as long as you can precisely push your body to its limits during training and subsequently receive adequate recovery treatment, your foundational skills and physical abilities will experience a qualitative leap. Regrettably, I have not gathered comprehensive data from these past few days. Otherwise, I would surmise that your initial breakthrough in physical limits occurred following treatment with the Zilac concentrate. Dr. Li rose, fixing her gaze upon Xu. You realized its unique effect on you a couple of days ago, did you not? Xu nodded sincerely. Indeed, I have nothing to conceal. Previously, merely walking a few steps could lead to coughing up blood. Recently, I have felt rejuvenated each time I awakened. Is there a problem with that? Although she felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with this body, it was limited to her ability to control it for combat, and she had no effect. Thus, she believed that the improvement in her physical condition was a result of the Zilac concentrate's influence. She maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally apprehensive, as she could not ascertain whether her unique physical state stemmed from the soul of a post-apocalyptic era residing within her. Just as her anxiety peaked, Dr. Li smiled, reaching up to touch her ice-blue hair. This type of physique is indeed documented in our medical archives, though the cases are exceedingly rare. Currently, there are only 2. It is said that there are other cases within the Federation, but they are unwilling to share information with us. She shrugged helplessly before continuing. At present, I lack sufficient data to definitively declare that you possess this unique physique. Such types typically exhibit some innate deficiencies, which perfectly align with your previous physical condition. The rigorous training you have undertaken these past few days has pushed your body to its limits, and you have. Furthermore, the subsequent effective recovery treatments have facilitated your body's repair, notably the Zilac concentrate you deem beneficial. In this context, your exceptional physique has been awakened. As long as you maintain this state, you will continue to grow stronger. However, challenging limits requires considerable self-control and precision, otherwise, even a slight miscalculation could lead to failure, while excessive effort could result in disaster. So, it is thus, according to the doctor's explanation, the Zilac concentrate merely serves as an auxiliary element, with her unique physical constitution being of greater significance. Thus, her adeptness and familiarity with this body correlated with the inherent special traits it possessed. Dr. Li scrutinized the young girl before her. At a glance, she still appeared to be a pale and frail girl, with perhaps the most noticeable change being a slight rosiness in her complexion compared to 2 days prior. At this moment, she exhibited a hint of surprise, her demeanor now far more endearing than the usual coldness she portrayed. Dr. Li pondered for a moment before deciding to instill confidence in Xu. To be candid, aside from you, our only other documented case of this unique physique belongs to General Galaxy, the most formidable and illustrious mech warrior of the interstellar age. With him as a precedent, you, as a newcomer, cannot afford to be lacking. Upon hearing the name of General Galaxy, Xu felt a subtle flutter in her heart. What a pity. My psychic level is B. She smiled, accepting Dr. Li's encouragement while maintaining an outwardly composed facade. Then you can become the strongest commander. Dr. Li was positively exhilarated. Should Xu successfully substantiate her claim of possessing the same exceptional physique as General Galaxy, she would etch her name into the annals of medical history within the interstellar empire. Thus, she was eager to fill Xu with encouragement and spur her on to greater strength. What I wish to convey today is my hope that you will cooperate more frequently with visits to the infirmary for examinations, allowing me to gather more data for confirmation. Dr. Lee returned to the main topic. Additionally, I will inform your instructor once I have sufficient data. It was serendipitous that she had awakened to such timely news. Xu Lingxiu, even without Dr. Lee's urging, would have visited the infirmary daily. She readily agreed, no problem. Having said all she needed, Dr. Li opened the door, allowing Xu Lingxiu to return to her dormitory. Standing at the entrance of the infirmary, Xu Lingxiu rubbed her hands together and gazed up at the twinkling stars above. The constellations here were far more numerous and radiant than those of Earth during the apocalyptic era, resembling a vast river formed by the gathering of stars, the Milky Way. She recalled that individual who, like herself, had seemingly come from Earth. The legendary general, whose name was spoken by countless individuals, had seen his era come to a close, his name becoming a legendary monument commemorated by all, yet the era of legend that belonged to Xu Lingxiu was merely in its prologue. Chapter 26, Transformation. In the ensuing days, the rigorous foundational training, meticulously arranged by Instructor Chen, continued to escalate daily. Confronted with challenges that evidently surpassed her limits, Xu Lingxiu decisively opted for a strategic retreat to safeguard her well-being. She endeavored to complete as much as she could manage, and at the day's end, would retire to the infirmary for rest. Time passed swiftly amidst this fulfilling yet demanding regimen, interspersed with precious moments of respite. On the eve of Instructor Kion's return, Instructor Chen issued the same training directives as on the inaugural day. With a 5-kilometer weight-bearing run, the students, now accustomed to the drill, dutifully donned their burdens and awaited the command to commence. As they ran, a ripple of commotion stirred among the students. Xu Lingxiu, who had previously lagged behind, suddenly surged to the midsection of the formation, her breath steady and her demeanor a stark contrast to the gasping figure of her first day. Her strides were firm and unwavering. The students trailing behind her were struck with disbelief. How could they possibly be outpaced by Xu Lingxiu? Fueled by a surge of competitive spirit, those behind began to sprint desperately, while those in front, unwilling to slacken their pace, pushed themselves to their limits. Observing the escalating fervor among the students, the leaders Jin and Xu Shichen intensified their efforts, urging the group into a frenzied acceleration. Beside Instructor Chen, another instructor gazed in astonishment at the collective sprint. In stark contrast, her fellow students, especially those situated closer to her, lay sprawled on the ground, panting and gasping for breath, appearing as if they were on the brink of collapse. All students completed the training 5 minutes faster than their previous attempt, with those in combat roles achieving the imperial military standard of 25 minutes, while non-combatants finished within 30 minutes. This collective surge of latent potential was ignited solely by Xu Lingxiu's extraordinary performance. Xu Lingxiu approached Xu Shichen, helping her to her feet. In her zeal to maintain her newfound prowess, Xu Shichen had overexerted herself. Nearby, Jin, sharing the same plight, extended his hand in protest. I want to be helped too. Xu Lingxiu glanced at the other standing figure, Shun Shouli. Help him, as Xu Lingxiu instructed. Shun Shouli declined. No. His rolling on the ground, covered in dirt. Jin, incensed, scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, How can you say that about me? At that moment, a fatigued Tang Muwen approached, nearly toppling over from exhaustion. Xu Lingxiu swiftly caught him with one hand. Tang Muwen's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight as he murmured, Thank you. From the initial disdain tinged with hostility to Xu Lingxiu's willingness to aid him, this marked a significant transformation. He felt a sense of joy, interpreting her action as a sign of inclusion within her defined boundaries. Xu Lingxiu, however, did not dwell on this. She simply wished to avoid appearing ungrateful, considering how Tang Muwen had been diligently following her around like an attendant these past few days. It would seem rather callous not to lend a hand when it was within her capacity. The term, indifference, flickered in Xu Lingxiu's mind, abruptly conjuring images of her resolutely firing at the infected in a post-apocalyptic world. This word, once intimately linked to her existence, now felt somewhat alien and uncomfortable. Instinctively, she released her grip on Tang Muwen, who stumbled slightly but managed to regain his balance, offering her a faint smile in silence. Xu Shichen, leaning against her shoulder, playfully exclaimed, Sister, you are incredible, you are no longer the person you once were. As Xu Shichen nuzzled into her shoulder, she recalled her first encounter with her adoptive sister, when Xu Lingxiu had conformed so closely to the stereotypes described by her mother and brother, a frail, unremarkable. At that time, Xu Lingxiu seemed to embody none of the ideals Xu Shichen had envisioned for an elder sister, leading her to instinctively feel a protective urge towards her. Despite her brother and mother's disdain, Xu Shichen viewed her as a blameless, vulnerable being, naturally encompassing Xu Lingxiu within her protective sphere. However, as Xu Lingxiu navigated her training at the Morjer Military Academy, she consistently demonstrated her strength and resilience, transforming the perception of those around her. Her presence no longer evoked pity or desire to protect her, but rather commanded respect and trust, embodying the essence of a formidable ally. "You're too old to be clinging to your sister like that," a Jin interjected, unable to contain his irritation at the tender moment. "Is your family from Capital Star? Are you the son of a duke, baron, or perhaps a minister or general? Are you merely masquerading as a third-class citizen?" Jin quickly ducked behind Shinsholi, declaring, "This is all Shinsholi's doing, ask him if you don't believe me." Shinsholi stood firm between them, a pillar of calm amidst the chaos of the young brawlers. He turned to Xu Lingxiu, his gaze unmistakably clear. "Will you intervene?" Xu Lingxiu shook her head resolutely. "I will not." Faced with the national treasure of a young master, who was lauded by her brother, mother, and everyone around them, Xu Shichen maintained a modicum of composure, refraining from physically confronting him. Instead, she regarded Shinsholi with curiosity, inquiring, "You seem to know everything while appearing indifferent to everything else. How is that possible?" With a swift motion, Shinsholi nudged Jin backward, causing him to stumble to the ground, where he still managed to wink at Shinsholi, silently conveying his gratitude for taking the blame. "I visited your home the other day." "It's only natural I would know," he replied, recalling the rather awkward moment when he had witnessed Xu Lingxiu kicking someone into the fountain at the banquet. He had even fabricated a false testimony, claiming to have seen nothing. As he concluded this thought, Shinsholi's gaze momentarily lingered on Xu Lingxiu before swiftly averting, knowing well that, despite their starkly contrasting circumstances, the transformed Xu Lingxiu seemed perpetually unaware of his sentiments. Chapter 27, The Rival. In the subsequent training sessions, Xu Lingxiu maintained a firm grip on her position in the middle of the team, prompting a flurry of discussions regarding the rapid and unexpected transformation she had undergone. Ultimately, the consensus was that while her progress had indeed been swift, it was not entirely unforeseen. In fact, it had become evident over the past few days that she was gradually keeping pace with the foundational physical training, albeit still trailing at the back, which had gone unnoticed by most. In just a matter of days, she had ascended from an inconspicuous participant to a pentagonal warrior, albeit one with a slight deficiency in mental fortitude. Lin Xiao was genuinely delighted by the transformation of her roommate. Although they were not particularly close, this emotional connection felt akin to her own triumph in the Mecha tournament, where she had accurately predicted a strong contender, thus affirming her discerning judgment. Moreover, their group had undeniably benefited from Xu Lingxiu's prowess in combat training. Regrettably, the training facility's signal was blocked. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to boast daily about sharing a room with a Zawei star from the Morjer Military Academy. The sound of fingerprint verification echoed as Xu Lingxiu returned from the infirmary, having previously struggled with her physical condition. The subsequent improvements she experienced were both significant and relatively straightforward, akin to elevating a score from 0, if not negative, to a passing mark of 60. However, advancing beyond that threshold proved to be more challenging. Dr. Li had just discussed the drawbacks of her condition, emphasizing that she could not consistently push herself to her physical limits, as doing so would severely hinder her progress. Being caught at the brink of her physical capacity posed considerable risks during practical exercises. Without the fierce yet cautious spirit she had displayed in recent days, success would have been elusive. But there is no need for you to rush. Your specialization is as a commander, and your current physical capabilities are more than adequate, Dr. Li reassured her. Simply being a commander. Xu Lingxiu's mind flashed once more to the imposing white mecha as she lay down on her bed, suddenly feeling a pang of longing for Liu Ming. Although Jin and Shushichin often chattered beside her, there was an undeniable difference. The Samoyed being of Liu Ming seemed infinitely more comforting and endearing than any human. The door opened again, and Lin Xiao shifted her gaze from Xu Lingxiu to the entering Liu Zheng. This S-rank mentalist, destined to become a mecha soldier, wore an expression of fatigue. Lin Xiao, being slightly more familiar with her, was aware that Liu Zheng had been secretly increasing her training regimen. During the trial period at Mecha Military Academy, the spotlight had initially shone on Shinsholi and Liu Zheng, the two having engaged in a riveting duel that drew the attention of all the students. Each cohort of the 6 military academies boasts its own rising stars, and there had been a prevailing expectation that the next standout from Mecha would emerge from among the two. However, it had recently become evident that Xu Lingxiu had essentially stolen the limelight. Whether through admiration or derision, all eyes, including those of the instructors, were now fixated on Xu Lingxiu, and Lin Xiao could empathize with the pressure Liu Zheng must be experiencing. Liu Zheng herself shared this sentiment. Her exceptional abilities had caught the attention of the recruitment officers at Mecha, who had offered her enticing conditions. She was acutely aware of her own worth. Mecha Military Academy sought to restore its reputation and revive its standing in the military league by showcasing outstanding students to bear the banner of excellence. The trial period provided an excellent opportunity for such displays. Throughout combat training, Liu Zheng had believed her greatest rival would be Shinsholi, who had instilled a sense of pressure in her, making her acutely aware of the formidable challenge before her. Yet now, the brilliance radiating from Xu Lingxiu overshadowed everyone, including the already impressive Shinsholi. Liu Zheng felt slightly breathless. Upon placing her belongings down, she glanced over to see Xu Lingxiu already deep in slumber. Liu Zheng felt a twinge of confusion. As a roommate, she had observed Xu Lingxiu's remarkable ability to self-regulate. Xu Lingxiu was entirely the type of person who appeared to be unaware of others. Unlike the mental frameworks Liu Zheng constructed for herself, Xu Lingxiu seemed to regard no one as a rival. Each day, her endeavors were solely about surpassing her own limits, and regardless of the outcome, she remained unperturbed and undaunted. Liu Zheng lay on her bed, hands cradling her head, staring at the ceiling, listening to the steady rhythm of Xu Lingxiu's breathing nearby. Gradually, her own heart began to settle. Xu Lingxiu must possess some extraordinary charm that quieted and calmed everyone around her. With this thought, she, too, drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Xu Lingxiu, the object of her contemplation, was far from settled. Perhaps due to the intense emotional fluctuations experienced during the day, she found herself dreaming once again of the cataclysmic events of the apocalypse. She walked along a scorched path, clad not in the uniform of an enforcer but in tattered clothing, even without shoes, her bare feet unscathed by the recently burned earth. It soon dawned on Xu Lingxiu that this day marked the beginning of her evolution. The apocalypse for humanity had been ushered in by the invasion of mutated beasts, yet amid the desolation, a flicker of hope blossomed, the emergence of evolved humans. These individuals were immune to infection. In dire circumstances, 1 in 10 might ascend to become an evolved human, possessing extraordinary physical attributes. Evolved humans could directly confront small to medium-sized mutated beasts, providing a glimmer of hope for humanity. Thus, the Enforcer organization was born, with evolved humans bearing the weight of humanity's future, battling mutated beasts and eradicating infected individuals, striving to ensure the survival of human races such as Lycair done amid the apocalypse. It was in this fiery wasteland that Xu Lingxiu, the evolved human, came into existence. At that time, mutated beasts had yet to acquire the ability to ignite fires, making it evident that the conflagration was set by humans. Humanity required evolved beings. Evolved beings were not superhumans. Although they could combat mutated beasts and resist infection, they were still susceptible to death in battle, as they were not invulnerable. Consequently, humanity resorted to orchestrating accidents to create evolved beings. A street was set ablaze, resulting in the deaths of over 100 ordinary humans, yet yielding a probability of discovering 5 to 10 evolved individuals, a prospect deemed a surefire investment by the higher echelons of humanity in their macro-strategic overview. It was in such circumstances that Enforcer Xu Lingxiu was born. She abruptly opened her eyes, sitting upright. In the dormitory, Lin Xiao and Liu Zheng remained peacefully asleep, while outside, the instructors had already risen to commence their daily training regimen. Xu Lingxiu observed for a moment, suddenly feeling the weight of a burning gaze upon her. Liu Jing had risen at some point and was now staring intently at her. Can you shoot? Chapter 28. The return. Xu Lingxiu's interactions with Liu Jing were sparse. She was not known for her loquacity, often maintaining a stoic demeanor and speaking sparingly. This unexpected inquiry left Xu Lingxiu uncertain of Liu Jing's motives behind her question. Sure, what's up? Xu Lingxiu turned her body to face Liu Jing directly. On the day the shooting training room opens, could we have a match? Liu Jing attempted to soften her tone, yet her habitual coldness rendered her words somewhat provocative. However, Xu Lingxiu seemed unfazed. All right. She took it as a customary invitation for a competition. Although Xu Lingxiu had not formally studied shooting, her first encounter with a real firearm had coincided with her first experience of taking a life. After freshening up, she exited the building to find Liu Jing still sitting on her bed, looking somewhat dazed, as if she could hardly believe she had just issued a challenge to Xu Lingxiu. Lin Xiao silently pulled down the blanket covering her head, bewildered by what she had just heard. Liu Jing had taken the initiative to challenge Xu Lingxiu, and Xu Lingxiu had readily accepted. To be honest, Lin Xiao had pondered whether there would ever be a day when the two would clash. In her imagination, it would have been amidst a battlefield filled with smoke, yet the reality felt as mundane as two individuals casually inquiring if each other had eaten breakfast. Thinking of breakfast made Lin Xiao suddenly feel hungry. She hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to the cafeteria, but arriving late meant she was left with only nutrient liquid to drink. She longed for steaming buns and crispy youtiao. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, she encountered Instructor Chen, who was carrying 2 breakfast orders out. Instructor, heading for breakfast. Lin Xiao dutifully greeted. Instructor Chen nodded. I'm going to pick up your instructor Kion. Lin Xiao's momentum towards the cafeteria came to an abrupt halt. Instructor Kion was coming back, the tyrannical head instructor, who took pleasure in tormenting them and had showered them with unexpected gifts upon their first meeting, was returning. Suddenly, the aroma wafting from the cafeteria seemed far less enticing to Lin Xiao. Instructor Kion himself remained oblivious to the fact that his return had diminished the appetite of an ordinary female student. At that moment, he was reclining in Instructor Chen's office, legs crossed. When the door opened, he had arrived. Instructor Chen shot him an annoyed glare. I had already activated my aircraft to pick you up, and you sneak in here without a word. Having been nagged for days by the old men at Mosia Military Academy to refrain from tormenting the children, Kion was on the verge of developing calluses on his ears from their admonishments. Eagerly freed, he could hardly wait for Instructor Chen to fetch him and had made his way to the training base on his own. He unceremoniously snagged a soft, steamed bun from the breakfast that Instructor Chen had packed, taking a bite. Don't you usually drink tea and nibble on pastries? That was for you, Instructor Chen said, pulling up a chair and frowning at Kion, who was devouring his food. What's wrong? Did they starve you during your return? Not quite, Kion replied, swallowing a mouthful of soy milk. It's just that the food at the training base seemed especially appealing. Watching those old men glower at you day after day, what could you possibly eat? Just not throwing up is a victory. His recent days had been quite trying. The old men seemed eager to hold a hearing to ascertain any further plans for tormenting the students, urging him to abandon such ideas. Isn't it just because General Shen's grandson is here that they fear something might go awry? General Shen hasn't voiced any concerns, so why are they so anxious? Kion truly felt unfortunate. These old geezers claim their motives are noble, prioritizing the safety of all students, yet they think no one sees through their selfish agendas. Instructor Chen tapped his fingers on the table in agreement. Mosia has been declining year by year, thanks to them. At this point, Kion's expression darkened. If they insisted on using their outdated training methods, akin to herding free-range sheep, and let Shinsholi report back to his grandfather, that would truly be a disgrace. He stood up, gazing through the one-way glass window, where students were gathering, led by another instructor for their morning physical training session. They believe that with Liu Jing and Shinsholi as guarantees, at least we won't embarrass ourselves in the Military Academy League's Mech competition, and that suffices for them. This reflects their utterly flawed strategic vision. This topic was somewhat too sensitive. Instructor Chen frowned and spoke up. Kion waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. Everything has been running smoothly these past few days, right? Instructor Chen hesitated for a moment, leading Kion to believe he was upset, prompting him to quickly add, with you in charge, there wouldn't be any issues. I was just being overly curious. That's not it, Instructor Chen interrupted his self-reproach. Is there really a problem? Kion was taken aback. Instructor Chen transmitted a data report directly to his neural interface, a revised version that Dr. Li had previously shown to Xulingqiu.it detailed all of Xulingqiu's recent training data, substantiating the existence of her unique constitution. She shares the same type as General Inher. The more Kion examined the report, the deeper his friend became. After meticulously reviewing each piece of data, his brow finally relaxed, and he looked at Instructor Chen with a dawning realization. So, that's why you asked me that day if my mental strength was rated B and if I could pilot a mech. Instructor Chen nodded slightly, affirming Kion's inquiry. Kion fell silent, reviewing the information once more. Xulingqiu was an extraordinarily remarkable individual. Although he had not witnessed her transformation firsthand, the data's rapid progression illustrated just how swiftly she had evolved in recent days. Instructor Chen had observed her metamorphosis firsthand, having trailed behind her during the endurance training. He had witnessed her willpower, courage, and determination, ultimately leading him to question the established military tenet. Could someone with a mental strength rating of B truly pilot a mech? Kion fully comprehended. It's akin to that day during combat training when I saw her react like one of those Ars madmen. Do you recall how you reassured me back then about mental strength limitations? In this interstellar era, mental strength levels represented a rigid hierarchy. Countless sacrifices had warned humanity against crossing boundaries, and people had gradually accepted the notion that only those with high mental strength could demonstrate superior capabilities. Xulingqiu, rated at mental strength B, was an anomaly. If she had always been this strong, many might suspect a malfunction in the mental strength assessment. However, having witnessed her ascent from weakness to strength made it easy for others to harbor extraordinary expectations for her future. After a brief silence, Kion finally remarked, at the very least, she will surely be an excellent commander. The Military Academy League's map battle will be her moment to shine. Chapter 29, Shooting Training. In the realm of daily physical training, Xulingqiu has adept discerned the most suitable position and method for herself. She is now firmly established in an upper-middle position, maintaining a cohesive formation with Wenqiu and a few others. Although there remains a slight gap between her and Shushishin, Jin, and Shinsholi, it is not insurmountable. Observing Xulingqiu beside him, Wenqiu inexplicably felt a sense of unease from a few days prior begin to dissipate. Witnessing her remarkable progress, he reasoned that being bested by Xulingqiu might not be so shameful or astonishing after all. He silently reconciled himself to the fact that he was growing stronger alongside this seemingly monstrous figure. The thought of having such a formidable commander like Xulingqiu on the battlefield, while he, as a vanguard, charged ahead, only to fall, brought him an unexplainable sense of relief, especially knowing his commander could single-handedly take on 7 foes. Lost in his musings, he suddenly felt a leg trip him, and he widened his eyes in shock, realizing it belonged to Xulingqiu. Just as he had contemplated relying on her, she had inadvertently caused his downfall. Simultaneously, as he fell, a bullet whizzed past him, and a cacophony of cries and thuds erupted from the group of students engaged in training. Was someone ambushing them with firearms? Startled, Wenqiu braced himself against the ground to prevent a complete fall, rolling to the side to evade further mishap. Meanwhile, after tripping Wenqiu, Xulingqiu had already darted behind a metal barrel obstacle on the training field, taking cover. Shushishin and the others quickly reacted, each finding their own cover. As this round of shooting concluded, a familiar figure swaggered into view. Kion, rifle slung over his shoulder and a broad grin on his face, addressed the gathering. So, how about it? I am back. Did you miss me? The bullets employed were crafted from the latest materials developed by the Royal Institute. Upon impact, they merely elicited a sensation of pain without inflicting any real harm. After a visit where the elders had imparted their wisdom, he felt it necessary to return with some form of reward. Among the 200 students, at least half were struck by the bullets, which were logged into the neural system, causing a window to pop up in the struck individual's neural interfaces, indicating a deduction of 1 point from their scores. Wang Jihu glanced at those around him who had been hit, a wave of guilt washing over him. Had he not been tripped by Xu Lingxiu, he too would have faced a deduction. An inexplicable sense of gratitude surged within him as he rose, dusted himself off, scratched his head, and approached Xu Lingxiu, saying, "Thank you." Xu Lingxiu looked up at the tall figure, momentarily unable to recognize him. After a brief pause, she realized he was the one she had just tripped. She nodded slightly, indicating that no thanks were necessary. She too stood up, having instinctively tripped the nearest person to her without giving it much thought. The students, having transitioned from initial shock to standing upright, displayed remarkable adaptability. Thanks to their previous experiences, they approached Kion, forming an orderly line, a far cry from their lethargic and tardy demeanor on the first day. "It seems that under Instructor Chen's guidance, you've made considerable progress," Kion remarked, raising his weapon. "What do you think? Would you like to give it a try?" The mere sight of the firearm stirred excitement among the students, who had spent the past few days engaged in monotonous physical training, devoid of the thrilling atmosphere expected at one of the Empire's top 6 military academies. Kion held the latest military development, the Silver Feather, its sleek silver body crafted from an unknown metallic substance, its lines elegant and fluid. A few students familiar with combat training recognized its significance, particularly those from the second star system, igniting a wave of enthusiasm. Even those focused on command and analysis felt a surge of excitement. After days of grueling running drills, they were finally about to handle firearms, and the prospect of escaping the drudgery of basic training was tantalizing. Yet, their hopes were misguided. Kion flashed a mysterious smile. "Let's be honest, shooting at stationary targets is rather dull. In a real battle, no one stands still for you to shoot at, so today, we're going to spice things up." 10 instructors approached, each carrying 140 firearms, placing them before the students with care. "Today marks the commencement of our first shooting exercise. Shooting tag. To avoid any perceptions of unfairness, you will be shooting at each other. Half of you will navigate an obstacle course, while the other half will take aim. Each person gets 3 bullets, hitting someone earns you a point, and successfully evading capture adds another. We will tally the scores afterward. Those in the top half will gain an additional point, with the top 10 receiving extra bonuses, while the bottom half will face deductions." Kion smacked his lips. "I trust I've made myself clear. This was originally Instructor Chen's task, but he insisted I take over for half the day, claiming he was exhausted from training you." With a grin, he added, "Well then, let us see how I can uniquely handle you lot." The grouping of students was swiftly determined, with each receiving a color-coded assignment on their neural interfaces, red or blue. Xu Lingxiu's interface displayed blue, prompting Jin to sidle up to her with a smile. "What a coincidence. I was just lamenting the color blue, but being in a group with Commander Xu makes it entirely acceptable. It's not a competition," Xu Shizhen interjected, unable to tolerate his smug expression. She had been assigned red, as had Shinsholi and Tang Muwen, yet her primary concern remained for Xu Lingxiu. In such a competitive format, she wondered how many would aim their weapons at her. After all, given the opportunity, it would be difficult for anyone to resist the temptation of scoring against Xu Lingxiu. Even Xu Shizhen herself felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, during Kion's earlier ambush, she had noted that Xu Lingxiu was the quickest to evade and find cover, even managing to trip Wang Jihu in the process. To successfully target Xu Lingxiu during this training would undoubtedly yield a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 30, Shooting Training 2. On one side, Xu Shizhen was still fretting over the possibility of Xu Lingxiu being treated as a living target by a group of individuals, while on the other side, the sniper had already approached Xu Lingxiu directly. Liu Jing stepped in front of Xu Lingxiu and remarked, "The muzzle of my gun shall undoubtedly be aimed at you." This was a blatant provocation. Jin, standing beside Xu Lingxiu, anticipated a ruthless response akin to a hand-chop warning or a flying kick, yet Xu Lingxiu merely nodded lightly, indicating her acceptance of the challenge. "This is unusual. You don't typically treat me this way," Jin lamented as he watched Liu Jing walk away, his expression filled with melancholy. Xu Lingxiu cast him a sidelong glance. "Have I been particularly harsh towards you?" "Well, I wouldn't say it's been good." Jin recalled the moment he had spoken his first words to her, only to find a branch poised to jab at his neck the very next second. It was hardly a pleasant experience. You may interpret it as a form of special treatment, Xu Lingxiu replied, accepting the firearm from the instructor. The first round was to be run by the red team, while the blue team would take up the sniper positions. Jin, too, picked up his weapon and looked up at the adept Xu Lingxiu. Don't tell me you've undergone systematic training in marksmanship and are sharpshooter. I have not learned it systematically, Xu Lingxiu stated with conviction. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. If Xu Lingxiu were indeed proficient in marksmanship, it would be rather unsettling, akin to encountering another Shinsholi, someone molded from childhood into a human weapon, albeit with a few quirks in their mental fortitude. However, Shinsholi possessed far more humanity than Xu Lingxiu. Xu Lingxiu's occasional aloofness made him contemplate recommending her for a job that would suit her well after graduation, a position within a ruthless group of mercenaries. The students positioned themselves strategically, ensuring that the red team was entirely exposed to the gunfire, leaving no shooting blind spots for them to exploit. At the signal, the red team commenced their obstacle course. Jin was solely focused on locating Shinsholi, only to discover that he was genuinely in the thick of it, moving at high speed, making him a challenging target. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly saw Shinsholi pause, rolling to the side, clearly having been hit. Who could it be? Jin's heart raced, unable to fathom how someone could have struck Shinsholi. He shifted his focus to a more attainable target, firing 3 shots to secure his score, and upon lifting his gaze to share the news with Xu Lingxiu, he was taken aback to see 3 familiar names displayed on her intelligence device: Shinsholi, Xu Shizhen, Liu Zheng. Jin gulped. Why don't you just take the moral high ground and eliminate Tang Muan as well? Xu Lingxiu blinked. I intended to find him, but he was moving far too slowly, so I casually picked off someone in front of me. It was hard to believe she had randomly chosen her target. Jin internally scoffed, suddenly gripped by a wave of anxiety. Had he not been assigned to the blue team, he might have been the third victim of Xu Lingxiu's prowess. Jin lamented. You deceived me, Xu Lingxiu replied, exasperated. What did I deceive you about? You claimed you hadn't undergone systematic marksmanship training, yet your performance is undeniably that of a sharpshooter. To take down the 3 strongest members of the red team was no small feat. Was she not a marksmanship prodigy? I assure you, I did not lie. I truly haven't studied formally, Xu Lingxiu said as she removed her gun, preparing for the next round, as it was now their turn to run while the red team fired upon them. During the apocalypse, she had scarcely had the time to engage in systematic marksmanship training. Her first shot had been in the heat of battle. The surviving enforcers within the base all possessed such skills. It wasn't merely an advantage granted by evolution, but rather a necessity forged in combat against mutated beasts. Those who couldn't shoot accurately were dead, leaving behind only those who had mastered the art. While Xu Lingxiu might not achieve a perfect score in target shooting, when it came to familiar, living human targets, her accuracy would not fail her in hitting anyone she aimed to strike. Jin accompanied her to the starting line of the obstacle course, muttering incessantly, You're finished, I'm telling you, Shinsholi, Xu Shizhen, and that Liu Xing who declared war on you will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. With the strongest members of the red team locking their sights on Xu Lingxiu, Jin felt the weight of pressure mounting. Why not just stand still and let them shoot you? Whoever's quicker will take the point, right? That's not a viable option. At the sound of the starting signal, Jin instinctively dashed forward, naturally assuming Xu Lingxiu would follow closely behind. To his surprise, halfway through, he turned around and found Xu Lingxiu had vanished. He instinctively looked ahead, thinking Xu Lingxiu had simply outpaced him, yet the path before him was completely empty. In that brief moment of distraction, he felt a sudden pain in his leg. He had been shot. At that very instant, a figure sprang forth, using his body as a shield, vaulting over the conspicuous and easily targeted obstacle, and successfully rolling to the side of the previous barrier to use it as cover. As the next competitor surpassed her only to be unfortunate enough to be struck, she replicated the maneuver and pressed on. How infuriating! Jin lay on the ground, utterly dumbfounded, never imagining Xu Lingxiu would employ such a cunning strategy of using others' bodies as shields while advancing unscathed. He had envisioned Xu Lingxiu's victory to be one of sheer dominance, either a lone warrior holding the line or galloping ahead, yet the physical training of the past few days had evidently misled him and everyone else. Xu Lingxiu was not only a strategist but a remarkably shrewd one at that. A clever commander often harbors the darkest intents. As Xu Lingxiu was about to reach the finish line using this underhanded method, a bullet, seemingly guided by divine intervention, suddenly whizzed in from an unexpected angle and struck her with precision. Her efforts had been thwarted. Jin, sprawled on the ground, felt an urge to applaud this piercing bullet. Xu Lingxiu fell, appearing as though she had truly perished, calmly accessing her intelligence device to ascertain who had hit her. Liu Jing, as she had anticipated, the device displayed that of the 3 bullets fired, only one had found its mark on Xu Lingxiu. The first 2 had missed. Given the caliber of the shot that struck Xu Lingxiu, it seemed improbable that she had failed to hit anyone else. She had expended all 3 bullets solely to target Xu Lingxiu, demonstrating a tenacity that persisted even after the first 2 shots had gone astray, and the third was executed from such a precarious angle. Realizing this, Xu Lingxiu's previously languid demeanor shifted. Liu Jing had issued her a serious challenge. She genuinely intended to compete with Xu Lingxiu in this shooting training. Chapter 31, Shooting Training 3-inch. This shooting training, the team that survived the obstacle course did so entirely by luck, Jin remarked, watching in frustration as Shinsholi had eliminated him, even though it was Xu Lingxiu who had sent him off in the previous round. He had been shot down by his own GUN. In a certain sense, this shooting training had devolved into a personal vendetta. Ironically, those without enmities, who were less skilled, managed to survive, as their slower pace meant that the bullets were mostly expended by those in front, leaving few to specifically target them. Kion, standing nearby, chuckled at Jin's indignant outburst, lighting a cigarette and exhaling thoughtfully towards the aggrieved students. Luck is indeed a part of strength, and there's also a saying, when a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be felled by the wind. In such a scenario, the prominent figures among the students naturally became the targets of envy. Xu Lingxiu rose from the ground, commencing the second round of rotations. As Liu Jing handed the gun to her, she solemnly declared, 1:1, a tie. Grasping the weapon, Xu Lingxiu was the very tree that Kion had mentioned, destined to be toppled by the winds of fate. A significant portion of the audience's eyes were fixed upon her, with countless gun barrels trained in her direction to seize her points. As Liu Jing engaged in her duel, she simultaneously competed against the majority of the students, striving to eliminate Xu Lingxiu before anyone else could. In the brief interlude while changing weapons, Xu Shichen unexpectedly bounded over, a look of grievance on her face as she inquired, "Sister, why did you send me away?" Upon realizing that Xu Lingxiu was the one who had sanctioned her, Xu Shichen was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. Afterward, she adopted a different expression as she addressed Jin, "What a pity, I was merely 2 seconds away from taking you down, but Shinsholi's shot was just a tad quicker." The shooting training had been transformed into a dramatic spectacle by Xu Shichen's antics. Jin refrained from engaging in banter with her and seized the opportunity to confront Shinsholi. "Why did you target me? It wasn't me who eliminated you in the first round." Shinsholi leisurely removed his gun, responding, "I know. Then why trouble me? Why not confront Xu Lingxiu? She was the one who shot you," Jin retorted, but then suddenly halted, staring intently at Shinsholi. "Could it be?" Shinsholi replied, "Could it be what? Could it be that your skills are insufficient to even reach Xu Lingxiu's shadow? Get lost." Shinsholi turned and walked away, leaving only that single word. Such a lack of decorum warranted a report to General Shin. Jin returned to the shooting area, once again sticking close to Xu Lingxiu. "In this round, who are you planning to take out? Make sure you don't let Shinsholi slip away." Among the array of firearms, Xu Lingxiu placed the gun Liu Jing had just handed her back and replaced it with an old-fashioned revolver. Loading 3 bullets, she swiveled the revolver and turned to Jin. "Guess which shot has a bullet? That's the one I'll use to shoot him." In this tense and exhilarating shooting training, Xu Lingxiu had turned it into a game of Russian roulette, embodying a brazen lunatic. Jin's eyes sparkled. Her audacious personality was exactly to his liking, and he immediately extended his hand in playful speculation. "The third shot." As he picked up a suitable firearm, he added, "If the third shot is empty, then I shall take it upon myself to deliver justice." A gentle breeze rustled, red hair dancing in the air. The duo stood at the shooting point, one clad in black and the other in red, a striking contrast that deterred other students from approaching their vicinity. Together, they seemed like grim reapers here to collect souls. One bore the aura of fortune, while the other radiated peace, with a total of 6 bullets aiming at their targets. Those who were in their sights were bound to fall. Shinsholi, standing in the middle of the field, felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his back. But aren't you supposed to be competing against Liu Jing? Can you still find time to aim at Shinsholi? Jin queried as he assumed a shooting stance. All 5 remaining shots are for her, Xu Lingqiu responded, and just as her words settled, the red team commenced their advance. She quickly spotted Liu Jing among the crowd. Just like her combat skills, this highly mobile training was not Liu Jing's strong suit, making it exceedingly easy for Xu Lingqiu to lock onto her. Regrettably, upon pulling the trigger, the first shot was a blank. Liu Jing ducked behind cover, likely intending to remain there for a while, given that everyone had noticed the team that had fared well was simply relying on luck to prolong their survival. Her current position behind cover was quite advantageous, allowing her to stall as long as possible. Noticing this, Xu Lingqiu chose not to waste time. Her second shot randomly targeted a passerby, and this time it was not a blank, taking them down with a single shot. The third shot arrived swiftly, and Xu Lingqiu scanned for Shinsholi's figure. He had sprinted ahead, managing to escape the majority of the group. His thought process was straightforward. Rather than blending in with the others and getting covered in dust, he preferred to leverage his speed for a swift resolution. Xu Lingqiu narrowed her right eye and pulled the trigger for the third time. A blank. Realizing that this shot had no bullet, Jin's reflexes kicked in, and he rapidly fired 3 shots at Shinsholi from different angles, successfully taking him out of the game. Jin beamed, revealing a grin with 8 teeth, and turned to Xu Lingqiu, who had already fired her 4th shot, also a blank. At this moment, Liu Jing had emerged from behind her cover, and without any preparatory aim, Xu Lingqiu simply raised her hand and shot. The bullet whizzed through the air as Jin watched it slice through, striking Liu Jing squarely in the shoulder as if it had eyes of its own. Jin swallowed hard. From a technical perspective, Xu Lingqiu's actions clearly indicated that she had not undergone any systematic training, a fact that was painfully evident. In such circumstances, possessing proficient marksmanship could only stem from 2 possibilities, either an innate shooting talent or extensive battlefield experience, regardless of which, both were difficult to accept. For the final bullet, Xu Lingqiu located Tang Muan, who had previously evaded detection, and with a flick of her wrist, the 6th shot was fired, achieving a clean sweep of 3 hits. In this round, Jin only secured a single point from Shinsholi, yet he felt immensely satisfied, having entirely transformed this training into a game among friends. In the next round, he resolved to take Xu Shichen down as well. Liu Jing rose from the ground, silently approaching Xu Lingqiu. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell upon the gun in Xu Lingqiu's hand. It was not the one she had given her, but rather a revolver. "The gun I gave you is perfectly fine," she said, her tone somewhat muffled. "I know, I've simply grown accustomed to this one," Xu Lingqiu replied, shaking the revolver in her hand. During the apocalypse, there was a time when military factories and arsenals were hit by mutated beasts, and all production resources were allocated to food supplies, severely depleting firepower. The enforcers were left with only a few knives produced by the Research Institute and some stockpiled old weapons. She was not lying, she had indeed gotten used to it, yet in Liu Jing's eyes, it felt like an insult. Liu Jing took the revolver from Xu Lingqiu's hands. "In the next round, I too will use this." Chapter 32, The Gun God emerges from the 4th star system. Shooting is the endeavor in which Liu Jing takes the greatest pride and confidence. Growing up in the 4th star system, a realm rife with danger, poverty, and violence, it is akin to a gaping hole in the resplendent robe of the empire. This hole exists objectively, yet the affluent and powerful choose to turn a blind eye to it. Liu Jing hails from a modest family. Both her parents toil in a factory. Although robots have, in a sense, rendered low-skill labor obsolete, the imperial government meticulously regulates the ratio of human to machine workers in factories to ensure that ordinary citizens can earn a living, thereby preventing her family from succumbing to unemployment and starvation. Before her latent S-class psychic powers were discovered and exalted, the chance to hold a gun was a delightful surprise in the life of 7-year-old Liu Jing. Every family has its share of impoverished relatives, and Liu Jing's family was no exception. On a day when delicate snowflakes drifted down, her mother took her to the 2nd star system, There, she beheld towering skyscrapers and a variety of flying vehicles soaring through the sky. At her mother's cousin's house, where her aunt worked at the Second Star Systems Police Department, she encountered a gun for the first time. It was an utterly mundane GF-60, a standard issue for interstellar police, yet in that moment, it captivated Liu Xing profoundly. After much pleading, her aunt placed an unloaded gun into Liu Xing's hands, and at that instant, she felt she had discovered something she would cherish for a lifetime. Mother and daughter paused at the entrance of a lavish shooting club in the Second Star System. Ultimately, her mother gritted her teeth and exchanged their return tickets for standing room, using the saved fare to purchase 10 bullets. At the age of 10, Liu Xing chose the GF-60 that most fascinated her, and with 10 shots aimed precisely at the target, she was reluctant to leave when the club owner intervened. She possesses remarkable talent. She could become a professional shooter. Give it a try, he proclaimed. From that moment, Liu Xing's destiny was irrevocably altered. She frequently traversed between the second and fourth star systems, cherishing every opportunity to shoot. Her muscle memory honed to the point where she would sometimes fall asleep only to awaken with her hand instinctively raised as if grasping a gun, startling her mother who had come to cover her with a blanket. The club owner covered most of her training expenses, yet a small portion remained her responsibility. Both her parents, characterized by their taciturn nature, quietly took on extra work to fill the financial gaps. Despite her origins in the fourth star system, during training with students from the second star system, her pristine clothing and ample pocket money conveyed a silent love. At 15, Liu Xing did not disappoint her parents' sacrifices. She triumphed in the Interstellar Empire's Youth Shooting Championship, achieving nearly a perfect score. The prize money was sufficient to repay the club owner for his sponsorship and to support her family. Determined to grow stronger, 16-year-old Liu Xing entered the local military academy of the fourth star system, the Haoyue Military Academy. That same year, she underwent psychic power testing and achieved an S-class rating, astonishing the entire star system and prompting a personal reception from the governor, with tears glistening in her parents' eyes. 2 years later, she naturally gained admission to one of the Empire's 6 prestigious military academies, the Haoyue Military Academy, bearing the hopes of her entire star system on her shoulders. Should she succeed in entering the military, her elevated position could alter not only her own fate but also the destinies of countless families in the fourth star system, which had long suffered from stunted development due to its proximity to the borderlands. The performance during the trial period was crucial. As a phoenix emerging from the fourth star system, interstellar media closely monitored the standout students of the 6 military academies. Liu Xing could no longer afford to be mediocre. At the very least, she could not allow herself to falter in shooting. The revolver warmed slightly in her grip as the students in the blue team positioned themselves on the obstacle course. Liu Xing will definitely not let you off the hook, Jin remarked with a hint of melancholy. And Shinsholi will surely not let me off either. He stood beside Shuling Xiu, wearing a face drained of color and energy. Otherwise, I might just stay at the starting line and wait for the instructor to shoot me instead. Isn't it said that if the instructor hits you, it's double points deducted? Shuling Xiu casually commented as she observed the instructor arranging the dislodged obstacles and cover. If you're so reckless, you might as well be my moving cover. You really have no humanity, Jin retorted, his face turning pale as he absent-mindedly twirled a strand of his half-long red hair, muttering softly, you shouldn't even consider military school. There's a more suitable job waiting for you. Shuling Xiu, unable to discern his words, turned to inquire further when an unfamiliar face approached. If you don't mind, I could serve as your moving cover, Wang Chihu offered awkwardly, having eavesdropped on Jin and Shuling Xiu's conversation. Remembering how Shuling Xiu had inadvertently saved him by tripping him, he felt compelled to repay the favor, his impulsiveness getting the better of him. Shuling Xiu's expression made it evident that she had no recollection of who Wang Chihu was. Though Wang Chihu anticipated this reaction, he still felt a pang of disappointment. Oh, sorry, I am. Wang Chihu's face flushed crimson as he stammered, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. I think the tactic of a moving cover is worth trying. If my protection proves useful, you can cover me in the next round. Shuling Xiu and Jin exchanged glances, with Jin revealing a playful grin. With her physique, she could barely cover half of you. Wang Chihu glanced down at his robust physique, feeling even more embarrassed. but the two of us together could surely provide adequate cover. You could definitely protect both of us, Jin quickly added, throwing an arm around Wang Qihu's shoulders and looking at Xu Lingxiu. Commander Xu, let us give it a shot. Once the instructors finished their arrangements on the training field, Xu Lingxiu succinctly outlined the plan for the moving cover. Essentially, it would rely on the fixed obstacles and cover scattered throughout the area, creating a path that would minimize exposure to shooting angles. However, even along this path, gaps remained, and having a moving cover at high speed beside her would enable perfect evasion. Now, the three of them were to provide mutual cover, and as it was their first collaboration, Xu Lingxiu did not offer the other two the most precise route. The command gun fired, and the three of them set off simultaneously, closely following Xu Lingxiu. The initial segment of the course went smoothly, but the second segment had the largest gap, requiring them to maximize their agility to traverse it. A bullet grazed Xu Lingxiu's cheek, narrowly missing her, and as the third segment commenced, the moving cover strategy was activated. Wang Qihu immediately positioned himself between Xu Lingxiu and Jin, blocking the line of fire. A bullet struck Wang Qihu, yet they were nearing the finish line. He thought to himself that he would die for a worthy cause, but then, just as before, another bullet, at an incredibly tricky angle, struck Xu Lingxiu, who was but a step away from the finish. She tumbled to the ground, and the name of the sniper flashed through her neural interface. It was her, Liu Xing. Chapter 33, Within my range at long last. Jin, having successfully retreated to the finish line, leapt into the air with a jubilant cheer, his vibrant red hair resembling a cluster of bouncing chilies. Upon turning around, he noticed Xu Lingxiu and Wang Qihu sprawled on the ground. My comrades, you have met a most tragic fate, he exclaimed, laughing as he pretended to wipe away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Xu Lingxiu silently rose and retreated from the field, prompting Jin to approach eagerly. Let me guess who dealt you such a ruthless blow, Shin Sholi, Xu Shishin, or perhaps, once again, it was Liu Xing. He licked his tiger tooth, his eyes curving into crescent moons, reveling in Xu Lingxiu's misfortune. Liu Xing, Xu Lingxiu replied, sitting to the side and brushing off the dust from her legs. At that moment, Wang Qihu also approached, diligently playing the part of a corpse, crawling over as if auditioning for a role as a standout zombie actor in a television drama. I can't believe I couldn't stop you, Wang Qihu lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow as he struggled to accept this harsh reality. Unable to best Xu Lingxiu in combat or even to obstruct her, he questioned the purpose of all the muscle he had built up. Though Wang Qihu was tall and robust, in Liu Xing's eyes, as long as she was in motion, she could invariably find an angle from which to strike Xu Lingxiu, a testament to the self-discipline of a sharpshooter. Soon, it was time for Xu Lingxiu's blue team to pick up their weapons, and Jin, as the sole survivor from the trio of moving targets, willingly assisted the other two in acquiring their firearms. He raised an eyebrow at Xu Lingxiu, asking, still opting for the revolver. Xu Lingxiu replied, closing her eyes, lost in thought. Wang Qihu, believing she was merely resting, dared not make a sound lest he disturb her tranquility. Jin tossed a handgun her way, and Wang Qihu, watching Xu Lingxiu with her eyes still shut, stretched out his left hand to firmly grasp the weapon. The gun spun in her hand, and as Xu Lingxiu opened her eyes, Jin, arms crossed and smiling, inquired, what is this? Have you discovered a method to counter Liu Xing's pursuit? I have, but this isn't the time for such discussions. Xu Lingxiu stood, 3 bullets entering the chamber. Now, it is our time to hunt. Liu Xing set down her firearm, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. The previous round had been a heart-stopping affair. Several times, she had felt certain that Xu Lingxiu would nimbly evade her range, but ultimately, she had secured the shot. The current tally between the two was a tie at 2-2, with 6 rounds still remaining. Both had scored their points during their respective shooting rounds, and neither had yet managed to evade the other's sniper fire amidst the obstacle course. In this equally matched shooting contest, who could first escape the obstacle course would hold the key to breaking the deadlock. During the last round, as Liu Xing watched Jin and Wang Qihu employ a moving cover tactic around Xu Lingxiu, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt calm or unperturbed. Xu Lingxiu's recent enhancements in agility had significantly bolstered her performance in the obstacle course. Now coupled with a strategy for cooperative navigation, the pressure on Liu Xing escalated by the second, nearly overwhelming her in the previous round. She had been so tense, so focused while shooting, that she had unconsciously bitten down hard on her lower lip, only realizing the damage done to her mouth, blooded and raw, after successfully taking down Xu Lingxiu as she neared the finish line. In the realm of shooting, no one had ever imposed such a sense of pressure upon Liu Jing. Lin Xiao, observing her with a hint of concern, noted the palpable tension between the two, wishing she could mediate the situation, but feeling entirely out of her depth. After all, she was not particularly close to either side. However, after hearing another student from the 4-star system recount Liu Jing's story, Lin Xiao felt a pang of empathy. The other student, Lan Ruo, a male, was one of only 2 from the 4-star system to gain admission to one of the 6 prestigious military academies this year. Even my acceptance was likely due to Liu Jing's influence. The system's leader fought hard for my spot, Lan Ruo remarked with a wry smile. I'm not familiar with Liu Jing, we merely grew up in the same system, her story is well known among us. Having both perished early in the first round of the obstacle course, Lan Ruo, having researched Liu Jing's roommates, struck up a conversation. The system leader hoped I could assist Liu Jing, but regrettably, my ability to help her is minimal. Simply not hindering her would be a victory in itself. Lin Xiao sighed. Both she and Lan Ruo were on Liu Jing's red team, and now it was their turn for the obstacle course. After several exhausting rounds, their stamina was waning. Shortly after the start, Lin Xiao was unfortunately shot down, followed closely by Lan Ruo. Today's shooting training isn't solely about assessing shooting prowess. Liu Jing shouldn't be so anxious or troubled. Lin Xiao continued the conversation, attempting to keep the mood light as they lay on the battlefield. However, her words fell flat as she noticed Lan Ruo's shocked expression, his eyes wide with disbelief. I was killed by Xu Lingxiu. Lan Ruo swallowed hard, incredulous as if he had just taken down Xu Lingxiu himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao turned to see Liu Jing already positioned in the middle of the field. Why wasn't he Xu Lingxiu targeting Liu Jing? What could this mean? It's simply not her turn yet, Jin said, his left eye trained on the scope, tracking Xu Shixin's movements. 3 bullets were fired, but Shen Shouli evaded capture, and Xu Shixin managed to escape, flashing a peace sign in Jin's direction. Unable to contain himself, he urged Xu Lingxiu, hurry up and deal with them. This is utter chaos. It's just not her turn yet, Xu Lingxiu reiterated. The first 2 shots were blanks, only the third would see a bullet fly. Jin, curious, checked whom she had targeted, but none of the individuals he had hoped for appeared, only a name he had never seen before. Lan Ruo, he muttered, consulting his smart device. He's just a junior analyst. Why are you targeting him? I just went with the feel of it, Xu Lingxiu replied, her focus undeterred by the identities of those she had taken down. Her shooting was instinctual, guided merely by her sense of touch. Their 4th shot was also a hit, not a blank, and the 5th and 6th shots would surely include a bullet. Xu Lingxiu's attention began to hone in on one individual. Liu Jing's movements, now distinctly familiar to Xu Lingxiu, mirrored the trajectory she had observed in the previous round, allowing her to imprint Liu Jing's actions clearly in her mind, employing her adversary's tactics to her own advantage in this area where she felt less adept. Xu Lingxiu held a deep admiration for Liu Jing's remarkable memory and tenacity. Clearly, in the last round, Liu Jing had been intensely focused on targeting Xu Lingxiu, her scope never straying from Xu Lingxiu's figure, allowing her to replicate the minute details of Xu Lingxiu's movements with remarkable precision. Jin also noted Liu Jing's path, grinning as he remarked, "What's her deal? The one who successfully evaded the gunfire in the end was me, so why is she replicating your moves instead of mine?" Yet the essence of Xu Lingxiu's strategy lay in her use of moving cover. Merely mimicking her actions could help evade the majority of others' shots, but it could never allow her to evade Xu Lingxiu's own fire. With a steady hand, Xu Lingxiu prepared her 5th shot, the bullet loaded, within range, ready to take aim at Liu Jing. Chapter 34. Has the outcome been decided? Not yet. Liu Jing has never regretted her choices. The audacious notion of replicating Xu Lingxiu's trajectory under her very nose was an absurd thought that sprang forth in a moment of inspiration at the starting line, a notion that would typically have been dismissed outright by Liu Jing's rational faculties. After all, to mimic someone else's moves in their presence would grant that person complete insight into your own strategy, making it inevitable that Xu Lingxiu would eliminate her in this round, rendering the effort seemingly futile. Yet, at this moment, Liu Zheng, devoid of her rationality, felt otherwise. As she lay on the ground, she savored the gentle breeze sweeping across the surface of this small planet, stirring up tiny specks of dust from the obstacle course, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and contentment. Xu Lingxiu's ability to devise a new route in such a short span of time was truly impressive. She was a rival deserving of utmost respect. After running the course herself, Liu Jing became acutely aware of the existing weaknesses within this new pathway. These vulnerabilities would be etched into her memory, and in the next round, she would undoubtedly eliminate Xu Lingxiu with the meticulously envisioned scenario in her mind. Meanwhile, the very Xu Lingxiu, marked for elimination, stood outside the field, briefing Jin and Wang Qihu on the newly devised route and tactics. "This is completely different from your previous plan," Wang Qihu exclaimed, visibly astonished. He licked his lips and glanced at Xu Lingxiu several times. "Don't tell me you came up with all this in such a short time." "What else could I do?" Can I pause time to ponder. Xu Lingxiu was well aware of Liu Jing's motivation to replicate her actions. This was neither a deliberate provocation nor a desperate gamble. Only by immersing oneself in the problem could one magnify it from a third-person perspective. Xu Lingxiu fully understood Liu Jing's rationale. Having an equally matched opponent meant that every move would bear significance, an unspoken understanding that often exists between rivals. However, this route has only been conceptualized in your mind. Are we really going to execute it on the field? Is that not risky? Wang Qihu still harbored doubts. Even though Xu Lingxiu now appeared to him as a sagacious strategist, the idea of executing a plan that had only been mentally rehearsed left him hesitant. Jin could not help but interject, placing a hand on his shoulder and exclaiming, "Why do you look so burly yet hesitate in action? Parts are discovered through trial, so let's follow the commander's orders with a little bit of fearless initiative." Xu Lingxiu silently covered her ears. Jin could be unbearably noisy at times. She either had to resort to the cold indifference akin to Shinsholi to slightly rein him in, or engage in a heated argument like Xu Shizhen, leading to a contest of stamina where both would expend energy on trivial matters until they both fell silent. Wang Qihu, his head spinning from the commotion, nonetheless remembered Jin's words, "Parts are forged through experience. How can one know their efficacy without trying? One must always have faith in their commander." He glanced at Xu Lingxiu, resolving that as the obstacle course commenced, he would adhere strictly to the new plan she provided. From the very first step, an alarm rang in Liu Jing's mind. The worst-case scenario she feared had come to fruition. Xu Lingxiu had anticipated her anticipation and swiftly reconfigured her route and strategy. Liu Jing could only steady her sniper scope, once again tracking Xu Lingxiu's movements and position. The new route was more elusive than the old, challenging to decipher, occasionally requiring backward steps. Wang Qihu grumbled internally while complying, and after successfully evading numerous bullets using the new route, he found himself silently lording Xu Lingxiu. Everything unfolded seamlessly according to Xu Lingxiu's design. She seemed to be the puppeteer of this training ground, manipulating everyone with an invisible thread, guiding the narrative forward. Upon reaching the finish line, Liu Jing had already missed 2 shots. This segment of the course could not afford any flamboyant maneuvers. She reminded herself to remain calm and composed, her grip on the gun growing steadier and more resolute. She had sniped Xu Lingxiu from this position twice before, and she believed she could succeed a third time. Alas, Xu Lingxiu adhered to a personal principle: no more than 3 attempts. In the story's climax, the decisive player emerged. Liu Jing's bullet, still launched from an exceptionally cunning angle, hurtled toward Xu Lingxiu. At that instant, Jin pivoted, embodying the belief of catching a knife with bare hands, shielding Xu Lingxiu from the lethal projectile with his own body. In that moment, Xu Lingxiu executed a forward somersault, crossing the finish line. To Wang Qihu, everything seemed to unfold in slow motion, as if time had been stretched. He crossed the finish line and stood there, momentarily dazed and unresponsive. Jin's imposing figure had always served as a smokescreen for Xu Lingxiu. From the outset, she had never intended to use his bulk to shield herself from the shots. This tactic might have worked on an ordinary person, but how could it possibly affect Liu Jing? Liu Jing's aim had been unambiguous. Each round, her 3 bullets were primarily directed at Xu Lingxiu, seldom diverting to eliminate others for additional points. If Wang Qihu were to assume the role of the final shield against bullets, his conspicuous bulk would make him an easy target for Liu Jing. Thus, Xu Lingxiu ultimately chose Jin as the final piece of her mobile cover strategy. It was precisely because Jin's self-sacrificing act through the fire that Wang Shihu inadvertently succeeded in passing through. It's a tie. Each of us has successfully cleared the course once, Jin exclaimed with a victorious grin. Xu Lingxiu, you won, I won too, har 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 har. While he reveled in his triumph, Xu Lingxiu turned to observe Liu Jing, who was armed with a sniper rifle. She had not yet secured victory. Such psychological tactics could only be employed once. In the subsequent rounds of the obstacle course, Liu Jing's 3 bullets would decisively eliminate Xu Lingxiu, Jin, and Wang Shihu all at once. Jin lay on the ground, disgruntled. That crazy woman, she's taking us all down in one fell swoop. Honestly, Xu Lingxiu, can't you concoct some more schemes? Do you think I'm a super genius? Xu Lingxiu replied, equally exhausted. After several rounds, her body was nearing its limits, making even running a challenge, let alone thinking. Never mind. In the end, after 10 rounds, you'll undoubtedly have more points than her. Your shooting skills won't spare her, Jin consoled himself. Liu Jing shared this sentiment. After the shooting training concluded, she approached Xu Lingxiu once more. I lost, Liu Jing said, gazing at Xu Lingxiu. Her tone was calm. She truly accepted her defeat. After a brief moment of frustration, she realized she had been manipulated emotionally, and inexplicably, she felt a sense of release. She acknowledged her inferiority, conceding gracefully, no one was to blame. Xu Lingxiu, panting and half-squatting, watched as Liu Jing turned to leave and stood up. Do you believe we've determined a victor in the shooting contest? With that statement, Liu Jing halted in her tracks. What do you mean? She turned back to face Xu Lingxiu, who was catching her breath. Xu Lingxiu gestured for her to wait, allowing her to compose herself before speaking. Today's shooting training was not merely a straightforward exercise, Xu Lingxiu said, pushing her damp hair back. You excel in precision shooting. Today was not a fair contest for you. Liu Jing fell silent for a moment before responding. Do you realize that as a victor, your pity towards me is quite hurtful? It was rare for her to express such a lengthy sentiment, and it was evident she was quite agitated. Xu Lingxiu smiled. You will have to get accustomed to it, for I am indeed a rather unkind person. While you believe a victor has emerged, I maintain that the outcome remains undecided. The shooting training has commenced. In a few days, there will be a dedicated session for precision shooting. She paused and continued, I will defeat you in your true area of confidence. After stating this, Xu Lingxiu took the lead and walked away, leaving Liu Jing momentarily stunned in place. The initial resignation and despondency that had clouded Liu Jing's heart were swept away by Xu Lingxiu's words, replaced by an unwillingness to concede, a simmering anger, and a rekindled competitive spirit. Xu Lingxiu was a remarkable individual, effortlessly instilling emotions in those around her. Liu Jing remained steadfast in her belief. Chapter 35. How is the investigation progressing? So, how did you approach her? Lin Xiao curiously followed behind Xu Lingxiu, her unease evident as she glanced at Jin, Xu Shichen, and Shen Shouli, individuals she typically would not dare to approach. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao had summoned her courage to initiate a conversation with Xu Lingxiu regarding Liu Jing's situation. Her inherently meddlesome nature had compelled her to engage in dialogue with Sun during combat training, and upon witnessing the expression of resignation and vulnerability that Liu Jing had worn at the conclusion of the session, Lin Xiao stubbornly believed that Xu Lingxiu must understand the significance of shooting to Liu Jing. Hence, she boldly took on the role of a mediator. After listening to Lin Xiao recount Liu Jing's story and the meaning of shooting for her, Xu Lingxiu had remained silent, as she was exhausted from the training and leaning against the wall to rest. Soon after, Liu Jing arrived, prompting Lin Xiao to step aside, eager to listen yet unable to discern the conversation between the two, leading her to pursue Xu Lingxiu for answers. I offered her a bit of encouragement. Xu Lingxiu reflected on Liu Jing's expression, which had seemed akin to a glacier cracking. It proved quite effective. Upon hearing the word encouragement, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It was precisely her intention to mend the relationship between the two, and with encouragement involved, things couldn't possibly deteriorate further. Jin observed Lin Xiao's contented departure and shook his head, muttering, she remains too naive. Based on my understanding of our commander, her encouragement is no different from criticism or provocation. It certainly isn't the kind of uplifting advice conducive to mental well-being. Do you know my sister well? Just speak up. Shushichan immediately elbowed him, her tone elongated with complaint. Your group has been quite spectacular today. I had no idea Liu Jing had suddenly decided to compete with my sister. The final training results of the day were both surprising yet expected. Xu Lingxiu had scored 31 points, achieving 3 perfect shots out of 10 rounds and 1 point for evasion, placing her in the lead, closely followed by Shen Sholi, who had fired 30 shots with 5 misses and successfully evaded 4 times. Liu Jing, overly fixated on Xu Lingxiu, had expended her shots primarily on her, only considering supplementary targets after Xu Lingxiu had fallen, frequently getting taken out by a shot during the obstacle course escape, resulting in less than ideal scores that nearly dropped her into the penalty range. Kyan, glancing at the student score sheets, was somewhat astonished. He burst through the door of Instructor Chen's quarters, making himself at home as he flopped onto the sofa, turning his head to look at Instructor Chen, who was accustomed to brewing tea. Liu Jing didn't manage to secure first place in this training. That's unexpected. Kyan sent the scores to Instructor Chen's neural interface. The tea pouring motion paused as Instructor Chen, somewhat resigned, placed a small cup of tea in front of Kyan. Instructor Kyan, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this supposed to be a holiday? Even a brief holiday was still a holiday. The morning's training had just concluded, and it wasn't yet noon. Instructor Chen cherished every second of his break. Kyan sat up, checked the time, then reclined again. Oh, is it just a little while longer? Aren't you surprised by this score? What is there to be surprised about? Upon seeing Xu Lingxiu in first place, Instructor Chen had grown numb. He felt that if someone were to suddenly inform him Xu Lingxiu had taken to piloting a mech, he would hardly be taken aback. The miracles and surprises Xu Lingxiu had produced in merely a few days had become so frequent that her newfound accuracy with a firearm no longer elicited shock. I'm showing you more than just that. There's another set of data. Kyan insisted on having Instructor Chen cut his holiday short, and under his persistence, Instructor Chen reluctantly opened the second data set. This document meticulously compiled the shooting scores of Liu Jing and Xu Lingxiu for the day. Upon viewing the densely packed kill records between the two, Instructor Chen fell silent. When did these two begin to clash? I didn't notice any signs of this a few days ago. He sipped his somewhat bitter tea, slightly grimacing before pouring the remainder into Kyan's cup. The interpersonal dynamics among the students were a focal point of this training period, as their return for the express purpose of rigorous training was aimed at the upcoming military academy competition. At present, Kyan held little hope for the second, third, and fourth-year students of the Mosia Military Academy. They were pinning their hopes on this latest cohort, the most formidable group Mosia had ever recruited, to make a name for themselves in the academy competition. In such contests, particularly in team events, individual prowess is rendered futile, collaboration and cooperation take precedence. This training period facilitated competition among the students, yet fostering trust in a short span posed considerable challenges. Moreover, unexpected circumstances could arise, such as those involving Liu Jing and Xu Lingxiu. With scant information at hand, Kyan found himself envisioning an elaborate scenario of the two engaging in a fierce confrontation. Cease your fantasies. With Liu Jing's temperament, how could she possibly leap onto the table to confront Xu Lingxiu? Instructor Chen interjected promptly, do not impose your own desires upon the students. Hey, I'm merely imagining, Kyan remarked, taking a large sip of tea, grimacing at the bitter taste. Is this what you do with your precious holiday, create this toxic atmosphere? What are your plans for the afternoon? Instructor Chen skillfully redirected the topic, questioning Kyan's afternoon agenda. You handle the arrangements, train them as you see fit. I have a surprise planned for them tonight, Kyan said, smacking his lips, still unable to shake off the lingering bitterness, reaching out for sweets from Instructor Chen, only to be met with a stern refusal. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory during the lunch break, Jin, unable to tolerate Shincholi's repeated showers, dragged him back for a forced discussion about training. I thought you performed quite normally during the obstacle course today. You didn't throw a fit, yet now you seem oblivious. From the onset of training, Jin had worried that Shinsholi's obsessive cleanliness would lead him to either give up or simply refuse to participate. However, to his surprise, Shinsholi had remained quite earnest throughout the session. "When have I ever thrown a fit?" Shinsholi replied through gritted teeth, reluctantly abandoning the idea of another shower as he took a seat. "You never throw a fit. From childhood to now, never mind, I can't be bothered to argue with you." Jin crossed his arms, displaying a somewhat exasperated expression. Their other two roommates were mech engineers, currently engaged in specialized training at a different venue, rendering this dormitory akin to their shared quarters. "Now back to the main topic," Jin said, adopting a rare serious tone. "How is the investigation on Shulingsu coming along?" Chapter 36. The Devil Rises Higher. The training facility was equipped with signal jamming devices, restricting the students' cerebral interfaces to the exclusive subsystem of Mosia Military Academy, rendering them unable to connect to the Skynet or communicate with the outside world. However, as the saying goes, where one rises a foot, the other rises a mile. From the cuff of Shinsholi's sleeve emerged a miniaturized cube with two small wings, which fluttered briefly before projecting text into the air. This was the report returned by Shinsholi after dispatching an investigation into Shulingsu. Crafted from a special material, this intricate micro-robot could circumvent the jamming devices to relay external information accurately to Shinsholi. Shulingsu grew up in the Zhuyan frontier. Her grandfather passed away when she was young, and her health was frail, so she relied on a meager subsistence from welfare benefits, living in the house left behind by her parents. The only person she was somewhat familiar with was the elderly neighbor. According to feedback from the military, her parents were likely former subordinates of General Xu Qingbi, who perished during a conflict with the Federation. At that time, when peace was flourishing, their deaths were conveniently concealed. It was only recently that General Xu learned of the existence of his old subordinate's orphaned daughter and took her in as his adopted child. Shulingsu's background resembled a tragic tale of an interstellar orphan. Jin exchanged a knowing glance with Shinsholi. This was the source of Shulingsu's peculiarity. The combat techniques and skills she exhibited, along with her strategic foresight and sharpshooting prowess akin to a marksman, could hardly have been cultivated in such an environment. Oz recently informed me that the Federation has dispatched a batch of spies our way, with some infiltrating the 6 major military academies. Jin leaned back slightly. "Do you think it could be Shulingsu?" "That would be too obvious, and rather foolish," Shinsholi replied decisively. "Do you think Xu Qingbi's men are inept?" General Xu had undoubtedly conducted an investigation into Shulingsu before deciding to adopt her. Moreover, spies typically operate discreetly. Even if they possess such capabilities, it would be improbable for them to flaunt them openly. This would practically invite scrutiny. Jin blinked. "Isn't there more content? Please continue." According to the elderly neighbor, Shulingsu greatly admires General Inher, spending her time at home studying various materials related to him. She has no other notable hobbies. 16. Her frail health prevented her from undergoing mental activation and testing, but later, through connections at General Xu's residence, she was able to have it activated and tested again. Shulingsu's past was scant, leaving investigators uncertain of what to conclude, aside from its sorrowful nature, revealing little else of significance. Yet, this time, there was indeed useful information. They had finally identified a connecting point within the stark dichotomy of Shulingsu's fragmented life. General Inher. She greatly admires General Inher. Shinsholi's voice held a note of skepticism. "That should be accurate." Jin nodded affirmatively regarding this piece of information. Xu Shichen mentioned to me that both she and Shulingsu chose Mosia Military Academy out of admiration for General Inher. After spending a few days together, he had managed to extract some valuable insights. Is it possible that she is inherently intelligent but suffered from poor health, self-teaching combat techniques by studying the rare battle footage of General Inher? Once her health improved, she likely received better treatment in the capital star. Jin attempted to synthesize a coherent summary of the investigation into Shulingsu. However, her shooting skills can only be attributed to innate talent. Jin recalled witnessing Shulingsu's flawless performance, her 30 shots all hitting the mark, his tone laced with doubt, yet his smile grew wider. Few could remain as elusive and enigmatic after undergoing an investigation by the Shin family. I believe that perhaps, after eliminating all other possibilities, the remaining answer, however absurd, must be the correct one. Jin offered a self-deprecating smile. Let us trust in the power of idolization. After all, you admire General Einher too, don't you? Shincholi shot him an exasperated glance, massaging his temples as he retracted the micro-robot. Regardless, His Highness the Third Prince's primary mission this time is not to investigate her, so you needn't concern yourself with her too much. He was quick to hide the device, as though fearing that another glance from Jin might lead to his own detriment. Jin suppressed a grin. Could you refrain from calling me that? It feels as if you're about to report me to my brother. Did you not just tell me a couple of days ago that you were looking for ways to recruit Xu Lingxiu into your arse? Her mental power level is B. To accomplish that, you must wield your unassailable authority as a prince, correct? Shincholi's tone dripped with sarcasm, having grown weary of Jin's antics as he played the fool from the TriStar system these past few days. Xu Shichen is already suspicious of you. Fortunately, she doesn't enjoy attending those gatherings, so she won't recognize your voice. The third prince of the Interstellar Empire had never truly revealed himself in public. People only knew that he was born frail, originally destined for an early demise in infancy. Yet, thanks to the efforts of the Royal Medical Academy, he had survived, sequestered within the palace, ultimately managing to grow up. He disliked socializing, seldom attending gatherings, and even when he did, he wore a mask, leaving most to only hear his voice on rare occasions, uttering but a few words. Many speculated whether the third prince was hideously disfigured or burdened by some ailment. Nevertheless, his princely status lent him an aura of mystery and tranquility, leading most to believe he was enigmatic and serene. And here sat Jin, a picture of health with fiery red hair framing his handsome visage, defying the rumors surrounding the reclusive third prince. He was, in fact, a loquacious, theatrical personality, not lounging in the palace for recuperation but mingling among the new students at Mosia Military Academy, harboring secrets of his own. Jin grinned broadly. It's no matter, she will know eventually. Xu Lingxiu assisted Xu Shichen out of the infirmary. After the training session, Xu Shichen belatedly realized she had collided her thigh painfully, exclaiming in discomfort. Xu Lingxiu examined the bruise, which had darkened significantly, and led her to the infirmary for treatment. As Xu Lingxiu observed Xu Shichen receiving care, she found herself rare in her tranquility, resting her head to the side with closed eyes, inadvertently recalling the irritating Xu Yuwen. If he were aware of his sister's injury, he would surely be distressed. He had repeatedly admonished her, both overtly and covertly, not to hinder Xu Shichen, his demeanor haughty, which was rather bothersome. Reflecting on their first encounter, Xu Shichen had eagerly grasped her hand, inquiring if she had enrolled at Mosia Military Academy out of admiration for General Einher, her eyes sparkling. At that moment, Xu Lingxiu found it difficult to associate her with Xu Yuwen. Moreover, she had provided herself with an excellent smokescreen, admiring General Einher. The day before the trial training commenced, Xu Lingxiu had enlisted Miss Jiner to return to the Zhuyin frontier to undertake a certain task. The elderly neighbor was not well acquainted with the frail girl next door. Their interactions had been minimal, however. Having heard that she had gone to the capital star to become the adopted daughter of a general, he was eager to boast, albeit hindered by his lack of familiarity with Xu Lingxiu. At that moment, Gina provided him with the material for his bragging rights. When she's alone in her room, she studies all sorts of materials on General Einher, those films. And the publicly available battle footage. She admires him greatly. And now she's attending military school. I had predicted she would go. She's quite clever, learning all that on her own. The old man spoke in a disjointed manner, but inadvertently crafted a believable lie on Xu Lingxiu's behalf. Xu Lingxiu had anticipated being investigated, never considering that she might feign weakness and adopt a moderate approach during this trial period. While such a strategy could be safe, it had never been within her contemplation. Having resolved to shine brightly, she was prepared for scrutiny. Should foes come, she would meet them head-on, and should floods arise, she would fortify her defenses. This was not a flawless explanation. Upon reflection, it was rather clumsy, yet Xu Lingxiu had never intended to clarify herself to others, but rather to confound them. To successfully perplex those who sought to investigate her was victory in itself. Chapter 37, Should I Take My Leave? The students arrived at the afternoon training session with a resolute sense of impending doom. It was the first day of Instructor Kion's return, and the morning had already introduced an innovative shooting training session. Who could fathom what further trials awaited them in the afternoon? After concluding treatment in the infirmary just in time for the afternoon session, Xu Lingxiu helped Xu Shizhen to the training ground. As the numbing sensation from the treatment wore off, Xu Shizhen revitalized, brimming with energy once more. Do you think he might just make us shoot and chase in the wilderness? Given his eccentricity, it's quite possible he'll have us carry weights as well, Xu Shizhen speculated, pondering the thrilling challenges that might lie ahead. When all the students had gathered, the figure that emerged was not the malevolent instructor they had anticipated. After a brief absence, Instructor Chen appeared even more fatigued than before. This respite felt less like a break and more like a burden. Why does everyone look at me like that? Should I take my leave? Would you prefer Kion? Instructor Chen observed the stupefied expressions of the students, almost amused. Most had mentally prepared themselves to endure Kion's torment in the afternoon, but to their surprise, it was Instructor Chen who stood before them. Though their expectations had been dashed, they rejoiced in the unexpected turn of events, their faces lighting up with joyous smiles after a moment of stunned silence. Enough with the laughter, Instructor Chen announced the afternoon's training agenda, which consisted of fundamental physical conditioning, albeit with a slight increase in intensity compared to previous days. A collective sigh of relief swept through the majority of the students, though those from non-combat disciplines began to murmur their discontent. Is anyone concerned about the well-being of the analysts and commanders? The Moy Military Academy will likely cultivate a cadre of analysts and commanders rivaling that of the combat division. TCH, not everyone is Xu Lingxiu. I feel like this training is shortening my lifespan. Being from non-combat backgrounds, they managed to keep pace with the initial basic training, but as the intensity escalated, they found it increasingly arduous, leading to a chorus of grievances. Hearing their complaints, Instructor Chen chuckled, "Fear not, you will soon have the opportunity to showcase your skills." With that parting remark, he departed, leaving the students to exchange glances, their hearts racing with excitement. The notion that command and analysis would soon prove useful signified that they were on the verge of concluding their monotonous physical conditioning, preparing to embrace the true essence of group combat. Among the students, regardless of whether they hailed from combat or non-combat divisions, most had witnessed the military academy's league competitions. The team competitions showcased decisive command and strategic acumen, alongside the formidable individual combat prowess, offering each participant an opportunity to shine and display their strengths. With this invigorating prospect, the students threw themselves into the afternoon training with renewed vigor, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion yet wearing smiles of satisfaction. I reckon our commander is undoubtedly you, and the analyst, that would be Tang Muwen, if my memory serves me right. With the 3 slots for individual competence, myself, Shin Sholi, and Xu Shizhen, the configuration is quite perfect, Jin remarked, shifting back to his usual demeanor after having previously pried into others' affairs. This represented a fundamental configuration for a 5-member squad. Although the military academy league battles involved hundreds from various schools, small teams were typically organized for effective management. Commanders were not a standard requirement for every team. Usually, there was a chief commander overseeing 6 to 8 subordinate commanders responsible for managing the smaller teams. Xu Shizhen, too, was mindful of the impending team competition. Wait, we still need a sniper. I believe I could fill that role. You as a sniper? If only we could recruit Liu Zheng for that position. What a pity, Jin made a face. If she were our sniper, she'd probably take out our commander with the first shot. The instructors here want to allow us to form a small team, Shin Sholi interjected, breaking Jin's daydream. Tang Muwen, in a quiet agreement, added, "You are too formidable." Given the current circumstances, if they were to form a team, it would mean that the top students would band together, rendering them nearly unbeatable, which contradicted the instructor's intention to assess all students during the trial period. Xu Lingxiu spoke up, but rather than continuing on the topic of teams, she advised, "It would be wise to keep one eye open while you sleep tonight." What? Jin jumped at this unexpected remark, instinctively responding to Xu Lingxiu's suggestion by mimicking her with one eye open and one closed, pointing at himself, like this. This behavior struck a comical note, prompting Xu Shixin to stifle a laugh. I meant to say you should stay alert while you sleep. Something feels off, Xu Lingxiu replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing she had used colloquial Earth expressions in front of a group of interstellar individuals. She elaborated, it's quite strange that Kaiyan didn't show up this afternoon, as well as the remarks and training plans set forth by Instructor Chen. The atmosphere was filled with exuberance as they completed their training, followed by meals and rest, all eagerly anticipating the potential team competition training that might arise the following day. This ambience easily reminded Xu Lingxiu of the moments spent by the riverside after combat training. Gathered around a campfire, she mused that Kaiyan's typical ploy involved casting a smokescreen to disorient, only to strike when one S-guard was down. Her words prompted the others to sense something amiss. Jin exaggeratedly scrutinized Xu Lingxiu for several seconds. What kind of mind do you possess? Xu Lingxiu appeared perpetually vigilant, her mind operating at full capacity, impervious to any attempt to lull her into complacency. With such a mind, her years spent studying military strategies while confined to her quarters along the border seemed to make far more sense. Shinsholi seized Jin's chin, forcibly redirecting his gaze away from Xu Lingxiu. What are you doing? Is it not permissible for me to pay my respects to our commander and bask in the glow of her brilliance? Jin retorted, baring his teeth in frustration as he noticed Shinsholi's disdain and shook off his hand in annoyance. If you don't move, you'll find yourself in the infirmary in a heartbeat. Shinsholi showed no mercy to his friend, even producing a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Jin soon realized that during his fixation on Xu Lingxiu, Xu Shixin had already coiled her fist, poised to strike. Had he lingered a moment longer, he would surely have faced her wrath. Close call. Xu Shixin, ever vigilant, swiftly pulled Jin aside. She squinted her eyes. Are you trying to steal my sister's intellect? Caught off guard and unable to defend himself against the accusation of harboring ulterior motives, Jin was momentarily speechless. I'd rather steal yours is far more peculiar. The two then resumed their playful bickering, a dynamic to which Xu Lingxiu was entirely accustomed as she prepared to take her leave. Suddenly, Tang Muwen spoke up, Xu Lingxiu, may we have a word? He glanced at Shinsholi, who had also turned back, adding, alone. Chapter 38, The Worst Case Scenario. Shinsholi's expression was indescribably peculiar. Xu Lingxiu, with her back turned, was entirely oblivious to the emotions playing across his face and simply replied, all right. The two of them moved to a secluded area beside the training ground. Despite Tang Muwen being notably taller than Xu Lingxiu, his gaze towards her seemed almost one of reverence. There was a slight misunderstanding before, but it appears to have diminished over time. Tang Muwen's voice was soft, as if it floated in the air. I am not pursuing you solely because I seek a strong teammate. Thus, if situations arise where teams are formed, Xu Lingxiu discerned Tang Muwen's internal conflict and spoke candidly, rest assured, I will not select you if I feel it would be too forced under circumstances of voluntary team formation. Initially, she had been quite averse to Tang Muwen's subtle probing. Xu Lingxiu had suspected that he was attempting to gain something by feigning weakness, a notion that her instincts had conveyed to her. However, after spending a few days in his company, she realized that this was simply his inherent disposition. He was a boy inclined towards analysis, and aside from his height and moderate physical ability, he possessed no significant advantages during the trial period. Thus, his desire to align with someone stronger was entirely understandable. Xu Lingxiu had come to terms with his presence in her vicinity and chose to respect Tang Muwen's own intentions regarding their interaction. Tang Muwen appeared entirely unfazed by Xu Lingxiu's response, a slight smile gracing his features. That statement is truly characteristic of you. The dim light filtering down upon the training ground altered the atmosphere subtly. However, Xu Lingxiu remained oblivious to the nuance, turning to leave only to catch sight of a familiar figure. Shinsholi, with his head bowed as if searching for something, approached their vicinity. Shin classmate, what brings you here? Tang Muwen seemed taken aback by Shinsholi's unexpected appearance after he had emphasized their need for solitude, leaving him somewhat flustered. Shinsholi, however, raised his head with an air of nonchalance, his gaze flickering between the two. I am looking for something. Xu Lingxiu, having discerned the instructor's knack for mischief, failed to grasp the delicate tension in the air. why do you always lose your things, she remarked as she brushed past Shinsholi, leaving the two boys standing in place. Tang Muwen hesitated before speaking. Shin classmate, do you need my assistance in searching? No, I do not, Shinsholi replied coldly, his expression darkening. Leave quickly. Noticing the sudden shift in Shinsholi's demeanor, Tang Muwen promptly complied, eager to avoid inciting his ire. Xu Lingxiu made her customary visit to the medical room to alleviate the discomfort from intensified training that left her feeling as though she had been battered senseless. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found Liu Jing and Lin Xiao present. After nodding a greeting to them, she proceeded to wash up, quickly climbing into bed and shutting her eyes. This night would likely not be a peaceful one, so she intended to rest as much as possible. Lin Xiao, still exhilarated by the rumors of a potential team competition, was about to engage Xu Lingxiu in conversation when she noticed her friend hastening to bed as if chased by a spectre from the bathroom. Xu classmate, are you unwell? Lin Xiao ventured to inquire. I just returned from the medical room, Xu Lingxiu mumbled, her voice muffled beneath the covers. Realizing she may have overstepped, Lin Xiao blushed and turned away, only to find Liu Jing staring intently at Xu Lingxiu. Recalling their entanglements between the two, Lin Xiao broke into a cold sweat, fearing that Liu Jing might witness a conflict unfold in the dormitory. She stood up timidly, attempting to divert Liu Jing's attention away from Xu Lingxiu, but Liu Jing spoke up first. You two sense that something will occur tonight, do you not? Her voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Ever since the shooting training concluded that morning, following Xu Lingxiu's declaration to surpass her in her most cherished discipline, Liu Jing had lapsed into this icy demeanor. Xu Lingxiu pulled her covers down slightly. Yes, so let us not waste time. Let us rest. Hearing their exchange, Lin Xiao, though still bewildered, complied and crawled into her bed. Upon confirming her vague suspicions, Liu Jing promptly lay down as well. Their dormitory became the first in the building to extinguish its lights. Lin Xiao found it difficult to sleep and could not resist asking what might happen tonight. This unsettling feeling reminded her of the harrowing river ambush incident from a few nights prior, and her heart raced at the memory. I do not know, Xu Lingxiu replied, resting her eyes. She was not particularly tired yet, but sought to achieve her goal of lying down and relaxing. However, the worst-case scenario would merely entail waking up to find someone pointing a gun at you by your bedside, so there is no need to be overly anxious, Xu Lingxiu reassured her. Lin Xiao felt even more anxious. Liu Jing turned over and joined the conversation. The instructors should have the authority to enter our dormitory. Being on the first floor makes us the most vulnerable. She genuinely believed Xu Lingxiu's offhand remark regarding the worst-case scenario and began to analyze the situation. Lin Xiao, caught between fear and the realization that this was not her area of expertise, thought to herself. Xu Lingxiu smiled. It's all right, I left something at the door. As the last to return, Lin Xiao and Liu Jing had not noticed that she had propped a chair against the door, placing a glass bottle precariously on its edge, ready to fall with the slightest movement. Should anyone force their way in, the glass would shatter, creating a commotion, while the shards on the floor would present a challenge for the intruder. This strategy would not delay them for long, but with their belongings limited to what the training base provided, the glass bottle and chair were their best options. Even a second of delay is valuable. That time is sufficient for us to rise and slip into the bathroom, where we can manually lock the door. They can only break in violently, while we can escape through the bathroom window. I recall that the straight-line distance to the arms storage is merely 500 meters. Xu Lingxiu had meticulously planned the entire escape route, and as Lin Xiao listened, her confidence in the night surged. It was said that some individuals were naturally suited for leadership roles, and Lin Xiao felt immensely grateful that she had been assigned to share a dormitory with Xu Lingxiu, as her parents had intended with her name. Let us turn in early. Getting adequate rest will ensure that we are not disoriented when we need to make our escape, Xu Lingxiu suggested, her words seemingly imbued with an enchanting quality. After hearing her, Lin Xiao peacefully drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, as the hour grew late, Kaiyang, clad in military boots, approached the training ground. Instructor Chen cast a helpless glance at his colleague, who seemed eager to awaken the girls. Are you certain this is how you wish to rouse them? Kaiyang chuckled. Of course, let us begin by disabling their dormitory door's fingerprint system. Chapter 39. Wake-up service. As Lin Xiao sensed something amiss and attempted to rise from her bed, a hand abruptly pulled her from her cocoon of blankets. Dazed, she was yanked into a sitting position, and just then, the sound of a glass bottle shattering pierced the air, jolting Lin Xiao fully awake. In a flurry of confusion, she recalled the route Xu Lingxiu had instructed her to take before sleep, dashed into the bathroom, locked the door, and opened the window to climb out. However, as she was leaping off the bed and rushing towards the bathroom, she was abruptly yanked back by a hand. The one who had seized her was Liu Xing. In a state of panic, Lin Xiao turned to ask why they weren't fleeing, only to see Liu Xing, devoid of expression, pointing towards the doorway. Xu Lingxiu stood there, and in front of her lay a pool of shattered glass from a toppled chair. In her grasp was a serpent, thick as a human arm and approximately 1.5 meters long. Lin Xiao's face drained of color, cold sweat pouring from her as she opened her mouth to speak, but no words emerged. Could Xu Lingxiu's audacity be any greater, and why was such a snake present in the dormitory at night? Don't worry, it's fake. Xu Lingxiu held the snake tightly, clearly feeling the metallic texture. It was a bionic mechanical snake, the simulation of which was rather lackluster, deployed into the students' dormitory at night. This was likely a surprise orchestrated by Qian. Releasing her grip on Lin Xiao, Liu Xing instinctively stepped forward to retrieve tools and began clearing the shards of glass from the floor. Lin Xiao remained frozen at the edge of the bed, still reeling from the shock the snake had inflicted upon her, until Xu Lingxiu broke the silence. Let's go. The instigator was likely waiting at the training ground, eager to witness the ensuing chaos. Under Xu Lingxiu's reminder, the three of them had donned fresh training uniforms before sleep, allowing them to exit without further ado. Xu Lingxiu, clutching the mechanical snake, led the way, with Liu Xing and Lin Xiao closely following. In the corridor, shrieks began to echo from various dormitories, and as they exited the building, the cacophony of screams and the flickering of lights resonated. At that moment, Qian was reveling in delight at the training ground. Not only the mechanical snake, but the assortment of medium-sized mechanical creatures he had brought was diverse. The largest was a wolf, while the smallest was a toad. However, he had dispatched 10 toads to awaken a dormitory full of students. Instructor Chen stood nearby, clapping helplessly, unable to comprehend Qian's morbid sense of humor, yet respecting it nonetheless. Qian awaited the moment when this group of young ones would realize their ruse. In the dimness of night, 3 individuals approached them. Instructor. Although they were aware this was undoubtedly his doing, Xu Lingxiu maintained a facade of nonchalance, raising the mechanical snake she held and reporting flatly, a mechanical snake was discovered in the room. Qian's smile broadened. Well done, you may set it down. Xu Lingxiu complied, and the mechanical snake scurried away as if escaping from the clutches of a demon, darting behind Qian. Did you notice it early on? Qian remarked, observing his own mechanical serpent's hasty retreat, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he lightly kicked its head. Not particularly early. I merely have a habit of placing a few traps at the dormitory entrance, Xu Lingxiu replied, embodying her B-level psychic prowess. In reality, she had awakened the moment the snake began its movement in the corridor. As the days passed since its activation, her SS-level psychic abilities had gradually revealed their superiority, continuously enhancing her perception capacity. However, she chose to remain still, waiting for the S-level Liu Xing to rise first, feigning that she had been awakened by Liu Xing's noise, and positioned herself at the door to catch the unsuspecting. Those, like Xu Shichen, who had received Xu Lingxiu's earlier warning, managed to remain relatively unscathed that night. Jin adhered to Xu Lingxiu's advice, keeping one eye open while waiting for several toads to arrive at their dormitory. Their sluggish descent was solely due to Shen Shouli's adamant refusal to touch the toads. Despite Jin's insistence that the toads were fake and clean, he still found them repulsive and unappealing. Ultimately, Jin ventured down alone, grumbling as he descended empty-handed while Shen Die Xiaoye remained leisurely above. On Xu Shichen's side, things were considerably simpler. The girls in their dormitory largely trusted her, mirroring the initial protocol of Xu Lingxiu's dormitory. They prepared for unexpected events before sleeping. However, a mechanical dingo was dispatched to their dormitory, initially startling them, but they soon discovered its mechanical nature thanks to Xu Shichen's intervention, a false alarm. Tang Muwen's situation was less fortunate. His dormitory was quieter, and one of his roommates had a close relationship with Sun Liao, completely disbelieving Xu Lingxiu's words and urging Tang Muan to leave for good. Later, when the mechanical wolf intruded, they huddled together in the bathroom, petrified, unable to leap from the window to escape. Being on the 4th floor, it was Tang Muan who ventured next door to inform them that it was merely a mechanical wolf. One must concede that Instructor Kaian's nocturnal invasion was remarkably successful. Some students maintained their characteristic composure, while others, as he had anticipated, were thoroughly terrified, contributing to an exquisite display of comedic fright. This nocturnal escapade had fostered a diverse range of student reactions, leaving Kaian particularly satisfied. Those who had encountered the creatures generally recognized this as yet another of the instructor's pranks, and those who were too frightened to emerge from their locked bathrooms were summoned by other instructors to come out. Gradually, all students began to gather at the training ground. As the lights illuminated the area, the varied appearances of the students came into view, some in pajamas, some bare-chested, and others sporting disheveled hair. In contrast, Xu Lingxiu and her companions appeared rather out of place, exuding an air of calm and composure. How was the experience of the night wake-up service? Kaian asked, unabashedly expressing his delight. Behind him, the mechanical creatures gathered, and he appeared less like a commanding officer of 6 military academies and more akin to the director of a zoo. He chuckled. Originally, I had planned to include some larger mechanical beasts, grizzly bears, lions, and tigers, but I feared you little rascals would soil yourselves, so I opted for these adorable creatures instead. Yet, I see you were still thoroughly frightened. One could easily imagine awakening in a half-dream state only to find a grizzly bear at one's bedside, sending shivers down the spines of the students, who could only contemplate their own funeral arrangements. Xu Lingxiu gazed at the creatures behind Instructor Kaian, sensing something was amiss, but she could not quite articulate it. It was only when Kaian mentioned the larger beasts, lions, tigers, and grizzly bears, that she finally realized where the peculiarity lay. Since her arrival in this interstellar era, the animals she had encountered had all been species found on Earth. This interstellar age bore no distinction from those found beyond Earth, yet certain bizarre botanical materials were indeed absent from her home planet. Recalling the earlier naming by General Einher Fuyuheng, a tumultuous wave of realization surged within Xu Lingxiu. This interstellar era did not resemble another world, nor was it a parallel dimension of Earth. Rather, it felt as though the two had been unnaturally fused together. Chapter 40. The arrival of mining. Xu Lingxiu had always held the belief that this interstellar era might represent another civilization highly akin to humanity within the vast, boundless cosmos. However, gazing upon the familiar beasts before her, her thoughts began to unravel. If the creatures of the stars were akin to those of Earth, then what of the interstellar humans and their terrestrial counterparts? Were they truly part of the same universe, or were they inhabitants of parallel worlds? A sudden thud interrupted Xu Lingxiu's scattered musings as a heavy object was unceremoniously dropped before her, the sound resonating and dust swirling around her. Instructor Kaian announced the purpose of their evening's exertion. We shall commence a weighted cross-country march. He did not divulge the distance nor the destination, likely intending to transport them to a special training locale. The students, roused from their slumber in the dead of night, wore expressions of resignation, each one silently acquiescing to their fate as they numbly shouldered their burdens. As the gates swung open, they set forth into the wilderness. As the training began, it drew Xu Lingxiu's thoughts back from her contemplative state regarding this world. There would be ample time for exploration. The immediate priority was to navigate this trial period with stability. The nocturnal trek lasted approximately an hour and a half, with instructors trailing closely in vehicles. Upon reaching their destination, exhaustion was palpable among the majority, compounded by their state of sleep deprivation. They arrived at an unremarkable wooden door, which creaked open to reveal a quaint yet unconventional training base. In stark contrast to the expansive training facilities, this place exuded a rustic charm, adorned with verdant flora and earthen pathways, where inhabitants were housed in wooden cabins. The instructor from this modest base approached Kaian and shook his hand. The training of the Mecha engineers is progressing smoothly, he reported to the commanding officer. Kaian patted him on the shoulder and nodded. This was indeed the fabled location where students destined for mining were sent. Observing the arduous conditions, the initially vociferous students from the command and analysis tracks fell silent, realizing their own accommodations were far superior to this. What could possibly compel Kion to bring them to such a desolate place? Were they to be banished here to dwell? Nat Atter had long been aware of the commotion outside the wooden cabin. However, a relentless schedule of studies and assignments had left her severely sleep-deprived. She felt utterly fatigued and reluctant to rise. It was only when the unusual sounds outside grew increasingly insistent that she donned her clothes and stepped out, yawning. She first spotted the notorious Commander Kion, who had captured them on their initial leap through space, her heart racing. Then her gaze shifted through the crowd, landing on a familiar figure. "What brings you here?" Xu, initially preoccupied with her observations of the training facility, was startled when a figure rushed towards her. After a moment of contemplation, she struggled to recall the individual before her. The perplexity in her eyes prompted Nat Atter to quickly clarify. "I am the girl who was holding onto you on the stalker. Don't you remember?" Recognition dawned on Xu. This was indeed the girl who had inquired about her lack of fear. She nodded in acknowledgement. Kion, witnessing their reunion, did not intervene, stating, "You have 20 minutes to familiarize yourselves with the Mecha engineering students here." Nat Atter sighed in relief and extended her hand towards Xu. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Nat Atter, a Mecha engineering student." "Xu, in command," she replied, shaking her hand. As Nat Atter scrutinized Xu, she sensed a noticeable transformation. Xu appeared taller and more robust, shedding the frail and sickly demeanor she once possessed. Now, she exuded a palpable strength. It seemed Xu had endured much during their separation, but now was not the time for nostalgia. Nat Atter commenced sharing the particulars of this small training base. "Since the day we parted ways, we have remained here for nearly half a month. During this time, we have primarily focused on familiarizing ourselves with and identifying the raw materials for mecha production. About 800 meters from here lies a large cave, at its center a mine where workers descend to extract resources. We accompany them to learn the ropes." As she spoke, Nat Atter gestured animatedly. "After our daily studies, we select materials for cutting, softening, and a myriad of tasks. Do not be deceived by the dilapidation here. The few instruments in the lab are worth millions of imperial credits." Xu listened intently as Nat Atter painted a vivid picture of their daily routines, realizing that the life of a mecha engineer demanded both high cognitive engagement and physical exertion, engaging in cutting-edge research while also laboriously extracting raw materials from the mines, a tedious, time-consuming endeavor. "I cannot fathom how they brought you here. Our instructors never informed me." Nat Atter rambled on, her enthusiasm rendering her oblivious to the peculiar crowd that had gathered around her. Their curiosity piqued, particularly those with red and golden hair. Xu and Jin shared the same astonishment. "Sister Commander, how do you know someone from the Mecha engineering track?" Kion had instructed the students to engage with their peers in Mecha engineering, and none dared disregard his words. They all sought out the Mecha engineers. However, with only 20 Mecha engineering students among 280 of them, the odds were not in their favor. Just as Xu was lamenting this disparity, she noticed a Mecha engineering student approaching her sister for a conversation. Those who usually mingled with Xu gathered around, listening intently, while others, unfamiliar with the situation, hesitated to intrude, resulting in a chaotic scene where they reaped the most benefit. When she returned, she would surely recount these events to her mother and brother. Had Xu held her back? Not at all. It was she who had fortuitously latched onto her sister's coattails. Noticing the Tartar's growing anxiety, Xu gently pressed down on Jin's head, which was protruding curiously. "It's all right, don't be afraid." She then introduced her companions. "This is my roommate, Nat Atter." Upon learning of their roommate connection, Xu and Jin nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Liu Jing and Lin Xiao were acutely aware that there was more to this relationship than mere camaraderie. Lin Xiao silently mused that perhaps Xu had once again emanated her charismatic aura. The 20 minutes swiftly elapsed. Some had gleaned all necessary information while others remained perplexed. After observing the students' conditions, Kion unveiled the purpose of their visit to this location. "We are here to mine. Today, you will assist in extracting raw materials. Xu Lingxiu calmly clapped her hands twice, acknowledging that attending school had inadvertently led her into the realm of labor. Chapter 41, Team Deployment in the Intermilitary Academy League's team competition. The number of unique maps recorded by the Skynet is vast. Last year's team competition saw the Mecha Military Academy's team utterly defeated by their opponents, the Thorn Rose, due to a chaotic sense of direction in the desert terrain. Observing the flustered expressions of the students, Kion became even more resolute in the decision he had made for today. Instructor Chen stood nearby, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder. In this moment, he fully understood his usually somewhat domineering and whimsical colleague. The Mecha Military Academy could no longer linger at the bottom, its students could no longer be the subject of ridicule. Kion felt a fervent belief that propelled him to take a gamble on this batch of students, helping them grow, in a rather desperate manner. "It's still quite late at night, are you all heading down already?" Natater exclaimed, her eyes widening slightly. The situation inside the mine was quite complex. They often feared getting lost under the guidance of workers and instructors during the day, let alone at night. Shushichen had grown entirely accustomed to it. "You have no idea what we went through the last time at such an hour. I suspect our chief instructor harbors some deep-seated grudge against sleep, determined to become the nemesis of everyone's slumber." As the military horn sounded, everyone returned to their positions and stood at attention to hear Kion announce the detailed rules. "Students from the Mecha Engineering Department, you will face a minor assessment during the day, requiring you to create a mecha component. You are now permitted to form teams freely. Each team will consist of 14 students from the Mecha Engineering Department paired with 14 from other disciplines. You will descend into the mine, where we have already placed collected materials at various locations. After gathering the necessary materials, you must find the exit. We will only open 2 exits, and the specific rules will be announced shortly." With his hands clasped behind his back, Kion regarded the students with a warning demeanor. No conflicts are permitted at the material collection points. Should any conflict arise over the materials, each member of the involved team will lose 5 points and be disqualified from this assessment. Similarly, if materials are maliciously taken away, the same penalty applies. The Mecha engineering students can only verbally describe the materials they require. You have but one chance to search. Once you exit, re-entry is prohibited, and even if you've taken the wrong items, you must use them. Listen carefully. If you take everything, that Mecha engineering student must utilize all of it in the daytime assessment. Finally, the teams of the top 3 Mecha engineering students will receive additional points of 5, 3, and 2 respectively, and the successfully created mecha components will earn an extra point. Failure will result in point deductions. You now have 20 minutes to form your teams and note down the materials information. With only 20 minutes at their disposal, as soon as Kion finished speaking, chaos erupted among the students, as forming teams proved a formidable challenge. Natater naturally paired up with Xu Lingxiu, while Xu Lingxiu automatically linked with Shushichen. With Jin, Shinsholi, and Tang Muwen, they had formed 5 members, including their roommates Liu Xing and Lin Xiao, leaving 7 positions still unfilled. Wang Jihu, eager to join, approached with a couple of friends in tow. Shushichen's roommates joined in as well, adding 3 more to their number, and finally, the indecisive Lan Ruo was dragged over by Lin Xiao. While other groups remained embroiled in chaos, this team efficiently completed their formation. Natater began to outline the materials she needed. Rare metals are the most crucial primary components for Mecha, so we must secure those first. The main body has blue and white borders, made of golden metal with white fluorescent accents. Next, we need Yuqi grass, which has white roots and brown leaves, typically with about 3 to 5 thin leaflets. Following that, we require Ganluo powder, which is pink and has granules much larger than the usual powder. It should be contained in a bottle for easy collection. We also need a small piece of sheen. Just a small fragment will suffice, but be cautious as it is highly corrosive and appears green. When shaken in its bottle, it feels quite soft. Lastly, we need Hihumi liquid, which is black and viscous, with a sour scent when approached. I only require 1 of each of these materials. Due to time constraints and limitations, Natater hurriedly conveyed her instructions, ensuring clarity while adhering to Kion's time restrictions, repeating her points twice for the others. Their group was relatively swift. Other teams struggled to even finish discussing their materials. Still in a fog of confusion, as they were urged to depart quickly in small groups towards the mine, located 800 meters away. After taking a few steps, Shushichin suddenly lamented, "Why do I feel like I can't remember anything all of a sudden?" "Don't worry, I've got it all down," chimed in three voices in unison, Tang Muwen, Lan Ruo, and Lin Xiao. They exchanged glances, and Lin Xiao began to explain, "We are all from the analysis department and possess foundational knowledge of databases. What Natatar mentioned consists of relatively standard materials, which we should all be able to recognize and differentiate once we descend." Tang Muwen and Lan Ruo nodded in agreement with Lin Xiao's assertion. Xu Lingxiu glanced at the trio. "The analysis department probably has an innate advantage in terrain recognition, right?" Lin Xiao affirmed, "We essentially serve as a repository of analytical data. Our fundamental task is to analyze directions and distances based on the terrain. In a battlefield context, analysts function akin to human intelligence processors. While current AI technology is advanced, methods to disrupt it are equally numerous. Analysts provide a strategic reserve of human insight, especially when AI may falter in the face of unpredictable battlefield dynamics." For instance, there was an instance when AI calculated the probability of a successful rescue at a landslide site to be too low and suggested abandoning the effort. However, a human analyst insisted on the necessity of saving lives, ultimately rescuing 8 individuals. Although they were barely clinging to life as predicted by the AI, they survived through sheer willpower. "Excellent, I remember we need to find 5 types of materials. Since we have 3 analysts, I propose we temporarily divide into groups of 5, 5, and 4. The 5-member group can search for 2 types, and the 4-member group can find 1 type. This way, we avoid having a large crowd wandering aimlessly inside. Once we find the materials, we will exit in a coordinated manner and regroup outside." Xu Lingxiu astutely noted that this assessment seemed to be focused on gauging the analytical skills of the students in training, with tasks centered around their analytical capabilities. Following the sequence of previous assessments, combat for individual skills, and a river ambush for command, the focus on analysis was entirely reasonable. Upon hearing Xu Lingxiu's proposed team arrangement, the 3 analysts instinctively tensed, as it was evident that this deployment was centered around their abilities. Chapter 42, The Underground Labyrinth. The instructor led them to their destination, where the mine's layout differed significantly from those found on Earth. Instead, it encircled a small hillside, revealing a total of 20 entrances arranged in a perfect circle around the slope. The excavation surfaces were remarkably smooth, indicating that they were not crafted by human hands but rather by advanced interstellar technology. The 20 groups of students were assigned to enter through different openings, and Instructor Chen raised a megaphone to emphasize, "After you enter, the rules regarding which entrance will allow you to exit will be announced later." In case of any unforeseen circumstances within the mine, with a wave of his hand, the instructors distributed yellow emergency balls to each student. "Simply crush it to signal for help, and we shall arrive promptly. Take good care of your yellow balls." Xu Lingxiu's group entered through the 5th entrance from the right, having received their emergency balls. Along the way, they casually divided themselves into smaller teams based on proximity. She found herself grouped with Lin Xiao, Liu Zheng, Wang Qi, and one of his friends, tasked with retrieving a sample of rare silver and a vial of corium liquid. Upon stepping into the cave, a chill enveloped them. This mine was unlike any Xu Lingxiu had previously encountered on Earth, resembling more of a limestone cavern. No sooner had they entered than they faced 3 diverging paths, perfectly suiting their 3 groups, prompting them to split up. Xu Lingxiu's group chose the rightmost passage. This type of mine typically involves hollowing out a large section of the mountain and then excavating various tunnels in search of raw gemstones deep within, Lin Xiao explained, swallowing nervously as she spoke to bolster her courage. Some stones require special treatment within these confines before they can be extracted, which accounts for the vastness of this space. Therefore, such a scenario is quite normal. It was increasingly evident that this had been deliberately designed. Xu Lingxiu brought up the rear, scrutinizing the cave structure, noting how the path led them downward. With her trailing behind, the others felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Although Lin Xiao, tasked with leading, was less at ease, steeling herself, she guided the group further until they spotted a faint yellow glow ahead. They finally emerged into a more spacious area, revealing a large opening approximately 3 meters in diameter, likely the additional mining tunnel Lin Xiao had mentioned. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao crouched to examine the entrance. Given its depth and width, this should be the portal to a rare silver mine. Are we in the wrong place? Their mission did not involve rare silver. Her remark instilled a sense of hesitation in the others. Just because this is the entrance to a rare silver mine doesn't mean the materials here are exclusively rare silver. Let's proceed and take a look. Xu Lingxiu, unperturbed at the back of the line, pointed toward a small path adjacent to the cave, leading to another area. Oh, you're right, Lin Xiao replied, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow, realizing her anxiety had led to foolishness, a sentiment echoed by the others. Thankfully, Xu Lingxiu was there to guide them. They followed the small path, and after a brief walk, they encountered a bright white light emanating from a small room. Inside, they discovered over a dozen square boxes resembling glass, each containing a green object. Upon closer inspection, it appeared metallic, aligning with Natartar's description of rare silver. Xu Lingxiu approached to grasp one of the boxes, which was magnetically affixed to the table. The table itself was secured, making it somewhat challenging to lift. She finally managed to shake it free, discovering it was quite soft in texture. Lin Xiao exhaled with relief, a smile spreading across her face. This is wonderful, we found what we needed right away. Now we only need the corium liquid. However, just as she finished speaking, the small room trembled violently, and the occupants felt the structure begin to move rapidly. Xu Lingxiu, still holding the box, lost her footing. Wen Qi, alarmed, reached out to steady her but was taken aback by her unexpected balance and flexibility. She managed to adjust her stance and regain her footing. In contrast, Wen Qi stumbled and fell, landing in a cloud of dust. He rose, dusting himself off with the help of a friend, realizing he needed to change his habit of judging by appearances, especially when it came to Xu Lingxiu. The sound of a mechanism activating echoed through the room. It eventually stabilized, having transitioned to a different location. Xu Lingxiu glanced at Wen Qi and, after a moment's contemplation, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Indeed, she had narrowly avoided losing her balance while handling a hazardous item. In that critical moment, she had relied on her physical agility, noticing Wen Qi's attempt to assist her. Regardless of the outcome, his instinct to protect a companion in such a moment revealed his inherent goodness. Hearing her words ignited an inexplicable flicker of hope within Wen Qi, who had been feeling disheartened. Xu Lingxiu had thanked him. This was Xu Lingxiu, after all. However, next time, ensure your own safety before attempting to save others, as she added, dousing his flicker of hope with a cold splash of reality. Wang Qi's lips twitched. All right, I will. Confirming that everyone was unharmed, Xu Lingxiu stepped forward and opened the door. What lay beyond was not the pathway leading to the rare silver mine. The others gathered at the entrance, astonished by the transformation of their surroundings. What is this? Have we encountered a ghost? Are we trapped in a ghost wall? Wen Qi's friend rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what had transpired. Lin Xiao, supported by Liu Zheng, emerged from the room, having injured her leg on the table. With a grave expression, she surveyed the altered structure, sighing deeply. The layout here mirrors a map previously released by Qian Wang during a military academy competition, she stated, her demeanor serious. I hope I am mistaken, but upon reflection, the terrain we traversed since entering has closely resembled that map. I failed to realize it at first due to my anxiety. Now, with the mechanisms of this small room activated, it is almost certain that the instructors have transformed this area into a simulation of that map. And that map is titled The Underground Labyrinth. Chapter 43. Public chat moment. Instructor Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly the appointed hour. Utilizing the privileges of his intellect, he activated the system. Qian, squatting nearby, displayed an unusual expression of melancholy. What are you doing? Did you not come here a month in advance to scout and arrange everything? Instructor Chen found Qian's demeanor particularly amusing, reaching out to hoist him up as one might lift a large Maine Coon cat. Qian adjusted his military cap, which had nearly slipped from his head due to Chen's action, yet his face remained one of despondency. I sincerely hope these little rascals do not squander my earnest efforts. The previous year's dismal defeat at the Desert Map Military Academy competition had left an indelible shadow over Qian. That previous defeat can be attributed to various factors affecting command and morale, Instructor Chen remarked, gesturing towards his intellect. What do you have to worry about this time? Xu is here. You mentioned this is modeled after the military academy competition. Just as Xu was about to inquire further, her intellect activated unexpectedly, and the subsystem commenced operation. A map materialized before everyone, displaying the real-time locations of 280 students. Most were marked in green, while their teammates were distinctly marked in pink. At that moment, the positions of the two other groups diverged significantly from theirs. There were a total of 20 entrances, each leading to 3 bifurcations that pointed to different material acquisition points. In total, there were 60 rooms for material storage, and just moments ago, the houses had experienced a spatial exchange. Observing the distribution of students on the map, it was evident that a substantial number chose to remain together in search of materials, while some areas were devoid of individuals, and others were crowded. Some had ventured into material rooms, while others had not witnessed the transfer of locations firsthand. Each of the 60 material points was designated with codes 1 to 20 corresponding to the entrances, but no such coding existed for the material points. The instructor had yet to announce the refreshing rules for exiting. Is it possible to deduce the pattern of the house relocations? Xu pondered for a moment before addressing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao hesitated briefly. We need more exchanges of positions to discern any patterns. The most prudent approach at this juncture was to remain stationary on this path, waiting for the house to automatically refresh and reveal whether it contained the desired materials. If they encountered what they needed, they would take it. If not, they would exit and await the next house's arrival, ultimately waiting at the entrance for its refresh. Should luck prove unfavorable, they might find themselves lingering here for an indeterminate duration, perhaps even until the Mech Division assessment concluded. At that moment, the system unexpectedly displayed a window, and upon inspection, they discovered the capability to input text. Oh my, is this a dedicated public chat section designed for us? We can actually chat now. The instructor must think we're bored and wants us to pass the time while we wait. What are you all thinking? It is clearly intended for us to exchange information. This remark caused a brief pause in the rapidly scrolling chat interface. Was the instructor truly expecting them to share information? But was this not a trial period? They were clearly competitors. Could they genuinely exchange information without repercussions? Xu noticed that this public chat was the sole means of communication available, with no second window for group chats. She straightforwardly typed a message to the leaders of the other two groups. Shinsholi, Xu, have you secured the target materials? Xu name refreshed the chat, causing a second brief halt in the conversation, subsequently redirecting everyone's attention away from their previous discussions. Am I seeing things? Did Xu just speak above me? Xu is a rather humble name. She is our esteemed commander. How embarrassing for you all. Why are you making such a fuss over a single statement? Commander, what materials have you found? Our team has no analyst to remember what materials are needed. It seems the commander's team has split up. How clever. If we had known, we could have unlocked 3 material points directly. Xu stared at the screen for a long moment, anxious not to miss any updates from the two individuals. Suddenly, 2 notification sounds chimed. None sis, it's not the materials we need. We haven't entered any houses and are still on the original path. While her teammates lacked a private chat channel, they did have exclusive notification sounds during public chat. Their failure to encounter the desired materials was anticipated by Xu. Given her luck, it would be quite commendable if the combat group could find even one type of material this time. A loud noise erupted. All 5 of them were currently outside the material room. Turning around, they saw a small house suddenly vanish into their ground, followed by a resounding echo reverberating through the underground labyrinth. The second transfer of the material room was underway. Approximately 5 minutes later, the transfer concluded, revealing a new material point before them. The positions of individuals on the map underwent a significant alteration. Xu glanced at Lin Xiao. How much time has elapsed since the last transfer? Lin Xiao promptly replied, 7 minutes. The transfer took 7 minutes, but our last transfer process concluded in just 2 minutes. The actual environment here differs greatly from the underground labyrinth in the Skynet. Let me think. Skynet refreshes automatically, so the material point refresh time is consistently 5 minutes. Here, the transfer time varies based on distance. Based on this, I believe I can roughly estimate the transfer distances and, in conjunction with the map's refresh patterns, I should be able to determine where specific material points will appear along certain paths at different times. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Xu nodded and entered the new material room to inspect it. Finding that the materials did not belong to any of the types they were seeking, she exited. Xu opened the public chat, disregarding all others, and sent a message to Shincholi and Shushijin. Now, let's alter our strategy. If we encounter any materials our entire group needs, we should take them immediately without adhering to the previous division methods. Just inform us here once you've secured them. Previously, the divisions had been made solely out of concern for overlapping materials, but now that communication was possible, that concern was alleviated. Xu added, "We have already secured the alloy silver." As soon as she uttered this, the public chat erupted. Is that permissible to announce? Why can't we say it outright? They've already got it in hand. But doesn't that expose the location of their material point? Anyone else needing the same materials can simply search for the point they were at before. Our analysts have confirmed this can be calculated. Do you all even trust Xu? What if she is deceiving us by intentionally mentioning the wrong material? The chat suddenly erupted into chaos due to that single remark. Wang Zhihu was about to unleash a tirade against those absurdly speculating about Xu when she sent another message. In this assessment, we need to cooperate. Chapter 44. A good commander. In the past fortnight of training, the concept of competition had already been deeply ingrained in each student's mind, yet, at this moment, the leader of the ranking surprisingly uttered the word cooperation. Instinctively, everyone began to reject this notion. Is it too absurd for Xu to say that? Us. Cooperate. To be honest, the first place contestant mentioning cooperation surely benefits her personally, right? If it weren't for the instructor's restrictions, I bet everyone would eagerly scavenge all the materials and take them away. However, it wasn't long before someone began to counter this argument. Why can't Xu talk about cooperation? If it weren't for her during the last river ambush, some of you would have already drowned. Now you look down on her. Exactly. Do you think everyone is as narrow-minded as you? If you had been vigilant last time, you wouldn't have needed to search for rescue items. You just enjoyed watching others get submerged. Xu paid little attention to their bickering. Her proposal for collaboration stemmed from her consideration of what the instructors wished to observe during this assessment. Xu posted her analysis on the public screen. This training has unusually enabled public chat and map functionalities, emphasizing the prohibition of scavenging. I believe the instructor's intention is to encourage our cooperation. Our assessment results are not tied to how fast we exit, rather, they depend on our ability to minimize materials and the competence of our mecha pilots in teamwork. Collecting materials individually should not lead to conflict, and conflict is expressly forbidden. Our group analysis, led by Lin Xiao, suggests that the terrain here perfectly replicates the underground labyrinth from the Skynet Military Academy League. I believe everyone understands the concept of team competitions, where students from the same school fight side by side. I reasonably speculate that the instructor hopes we can achieve a collaborative effort, allowing everyone to exit this place swiftly. A lengthy statement appeared on the public screen, and no one flooded it with responses. Everyone was attentively reading Xu words. Upon seeing her name mentioned, Lin Xiao's face flushed, but a surge of determination arose within her. She must calculate the operational patterns to live up to the trust Xu placed in her through such an extensive message. After everyone had read it, replies began to trickle in. As expected of our esteemed commander. Reasoned and composed, having such a person at the rear on the battlefield makes me willing to fight with all my might. Commander, I'd like to report my location. Currently, I'm on the path leading to the 6th cave entrance, and the materials here are soft sand silver. As more individuals acknowledged Xu Lingxiu's call for cooperation, they began to report their locations, and each analyst engaged in a fervent brainstorming session to calculate positions and patterns. Xu Shichen and Jin Wusuor, with nothing to do, watched Tang Muwen lost in thought, whispering to one another. Our commander's words this time are truly gentle and reasonable. Indeed, it's the first time I've seen her express herself so extensively, typing so much. TSK, why are there still people looking for trouble on the public screen? Who? Let's wait for him on this road and give him a kick into the mine when he arrives. The exchange of information was fervently underway. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply. She had grasped the movement patterns of these material points and shared her insights on the public screen for further discussion among the analysts. Everyone unanimously agreed that her calculations were accurate. Following this pattern, they began to search for intersections to facilitate material exchanges. For example, the materials needed by Group 6 were currently located at the material point of Group 8. As long as Group 8 moved once while Group 6 moved twice, they could meet on the same path. More and more groups began to assist one another, and a team without analysts unexpectedly encountered Xu Lingxiu's group during one of their movements. They barely had time to hear the names of the materials and had no idea what they looked like, but with Lin Xiao, this conundrum was swiftly resolved. As a crowd gathered around to express their gratitude, Lin Xiao's face turned crimson, and she couldn't help but steal glances at Xu Lingxiu standing nearby. Deep down, she lacked confidence in herself. Lin Xiao came from a well-off family. Her father worked in the Capital Star military department, and since childhood, her family had expected her to follow in his footsteps, to become a student of one of the 6 major military academies and eventually enter the military like her father. Bearing such expectations, Lin Xiao couldn't quite articulate her feelings toward a military career. While she didn't resent it, it also wasn't entirely aligned with her life aspirations. After all, her family had nurtured her in various directions. Her individual combat skills were subpar, and her mecha piloting was inadequate. Ultimately, she found herself in the realm of command and analysis, where her instructor encouraged her to focus on analysis. At that time, Lin Xiao was unwilling. She was a person with a strong sense of responsibility, and didn't understand why she couldn't be a commander. She disliked the role of an analyst, which, in the eyes of others, was merely a database, a substitute, in the event of a malfunctioning intellect, sounding dull and uninteresting. How magnificent it was to command, expending minimal energy while receiving maximum protection, with a mere gesture commanding everyone's obedience. When her father returned home on leave from the military, she hoped to change her instructor's assessment of her. However, her father simply observed her in silence for a while. If you define analysis and command in that way, then you are destined to be a poor commander. That statement resonated with Lin Xiao until this very moment, when she finally comprehended its meaning. Xu Lingxiu had respected and believed in her from the very beginning. She never regarded her as merely a database. Instead, she trusted the information and judgments Lin Xiao provided, maintaining control over the situation and guiding everyone onto the correct path when errors occurred. Some individuals are born commanders. The intellect chimed in, and Instructor Chen announced the conditions for opening the cave entrances to everyone. Cave 7, condition, 140 people. Everyone's breath hitched. This opening requirement fully validated Xu Lingxiu's earlier assertions, silencing those who had previously questioned her. What the instructor sought to witness was their mutual assistance and collective resolve. Without Xu Lingxiu and the efforts of all the analysts, everyone would still be in a state of confusion, unable to assemble the 10 teams required for completion. Moreover, if everyone refused to cooperate, even if luck favored someone in gathering the necessary items, they would still be unable to exit. The previously disastrous outcome was entirely transformed into a win-win situation under Xu Lingxiu's leadership. At this moment, everyone gathered together, with the map densely marked with positions. In front stood Xu Lingxiu at the entrance to Cave 7. Lin Xiao gazed at her, recalling the latter part of her father's words. Do you think being a commander merely involves hiding behind everyone, sipping tea, reading reports, and making decisions? You are underestimating the role. A good commander is always at the forefront, leading everyone. Chapter 45, a half-day respite. As they observed the students approaching the 7th cave entrance on the intelligence map, with all 280 coordinates converging seamlessly, neither Instructor Chen nor Kian uttered a word. Were they in such haste to emerge because they had failed to locate the materials, or perhaps the 20 students from the Mecha division stood by, awaiting their turn, unaware of the unfolding events as their subsystems lay dormant? Natatter, initially feeling a bit drowsy, found her curiosity piqued by the peculiar expressions on the faces of the two lead instructors. Her concern for Shuling Xiu, coupled with intrigue, compelled her to focus intently on the cave entrance. The once ominous dark portal was sealed by an iron gate, which suddenly roared open, drawing the gaze of all present to the now illuminated threshold. The first figure to emerge was a young woman, her black hair dancing in the wind as she stepped forward with unwavering determination. Clad in an unremarkable combat uniform, she epitomized the essence of grace under pressure. It was Shuling Xiu. As she stepped out, a silent understanding seemed to pass among the trainees behind her, allowing her to exit first before they followed suit, and homage to their commander. Whether they believed in her or questioned her capabilities, it was evident that Shuling Xiu had led them to the most efficient solution during the assessment of the previous night. Kion gazed at the girl with a complex expression. His initial impression of her during the training period had not been favorable. She had appeared frail and pallid, having fainted during the interstellar jump. Kion did not harbor disdain for the weak, rather, he believed that weakness had no place at Mecha Military Academy. He had hastily labeled Shuling Xiu as such, yet he now watched her tear that label away, piece by piece. All 280 students emerged from the cave at the first opening, far exceeding the expectations of both Instructor Chen and Kion. Moreover, each of the 20 groups had successfully retrieved materials, even if some had initially miscommunicated and taken the wrong items. Nevertheless, half of them had procured the necessary resources for the Mecha division. Such an outcome could only result from unified coordination and leadership, as well as a spirit of collaboration that transcended competition. Suddenly, Kion felt a surge of emotion, prompting him to discreetly turn away. Had there been students of such caliber in the previous two cohorts, the Mecha Military Academy would not have suffered such a dismal defeat. The haunting memory of last year's desert map battle, where students shifted blame after their loss, lingered in his mind. At that time, Kion had contemplated resigning, preferring the battlefield to teaching such students. However, the Academy's elders were reluctant to lose an experienced and passionate instructor, granting him the authority to oversee the new recruits' training period. After much deliberation, Kion decided to remain, and the scene before him now validated his choice. Instructor Chen, initially taken aback, soon discreetly repositioned himself to shield Kion from the students, preventing them from witnessing this unexpected display of vulnerability. This was the silent understanding between partners. Kion was always so emotional. His anger, pride, and sorrow would come and go in a flash. Perhaps he genuinely relished in teasing others, but Instructor Chen understood all too well the hopes and efforts he had invested in this new batch of students. "You have 15 seconds, Instructor Chen stated, observing the students exchanging materials. "Chief Instructor, you need to take charge of the situation." Kion responded with a subdued acknowledgement, while Instructor Chen couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Natatter received the materials from Lin Xiao and the others, the weight of which was considerable. Lin Xiao had been somewhat anxious, yet the young woman confidently accepted the load, beaming with delight. "You all did exceptionally well." Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at Shuling Xiu, who had emerged first, a clear sign of her formidable prowess. She felt she had truly latched onto a strong ally. Shuling Xiu sensed the fervent gaze and returned a subtle nod. It wasn't that she was deliberately aloof or displeased. After speaking extensively in the underground maze, she felt she had exhausted her quota for the day and was somewhat reluctant to engage further. However, to others, this demeanor only reinforced her image as a skilled tactician, deepening the admiration of her peers. "I must strive to improve my ranking and remain until the end. I yearn to experience what it's like to have our Commander Xu as a teammate in the Military Academy League. There's a belief that as long as our commander is alive, we haven't truly lost. Are you all done? Is it necessary to flatter Shuling Xiu so excessively? What is so special about her words? I could say the same, it's just empty rhetoric, right? The real work is done through analysis. Goodness, someone like you should be thrown back into the underground maze. How can someone who speaks such nonsense even dare to emerge with us?" The students erupted into a minor uproar over the topic of Shuling Xiu. At that moment, Kion had composed himself. All right, your performance this time was commendable. You may remain here to rest for half a day. We will resume our journey to the original training grounds in the afternoon. Kion's pronouncement left the students momentarily stunned. A half-day respite, the formidable chief instructor was voluntarily granting them a break. This was certainly out of character. Something felt amiss, and they sensed a hidden agenda. All the students stood rigidly, entirely forgetting their fatigue from the night's harrowing adventure in the underground maze, each one eager to demonstrate their resolve, as if their faces were the message. Instructor, just tell us what challenge you have in store for us. A crisis of trust, indeed. Instructor Chen lightly mocked Kion from the side, then picked up a megaphone. I assure you, this is no deception. A half-day respite is my decision. Now, let us return to the training grounds. With Instructor Chen's reassurance, a wave of relief washed over the students, who erupted into cheers as they set off back to the Mecha Division training area. Kion shot a slightly embarrassed glance at Instructor Chen. So, they trust you now. You've really won them over. Just the usual. It's mainly due to the contrast with your approach, Instructor Chen replied. After all, I still intend to ensure they get a good night's rest. Unlike certain individuals, who were now labeled as sleep assassins by the students. Chapter 46, The Princess and the Pea. Upon returning to the modest training grounds, the initially exhilarated students found their spirits somewhat subdued. As their excitement waned, the weariness crept back in. The dormitory accommodations were scarce, with only 20 small cabins designated for the mech engineers. Some students specializing in mech engineering generously offered their rooms for communal use, while others, unwilling or lacking the space, made do by resting on the floor. This trial period, in a sense, seemed to have cured some of the more fastidious students of their cleanliness obsessions, with the exception of Shinsholi. He stared at the floor of Natartar's room for approximately 40 seconds and finally declared, "No, I shall not sleep here." Jin, standing nearby, attempted to dissuade him with an air of exasperation. Isn't the floor outside even dirtier? You should be grateful to have a place to sleep instead of being so picky. Just wait until I return to report you to your grandfather. He will surely have words with you. The latter part was murmured softly. Shinsholi shot him a glare before stepping outside, where he found Shulingsu seated against a tree, her eyes closed in repose. In the nearby vicinity, Shushichin imitated her and had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the world around her. Shulingsu, however, opened her eyes at the slightest approach. Upon recognizing Shinsholi and Jin, she closed her eyes once more and inquired, "Here to rest?" Unfazed by whether Shulingsu could see him, Jin shook his head. "I have come to bask in the illustrious glow of our commander." In the next moment, a small stone swiftly flew from Shulingsu's right hand, striking Jin in the abdomen. He exaggeratedly clutched the area as if he had been shot. "Commander, you possess a heart of steel." Unfortunately, neither Shinsholi nor Shulingsu showed any inclination to indulge his theatrics. Jin awkwardly straightened himself and found a space to sit, quickly soothing himself. "Clearly, this time, the commander has shown mercy upon me." The stone, though it flew swiftly, was not particularly painful upon contact. Compared to their first encounter, Jin could discern that Shulingsu's murderous intent towards him had significantly diminished. As for Shulingsu's maneuvers within the subterranean labyrinth, Jin had grown rather accustomed to them. Now he eagerly anticipated the day he could fight alongside her in earnest. Shinsholi gazed at the tree against which Shulingsu leaned. "I recall you mentioning that tree trunks are likely to harbor bird droppings. That pertains to the trunk above. This is the tree's root. If one must be pedantic, this is where dogs relieve themselves," Shulingsu replied, opening her eyes and glancing at the spot where Shinsholi sat. "Typically, that's where dogs bury their waste." Jin erupted into a fit of laughter that echoed for 5 meters around, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Oh, dear. Har har har, why must you provoke her? You cannot outwit her, yet you insist on seeking this discomfort for yourself." He laughed while wiping tears from his eyes, one hand playfully patting Shinsholi, who remained rigid. At the same time, Shushichin awoke from the commotion, opened her eyes to find Jin, and silently turned away to resume her slumber. Utterly exhausted, Shinsholi, his body tense and ears flushed, did not seem to heed Jin's advice. Instead, he continued addressing Shulingsu. Do you not find it uncomfortable? The bark of the tree against which Xu Lingqiu leaned was far from smooth, the aged bark exhibited a labyrinth of grooves and protrusions. Shen Shouli clenched his combat uniform jacket, and were Xu Lingqiu to open her eyes at that moment, she would surely perceive his intention to offer her his jacket for comfort. Unfortunately, Xu Lingqiu had just closed her eyes again. Do you truly believe it is uncomfortable? Are you a princess and the pea? Xu Lingqiu assumed Shen Shouli was merely seeking rest but found the tree bothersome, prompting her to retort. Jin, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered. What sort of princess is the princess and the pea? Since when did our empire feature a princess of that nature? Why was I, the third prince, unaware of this? Shen Shouli fell silent, perhaps out of confusion, as the color drained from his ears. Xu Lingqiu found herself at a loss for words. She had assumed the two interstellar beings would understand her reference to a fairy tale from Earth. Opening her eyes, she clarified, it is a story about a princess who, while staying at another's home, felt a pea under 20 layers of mattresses all night long. Upon hearing this, Jin immediately grasped why Xu Lingqiu referred to Shen Shouli as the princess and the pea, and his laughter grew even more raucous as he teasingly called out, princess and the pea. Having sufficiently rested, Xu Lingqiu opened her eyes and stood up, glancing at her smart device. Time was running short, the mech engineers were beginning their assessments, and she prepared to observe. Jin intended to follow, but Shen Shouli seemed rooted in place, lost in thought. Jin instinctively suspected that the appellation of princess and the pea had struck a nerve, and he felt compelled to comfort his friend. However, Shen Shouli suddenly spoke, she concocted a story just to call me a princess. Jin. You are not Shen Shouli, who are you? Step out of my friend's body. The mech engineer assessments took place at the center of the training grounds, where numerous students, like Xu Lingqiu, gathered to witness the spectacle. Each mech engineer student had a small personal workspace where they crafted components. Natater felt a twinge of anxiety as she surveyed the materials on her table, silently praying, Father, grant me your blessing. At that moment, Jin and Shen Shouli had caught up, accompanied by a yawning Shushichan, who had been roused by their raucous antics and decided to join them out of curiosity. Are you interested in mechs, Commander? Jin asked, noticing Xu Lingqiu's serious demeanor as she observed the proceedings. Well, I suppose I have a certain interest, Xu Lingqiu replied. Prior to the emergence of Liu Ming, her interest in mechs had been rather lukewarm. After having encountered colossal monsters, her first instinct was to feel a surge of bloodlust rather than admiration for such mechanical constructs. It was only when an SSS-class mech, claimed to be a relic of the galactic general, suddenly manifested before her that Xu Lingqiu felt compelled to learn more, albeit not excessively so. Firstly, she still found it difficult to validate Liu Ming's identity in her mind. She preferred to regard it as a playful pup. Secondly, her spiritual power was fabricated to be B-grade, a level incapable of piloting a mech, and being a reclusive orphan returning from the borderlands, her indifference towards mechs was entirely reasonable. What truly resonated with her were the fleeting images of what appeared to be Liu Ming's true form that occasionally surfaced in her mind, accompanied by Instructor Chen's words from that time, once you come into contact with mechs, you will undoubtedly grow fond of them. Chapter 47. The Skynet Mecha. At the tender age of 7, Natater first encountered mecha materials, specifically a piece of luminescent stone. Her father, gently holding her hand, meticulously ground it into golden powder, whispering softly in her ear, this is the most essential material for coloring the mecha. That day marked the inception of her dream to become a mecha engineer, her heart brimming with joy and boundless aspirations for the future. She envisioned herself, as an adult, designing a mecha that would captivate the entire galaxy, becoming her father's pride. Little did she foresee the darker aspects of the future, such as her father's passing years later or the overwhelming debt she would carry to qualify for the training period at the Mosia Military Academy. As Natater gazed at the materials brought forth by Xu Lingqiu and her companions, she exhaled deeply, resolutely grasping the rare metal. This day would truly herald the opening of a new chapter in her life. Commander, is your friend in the mecha engineering field reliable? The outcome of this assessment was crucial for their points tally. Jin quipped, observing the Tartar's initial sluggishness in the transparent chamber. In truth, she and Natater were not particularly familiar. Their encounters had been limited to brief interactions aboard the Stalker, hardly qualifying them as friends. Nonetheless, there was no necessity to elaborate on this. Xu Lingxiu watched as Nat at her, activated, and displayed her adept skills. There should be no issue. Xu Shichen, feeling drowsy and disoriented, slowly processed the conversation between Xu Lingxiu and Jin regarding their interest in mechas. Sister. When you return, access Skynet, with B-grade mental capacity, you can pilot an A-class mecha. Participating in the mecha competition would be absolutely impressive. Xu Shichen vividly recalled Xu Lingxiu's martial prowess displayed during her 7th year, imagining how awe-inspiring it would be to see those formidable yet obscure combat techniques executed on a colossal mecha. Jin could hardly contain herself as she approached and shook her gently. Wake up, you're still half asleep. Skynet's simulation of physical mechas achieves only 30% accuracy. Currently, only the top 50 competitors in the mecha competition can execute a coherent set of moves in Skynet. Our commander is still a B-grade, are you trying to get her killed? The reality of mental capacity requirements for piloting mechas was insurmountable. Skynet significantly mitigated the mental strain and physical prowess demanded by actual mecha operation. Individuals ranging from elderly grandmothers to 8-year-old girls could pilot entry-level virtual mechas, yet, Skynet was not keen on trivializing mechas. In addition to the no-threshold simulation mechas, they also introduced replicas of real mechas. These replicas were meticulously designed to replicate every aspect one-to-one, thus maintaining mental capacity requirements similar to those in reality. The lowest tier, the replica A-class mecha, could be piloted by B-grade individuals in Skynet, albeit with slight downward compatibility. In Jin's eyes, Xu Lingxiu barely met the mental capacity for A-class replicas, and piloting them while performing complex maneuvers would demand significant mental and physical fortitude. Expecting Xu Lingxiu to replicate her combat moves was indeed a tall order. Shaken by Jin's remarks, Xu Shichen was now fully alert. She decisively punched Jin in the abdomen. What do you know? My sister is not like ordinary people. Presently, Xu Lingxiu was leading the points chart for the training period, and Xu Shichen was determined to secure a mecha soldier slot alongside her sister. As for the mental capacity limitations, in Xu Shichen's eyes, that posed no obstacle. Xu Lingxiu's strength overshadowed others, and her rightful place was assured, with practical mecha operation to be addressed later. Xu Lingxiu's stone was light, whereas Xu Shichen's punch was genuine. Jin, genuinely amused, clutched her abdomen and fell to the ground, reflecting on the fierce nature of the two daughters who had emerged from the formidable Xu patriarch. Speaking of which, Xu Shichen had an older brother, rumored to be of little significance in the military, a true underachiever. Jin rose, rubbing her belly and contemplating that once the training period concluded, she should select 2 individuals from ours to intimidate that brother. After all, if he could not contend with 2 fierce daughters, how could he face a mere son? This exchange of banter held some substance, and Xu Lingxiu, eavesdropping, caught snippets of information. Skynet mechas. At her inquiry, the 3 individuals surrounding her momentarily paused before promptly regaining their composure. It was natural for Xu Lingxiu, having grown up at the Juyin frontier, to be unfamiliar with Skynet. The Empire had only integrated Skynet into the interstellar network 50 years after it split from the Federation. Xu Lingxiu had not spent much time back on the capital star, largely residing within the Xu mansion, where most inhabitants were indifferent towards her. The only relatively friendly face, Xu Shichen, was preoccupied with training under her brother, while Lady Gina had her own duties assigned by General Xu Qingbi. She was unaware of Skynet's prevalence, however. Jin, covertly investigating while maintaining her 3-star identity, feigned surprise to avoid revealing her knowledge. Shinsholi maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. Your smart brain likely hasn't uploaded the data yet. I can assist you with that. Skynet offers a plethora of engaging activities, community shops, various online competitions, and virtual mecha events that become bustling hubs of excitement at night. Xu Shichen felt a pang of sorrow recalling her sister's hardships during her years at the Juyin frontier. I'll help you when we return. Xu Shichen had grappled with her attachment to this suddenly appeared adoptive sister, feeling it might be perceived as a betrayal by her mother and brother. Yet, after spending time together, she found herself irresistibly drawn to Xu Lingxiu's charismatic personality. Xu Shichen was certain that even without the layer of identity, she would still cling to Xu Lingxiu, believing that any potential grievances from their parents' generation should not be resurrected in their bond. She silently nestled closer to Xu Lingxiu, akin to a puppy seeking affection from its owner. Xu Lingxiu glanced at her and was suddenly reminded of Liu Ming. She wondered how that dog was faring in the dormitory of the Moxia Military Academy. Can we see any renowned mechers on Skynet? Remembering Liu Ming, who boasted of being the most handsome mecha in the galaxy, Xu Lingxiu searched for it on her smart brain, only to find that the virtual representation of Liu Ming did not resemble the white mecha in her mind. Perhaps Skynet's replicas would be more reliable. For instance, the mecha of General Einher. Jin and Shinsholi exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts. You see, she indeed admires General Yinhe. As a genuine fan of General Einher, Xu Shichen momentarily felt exhilarated before quickly deflating. Unfortunately, the only S-class mecha replicas available on Skynet are the Blade and the Sunken Knife. There is no Liu Ming. General Einher and it vanished too early. Chapter 48, a brief lesson on the knowledge of Qian's mechers. Have the Qian Dao and Kai Ren been replicated? Xu Lingxiu was quite familiar with these two names. Liu Ming repeatedly recited how both were defeated by him, mocking the so-called Qian Dao as trivial and the foolish Kai Ren as inconsequential. He had often emphasized that, in his aesthetic view, these two were utterly unappealing. Noticing Xu Lingxiu's burgeoning curiosity about mechers, Xu Shichen urged her to sit down, eager to elaborate on the topic, while Jin also took a seat beside her. What are you doing? Jin, accustomed to Xu Shichen's changing demeanor towards anyone other than Xu Lingxiu, grinned broadly. I'm here to learn about mecha knowledge as well. Surely, I know far less than the daughter of General Xu, but I promise I won't interrupt. I'll just listen attentively. He gestured to cover his mouth, indicating his intent to remain silent. Given his unusually good attitude, Xu Shichen decided not to hold it against him and turned her attention to Shinsholi. And do you still need me to educate you? Shinsholi, whose status and upbringing suggested he had been familiar with mechers since infancy, hardly required her instruction. Might as well listen, he said, glancing at Xu Lingxiu. As she did not dismiss him, he felt relieved. Since they couldn't be sent away, Xu Shichen was about to gather her thoughts on the knowledge her brother had instilled in her when another voice floated above. Can I listen too? Xu Shichen nearly jumped out of her skin at the unexpected interruption, but was thankfully restrained by Xu Lingxiu. Liu Zheng, when did you? Xu Shichen clutched her heart, genuinely frightened by Liu Zheng's sudden appearance. Did I startle you? My apologies, Liu Zheng replied, her typically icy expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. She had come to observe the assessment of Natter, while Lin Xiao was still sound asleep in Natter's room, thus she had ventured here alone. Truth be told, she found the mecha assessment rather incomprehensible, but overhearing Xu Lingxiu and the others piqued her interest, prompting her to listen in. Xu Lingxiu urged Xu Shichen to sit again and offered a brief justification for Liu Zheng's presence. Stealth is an essential tactical quality for a sniper. She then patted Shinsholi's arm, signaling him to make space. Though reluctant, Shinsholi shifted aside for Liu Zheng. Is everyone here now? I suspect Tang Muwen has likely drifted off to sleep. There can't be anyone else popping up to listen. Xu Shichen surveyed the room suspiciously, confirming the absence of any further unexpected guests before commencing her tutorial. Currently, the Qians has made significant strides in replicating mechers. The first to be replicated were the three foundational pieces by Master Duanming, Yingfeng, Yin Xue, and Yin Meng, originally classified as A-level mechers and now rated A-. My brother once took me to see a real Yin Xue, and it was truly beautiful. Master Duanming is indeed a master. Xu Shichen continued, reflecting. Next in line is his set of A-level creations, the Deceiver, the Magician, and the Judge, an extraordinarily splendid collection. My favorite among them is the Magician. Once I become a formidable mecha pilot, I shall. Jin coughed discreetly, signaling her to steer back on course, and Xu Shichen shot him a glance, conceding he hadn't interrupted but realizing she had strayed off topic. Currently, the Qian's replication process is both comprehensive and swift, except for the latest Hoa series crafted by Master Qin, which has yet to be replicated. Other than that, we have the A-level Elvianxi Master 4, Ron Silent No. 2, and the A-level standalone item, the Black Obsidian from the Elvianxi Master, along with Master Qin's Silver Miao. All of these can be witnessed in the Qian's mecha simulations. Most importantly, there are only 3 S-level mechas in the entire galaxy that remain irreplicable. As she spoke of this, Xu Shichen's mood grew somber. The Chen Dao, Kai Ren, and Liu Ming are all creations of Master Duanmeng, crafted from unique materials and techniques that cannot be replicated in reality. Each exists as a singular entity. Furthermore, no one has yet managed to create another S-level mecha, and Master Duanmeng has claimed he will no longer create due to his advancing age. Chen Dao and Kai Ren are somewhat different. Following the death of General Merlin in the Federation, the replication of Chen Dao was permitted, while Kai Ren's replication was a transaction between the royal family and Qian's. Xu Shichen's words flowed ahead of her thoughts, suddenly questioning, is it permissible to mention this? Jin nodded approvingly. The third prince himself tacitly agreed to divulge royal secrets, though Xu Shichen remained oblivious to the mental signals. Regardless, both S-level mechas have been successfully replicated and are now available for viewing on Qian's, though operating them still requires S-level mental fortitude. Xu Shichen indicated towards Shinsholi and then Liu Zheng, her tone laced with envy. You two must have piloted them on Qian's, right? Liu Zheng nodded. I quite prefer Chen Dao. It is equipped with a sniper weapon, and I've tried it. Its compatibility with me is remarkable. Unfortunately, it was a mecha from the Federation, and piloting it in reality demanded an S-level of mental strength, which Liu Zheng just fell short of. Xu Shichen's gaze shifted back to Shinsholi. And you, what are your thoughts? Shinsholi replied, Kai Ren is more stylish than Chen Dao. What a superficial response. Xu Shichen was about to critique such a shallow assessment of mechas when Xu Lingxiu, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Isn't Liu Ming the most handsome mecha? Next time, I'll let it out and let Shinsholi argue with Liu Ming himself, Xu Lingxiu mused. Indeed. Xu Shichen swallowed her critical retort. Instead affirming the sentiment, she increasingly felt that her sister and she were kindred spirits, perfectly aligned in thought. Liu Ming is the epitome of handsomeness. I recall numerous biographies featuring celebrities. Anyone who has encountered General Einher and his Liu Ming invariably writes about how stunning and formidable the mecha is. Even those who haven't met him often fabricate such accounts to ride the wave of popularity. Consequently, the image of Liu Ming has become increasingly nebulous. The portrayal of Liu Ming generated by the intelligence system was a haphazard amalgamation of various sources, resulting in a lack of clarity that made it difficult to believe it was the most handsome mecha in the galaxy. Where have General Einher and Liu Ming gone? Sigh, their presence in this world is shrouded in mystery. I see that a significant portion of people still believes General Einher is alive, waiting for the Empire to face another crisis before he re-emerges with Liu Ming. How I wish for that day to come. Xu Shichen sighed wistfully, harboring a pure admiration and longing for General Einher. However, General Einher had already taken his own life. This legendary figure of the galaxy, seemingly a fellow townsman, appeared to have vanished into some obscure corner of the universe. Xu Lingxiu silently pondered, yet Liu Ming still remained. He had even been scolded by Xu Shichen for not being particularly endearing. Chapter 49, A Visit Home. On one side, the knowledge dissemination of the Skynet mecha was in full swing, while on the other, the assessment for the mecha engineering students was progressing fervently. This time, the instructor allocated a time limit of 3 hours for the assembly of individual components. Natater was working on a small part of an A-class mecha leg, reaching a critical moment as she prepared to apply the molding agent. Beads of nervous sweat formed on her brow, yet her hand remained steady as she poured the liquid. After approximately 5 minutes, a plume of smoke began to rise, prompting Natater to wave it away. With the final step completed successfully, a beautifully crafted mecha component lay before her. She opened the door to her private booth, signaling her accomplishment. With a surplus of half an hour remaining, the results of the assessment were to be verified by the instructor one by one, allowing Natater to leave her booth first. She scanned the room and made her way directly to Xu Lingxiu, greeting her with a bright smile. The results turned out quite well. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that their group was unlikely to worry about extra points. Jin shifted to make space for the accomplished Natater to sit down. What were you discussing? Natater inquired curiously, relieved that the assessment had concluded. It was rumored that they would soon return to the larger training base to train alongside Xu Lingxiu and the others, making it a perfect opportunity to become better acquainted with them. Shushichen enthusiastically chimed in, we were talking about mechas, particularly those replicated by the Skynet. You are the real expert here. We were just discussing the 3 S-class mechas. Natasha's smile waned slightly. Is that so? I'm still just a student, hardly a true expert. The path of a mecha engineer is fraught with challenges. Today's assessment was but a minor hurdle, a reminder she kept in her mind. The group continued their discussion about various mecha characteristics, such as the speed-centric designs of the Green Crystal Master S mechas, Ron's Pangshang for heavy armored mechas, and Master Jean's flashy designs that could accommodate multiple weaponry. When the assessment concluded, the instructor announced the results, and Natasha proudly secured second place. Well done, the instructor remarked. This score solidified Xu Lingxiu's team's standing. The rare half-day break soon came to an end. With a wave of his hand, Kion led a group of students back to the base, his satisfaction with the assessment results evident on his beaming face. The students, however, couldn't shake the feeling of suspicion, wondering whether he had ulterior motives on their journey back. You might want to tone down that dazzling smile, Instructor Chen said, observing the anxious students and deciding to speak up. Kion replied with a hint of indignation, I learned this from you. You always smile at them, and the students adore you for it. Instructor Chen shot him a glance. It's not about smiling. It is about the person. Kion felt a pang of disappointment, though none of the students were aware of it. Upon their return, which occurred in the afternoon, Instructor Chen added some additional training exercises, allowing the students to leave once they were completed. After the training, however, the students remained rooted in place, too apprehensive to depart, resembling a cluster of wooden stakes. He reassured them repeatedly. Tonight, you can truly rest. There won't be any unexpected events. Who knows if there might be any tricks? Xu Shichen expressed her skepticism. Xu Lingxiu, however, simply walked away after hearing the assurance. Jin, caught in a state of uncertainty, hurried after her. What is your perspective, Commander? The instructor is quite satisfied with our assessment. There's no need for any further fuss, Xu Lingxiu replied without turning back, heading towards the infirmary. As she opened the door, Dr. who had grown accustomed to Xu Lingxiu's daily visits, was taken aback and looked up in surprise. This time, you didn't faint and get carried in, nor do you look like you're on the verge of death. Truly, your special constitution is showing remarkable improvement, a Dr. Li noted, unaware of their recent endeavors, only knowing that the 2 energetic instructors had taken a large group of students outside again. Despite her repeated inquiries about accompanying them, she had received the same response of a no need. Dr. had grown fearful of the possibility of them returning with a few students' lifeless bodies, but thankfully, that was not the case. Xu Lingxiu's condition was stable, merely the fatigue and soreness from excessive training. This time, the symptoms were relatively mild, although she felt compelled to visit the infirmary out of habit. Her feet instinctively led her into the familiar space. Sitting down, a nostalgic Earth song, A Visit Home, inexplicably drifted into her mind. This was one of the few moments in her life where she found a touch of humor. Unfortunately, interstellar humans could not grasp this reference. In the dormitory, Lin Xiao and Liu Jing introduced Natasha to their rather uneventful living quarters. One wore a habitual smile, while the other maintained a poker face, creating a contrast that was both awkward yet intriguing. Natasha offered them a sincere smile, just as Xu Lingxiu returned through the door. Xu Lingxiu. She suddenly stood up and called out to Xu Lingxiu, causing her to pause in surprise. Did you need something? Xu Lingxiu asked, realizing her abruptness. Natasha quickly waved her hand. No, it's nothing. I was just a bit overly excited. Having heard Lin Xiao recount the remarkable feats Xu Lingxiu had accomplished in just half a month, Natasha's admiration and fondness for her grew exponentially. In those descriptions, Natasha often thought of Xu Lingxiu as a bamboo, unyielding in growth yet possessing a subtle fragrance when transformed into a weapon. All right. Seeing that there was no pressing matter, Xu Lingxiu returned to her routine, preparing for bed. As she removed her combat uniform, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Natasha. Will you be training with us in the future? Natasha shook her head. Our instructor said our focus should be on classes, with physical assessments as a secondary priority. We'll be living together. but our training sessions 1T coincide. Ear. That's wonderful, Lin Xiao exclaimed with genuine appreciation, reflecting on her initial envy of the Mecha engineering students, followed by relief at avoiding a placement in the mines. Ultimately, she acknowledged that perhaps envy was still warranted. They were the only group of students in non-combat disciplines who managed to escape Kaiyan's grasp. As Xu Lingxiu continued her preparations, the three of them gradually followed suit, heading to bed. This trial period had effectively cured Lin Xiao of her late-night habits. The fear of sleep deprivation had made her cherish every moment spent nestled in her blankets. As the lights dimmed, Liu Zhang got out of bed to manually turn off the lights. Just before she did, she unexpectedly approached Xu Lingxiu's bunk. The day for precision shooting training should arrive soon, Liu Zhang mused, still fixated on Xu Lingxiu's earlier declaration to outshine her in her most confident skill. Today, Xu Lingxiu found herself reminiscing about her time on Earth more often than usual. Yawning, she replied, always ready. Chapter 50. Is there a masochistic tendency? The training regimen of late has been strikingly mundane, evoking a peculiar sense that Instructor Kaiyan has been apprehended by the Mosia headquarters for interrogation. Yet, this is clearly not the case. As the routine training continues, Instructor Chen leads in the morning, while Instructor Kaiyan takes over in the afternoon. The students encounter both instructors daily, confirming that neither has been abducted or gone missing. It feels almost too normal, Xu Shizhen mused while standing at the edge of the training ground. Jin concurred, I can't shake the feeling that something sinister is brewing. It seems like they are preparing something significant for us. This afternoon's training concluded as expected, with Xu Lingxiu practicing diligently on her own. Recently, the regular training sessions have ceased to evoke that overwhelming fatigue that demands rescue. According to Dr. Yi, this is detrimental to her physical development, prompting Xu Lingxiu to engage in additional practice voluntarily. For the past few days, she has been consistently extending her training sessions, remaining on the field long after others had dispersed. Jin, arms crossed, observed Xu Lingxiu with admiration, remarking, our commander seems destined for success in all her endeavors. What do you mean, our commander? She is my sister, Xu Shizhen replied proudly. That's a rather redundant statement. Due to Xu Lingxiu's commitment to extra practice, many have felt compelled to follow suit, some, adhering to the mindset of, if Xu Lingxiu can still train, how can I possibly rest or sleep, have taken on the role of her training partners. They would train alongside her until she decided to finish, with notable figures like Wang Chihu and Tang Muwen leading this charge. Conversely, a faction led by Sun Liao has taken issue with Xu Lingxiu's actions, harboring an unspoken resentment toward her from the very beginning. Why should the one who garners attention, receives accolades, and is adored by her peers be her? Human jealousy is often devoid of reason. Even with Xu Lingxiu's numerous commendable qualities on display, some choose to remain willfully blind. They stubbornly believe that this competitive spirit merely serves to put on a facade for the instructors, deeming such behavior utterly reprehensible. Just 2 days prior, a male student brazenly approached Xu Lingxiu, who was engrossed in her additional practice, and declared, do you find it amusing to outshine us all? You are indeed strong, but is it necessary to do so? You could easily tone down your brilliance. Such individuals can be outrageously self-righteous without any logical basis. Xu Lingxiu merely cast him a cold glance and retorted, what does my striving for the top have to do with your rank of 196? While those in the top 10 might voice their anxieties about Xu Lingxiu's competitiveness, it holds no relevance for someone destined for elimination. The boy stood frozen, as if turned to stone, pointing at Xu Lingxiu, trembling with indignation yet rendered speechless. To leave in such a defeated manner seemed even more humiliating, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. As Xu Lingxiu concluded her practice and prepared to depart, she added a final cutting remark, what I do does not impede your imminent elimination. Her words were both piercing and scathing. Jin, reveling in the drama, noted that the boy returned to the dormitory, hiding under his blanket in tears, and he shamelessly went to observe him. He felt a compelling need to witness their sorrowful expressions. Otherwise, he might suspect that these individuals harbored some masochistic tendencies, deriving pleasure from being berated by Xu Lingxiu. It was indeed absurd how they pursued her to provoke conflict. What makes you any better? In the dormitory, Shinsholi scoffed at Jin's remarks, noting that if anyone exhibited masochistic tendencies, it would be Jin himself. He had endured considerable beatings, in the literal sense, all in the name of being close to Xu Lingxiu. Jin immediately protested, "That's preposterous, our commander is currently very gentle with me. Please do not spread rumors about her." As he rubbed his chin, observing Shinsholi's awkward expression, he suddenly felt he had uncovered a significant truth. "To be honest, you have never been the type to willingly accept defeat, have you? With that spoiled disposition of yours, I recall the first time your grandfather brought you to the palace. During our initial meeting, I accidentally splattered mud on you, and you promptly retaliated, didn't you?" "I can't help but notice your unusually high tolerance for our commander," Shinsholi interrupted. "Are you implying that was not intentional?" At that time, the third Prince Jin was indeed a frail child, yet he had not shied away from mischief within the palace walls. It was said that General Shun had brought his outstanding grandson to meet the robust Emperor Andrew Euriphes. In the palace, where peers were scarce, Jin had prepared mud projectiles for Shinsholi's amusement, only to find himself at the mercy of the fearless young master, resulting in General Shun awkwardly leading Shinsholi to apologize before the Emperor, who smiled broadly and praised Shinsholi for his prowess. "You always change the subject whenever you feel anxious. It's a recurring theme." Jin stood up, exuding the air of a victorious general. "I've completely caught you in a bind, you are just..." Shinsholi instinctively reached out to cover Jin's mouth, but quickly realized the potential for contact with Jin's saliva and withdrew his hand, wiping it disdainfully with a handkerchief. He, and now it's your turn. You cheeky lad, there are countless young men and women in Capital Star eager to converse with you, and the powerful elite are practically trampling your doorstep just to forge a connection with your family. How could you possibly entertain a secret crush?" Reflecting on this, all of Shinsholi's previous odd behaviors suddenly found reasonable explanations. Jin gleefully teased his friend, but midway through, he stumbled upon a kernel of truth. "All right, to be fair, if the object of affection were our commander, it seems rather reasonable, doesn't it?" Shinsholi's ears flushed crimson, yet he did not forget to caution his loquacious friend. "If you dared to speak of this," Jin quickly blinked, "honestly, even if you were to profess your feelings for her in front of our commander, she would likely ignore you or send you off to the hospital for treatment." Xu Lingxiu possessed that very nature. Throwing flotations her way was akin to casting pearls before swine, let alone confessing feelings. You have a point." Recalling his previous attempts to draw near, which had yielded naught, Shinsholi was astonished at his own audacity. Jin's gossip-loving spirit ignited. "But when did you ever develop such feelings for our commander? Why have you been so reluctant to share any of this with me?" Shinsholi adopted a serious demeanor. "No comment." "Oh, there you go again with that attitude. Just look at yourself." Jin concluded that he was unlikely to extract any further revelations, ultimately choosing to counsel his friend with genuine concern. "In all honesty, I believe the commander is not particularly invested in this, yet you still hold considerable competitiveness. If all else fails, perhaps you should beseech my father to issue a decree for marriage to secure your standing, as he dotes on you." Hearing Jin's veiled suggestion to give up, Shinsholi paused before countering, "Yet I believe she holds a certain uniqueness toward—" "Where is the proof of that?" Shinsholi insisted. Isn't he there?" Jin retorted. There isn't." Shinsholi declared. I believe there is." Jin, left speechless, mused that one should not hastily label others. Whether one truly harbors masochistic tendencies often depends on one's own companions. Chapter 51, Sleeping Anywhere. Important notice. Renaming announcement. Mecha Master Nair has been changed to Mecha Master Natatter. Red Glove Organization has been renamed to Ars Organization. Detailed explanations can be found in the author's notes. Enjoy the reading, and tonight there will be 2 updates. The apocalyptic timeline has been altered. The appointment of the enforcer Xu Lingxiu has been changed from the 19th year of apocalypse to the 6th year. 9 years into the apocalypse, Xu Lingxiu became acquainted with a clandestine organization dedicated exclusively to evolved humans, its members primarily composed of enforcers who had defected from another base. Upon their first meeting, the organization's leader uttered a profoundly significant statement: "We are evolved humanity, not mere humans. You will surely comprehend my words, just as we have mutually transformed our very beings. Millennia ago, when humanity mastered the use of tools, we ceased to be of the same species as the apes. Clad in a white robe, the leader wore a serene smile, and akin to those ordinary humans, we have long since diverged from their kind. Now, they are merely fish on a chopping board, while we wield the knife, and yet the human elites continue to brainwash us, compelling us to sacrifice ourselves for their protection. Enforcer Shu, evolved being Shu, we must orchestrate a massacre in Likadan, and we require your assistance. That evening, Shu Lingqiu uncovered the truth behind the evolved human cultivation program, the reality of the fire she endured. Ultimately, she acquiesced, her pledge marked by the operational trajectories of certain human elites within the central tower. Evolved humans can contend with mutated beasts, and at times, their speed in slaying ordinary humans surpasses that of the mutated beasts. The human elites who once made the decision to actively eliminate humans in exchange for the existence of evolved beings were bloodily purged that night. As the evolved organization reveled in their bloodlust, the leader, intoxicated by, after using the knife to slay, Shu Lingqiu destroyed it with her own hands. Do you truly believe that such actions will endear you to those ordinary humans, who would genuinely express gratitude? You have betrayed your true kin in this world to protect those who label you a murderer and dictator, he lamented in his dying moments, the madness creeping into his laughter as he witnessed the destruction of his meticulously built organization by her alone. Shu Lingqiu, you do not belong to ordinary humans or evolved beings in this world. Leading us to slay the human elites, do you not also question your identity as an enforcer? Is there a place for you in this world, a self-inflicted outcast? How pitiable. The gunshot rang out, blood splattered. She departed the gruesome scene under the cover of night, her feet stained with the blood of either ordinary humans or evolved beings. Shu Lingqiu inexplicably recalled the day He Buyan perished. Although evolved humanity had acquired the strength to combat mutated beasts, their brains remained a weakness. He Buyan was tragically unfortunate. The one who shot him was using a gun for the first time and yet managed to send a bullet through his skull. The moonlight that night bore a heavy weight upon her. It turned out she was not incapable of perception, merely numb. Commander, commander, commander. A voice extricated her from the suffocating grasp of the moonlight. At first, Shu Lingqiu thought it was Jin, for only he addressed her in such a manner, but upon closer inspection, she discerned the voices of many, those of the trial students under Mo Xier, melding together in unison. Jin understood that in the past 10 days, Shu Lingqiu had subjected herself to rigorous training, although the infirmary served as her resurrection point. Entering with her eyes closed and emerging revitalized, was it truly reasonable to fall asleep mid-meal? Shu Shichen's initial reaction was, my sister can sleep wherever she wishes. Tang Muwen cautiously removed a morsel of food from Shu Lingqiu's mouth, worried, she still has something in her mouth, won't she choke in her sleep? Are you going to dig it out of her mouth? Jin retorted, but upon turning, he was taken aback by the gentle smile on Shinsholi's face, which should have been disapproving, and felt as if the sky were collapsing. Could you refrain from such behavior? You make me appear particularly foolish due to your obsessive cleanliness. Lower your voice, Shinsholi admonished, observing Shu Lingqiu's serene slumber. It is rare to see her so relaxed, do not disturb her. Like a stray cat reigning over an alley, typically ferocious and indifferent to humanity, she now lay peacefully asleep before familiar faces. The 4 classmates attentively watched over the slumbering Shu Lingqiu passers-by in the cafeteria. Upon realizing who was asleep at the table, moved with utmost caution, fearful of rousing the commander in need of rest. Liu Zheng and Lin Xiao at the adjacent table were equally surprised, while Nat Atter, dining with them, remained perplexed. Liu Zheng merely gestured for silence. Everyone tacitly safeguarded the seemingly dreaming Shu Lingqiu. Regrettably, she was ensnared in an authentic nightmare. The repeated calls of the commander roused Shu Lingqiu from her slumber. Sensing a soft touch beside her arm, she turned her head to find Shu Shichen leaning against her, having nestled by her side, and upon noticing Shu Lingqiu's movement, she straightened up. She had hoped to nap alongside her sister, only to find her sister awake so soon. Commander, you are finally awake. I was deprived of the right to breathe and was on the verge of suffocating, Jin's voice dripped with melodrama, while the instigator, Shinsholi, feigned ignorance, absorbed in his own world. Shu Lingqiu, have you been overexerting yourself recently? you seem rather fatigued, Tang Muwen expressed his concern. It dawned on him that Xu Lingxiu must have dozed off midway through her meal, and he felt a rare pang of embarrassment, though it did not betray his face. Not too bad. Surveying the surroundings, she noted the cafeteria was deserted. Those who wished to rest had returned to their dormitories, and those who remained were absent from the cafeteria, leaving only their small group and the cheerful serving robot at the window. Rubbing her eyes, Xu Lingxiu remarked, however, I truly need to pause my additional training. With only half of the trial period remaining, Kyan had been exceptionally compliant, gradually regaining his image among the students. Yet, Xu Lingxiu's instinctive sense of crisis and her S-class psychic premonition warned her that something significant was poised to occur in the coming days. In the instructor's office at that moment, Kyan paced irritably, nearly disorienting the seated instructor Chen. Sit down. How can I possibly sit? Initially, we agreed on a 1.5-month trial period, and Su Li arbitrarily shortens it. Who does she think she is? She is the vice principal, the youngest among the 6 military academies, Instructor Chen retorted, unable to contain himself. If you do not sit down by the count of 3, I will have you expelled. Only then did Kyan slightly calm. Isn't she deliberately making things difficult? Isn't this all you're doing with the underground labyrinth modifications that drew attention? Instructor Chen, seeing Kyan finally take a seat, stood up, pushing the holo communication request from Su Li toward him. Damn it, you leave me here alone to report to her. Kyan glared at Instructor Chen, wishing to cling to his leg and beg him not to go. I have training this afternoon, designated shooting. I must head to the training ground. Instructor Chen smirked mockingly. Good luck to you. Chapter 52, Rivals and Commanders. Within the confines of the shooting range, 10 students stood poised before their respective targets, each group assigned to a designated station. This afternoon's training session focused on precision shooting, with each participant allotted 30 rounds of ammunition, all utilizing the standardized firearm model FSC-1. The final rankings would be determined by the cumulative scores achieved. Each student's ammunition had been logged into the intelligence system, as had the targets, leading to a comical display on the large screen where 2 individuals had inadvertently hit each other's targets during the previous 2 rounds, resulting in an amusing public reprimand by the system. Please, don't let anyone know they are my students, sighed Instructor Chen in exasperation. The 2 culprits nodded foolishly, reassuring him, we will say we were trained by Instructor Kyan, rest assured, Instructor Chen. The students struggled to suppress their laughter, desperately trying. As a new group of students approached the line, the previously jovial atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of solemnity and silence. In the 4th and 5th lane stood Liu Zheng and Xu Lingxiu. A clash of titans, these 2 were set to engage in direct competition within adjacent lanes. Liu Zheng, focusing intently as she loaded her ammunition, cast a glance at Xu Lingxiu to her right. Xu maintained her composure, displaying no signs of deviation from her usual demeanor when facing other challenges and assessments. However, Liu Zheng found herself struggling to contain the tumultuous rhythm of her heartbeat, her hands trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, she drew upon years of experience in shooting competitions to swiftly regain her composure. The anticipation electrified her. She had awaited this contest for far too long. Liu Zheng tightened her grip on the firearm, resolute in her determination to convey to Xu Lingxiu her unwavering desire to emerge victorious. How utterly monstrous. As the first 10 shots concluded, the large screen displayed the scores of Liu Zheng and Xu Lingxiu, both tied. Each of them maintained an average exceeding 10.5 per shot, with Liu Zheng hitting the bullseye at 10.9 3 times, while Xu Lingxiu achieved this feat twice. Their total score stood at an impressive 107.4, leaving all their peers in the same group far behind. This shooting range had become a battlefield exclusively belonging to the 2 of them, shrouded in the haze of gunpowder. Jin took a deep breath and glanced at Shen Sholi, saying, Are you aware of Liu Zheng's illustrious history as a champion in precision shooting? The trophies stacked together nearly surpass her own height, so you can imagine just how formidable Xu Lingxiu truly is. She hadn't even undergone systematic training. Shen Sholi fixated intently on Xu Lingxiu's figure on the 5th lane. Her silhouette stood tall like bamboo, and her shooting posture clearly indicated that she had not received formal instruction. In a whisper only Jin could hear, he remarked, You should be grateful that such a prodigy belongs to the Interstellar Empire. Lin Xiao had attended a shooting competition at the Empire, but Liu Jun was absent from that event. The competitors pursued each other shot by shot, while the scores updated continuously on the large screen, accompanied by exclusive holographic projections of bullseyes. She had thought that was already sufficiently nerve-wracking and exhilarating. Yet now, in the shooting training ground, Liu Jun and Xu Lingxiu had raised everyone's hearts to their throats, and Lin Xiao felt as though her own breathing was becoming strained with anxiety. The students, including Instructor Chen, held their breath in anticipation, waiting for the emergence of the victor between the two. Indeed, the spectators felt far more tense than those actually taking aim. After the completion of the second round of 10 shots, the new scores have been updated. This time, both of them performed with greater brilliance than in the previous round. Liu Jun achieved a total score of 107. 6 in the second round. The scores have been aggregated, and the two individuals are no longer tied. Liu Jun now holds a slender advantage of 0. 1 rings over Xu Lingxiu. Upon witnessing the updated numbers on the large screen, Xu Shixin immediately clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and began to murmur incantations. Jin found her demeanor somewhat amusing, yet he refrained from teasing her as he had before, aware that any disruption might adversely affect the performances of Liu Jun and Xu Lingxiu, who were currently engaged in shooting. He leaned closer and whispered, "What are you doing?" Xu Shixin replied in a hushed tone, "I'm praying, performing a ritual." Be careful with such things. If it turns out to be some sort of cult, the police might come knocking," a Jin remarked, making a gesture across his throat. "Oh please, you're the one who sounds like a cultist. Do the police even care about this?" Xu Shixin muttered, but at that moment, she paid no mind to his words, focusing intently on her prayers for her sister. "Liu Zhang, for mercy's sake, please misfire just once." Misfire just once. Unfortunately, Xu Shixin's prayers proved to be rather ineffectual. The scores for the third round of shooting were updated and compiled. Liu Zhang, 107. 1 Xu Lingxiu, 107. Xu Lingxiu once again trails Liu Zhang by 0. 1 ring. The total scores of the last two competitors after 3 rounds are displayed on the large screen leaderboard. 1. Liu Zhang, 322. 1. 2. Xu Lingxiu, 321. 9 in a duel of masters, a mere hair's breadth can lead to 1,000 miles of divergence. This battle ultimately concluded with the sharpshooter Liu Zhang from the 4th star system defending her illustrious legacy in marksmanship. As Liu Zhang gazed at the familiar sight of herself displayed on the screen, claiming first place, the countenance she often wore, cold and composed, now radiated sheer joy and exhilaration. She had triumphed, she had bested Xu Lingxiu, refusing to be defeated in her most confident discipline. "Congratulations," Xu Lingxiu remarked, lowering her firearm, her heart already anticipating the outcome of this contest. She acknowledged that her stance was not sufficiently refined, and there lingered some less than ideal shooting habits. Her hands, in this body, were not steady enough, necessitating further training. Numerous factors had culminated in her eventual defeat. However, she refrained from voicing any of these thoughts. A loss is a loss, and to utter such things would merely serve as self-justification. "You are formidable. I shall return to challenge you next time." Xu Lingxiu turned away from the shooting position, needing to make room for the next group. Liu Zhang also set down her firearm and followed, grasping Xu Lingxiu's sleeve. "What is it?" Xu Lingxiu pondered for a moment but did not shake off her hand. "In the Military Academy League, I shall become the most effective weapon in your hands, Commander." Liu Zhang had been nurturing these sentiments for quite some time. She had to admit that, whether during the river ambush or the underground labyrinth, Xu Lingxiu was not only the rival she regarded as such but also the commander she recognized in her heart. While her verbal expression remained somewhat lacking, preventing her from articulating her desire to fight alongside Xu Lingxiu as openly as Lin Xiao or Xu Shixin might, Xu Lingxiu likely grasped Liu Zhang's intent. She nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Very well." At that moment, unbeknownst to those present, Xu Lingxiu and Liu Zhang were on the brink of forging a new record for individual kills in a single match of the Military Academy League. Their names were destined to flood the screens of the Skynet forum, Though that was a tale for another time. With the shooting training successfully concluded, Instructor Chen returned to his office, his spirits high as he organized the results. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Kyong sprawled lifelessly across his sofa. Instructor Chen. Chapter 53 The Impending. This is not Dr. Lee's medical office, Instructor Chen remarked as he returned to his seat, casting a glance at the half-dead Kian. All right, rise and behold something that might uplift your spirits. Kian struggled to his feet, moving as if he were a soulless automaton. I will never be well again. I am doomed to this state for life. Has Suli already begun to siphon souls through the full-spectrum projections? Instructor Chen attempted to analyze the root of Kian's affliction. It makes no difference. It is utterly inconsequential, Kian lamented, clutching his head in despair. We are merely halfway through the designated training period, and she expects me to complete the final assessment with the students within 10 days. What a farce. What an interstellar jest. She has indeed lost her mind, Instructor Chen mused as he resumed fiddling with his tea leaves, needing to regain his composure. She intends to personally evaluate the results of the final assessment, Kian added, rubbing his nose. When she arrives, the first thing she'll do is tie me to a tree and hang me. Instructor Chen paused momentarily. Do not even think about escaping. You will be dangling from the tree next to mine, Kian replied with a touch of melancholy. Now, if there is any good news that could lift my spirits, do show it to me. Instructor Chen handed over the results of the shooting training, and as Kian glanced at the names and scores of the top 2 competitors, his eyes brightened, the ominous cloud that had loomed above him dissipating. These 2 monsters appearing in the team competition will be headhunters. And one of them is our commander, wielding the scythe of death. Kian's outlook on the future transformed into one of unbridled optimism, as he felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the ear of the organizer of the Skynet and shout, hurry and set it up. My students are coming to wreak havoc. He continued to peruse the score sheet. In third place is Shinsholi, whose total laps differ from Xu Lingxiu's by just 1, marking a slight gap. Following closely behind him are 2 familiar figures, Kyong and Xu Shizhen, whose lap counts are all within the range of 0. 4-0. 6. Further back are Wang Chihu and Liu Ning, who have consistently maintained a performance slightly above average throughout this trial period, yet find themselves 2 laps behind Jin, with their scores tightly contested. Beyond them, it devolves into a chaotic clash among the less skilled. The stratification is stark, and after scrutinizing this score sheet, Kyung's expression turned grave, having previously mentored the exceptional Mo Xie, a level 3 student akin to Wang Chihu. He realizes that such divisions will persist during the upcoming school-level team selection, potentially fostering negative sentiments among some students. If the sky were to fall, I would have someone to bear it. If I perish, so be it. After all, it would be better to let the few outstanding individuals take on the rest, allowing me to coast to victory. Once such thoughts arise, it inevitably leads to the lower tiers dragging down the upper ones, culminating in a situation where only the most exceptional few sustain the entire competition, and even they may eventually falter. Observing the change in his expression, Instructor Chen knew Kyong had recognized the issue he intended to highlight. The tea brewed today was not bitter, and he slid a cup towards Kyong. Is this what you referred to as something that might lighten my mood? He raised his cup and drank heartily, slamming it down on the table with fervor. Inspiration strikes, I am now brimming with vigor. The resounding thud echoed around them, prompting Instructor Chen to silently inspect the base of his own cup. Cracked. You owe me. Kyong, stand still, yes, don't move. Xu Lingxiu commanded Wang Chihu to maintain his position on the training ground, a steamed bun precariously balanced atop his head. Wang Chihu's friend, Guan Zhongli, also from the 2nd Star Systems Command direction, held a firearm borrowed from the army, loaded with non-lethal rounds that only produced pain without inflicting real harm, and looked helplessly at Xu Lingxiu. You shoot at the bun on his head, Xu Lingxiu instructed calmly. Wang Chihu's expression was about to fracture with regret. He was filled with remorse at that moment. 20 minutes prior, he had approached Xu Lingxiu, brazenly seeking guidance for his friend. Guan Zhongli was among the more competent students in the command discipline, second only to Xu Lingxiu. His mental acuity was graded A-, and his physical abilities were adequate, yet shooting remained his Achilles heel. Despite his family's significant investment in professional shooting coaches, little progress had been made. Observing Xu Lingxiu's unconventional stance yet divine accuracy, Wang Qihu had hoped his friend might find salvation in the commander, and thus, this was the manner of their salvation. Jin, nearby, was laughing so hard he was nearly in tears, remarking to Shinsholi, "I told you she is a natural-born talent in ours. She wields such torturous methods effortlessly." Xu Shizhen, brimming with anticipation behind Guan Zhongli, wondered if he could succeed, and if not, whether he could take his place. This looked like such fun. If you hit it, congratulations. Your aim has improved. If you miss, at least you haven't wasted any resources, Xu Lingxiu added, feeling the need to justify her credibility. Though it may be somewhat wasteful of a friend. Xu Lingxiu considered herself earnest in her teaching, harboring no intention of amusing anyone. Her philosophy was that true knowledge comes from practical experience, asserting that a person is superior to a target. Moreover, she was only willing to teach out of consideration for Wang Qihu. Otherwise, she would have been indifferent. Thank you, Guan Zhongli inhaled deeply, eyeing his friend, who seemed on the verge of tears, as he aimed at the bun. He must not hit Wang Qihu. He must not miss. He silently encouraged himself and squeezed the trigger. Wang Qihu awkwardly shielded his vulnerable areas, bracing for his friend's bullet, and with a gunshot, the bun fell to the ground. It had not been hit, a miracle. Wang Qihu, overjoyed, picked up the bun, searching for bullet holes, but found none. Surely, Guan Zhongli's aim could not have been so errant. The bun must have quivered from his own fear. At that moment, Guan Zhongli approached, inspecting the bun, and finally discovered a graze. He had hit it. Wang Qihu gleefully slapped his friend on the back, nearly sending him flying. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Xu Lingxiu, he looked up to find that their group had already departed. They left in such a hurry. Wang Qihu scratched his head. Guan Zhongli, his smile fading somewhat, remarked, "Don't you think they are too closely bound?" Huh. Wang Qihu was perplexed by his friend's sudden comment. Guan Zhongli patted his shoulder. "If the final assessment still involves students battling among themselves, who do you think among the remaining will be able to outmatch them?" This was a well-equipped team, and Guan Zhongli had been observing them quietly for some time. "If we can't win, we can't win," Wang Qihu replied, still not grasping Guan Zhongli's point. "So what if we can't defeat Xu Lingxiu? That's quite normal." Chapter 54. The final assessment. Witnessing his brother nearly rallying for Xu Lingxiu, Guan Zhongli felt it inappropriate to voice any further comments. He simply patted his shoulder and said, "Let us practice a bit more." Wang Qihu sensed something amiss with his brother, yet he recognized that his brother had a tendency to keep his troubles to himself, thus refraining from probing any further and focusing instead on accompanying Guan Zhongli in shooting practice. Following this session of target shooting training, their schedule for the next 6 days was firmly established, mornings dedicated to fundamental physical training, and afternoons reserved for shooting practice. Regrettably, it seemed that Instructor Chen had covertly manipulated circumstances, as Xu Lingxiu and Liu Zheng had not encountered each other in the same group again. Judging by their final scores, they had experienced a series of victories and defeats against each other, although Liu Zheng emerged victorious more often. Nevertheless, to the eyes of others, Xu Lingxiu appeared rather extraordinary. She had been continuously growing stronger, her B-grade mental prowess seemingly limitless. Even more daunting was her unwavering diligence. She worked harder than anyone else, an individual destined for greatness. Similarly, Instructor Chen had been diligently laboring over the documentation for the final assessment, often feeling exasperated until he glanced at Xu Lingxiu's performance, which instantly revitalized his spirits. "I can't help but wonder how she went from feeling faint during the transition to becoming so formidable," Kaiying mused, unable to contain his admiration. It was akin to discovering that a seemingly worthless item, carelessly discarded, contained priceless treasures within. Kaiying delightedly remarked, "I feel as though I am nurturing the future beacon of the Imperial Command." "You think just because you've nurtured her, she has become what she is?" Instructor Chen retorted, his lips twitching at the chaos in Kaiying's final assessment documentation. "She achieved all this on her own." During that cross-country event, Xu Lingxiu had never contemplated surrender. Her endurance was solely a testament to her willpower. Once you finish revising this, send it to Su Li. She will undoubtedly approve it swiftly. Once she arrives, we can initiate the final assessment, Kaiyang said, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Instructor Chen scrutinized the disorganized final assessment plan and commented, "Your mind can be rather devious at times." On the 7th day following the initial target shooting training, the weather was unremarkable when the gates of the training base swung open. A red and silver aircraft glided into the training ground, its cockpit opening to reveal a woman with curly brown hair, clad in a light purple military uniform, likely the standard attire of Mecha Military Academy. She donned a new pair of sunglasses and walked with an air of competence. At that moment, the students were gathered in the training area, awaiting directives from their instructors. It was a rare occasion for both Instructor Chen and Kaiyang to be present, and the students surmised that an important announcement was imminent. Upon her arrival, the entire student body stood at attention, watching her stride confidently towards instructors Chen and Kaiyang. "Allow me to introduce, this is the current Vice President of Mecha Military Academy, Ms. Su Li," Instructor Chen stated after exchanging pleasantries. Su Li removed her sunglasses and surveyed the new students before her. These were the promising newcomers that Kaiyang and Instructor Chen had extolled, capable of surpassing Darnston. At first glance, their spirits appeared notably improved compared to previous cohorts. The students were both intrigued and apprehensive. Why was the vice president personally observing their training? They remained vigilant, for she did not strike them as an easy opponent, potentially bearing new and challenging proposals. Even Kaiyang, typically brimming with bravado, appeared somewhat subdued in her presence. After a brief moment, he cleared his throat and announced to all the students, "Today marks the commencement of the final assessment for the new recruits of Mecha Military Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, the students erupted in disbelief. "What? Has it really been a month and a half already? Have you lost your mind? It hasn't even been a month. We're starting the final assessment early. Why the rush? Is it because Mecha is running low on funds? An early assessment is fine by me. I've long grown weary of this wretched place." After allowing the students to vent their emotions, Kaiyang called for silence. "Settle down, everyone. In the presence of the vice president, let us maintain some decorum. Stand straight. I will only explain the rules of the final assessment once." As soon as he uttered those words, the crowd fell silent, and the other instructors began distributing the necessary equipment to each student. There's no need to be overly anxious. It's merely a standard competition, akin to your beloved virtual gun battles in the Skynet, Kaiyang began, attempting to soothe their nerves. He then pivoted, "However, that can be rather dull, so I've devised some new twists for you. The basic rule for this assessment is straightforward. You will engage in firearm combat amongst yourselves. Ordinary students will earn 1 point for each opponent they eliminate. These points will be directly added to the elimination leaderboard. Now, for the fun part, Kaiyang activated a list on his smart brain. Xu Lingxiu, Xu Shichen, Xin Sholi, Jin, and Liu Zheng. You 5 are currently the top 5 students on the leaderboard, and for this final assessment, each of you will carry a bounty of 20 points. A bounty. Although the point gap between these 5 students and the rest was substantial, the students trailing behind were closely vying for their scores. A bounty of 20 points meant that by eliminating just one of them, a student could ascend from the brink of elimination to the mid-tier circle, potentially qualifying for the mech soldier designation. This was akin to roasting them over an open flame. Kaiyang, not satisfied with just that, added more fuel to the fire. Furthermore, all other students will automatically form a separate faction. However, that does not mean your only target is to eliminate them while ignoring each other. At the end of the training, we will tally the faction scores. Each of the top 5 will contribute 55 points, while the rest will contribute 1 point each. The faction with the highest cumulative score will earn an additional 10 points for every member. The instructor's intentions were clear. He aimed to forcibly bind these 5 to stand in stark opposition against everyone else. This not only allowed the 5 to experience the sensation of facing 1v55, but also ignited the competitive spirit among the remaining students, a twofold strategy for Kaiyang. The entire assessment will commence today at around 11 p.m., We will dispatch 20 instructors to clear out any remaining students. Those who manage to evade capture and return to the base will also earn 5 points. During the assessment, each student will begin with 30 bullets, and their firearms will be permanently linked to their smart brains. We will deliver necessary supplies at designated intervals, and the dedicated combat system within the smart brain is already activated. Kyan observed the expressions of the students. Now, let us head to the field. Wait a moment, Jin interjected at that moment. I would like to inquire if there are any rewards for hitting the instructors who come to clear us out. The 5 of them had gathered together, with Xu Lingxiu standing in the center. The other students, whether intentionally or not, maintained a slight distance, making them stand out prominently. Jin's question elicited immediate laughter from the crowd. After all, his tendency to be whimsical made such an absurd inquiry unsurprising. Kayang was about to tease him when Vice President Su Li suddenly interjected, HMPH, truly unaware of your limitations. If you manage to hit an instructor, each of you will receive 100 points. Jin chuckled and nodded, realizing that his question might have seemed odd at that moment. Nevertheless, he turned to glance at Xu Lingxiu. The commander had prompted him to ask, so he felt justified in doing so. Chapter 55. The fish is hooked. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves, with a few fluttering down onto a person's shoulder. Concealed amidst the half-human high thickets, Xu Shizhen observed several individuals traversing the nearby path. The final assessment site lay deep within the mountains, where trees grew densely, and the underbrush was abundant. The terrain was undulating and complex, with the tree canopies interlaced, allowing little sunlight to penetrate. It was anticipated that visibility would be particularly poor come nightfall. As the group moved further away, Xu Shizhen crawled through the grass, descending along a small slope into a more secluded hollow, resembling a natural trench. At that moment, Xu Lingxiu, Jin Shen, Ji Yu Li, and Liu Jing had gathered together, and beside them squatted Tang Muwen, diligently conducting terrain analysis and sketching maps. He had chosen to defect temporarily, noticing their team lacked an analyst, and had voluntarily surrendered all his equipment, even forcibly shutting down his intelligence device, demonstrating his sincerity. When he first approached, Jin had aimed his gun at his head, but Tang Muwen, unfazed, simply remarked, "Finish the terrain analysis and map before you kill me." Jin was at a loss for words. "You don't want any points for the final assessment?" Tang Muwen shook his head. "My previous points are sufficient for me to advance in this trial. Command analysis and combat with you are distinct. I have consistently ranked second in non-combat points." As he spoke, he glanced at Xu Lingxiu and added, "Those points were largely thanks to you, to all of you. I'm merely here to repay you." His heartfelt sincerity, coupled with his habitual inclination to linger behind Xu Lingxiu, temporarily earned him their trust, allowing him to conduct the terrain analysis. Since the commencement of the final assessment, they had stealthily maneuvered, evading the pursuit of the main forces. The strategies of the Kyan factions proved highly effective, as the ordinary students appeared resolute in their search for the top 5 who had previously dominated them, particularly the group led by Sun Liao, whose objective was now unmistakably to capture Xu Lingxiu. Sun Liao had long awaited this day. Upon the announcement of the faction rules, he seemed invigorated, fueled not only by his past grievances against Xu Lingxiu but also by his dwindling points, which had placed him. If he could personally strike down Xu Lingxiu, it would be a glorious reversal of fortune. He fervently spread slander about Xu Lingxiu among the ordinary students, painting her as detestable and irredeemable, fabricating an array of accusations against her with fervor. Yet, most students appeared indifferent to his zealous rhetoric, with only a few echoing his sentiments until he abruptly redirected his ire towards Wang Qihu and Lin Xiao. A group must have organization and leadership, and in the ordinary student faction, the leaders were Wang Qihu and a few second-star students, alongside Lin Xiao, who had, during the assessment, "Would you betray us and warn them?" Sun Liao, lacking in capability, excelled at inciting discord. This accusation, unlike his prior attempts to tarnish Xu Lingxiu's name, threatened the interests of every ordinary student and was, in a sense, reasonable. As a leader, how could you maintain such a close relationship with our enemy? Can you guarantee your loyalty? Wang Qihu's expression darkened immediately, while Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, retorting, "I've been running behind Xu Lingxiu too. I am also Liu Zheng's roommate." Ultimately, Guan Zhongli stepped in as a mediator. As a former commander with a reasonable degree of respect among the ordinary students, he smiled as he embraced Sun Liao. Liao Ji, I understand you've. However, this is the final assessment. How could my brother Wang Qihu and Lin Xiao joke about this? I too have been displeased with those five for ages. Our goal is to unite and eliminate them, so let us not turn our frustrations on our own. His words placated Sun Liao, who seemed quite pleased. The final agreement granted Sun Liao some command authority, allowing him to lead a portion of the group, which he found immensely satisfying. Sun Liao looked at Guan Zhongli with appreciation, thinking that such a person was ideal for leadership, smooth-talking and willing to share power, unlike certain individuals. The mere thought of Xu Lingxiu filled Sun Liao with ire, recalling how his misfortunes had begun since that fateful day of combat training. This was his chance for revenge, and he could not afford to miss it. Thus, upon entering the final assessment venue, Sun Liao was eager to scour the mountains inch by inch with his followers, yearning for a direct confrontation with Xu Lingxiu and her group. However, after nearly an hour of searching, they had yet to catch a glimpse of Xu Lingxiu. The five had seemingly vanished into thin air. Sun Liao found himself in a state of disarray, every rustle of grass making him paranoid, and he fired off rounds without sighting a single target. A boy who had once grovelled before Xu Lingxiu, only to be scolded to tears, turned to Sun Liao and asked, Liao Ji, do you think Xu Lingxiu and her group are afraid of us? They were so ostentatious before, but now they've turned into turtles hiding in their shells. This remark eased Sun Liao's anxiety somewhat. At that moment, through their intelligence devices, Guan Zhongli sent a message to inquire about Sun Liao's status. Sun Liao reported his lack of findings. Oh, no worries. You might want to head west. A reconnaissance team just discovered traces of Xu Lingxiu and her group in that direction. Energized by this information, Sun Liao led his team westward. Xu Shizhen watched as the fool led his group away and returned to their hiding spot to report to Xu Lingxiu, the idiot has run off. Indeed. After entering the assessment site, Xu Lingxiu had instructed the others to remain at their concealed position, and they had been hiding ever since. Jin, growing impatient, finally asked, Commander, how long must we stay hidden here? Frankly, remaining concealed for so long did not align with Xu Lingxiu's typical demeanor. In Jin's view, she should have led them into a 1v55 confrontation, annihilating their adversaries. While this cautious approach seemed safer, it felt rather cowardly. Xu Lingxiu remained silent. At that moment, through Tang Muan's intelligence device, Guan Zhongli sent another message. Thank you, the fish is hooked. Chapter 56. Negotiation notice. Has the fish taken the bait? How fond the interstellar folk are of such expressions. Xu Lingxiu responded to the intellect with a succinct, received. She lifted her gaze to the others, beginning to elucidate the reasons behind their evasive maneuvers since their arrival at the assessment site. The narrative rewinds to the journey towards the final assessment location, where Instructor Kion had deliberately allocated them some time. After all, with a faction war at hand, strategic planning was imperative. Guan Zhongli, appointed as the ordinary faction's commander, felt a slight warmth in his chest. Just moments ago, he had fretted over the possibility of Xu Lingxiu and her companions banding together for the final assessment. Yet now, the instructor had bestowed upon them the very cohesion they had been lacking. A daunting 1v55, what a concept that was. Even catching 55 chickens single-handedly would take considerable time. If they couldn't win in a direct confrontation, surely they could employ a strategy of attrition against them, couldn't they? Gradually, a flicker of hope ignited within him. What if they could actually triumph? Which aspiring commander had not secretly envisioned leading a victorious battle? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Qihu appeared, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Xu Lingxiu wishes to see you. Guan Zhongli's heart sank, yet his tongue reacted faster than his mind. She asks me to go, so I must. While he uttered those words, his sluggish mind had already coerced his limbs to obediently follow Wang Qihu. He justified his visit to her as mere curiosity about her intentions, casting a glance back at Sun Liao, who was fervently denouncing Xu Lingxiu, his eyes rolling in exasperation. Wang Qihu led him to a secluded spot amidst the thicket, where Xu Lingxiu stood at ease. Her once short hair had grown considerably, cascading down her shoulders. With minimal movement, she cast a glance at Guan Zhongli, causing his heart to tremble slightly. In that moment, Xu Lingxiu appeared vastly different from the one who had instructed him and Wang Qihu on the steamed bun shooting technique. Though he thought this, he could not afford to appear weak. Guan Zhongli forced his composure and spoke first. "What do you require of me?" He feigned calmness, striving to maintain a facade of nonchalance, a performance that Xu Lingxiu observed keenly. Without further ado, she delved into the matter. "Has Lin Xiao provided you with an analysis of the benefits for this final assessment?" Guan Zhongli paused in confusion. "What? If not, let me be frank. Your obsession with opposing us will yield minimal gains. Each of us possesses 20 points. On the surface, it appears considerable, yet when totaled, it amounts to merely 100. Your faction comprises 275 individuals, and our points barely exceed half of your total." Xu Lingxiu meticulously laid out the logic she had previously clarified to Guan Zhongli in the underground labyrinth. "Moreover, our scores are relatively concentrated. Even if you were to eliminate all 5 of us, only 5 individuals from your faction would truly benefit." Guan Zhongli fell silent, her words dousing the flames of hope that had been kindling within him. Xu Lingxiu was correct. The faction conflict, to some extent, obscured this harsh limitation. They were but 5 individuals. Should they be captured, only 5 would ultimately gain those 20 points. "But we still have faction points," Guan Zhongli interjected, unable to suppress his urge to resist. After all, he was the commander, and it felt somewhat pathetic to be swayed by mere words. The disparity created by faction points is significant. What does it mean for each individual to gain 10 points? If all of you survive and each gains 10 points, it would be as if no points were gained at all, she countered. The gap between the top 5 and the rest was too pronounced. Those few points would not bridge the divide, and ultimately, the faction points could prove more crucial than acquiring the bounty from Xu Lingxiu and her companions. They encompassed a larger group, thus causing greater fluctuations in overall rankings. A single individual gaining 10 points while another did not would result in a 20-point difference. Kaiyan's strategy had initially aimed to exacerbate faction tensions, with several additional conditions designed to serve this purpose. Unfortunately, the fundamental rules of the final assessment remained unchanged. Even with factions and bounties overshadowing the proceedings, the essence of the assessment required each to fight independently, with elimination at stake. Guan Zhongli felt his throat dry. Xu Lingxiu had been painfully clear. To play dumb now would be akin to feigning ignorance. The psychological disparity after confronting the truth was overwhelming, yet what could be done? He sighed helplessly. "So, what do you propose for our collaboration? What must we do?" "Unite against a common foe. First, we shall extract a portion of your ranks as compensation for points." Xu Lingxiu presented a list, detailing the names of those who had slandered her, such as Sun Liao and his small clique, numbering around 20 to 30 individuals. "You may expand the list as necessary to form a genuine team and take action against them first." Guan Zhongli had always believed Xu Lingxiu to be indifferent towards Sun Liao's group, but he was taken aback by her ruthless resolve to attack and manipulate them. "I have become the weapon in her hand," he thought, trembling as he accepted the list. Upon the announcement of the final assessment rules, excitement surged among the ordinary students. After all, they were all candidates capable of entering the prestigious 6 military academies, harboring a modicum of ambition and fervor. Many shared Guan Zhongli's dreams, yet few truly held animosity towards Xu Lingxiu. Having witnessed her leadership during the river rescue and in the underground labyrinth, those with any sense would remember her as an exceptional commander. Sun Liao and his attention-seeking entourage represented only a small fraction. The silent majority remained. Guan Zhongli steadied himself. However, their potential gains amount to a mere 40 points. Furthermore, if I lead a surprise attack on them, it would only fracture our unity, benefiting you without any cost. You could seize the opportunity to eliminate us entirely. One must not be entirely led by the nose. It was essential to consider one's rightful interests. Xu Lingxiu nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, we 5 shall not engage in combat against you. This is the essence of our collaboration. When necessary, we can assist in drawing them into an encirclement. You will not engage. Guan Zhongli found this hard to fathom. Then what is your purpose in the final assessment? Do you intend to forfeit all points? Yet, the condition of non-engagement was undeniably tempting. In Guan Zhongli's eyes, single-handedly taking down 20 opponents would be a breeze for each of them. Allowing them to refrain from action meant fewer ordinary students would perish at their hands, enabling mutual conflict and broadening the pool of points. Have you forgotten the question Jin Gang posed before everyone? A hint of amusement danced on Xu Lingxiu's face. In Guan Zhongli's perception, it sent chills down his spine. Our objective is those 20 instructors slated for elimination. Chapter 57, The Hunt for the Instructors 1. The hunt for the instructors, for ethereal words escaped Xu Lingxiu's lips, and they struck Guan Zhongli's ears with the force of thunder. Although they are new recruits from the military, they are distinguished graduates from the academy, possessing far greater combat experience than our group of trainees. This was madness. Xu Lingxiu we shall reap them all. Such a monumental task, and she spoke of it as casually as one might discuss laundry on a rainy day. Guan Zhongli stood frozen in disbelief. We are to attract them. Wouldn't that spell our doom? Even if you choose not to cooperate, they will ultimately carry out the purge, and you will still meet your end. Therefore, it is wiser to join forces with us. Once we eliminate them, we shall take our own lives, and the spoils will be distributed among the remaining members of your group. Xu Lingxiu's words were delivered with an unsettling calmness, akin to a demon's whisper, luring him in. Throughout this training period, have you never considered resisting them? You have suffered greatly. It is unfortunate that Kaiyong and Instructor Chen will not partake in the purge, otherwise, I would particularly relish. A broader smile stretched across Xu Lingxiu's face. To capture them alive. Madness, this was utter insanity. At that moment, Guan Zhongli felt as if he were in the presence of a tyrant rather than a mere human. Within her domain, under her rules, everything was dictated by her whims. Who lived, who died, and even those who endured humiliation were compelled to survive. To barter with her was tantamount to offering one's very soul. Guan Zhongli thought to himself, thankfully, I am not entirely sane either. He gazed at Xu Lingxiu and, with a slight bow, declared, I am willing to serve you. Upon leaving the woods, he was suddenly aware of a cold sweat breaking out upon him. He turned to Wang Chihu, who appeared remarkably relaxed beside him. How did you know she wanted to see me? Wang Chihu scratched his head. I initially intended to defect to their side. Why did he speak of betrayal so casually? Guan Zhongli felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, longing to punch his brother for the first time in ages. However, I was refused. Moreover, Commander Xu mentioned that I could defect at the assessment location, depending on whether Tang Muan chose to betray us. If he does, then it's settled. I only need a smart brain to communicate with you. Had he already considered such complexities, Guan Zhongli's emotions became tangled. As fellow commanders, how could the disparity between individuals be so vast? What do you think would happen if I refused? Xu Lingxiu must have been certain from the beginning that he would cooperate. A tiny flicker of rebellion stirred within Guan Zhongli. What if he declined? What kind of strategies would Commander Xu devise in response? Wang Chihu regarded him with a knowing glance. I believe you have no real option to refuse. Even if you did, once at the assessment site, you'd likely be the first to be eliminated. Wouldn't it be simple for Xu Lingxiu and her group to hunt him down? Guan Zhongli pondered this and finally nodded. You are correct. Wang Chihu's words rang true, and the timeline resumed its course. At that moment, Guan Zhongli was concealed beneath the trees, leading a group at the western ambush point, awaiting Sun Liao and his entourage's arrival. He possessed some capability, particularly in rallying hearts and minds. During Sun Liao's erratic excursions with his small group, Guan Zhongli had laid bare the collaboration plan to the remaining students. Of course, this was after Wang Chihu and the others had confiscated everyone's smart brains, using Tang Muan's potential betrayal as a pretext to identify possible accomplices, effectively preventing any loose lips from alerting Sun Liao. To his surprise, the majority of the remaining students responded enthusiastically to the collaboration plan. Firstly, they were not foolish, their personal stakes were at risk, and the points accrued from the final assessment directly influenced their standings. Xu Lingxiu had elucidated this quite clearly, reminiscent of the previous underground maze. Secondly, many genuinely admired Xu Lingxiu. While the initial bounty had stirred some fervor, it had since waned, and most were reluctant to oppose her. Now that the details of the collaboration had been disclosed, excitement rippled through the group. Even as adversaries, Commander Shu demonstrated such considerate thoughtfulness towards them. This only deepened their admiration. However, Guan Zhongli refrained from disclosing the portion about hunting the instructors, opting instead to emphasize the emotional appeal of the spoils. Fearing that someone might inadvertently leak information once they exited the arena, he planned to gather everyone after today's final assessment to discuss it further. Now was the moment to fulfill the first tenet of their collaboration. It must be said, Xu Lingqiu and her team were exceptionally adept at hiding. Not a trace of them had yet been revealed. Should they recklessly confront them, even without engaging, their mere concealment could sow discord among the ordinary students. Distantly, he heard a crowd approaching, and Guan Zhongli mused on how this fool, Sun Liao, could ever consider himself Xu Lingqiu's rival. He was hardly worthy to carry her shoes. Today, he would take it upon himself to teach him a lesson. Within their hideout, Xu Lingqiu had just concluded an overview of the entire collaboration process, leaving Jin and Xu Shijin speechless. I dare say, the Federation's imbeciles have truly stumbled this year. The champions of the team competition and the best commander should be awarded without delay. Jin thought back to when Xu Lingqiu had tasked him with inquiring about the assassination of the instructors. It had effectively served as a public notarization before all, yet simultaneously, because it was Jin, a man known for his flights of fancy, who posed the question, it had lowered everyone's guard, including Kaiyang and Instructor Chen. This time, Kaiyang harbored some intention to outmaneuver the five of them, but under Xu Lingqiu's deft manipulation, they had regained the upper hand, shifting all the conflicts and pressures he had orchestrated onto him. Most importantly, we are truly going to hunt the instructors. Excitement ignited in Jin's eyes. He had always known Xu Lingqiu would never disappoint him. At that moment, Shen Shouli stood frozen in place. He had previously envisioned the final assessment and had assumed that for the sake of balance, Kaiyang would not group them together. Yet Kaiyang had clearly thought one step further, employing the camp and bounties to create a relatively balanced one. Instructor Kaiyang had indeed guided several military academy competitions, but unfortunately for him, there was someone here whose depth of thought surpassed his own. Chapter 58, The Hunt for the Instructor. Sun Liao, adhering to the intelligence provided by Guan Zhongli, thought little of the matter and hastily sprinted westward. As he traversed a low-lying mountain path, he remained oblivious to the potential dangers, confidently leading his team through with reckless abandon. However, as their entire squad reached the midpoint of the path, gunfire erupted. Wang Jihu, positioned nearby, fired 5 shots in quick succession, causing Sun Liao to collapse to the ground. The intelligence system embedded within him immediately confirmed his elimination. Beside him, Guan Zhongli shook his head in disappointment, lamenting, why wasn't it me who delivered the fatal blow? You still have much to learn, Wang Jihu replied with a chuckle. This was a one-sided massacre, with over 200 assailants targeting a mere 40 individuals. By the time it concluded, Sun Liao lay on the ground, his face frozen in a mask of terror, reminiscent of the moment he was struck. They were all ruthlessly exterminated, eliciting cheers from those who scored points and sighs from those who did not. Guan Zhongli, Wang Jihu, and Lin Xiao emerged from the flanking woods, all wearing smiles. Damn it! You treacherous scoundrels, you've betrayed me. Sun Liao shouted, his eyes blazing with fury as he realized the true nature of his predicament. He had been duped, used as cannon fodder, and backstabbed. It must be Xu Lingqiu. She surely made some deal with you. What did she promise you? Especially you, Wang Jihu. You revolve around her like a moth to a flame. She must be. Individuals like Sun Liao, who sought to tarnish reputations, often resorted to the most unscrupulous means, particularly when targeting women with vile insinuations. Wang Jihu, nauseated by Sun Liao's repugnant words, retorted, I'll tear your mouth apart today. He was determined to teach Sun Liao a lesson, disregarding any potential disciplinary repercussions. Yet, before he could act, Lin Xiao struck first. With a resounding slap that silenced the entire area, she delivered a blow to Sun Liao's face, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. I've long wished to deliver this slap to you, she declared. Ever since their first day of combat training, she had endured Sun Liao's presence, initially considering how to soothe him. However, it had become painfully evident that conversing with such a person was a futile endeavor. A response was only warranted through fists and violence. You dare to hit me? Sun Liao exclaimed as he rose to retaliate, only to be met with Wang Chihu's fist, which sent him sprawling to the ground, momentarily blinded, fearing he might lose consciousness. As he writhed in pain, Guan Zhongli approached, deliberately stepping on his hand. Recognize your situation and leave quickly, otherwise, I cannot guarantee how many others will take action against you. Reflecting on the times he had referred to this man as Brother Liao, Guan Zhongli felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing it would likely haunt him for life. Sun Liao, struggling to his feet, glared menacingly at the trio. I will report this to the instructor. He explicitly instructed us to confront Xu Lingxiu, yet you all conspired to betray me. Unfazed, Guan Zhongli gestured dismissively. At that moment, a drone flew in. Upon the occurrence of an elimination, it would oversee the expulsion of students from the examination site. If any eliminated student delayed or if others intervened, points would be deducted. The remaining individuals, fearful of repercussions, remained silent. They had only ever viewed Sun Liao as a scapegoat, as he was the only one who had clashed with Xu Lingxiu, driven by pure jealousy and the fear of offending her. They had initially believed this final examination would allow them to exact retribution on Xu Lingxiu, only to be met with an unexpected outcome. They departed the examination grounds like a pack of stray dogs, heads hung low. Kion, Instructor Chen, and Su Li observed the first batch of eliminated students approach. Sun Liao practically sprinted to the trio, lamenting, Instructor, Guan Zhongli has betrayed us. I suspect he has made some clandestine deal with Xu Lingxiu, completely disregarding your camp's regulations. Kion regarded Sun Liao with an expression of incredulity. He had anticipated such a scenario. The ordinary students' camp was destined to undergo a schism before achieving greater unity. Fundamental conflicts of interest existed among them, and eliminating the despised threats would ultimately facilitate cohesion. In Kion's eyes, Guan Zhongli's leadership in this endeavor was commendable. However, he was slightly taken aback by the revelation, as Xu Lingxiu and her group making any moves. The batch of eliminated students had not included the 5 individuals who had been dispatched, which struck Kion as uncharacteristic of Xu Lingxiu's modus operandi. They Har 1 or 2 are hiding like turtles. I searched for ages and couldn't find a single one. Sun Liao fumed, growing increasingly agitated. Had he not been so singularly focused on capturing Xu Lingxiu at that moment, he might have been more vigilant and prepared. Hiding, indeed, this could serve as an effective strategy to exacerbate anxiety and division within the opposing camp. Yet how adept could Xu Lingxiu conceal herself? How could she endure so patiently? It bore some resemblance to her style, yet it felt fundamentally different. Kion, unable to decipher her intentions, offered Sun Liao a kindly smile. I understand everything, now, step aside. As for Xu Lingxiu's remarkable ability to hide, Xu Shizhen was equally perplexed. Sister, how did you manage to find such an excellent hiding place? Xu Lingxiu blinked innocently. In the early days of the apocalypse, the mutated beasts were colossal, launching attacks primarily in major cities. Humanity relied on various modern weaponry to contend with them, and aside from nuclear arms, they mobilized every available resource to achieve a tenuous victory, albeit at the cost of widespread urban destruction. Subsequently, during a massive assault by the mutated beasts on key energy points, humanity contemplated uniting all nuclear weapons to annihilate them, but ultimately, no one could bear the weight of such annihilation, nor did anyone wish to be burdened with the guilt of exterminating humanity. Following that assault, the colossal mutated beasts inexplicably vanished, and amidst the ensuing chaos, humanity endeavored to establish a new order and gather in safe zones. As the number of mutated beasts increased, their sizes diminished to medium and small, which contributed to the evolution of humanity's ability. During the apocalypse, humans often sought refuge in the mountains, leveraging the terrain to evade these creatures. Xu Lingxiu had been nurtured in such an environment, developing her skills accordingly. However, she could not divulge the truth to Xu Shizhen, so Xu Lingxiu fabricated an answer, intuition. Xu Shizhen accepted this explanation readily, nodding in agreement. Her sister was a genius, and it was entirely reasonable for a genius to possess such capabilities. Chapter 59, The Hunt for the Instructors. 3 Sun Liao and his small group had successfully resolved a troublesome matter. Guan Zhongli gestured to the ordinary students, indicating that they were now free to engage in battle, either as teams or as solitary wolves, and that they could pursue their happiness as they saw fit. Securing a bounty is a testament to one's skill. However, if you choose to engage them first and suffer retaliation, do not place the blame on me. At that moment, someone in the crowd could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "But isn't it odd that Commander Shu and her team have been avoiding us and not attacking, yet they still award us points for our faction? They seem to gain nothing from this." This question struck a chord, as the necessity to conceal their intent to ambush the instructors meant that the 5 of them lacked a credible motive for not attacking the ordinary students, rendering the situation somewhat illogical. As Guan Zhongli pondered how to respond, another voice chimed in. "Commander Shu must have her own considerations, let us not overthink it. The fact that they won't initiate an attack against us this time is already a boon. Now, everyone should disperse quickly, as we are all enemies now." This was Lin Xiao speaking, and her words dissipated the remaining doubts among the ordinary students. They scattered like startled birds, and Guan Zhongli sent a message to Xu Lingqiu, informing her that everything had been resolved. They could now temporarily leave their hideout, as their objective had shifted from evasion to reconnaissance of the entire examination area, in search of optimal ambush points. This task would largely fall upon the analytical prowess of Tang Muwen. Xu Lingqiu decided to split into 2 teams to explore the terrain, as she possessed a certain level of analytical capability herself. After she spoke, Xu Shichen and Liu Jing immediately expressed their desire to remain with her, leaving the 3 males to form their own group. Just as they were about to set out, Tang Muwen suddenly called out to Xu Lingqiu, "I have been meaning to ask you, did you anticipate that I would betray them to seek you out?" He wore a cautious expression, fearful that his question might provoke Xu Lingqiu's displeasure. Millimeter. Xu Lingqiu nodded and continued on her way. There was nothing particularly perplexing or surprising about this. The reality was that Tang Muwen inexplicably enjoyed lingering around her, and the likelihood of him betraying the ordinary students' faction was quite high. Previously, he had claimed he did not wish to hinder her progress, asserting that it wasn't her strength that drew him to her, yet his actions consistently suggested otherwise. Xu Lingqiu found no desire to delve into his thoughts. She simply did not care. They had discussed this matter twice already. She neither harbored disdain nor fondness for him. He was merely a tool to be utilized when needed, nothing more. As the 3 departed, Jin suddenly placed a hand on Tang Muwen's shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of danger and warning. "What? Do you harbor different thoughts about our commander?" His motive was not to defend Shinsholi, rather, he believed this man to be too weak and timid to be worthy of Xu Lingqiu. Tang Muwen's face flushed crimson, and he was rendered speechless. Shinsholi interjected, "All right, it is time for the final assessment. Let us focus on what needs to be done." As he spoke with a cold expression, he momentarily reverted to the proud and untouchable demeanor of the Shun family heir from the training period. After this training phase, Jin had thought Shinsholi's temperament had improved, but it seemed he was merely putting on a facade in front of others. He released his grip and ceased to tease Tang Muwen. Given Xu Lingqiu's personality, it would be futile to concern himself with the romantic entanglements of others. That was not his place. The 6 of them began to search for the most suitable ambush locations within the examination grounds. Xu Shichen followed Xu Lingqiu as they navigated through the forest. Previously, she had taken an entire day to traverse the 5th tier, yet now she moved with remarkable speed through the woods. While keeping pace with her sister, she occasionally turned back to assist Liu Jing. She carried a heavy sniper rifle, the AS-73, equipped with new ammunition. The military had calculated that 3 shots to the same spot could penetrate the vulnerable areas of an Mecha. Of course, she did not expect to actually pierce an instructor with it. The specialized training rounds were designed not to inflict real harm, but their effective range was substantial. As long as she could locate a prime sniping position for Liu Jing, her presence would pose a significant threat to the instructors. Xu Lingqiu meticulously examined every inch of the terrain they traversed, contemplating the likelihood of success for using it as an ambush site. The landscape they had traversed thus far was not particularly conducive to ambushes. In fact, there were areas where ordinary students had spotted them and fled in fright, a testament to the poor concealment. Fortunately, good news soon arrived from the other team. They had discovered an excellent ambush location where the terrain rose on both sides and dipped in the middle, a perfect trap for unsuspecting prey. However, this ambush site was perhaps too enticing. The instructors, being new recruits, might not be easily lured into such a snare. Still, having a location to work with was better than none. Xu Lingqiu instructed them to relay their coordinates as they slowly made their way there. With the location established, they now needed to deliberate on the form the ambush would take. Along the way, they encountered several minor skirmishes among the ordinary students, and Shushichin remarked that team's analysis was off. One shot went way up into the sky. Liu Jing suddenly cautioned, "Be careful not to get hit." The probability of being struck by a bullet falling from above was certainly not negligible. Shushichin was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Liu Jing's comment. Xu Lingxiu interjected, "Are you making a cold joke?" Liu Jing nodded, yes. After all these years, it was refreshing to have someone other than her parents recognize her penchant for humor. Liu Jing felt somewhat flustered. Shushichin chuckled awkwardly, har har har. Not knowing what else to say, she settled for a supportive laugh. Ultimately, the stray bullets fired into the sky caused no casualties, and the small team regrettably eliminated one opponent before being ousted themselves. As the group exited the assessment area, dusk was beginning to fall. Kion observed the newly emerged students, patting their shoulders in encouragement for completing the assessment, while he himself felt a growing anxiety as he noted the 0 kill count for Xu Lingxiu and her team on the intelligence screen. Had they genuinely opted to hide and refrain from engaging, surely they hadn't found a place to simply sleep it off. Whenever Kion subtly probed the eliminated students about whether they had encountered the 5 of them, they uniformly responded, "We don't know. We haven't seen them." Before collapsing into silence, Instructor Chen increasingly sensed that something was amiss. "Don't you think they might be concocting a scheme?" "Of course I do, otherwise, I wouldn't be asking so many questions," Kion replied. "Could they be planning to dig a tunnel directly here and capture you?" Instructor Chen pondered. "Capture me? Surely not." Kion replied in bewilderment, unable to believe that Xu Lingxiu would resort to such tactics against him. After all, he had awarded her so many points. Chapter 60, The Hunt for the Instructors. For as darkness deepened, visibility diminished. Upon the convergence of the 6 individuals, their primary task was to locate an appropriate sniping position for Liu Jing. While the area was well suited for an ambush, the optimal sniping point remained elusive, with all options offering only moderate concealment. Ultimately, based on the maximum effective range of the heavy sniper rifle, Xu Lingxiu chose a location for Liu Jing at the highest elevation on the right side, where a small depression existed. By covering this spot with underbrush, Liu Jing would have ample camouflage, allowing her to blend seamlessly with the surrounding rocks and vegetation under the cloak of night. However, this position was precariously situated at the edge of the rifle's effective range, presenting a significant challenge for Liu Jing, who would need to maintain her disguise for an extended period while delivering suppressive fire on the approaching instructors. 5. Xu Lingxiu suddenly stated as Liu Jing nervously adjusted her rifle. "What?" she replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Your minimum requirement." 5 instructors, Xu Lingxiu affirmed, draping the camouflaged foliage over her. "If I can do it, so can you, victorious one." Liu Jing paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Understood, Commander." Xu Lingxiu then assigned different positions to the others based on their shooting proficiency and habits. During several rounds of resource distribution, they managed to scavenge a modest supply of ammunition, often encountering regular students competing for the same, resulting in only a meager increase of 10 rounds for each individual. This time, the sole means of elimination is through bullets, so aim carefully, Xu Lingxiu instructed the group. However, there may also be instances of physical confrontation with the instructors. In such cases, be vigilant of their gun muzzles and strive to ensure they appear within the line of sight of our snipers, who will handle the situation. With everything in place, they awaited the opportune moment for their elaborate trap to unfold. Meanwhile, their prey, the instructors, were still outside donning their gear. This batch was specifically requested by me from the military department. Exceptional recruits, quite handy, wouldn't you agree? Vice Principal Zhu inquired, hands on her hips, addressing instructors Chen and Kian. Quite effective, indeed, Kian nodded. Typically, the Moy Military Academy assigned third-year students to serve as ordinary instructors, but this time, bringing in personnel from the military was a promising start. The instructors were about to enter the assessment area to eliminate the remaining students. The intelligence display indicated that only 37 students remained inside, including Xu Lingxiu and her 4 companions. Their kill counts still registered as 0, which felt amiss. Two amiss. Kyan had originally intended to follow them inside to ascertain the situation, but Vice Principal Su intervened. Is there really any necessity for you to enter? Su Li questioned, somewhat puzzled. Do you not trust this group? Not exactly, he conceded, recalling Instructor Chen's remark about Xu Lingxiu capturing him. A sudden spark of realization struck him as he turned to the 20 instructors preparing to enter. Do not let your guard down, prioritize locating those 5 individuals. The lead instructor, surnamed Zhang, was a distinguished graduate of Shaji, one of the 6 major military academies, and had excelled among the latest batch of recruits. Understood, Commander, the instructors replied in unison. As the time arrived, they entered the darkened assessment area. Once inside, another ordinary instructor behind Zhang voiced his discontent. What does Commander Kyan mean? Does he truly fear these students pose any threat to us? After all, they were new recruits of the military, and had participated in 3 seasons of military academy competitions. Though not renowned figures, their combat experience vastly outweighed that of the students. Another instructor chimed in, indeed, if these kids were able to touch us, my squad leader would be in stitches upon my return. Instructor Zhang glanced back at them. You are well aware of the caliber of the new students from Moy Academy, particularly the top 5. As instructors, while they weren't the lead commanders like Kyan and Chen, they had keenly observed the growth of this group of students. This new cohort, especially those 5 individuals, had reached a level that was nearing the pinnacle of military academy standards. Shinsholi's family background had been grooming him as the future luminary of the military from a young age. Jin, though less known, clearly had received professional training, and Xu Shixin was often lauded by her brother for her exceptional abilities. Liu Jing's shooting record was verifiable across the entire star system. However, the true terror lay not with the 4 of them, who possessed inherent advantages from their family backgrounds and mental fortitude, but rather with the B-rank Xu Lingxiu. Her rate of growth was nothing short of monstrous. Given a bit more time, it would come as no surprise if she were to emerge as a future Pentagon warrior of the military. Do not underestimate them. Exhibit the tactical proficiency you honed during your practical training at the military, Zhang commanded, immediately opting to divide into 5 groups, with 4 teams conducting a thorough search for the 5 students. In the depths of night, Guan Zhongli fled in a panic alongside Lin Xiao, her leg wounded by a branch. Are you all right? Absolutely no problem, Lin Xiao gritted her teeth, keeping pace with Guan Zhongli as they sprinted towards the coordinates Xu Lingxiu had provided. They soon encountered a group of instructors who were initially dispatched to locate the 5. These 5 instructors likely disregarded Zhang's warning, eager to wrap up their task and return home. Spotting Guan Zhongli and Lin Xiao, they opened fire in pursuit. The distance between the 2 students and the 5 instructors dwindled, and just as they were about to re-enter the instructors' shooting range, they successfully reached Xu Lingxiu's ambush site. They quickly fell to the ground amidst the underbrush, feigning that they were too injured to move. Seeing them halt, the 5 instructors slowed their pace, fixated on the 2 students they thought were easy targets, completely unaware as they unwittingly stepped into the ambush zone. Honestly, Zhang, these students have been in combat assessments for so long. No matter how exceptional they are, they must be exhausted by now. What is the point of being so cautious and searching for the 5 who are hiding? One of them complained while approaching to eliminate the 2 students. The gunfire erupted, but it was not from his weapon. The heavy sniper bullet sliced through the air at an incredible speed, striking the instructor squarely in the shoulder, sending him tumbling to the ground. He had no time to register the change in his expression. His combat suit emitted alarms and billowed white smoke, indicating his elimination. His comrades could not escape their fate either, as several bullets from various angles swiftly claimed their lives. In an instant, an entire squad of instructors had been annihilated. Chapter 61, The Hunt for the Instructors. 5. After a lapse of 5 or 6 seconds, the eliminated instructors finally regained their composure, realizing they had fallen into a trap. They had been ambushed by the very students they had underestimated. The 5 of them stood up in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words, until Lin Xiao, who had just escaped with Guan Zhongli, broke the silence. Instructors, according to the rules, once eliminated, you should leave the assessment area promptly and refrain from communicating with anyone, correct? At this moment, the assessment base should have received the news of their elimination via the intelligence system, and they were likely in a state of shock, as no drones had been dispatched to supervise. Fearing that they might leak information about what had transpired, the two mustered the courage to speak up. Losing to students was humiliating enough, but to resort to underhanded tactics while losing was even more disgraceful. The five exchanged bitter smiles, and one of them spoke up, "We will exit as per the rules, but I must inquire, was it Xu Lingxiu and the others who initiated this?" Guan Zhongli and Lin Xia nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was them. The five left the assessment area with a sense of loss, and one of them couldn't help but reminisce. It suddenly reminded me of my second year when our school was brutally defeated by Long Yuan during the elimination rounds. The feeling of leaving that day was strikingly similar to how I feel now. Emotions ran deep, difficult to articulate. The other four shared the sentiment and couldn't resist chiming in. I genuinely believe this year's the new generation of Mo Xie is no longer the underdog it once was. Upon returning to the assembly area outside the assessment site, they were met with astonished gasps. No way! An instructor has truly been eliminated. What did Vice Principal Su say? How many points for eliminating an instructor? 100 points. Which brave soul accomplished this feat? Do we even need to ask? Hypothetically speaking, could Commander Xu not bring me along next time? I would gladly volunteer as cannon fodder with unyielding spirit. Initially, Vice Principal Su's expression was grim, but as Kaiyang and Instructor Chen began to detail the situation of the 5 eliminated instructors, her demeanor softened slightly. Is that 100 points really valid? Kaiyang inquired. Of course it's valid. It is absolutely valid. When have I ever changed my mind on a whim? Vice Principal Su shot him a glance. I am elated that we've produced such outstanding students. Kaiyang smiled with delight, realizing that Xu Lingxiu and her group had indeed come to surprise everyone. This cohort would undoubtedly upheave the league. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of dread. Had he not heeded the advice to join them, he might have found himself captured by Xu Lingxiu. How utterly humiliating that would have been. While the outside world was filled with astonishment and excitement, the instructors within were engulfed in shock and fury. They truly dared to confront us, those little rascals. At this moment, Instructor Zhang had tracked down Xu Lingxiu and her group's initial hiding spot, a location remarkably concealed. If not for Zhang's extensive combat experience, it may have remained undiscovered. They were hiding here from the start. It's a sufficiently discreet location, but not suitable for an ambush, thus they have relocated. Upon receiving the news of the 5 instructors' elimination, Zhang was initially taken aback, but soon began to strategize a counter-offensive against them. Let us regroup. The speed of their elimination suggests they were ambushed. We should look out for one another as we search for their ambush points. Zhang's tone was icy. We cannot afford to lose to this group of kids. They likely opted for a divided approach, with 5 in a group, split into 4, so our best chance for an initial ambush was limited to those 5 individuals. Xu Lingxiu communicated with Guan Zhongli and the others through the intelligence system. They should have received the news of the 5 instructors' elimination and will likely assemble to search for the ambush point. Among the 5, Liu Jing hit one, Shen Sholi struck another, Xu Shichen also managed to hit one, while Xu Lingxiu took 2 with her. Jin felt particularly aggrieved, lamenting, "Next time, I really want to focus on a single target with our commander. Her shooting is too rapid." HMPH, stop making excuses for your lack of skill, Xu Shichen retorted, engaged. Xu Lingxiu was still in communication with Guan Zhongli and the others. Currently, your scattered presence doesn't pose a significant distraction. Consider regrouping. Guan Zhongli asked, "Wouldn't that make us seem suspicious?" Students were expected to disperse and hide. Gathering together would appear abnormal. Precisely, we want them to find our gathering suspicious, drawing them in our direction. If they approached from another angle, it would be far more perilous and unpredictable. Understood. Guan Zhongli immediately began executing Xu Lingxiu's orders, and the group of over 30 students assembled, creating quite a commotion. Instructor Zhang and his team quickly noticed them. What are these students doing? Gathering to chat and bond? This is far too relaxed. They must be underestimating us. Just watch me. Silence. Zhang commanded coldly. They are undoubtedly bait sent by Xu Lingxiu, likely to lead us to their ambush point. This is quite cunning. Should we ignore them and move on? Move on? Zhang interrupted. With these individuals as our guide, we need not search for long. This presented a direct opportunity to locate Xu Lingxiu and her group, albeit with certain risks. However, their numbers were advantageous at 15. Sacrificing 1 or 2 to confirm their ambush point was a small price to pay. Stay close and remain concealed. When the situation feels off, halt immediately, and be mindful to stay close to objects that can provide cover as you move. Zhang issued the command, and the others ceased their discussions. Guan Zhongli led the group towards the ambush site, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he communicated with Xu Lingxiu. I'm uncertain if they truly followed us. No worries, just proceed. With her reassurance, Guan Zhongli felt somewhat relieved as the main group gradually approached the area he and Lin Xiao had recently traversed. The instructors, obediently, did not expose themselves too overtly, and they continued pressing forward. Instructor Zhang surveyed the area, gritting his teeth, advanced just a bit further. A few heads peeked out, and in an instant, gunfire erupted, taking down 3 instructors. The students, like startled birds, fled deeper into concealment. Guan Zhongli had prepared them. Their sole objective was to hide and survive, refraining from intervening in the conflict between the instructors and Xu Lingxiu, as their involvement would likely hinder rather than help. We've identified several gun positions. Aside from the heavy sniper being relatively forward, keep a close watch on those obstacles, fire at anyone who dares to expose themselves. Instructor Zhang instructed the group, however, do not initiate an attack yet. They have a heavy sniper, and I will scout for their position. He chose not to bring anyone else, as he was positioned furthest back, minimizing the chance of being detected, allowing him to resolve the situation without alerting the enemy. After stating this, he circled back, weaving through the trees in search of the sniper's location. Midway through his run, a bullet whizzed past him, sending a chill down his spine, but he quickly regained his composure, taking shelter behind a tree. Someone had swiftly realized the sniper's position might be compromised and moved to protect it. Who could that likely be? Instructor Zhang pondered. Is it Xu Lingxiu? The only response was the whisper of the night wind. Gritting his teeth, he continued, Xu, if it is you, could you lower your weapon? Honestly, I've long wished to experience your combat skills. Chapter 62, The Hunt for the Instructor 6. Instructor Zhang's impression of Xu Lingxiu was profoundly etched during that memorable combat training session where she faced 7 opponents simultaneously. To him, each of her moves seemed laden with lethal intent. They were the kind of techniques that initially appeared inscrutable, yet lingered in his mind, prompting him to mentally replay and reconstruct them. He found himself pondering how he might counter her should their paths cross. He had anticipated this day for quite some time. Naturally, it would have been utterly absurd for an instructor to seek a one-on-one duel with a female student without course. However, an excellent opportunity for a direct confrontation now lay before him. Their numbers were still in their favor. If they could neutralize this sniper, they would be free to launch a full-scale assault. Although there would be some casualties, it would not be as disgraceful as being outmaneuvered by just 5 individuals. Since she had come to intercept him, it was evident he had chosen his position wisely. The only candidates capable of wielding a sniper rifle were Xu Lingxiu and Liu Zheng. Overcoming Xu Lingxiu would make dealing with Liu Zheng significantly easier. With a determined grit, Instructor Zhang tossed aside his firearm and discarded the magazine strapped to him. At that moment, a feminine voice called out, "Come." He pivoted away from the cover and advanced towards the source of the voice, only to hear 2 heavy thuds against the ground, followed by a gust of wind rushing at him from the front. He quickly raised his arms in defense, feeling the sting of Xu Lingxiu's kick connect. She was attacking with alarming speed. Almost instantly, she rebounded and pivoted, launching a punch. Zhang instinctively blocked with his left arm, while his right hand retaliated without hesitation. Xu Lingxiu adept altered her approach, bending low to evade Zhang's straight punch and targeting his midsection instead. Zhang braced himself to absorb the blow, staggering back 2 steps but managing to remain upright. This was Xu Lingxiu's most significant shortcoming at present. Her strikes lacked sufficient power, and after the relentless exertion during the assessment, she was fatigued and unable to concentrate her strength effectively. Seizing her right wrist, Zhang utilized her lighter frame to fling her outward. The sound of her body colliding with the tree echoed through the air, and he knew he had successfully inflicted damage. Logically, a person of Xu Lingxiu's build would find it challenging to rise again after such an impact, and panting, Zhang stepped forward to assess the situation. To his astonishment, Xu Lingxiu quickly rose, charging at him once more. This time, her side kick caught him off guard, landing squarely on his chin and knocking him to the ground. Both combatants approached this confrontation with unwavering seriousness, intent on delivering their utmost. Blood surged in Zhang's veins as he swiftly regained his footing, roaring in defiance as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xu Lingxiu showed no mercy, pressing the attack with relentless fists raining down upon him in a torrential barrage. While Zhang defended himself, he keenly observed, finally identifying a moment of fatigue in her onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he executed his previous tactic again, grasping her wrist and forcefully throwing her away. This time, however, the sound of her body striking the tree was absent. Instead, he heard her military boots strike the tree, demonstrating her quick adaptation. In midair, she adjusted her body posture and propelled herself back towards Zhang. Her punch aimed directly at his face, and he heard the sickening crack of his nasal bone fracturing, blood gushing from his nose as he fell to the ground, darkness closing in around him, yet he gritted his teeth and stood once more. It was not over yet. It could not end like this. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking Zhang squarely in the chest amidst the darkness. In that instant, he realized he had been eliminated. He had lost. Both combatants froze, bewildered, as the bullet was clearly not fired by Xu Lingxiu. She had been poised to launch another attack when the projectile struck Zhang, white smoke billowing from his body, nearly disrupting her momentum. She almost committed the egregious act of desecrating a corpse. You had an ambush prepared, didn't you? Zhang gasped, struggling to articulate his emotions as a wave of negativity washed over him. To divert his focus, he posed a question. Xu Lingxiu, feeling a rare moment of exhaustion despite her victory, cautiously concealed herself behind a tree. I only prepared concealed weapons, she replied, brandishing the pistol hidden at her side, proving she was not foolish enough to engage in a straightforward hand-to-hand combat with Zhang. Should she find herself at a disadvantage or completely overpowering him, she would have no qualms about using her gun. This was a final assessment, not a contest of honor. Zhang let out a resigned chuckle, realizing the folly of his earlier decision to discard his firearm. Perhaps it was the overwhelming desire to confront Xu Lingxiu that had clouded his judgment. Seeking clarity before his demise, he pressed further. When we arrived, you didn't fire. The positions I assigned for surveillance lacked your presence, which allowed you to come here, correct? In truth, he had gained some clarity halfway through the operation. He had only confirmed 3 positions and a heavy sniper's location, leaving one individual's position shrouded in ambiguity. Ironically, it was Xu Lingxiu, stationed on the right slope to protect Liu Zheng, who remained unaccounted for. You did not fall into a trap. You merely followed to ascertain positions. Sacrificing 3 individuals still grants you 12 with a numerical advantage, and as long as you eliminated the sniper threat, you could win with a direct assault. Xu Lingxiu resolved to ensure Zhang understood this reality. For him, the truly lethal bait was not those woefully inept ordinary students, but rather Liu Zheng's heavy sniper rifle. Zhang mused that he had indeed been overconfident. Had he simply brought his team to apprehend the sniper from the outset, things might have turned out differently. Regrettably, the positions of the other instructors had been too forward, limiting their options. He lacked the audacity to lead everyone based solely on instinct. Reflecting on it now, he recognized many opportunities for a comeback, yet, as the saying goes, to the victor go the spoils. Regret was futile now, and he gestured a sign of approval before lying still. At that moment, the true shooter approached the 2, Tang Muwen, gun in hand, arrived before Xu Lingxiu. Xu Lingxiu, are you all right? He inquired, his demeanor betraying a mix of timidity and concern. Tang's position had also been strategically placed above on the right. She had instructed him to stay hidden, allowing him to reach her side. Your aim is remarkably precise, Xu Lingxiu remarked, clutching her left side where she had collided with the tree, the impact having struck the concealed firearm. She felt a sharp pain that made walking a tad awkward. Tang Muwen did not respond to her question but instead asked, "Are you injured?" "You should return to your hiding spot," Xu Lingxiu said, moving down the path Zhang had taken. "Where are you going?" Tang Muwen, unusually insistent, followed her. Zhang could navigate from here to find the sniper, and so could she flank the instructors from behind. "I'm going with you, you should go back," Xu Lingxiu turned to face him. "Can you guarantee your aim will remain so accurate against the other instructors?" Only then did Tang Muwen address Xu Lingxiu's initial inquiry. "I saw you move and thought there might be trouble, so I came to see if I could help. When you engaged him, I panicked and fired a shot, but I couldn't see anything clearly and just shot randomly." "Return to safety," Xu Lingxiu urged, quickening her pace. "I can manage on my own." Due to Zhang's earlier orders, the remaining instructors remained in place, maintaining a vigilant stance, their eyes locked on the front, unaware that a shadowy figure had stealthily appeared behind them. Chapter 63 I will not change. In truth, she had somewhat fallen victim to provocation, having sustained extra injuries during the skirmish. Xu Lingxiu contemplated silently. She remained uncertain about Instructor Zhang's shooting proficiency but ought to have confidence in her own marksmanship. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from her abdomen, Xu Lingxiu observed the tightly strung instructors, who failed to notice her presence, and suddenly found them rather dull. Instructor Zhang commanded them to maintain their positions in a standoff, and they remained utterly still, lacking the awareness that a soldier must always keep an eye on their surroundings, even in the heat of battle. Competent soldiers, yet incompetent instructors. Was Vice Principal Su truly misled? Xu Lingxiu pondered as she raised her hand and swiftly unleashed a barrage of gunfire at their exposed backs. The bullets whizzed past, and only then did they realize they were being ambushed from behind. Their previously concealed positions compromised, they instinctively flinched forward, shattering the standoff in an instant. Shen Shouli and his comrades retaliated in kind, and Liu Jing's heavy sniper rounds ruthlessly sliced through the air towards them. Without Instructor Zhang, they indeed became disorganized, easily overwhelmed by the combined assault, resulting in chaos. However, they quickly regrouped, fighting desperately to retaliate, ultimately managing to take down Xu Lingxiu and Jin, who had inadvertently exposed themselves while adjusting their stances. Thus, the instructors dispatched to the assessment site were completely eliminated, some still in a state of panic, while others lay on the ground, fully aware of their predicament, their spirits crushed. It was an utter disgrace, it truly was. Whether due to their initial negligence or their later rigidity, it was evident that without Instructor Zhang, they were completely scattered, toyed with by these 5 students. It would have seemed normal had the students from Longyuan or Dolinston outperformed them, but these were students from Moy's fresh recruits, no less. One instructor, who stood out with a smile amidst the crowd, patted a colleague beside him, who looked as if he wished to die. "Hey, not everyone is adept at shooting. We merely accompany the training and physical conditioning. You primarily oversee the storage room. How could you possibly know these 5 monsters would excel to such a degree? All right, don't be disheartened. Everyone has their off days." His attitude was commendable. Upon returning to the external assessment point, Instructor Zhang first consoled the 5 who had been eliminated, followed by the 14 who emerged subsequently. While explaining to Kyan about his nose, "I had a brief exchange with Student Shu." Kyan grinned in response, for Student Shu had also descended with her group. Among the surviving 5, Liu Jing, Shen Shouli, and Xu Shichen, they relinquished the most effortful Guanzhongli, while Lin Xiao and Wang Qihu claimed their promised 20-point bounty, also distributing the agreed-upon faction points to the remaining ordinary students. Vice Principal Su's expression darkened further. Noticing this, Kyan exchanged glances with Instructor Chen, who sighed and led him aside. This batch of excellent recruits from the military consists mainly of Instructor Zhang and Instructor Song, hailing from Shaoji and Duyi, respectively. The others are rather mediocre. We did not allow them to fully engage during the training period. However, Kyan, what you mentioned was not a lie. They are indeed more competent than our own third-year students, at least in terms of organization and discipline. Instructor Chen justified the current situation. Su Li merely coldly waved his hand. "I knew the military wouldn't provide us with any valuable resources." It was a fact that most in the military looked down upon Moy. The mere fact that they could send personnel this time was the result of Su Li's extensive maneuvering, otherwise, Moy would have had to rely on third-year students to make do. Instructor Zhang is still quite commendable. Instructor Chen offered an objective assessment. Meanwhile, within the throng of students, most were jubilantly celebrating, reveling in their unexpected triumph over authority, having successfully eliminated all the instructors. Kyan stood nearby, observing as the scores for the entire training period were unveiled, determining who would stay and who would go, who would become the final mech soldiers, signifying the conclusion of this grueling trial. Their conclusion arrived far earlier than anticipated, yet the youthful, spirited students had evidently forged friendships during this period. It was now deep into the night, with a bonfire crackling, everyone gathered together discussing the day's final assessment. The burdens had been lifted. Compared to the atmosphere by the river that day, today was far more vibrant and joyful, with some even playfully teasing Kyan. "Instructor, you couldn't possibly drown us with river water this time, could you?" Kyan feigned a cold smile. "What about the risk of mudslides?" The students froze momentarily. Kyan chuckled, waving his hand. "Just kidding." The outcome of the day had surprised him, yet it was also within reason. At times, it seemed utterly illogical, inconsistent with the average standard. Kyan glanced at the score sheet, factoring in the kill of 100-point instructor promised by Su Li. That night, Xu Lingxiu had taken down 5, Liu Jing had also eliminated 5, while Xu Shichen, Jin, and Shen Sholi each managed 3, and Tang Muwen claimed 1. The top 5 rankings remained unchanged, with Xu Lingxiu firmly seated upon her throne, but challenges soon arose. As the first-place winner, she was expected to join the ranks of mech soldiers, yet her mental energy level was merely AB, rendering her unqualified, unable to even meet the threshold. What to do? For the first time, Kyan found himself in a quandary, pondering deeply, and decided to consult the other two. Xu Lingxiu, without a second thought, made her way to the makeshift medical tent, encountering Dr. Li involuntarily revealing her injuries. "Who did this to you?" Dr. Li inquired, examining the extensive bruising around her waist. Xu Lingxiu gestured outside. "Instructor Zhang, who just left. Let us handle this briefly. Afterward, you'll need to go directly to the Zilek condensation apparatus." Dr. Li remarked, frowning as he treated her substantial bruising. It was quite severe, especially on the last day of the trial period, necessitating some high-quality care for Xu Lingxiu. Once Dr. Li finished, Xu Lingxiu exited, finding the initial revelry had subsided. The atmosphere quieted considerably, with Tang Muwen waiting for her at the door. She did not disclose her injuries to Xu Shichen and the others. They assumed she had merely gone to recover from fatigue. "Feeling better?" Tang Muwen asked. Xu Lingxiu nodded. Just then a voice called out her name. It was the sycophant who often trailed behind Sun Liao. "Xu Lingxiu, you are actually quite selfish," he suddenly accused, his voice booming, seemingly having prepared this outburst for quite some time. "In today's assessment, you determined who would live and who would die. Over 40 of us became mere cannon fodder, all because you harbored disdain for us, leveraging your previous exploits in the underground maze to garner favor and eliminate your foes." His agitation grew. "Xu Lingxiu, you are truly wicked. Previously, you feigned leadership abilities and preached collaboration, yet now your true nature has been unveiled. You are merely eliminating dissenters, and those who displease you will face your oppression. You who believe in her, do you not fear that one day you might fall to the same fate as us?" As he finished, a moment of silence enveloped the scene, his voice loud and his audacity intimidating. Yet, at that moment, Xu Lingxiu smiled, gesturing for the others who were about to rise to remain seated, indicating she could handle this. "Indeed, that is precisely who I am. Do you know why it is you 40 who perished? Because the rules of survival are determined by the strongest. Unfortunately for you, here, I am the strongest, and I dictate everything." With the trial period concluded, she felt quite pleased, unbothered by conversing with these rats and cockroaches. "You serve as an excellent example. Offending me will yield no favorable outcome. From now on, this will serve as a warning to many." Moral condemnation had lost its potency on her long ago. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze laced with mockery. "This is who I am, and I have no intention of changing." Chapter 64. The dispute the final assessment has concluded, and the excuses and indignation of the defeated are as pale as their performances and standings on the scoreboard. The 80 eliminated students have settled into their fates, with 60 eliminated from combat positions and 20 from non-combat positions according to their rankings. The final results have already been announced, yet, within the makeshift tent where the three overseers convene, a heated argument erupts. The top 20 are entitled to pilot mechs, and with Shu Lingxiu securing first place, she rightfully deserves this qualification, Instructor Chen asserts with rare firmness, unwilling to relent on this matter. Why not allow her to try? Grant her an opportunity. Su Li gazes coldly at him. Because her mental power is rated at level B. Are you truly considering allowing a B-level student to become a mech pilot? Are you valuing her talent or setting her up for failure? Are you not aware of the dire consequences for those with low mental power when piloting mechs? But Shu Lingxiu is different, initially, who believed her physical aptitude would enable her to endure. It is merely a qualification to pilot a mech, she is not being sent directly to the military for a test drive. Instructor Chen's voice grows increasingly frigid. In the Military Academy League, the minimum driving level for replicated mechs has been lowered to B, allowing for the piloting of A-grade mechs. Shu Lingxiu deserves fundamental training. Do you think I do not wish to nurture her? Su Li's voice rises. Do you believe I am ignorant of the realities of the Military Academy League? But do you not realize the immense pressure we would face from the military for designating a B-level student as a formal mech pilot? Kion attempts to mediate. The military has treated us this way for quite some time now. He initially found Instructor Chen's ideas fanciful, yet Shu Lingxiu had a knack for creating miracles, and gradually he altered his mindset, thinking perhaps it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. How can you utter such words, Kion? Su Li shakes her head. You can casually say that it has been this way for a while without directly engaging with them. Where do you think the funding for this grand trial period comes from? If you need money, I might as well beg at the military every day. If you require equipment or facilities, I must scrounge for connections everywhere. Do you think being the vice principal is an easy task? But she has worked so hard to attain first place, she deserves fairness. Sensing Su Li's sudden emotional outburst, Instructor Chen realizes he should have remained silent, yet he cannot help but add one more comment, and instantly regrets it. As expected, Su Li's anger intensifies. Fairness. Since General Sheng Shuzhang's departure, has Moxia experienced fairness? We three once basked in the final glory of that old general upon our graduation from Moxia. Upon our return, all of Moxia's original teachers were driven away, leaving behind a cadre of incompetent relics, tarnishing the reputation of General Inher and General Sheng Shuzhang. We three vowed to restore Moxia, and while you two have contemplated leaving, I have never abandoned it. I have endured the distaste to reach this position. Am I not aware of the military's machinations? You can report today, and a notice to cut funding can arrive tomorrow. Do you think I am intentionally targeting her? Wake up. Kion and Chen Ari both have dreams and value talent, does Su Li not? Yet behind every beautiful dream lies a harsh, chaotic reality awaiting someone to tidy it up. Someone must take on that responsibility. Her words rendered them utterly silent. They had considered the pressure she bore, but they never imagined it had escalated to this extent. A once quiet and introverted girl had undergone such a radical transformation. They believed she had matured through experience, yet it was merely the result of overwhelming oppression. I apologize. Instructor Chen speaks first, bowing slightly toward Su Li. I am sorry for your hardships. Kion quickly follows suit, apologizing as well. I will refrain from frivolous spending and unreasonable demands. I am sorry. Seeing the two of them revert to their student-era demeanor, Su Li cannot help but turn away to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. It felt somewhat embarrassing for them to witness her tears. Kion and Instructor Chen, aware that she had turned to dry her tears, silently maintained their bowed postures until she faced them again. Shu Lingxiu is an exceptionally talented student, and she will undoubtedly shine in the command discipline. I will support her as the chief commander of the Mosia team in this military academy league. Su Li regains her composure. However, there is no room for negotiation regarding her formal designation as a mech pilot. Rather than argue with me, it would be prudent to clarify the situation with her first. This task then fell to Kion, who, before stepping out, cautioned Su Li and Instructor Chen, fearful they might resume their quarrel. At least wait until I return. Then someone can mediate. Hurry along, he urged. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly collided with Xu Lingxiu, who coldly declared, I am indeed this bad and have no intention of changing. For a moment, Kion felt a wave of despair. Xu Lingxiu was certainly a formidable student, nevertheless, he grimaced and beckoned her aside. I have something to discuss with you. Kion broadly outlined the military's explicit and implicit regulations and the associated negative repercussions, pouring out years of grievances. He anticipated a vehement protest or sarcastic retort from Xu Lingxiu, yet to his surprise, she accepted the news with calmness, merely nodding in acknowledgement. She had anticipated this outcome. The delay in announcing the roster indicated that the three were engaged in contentious discussions. Now that Kion had emerged seeking her out, it was evident what they had been debating, and Xu Lingxiu had mentally prepared herself. In truth, understanding this dilemma would only require her to reveal her actual mental power level, but clearly, this was not the opportune moment. She had formulated an approximate timeline for disclosing her SS-level mental power, and following her current plan, temporarily losing the mech pilot qualification was not a significant loss. Seeing her response, Kion felt entirely reassured and returned to formally announce the results of the final assessment, including the list of eliminated students and the designated mech pilots. The elimination list revealed that Sun Liao and his small faction had been entirely wiped out, reinforcing the truth that opposing Xu Lingxiu led to dire consequences. Moreover, the mech pilot list elicited a moment of reflection among the onlookers. Xu Lingxiu clearly secured first place, but her mental power is rated B. How could she possibly pilot a real mech? Yet the mechs in the Military Academy League are not the same as the real ones. Is that all you think about, the Military Academy League? This affects Xu Lingxiu's entire future. Jin placed a hand on Shinsholi's shoulder, addressing Xu Lingxiu, why not make another attempt? Our young master Shin has connections in the military, after all. He attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Sister, should I speak to brother or father about this? Xu Shichen expressed her concern. She had not ended up as the 21st, losing the mech pilot qualification as she had in her previous dream, but Xu Lingxiu, despite being first, had lost that opportunity. It's all right, Xu Lingxiu interrupted her, I am quite happy. But your expression suggests otherwise, Shinsholi interjected suddenly. Because it hurts, Xu Lingxiu replied candidly, she was in urgent need of returning to the base's medical room for revival. Chapter 65, no turning back. The trial period had come to a definitive conclusion. Upon returning to the training grounds, the students in the Mecha Engineering Division, deemed unfit for continuation, had already been dismissed by their supervising instructor. This instructor had been handpicked by Vice Principal Su a year prior, replacing the previous lackluster teacher with a highly esteemed new educator. Although he spoke little and maintained a rigorous teaching style, the students held a certain fondness for him. For those pursuing a career in mecha engineering, acquiring genuine knowledge was a responsibility towards their professional futures. Xu Lingxiu congratulated Natatter briefly before hastening to the infirmary. Lying within the Cyrex conditioning apparatus, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Dr. Li let out a sigh as he observed the girl, eyes closed in treatment. Just as he intended to take a seat, Instructor Zhang, marked by the unmistakable signs of having endured 2 punches in his recent bout with Xu Lingxiu, entered the room. First come, first served. The Cyrex is unavailable, you'll have to make do with the regular treatment, Dr. Li remarked, lifting an eyelid as he began to attend to Instructor Zhang. You both truly know how to go at it. Instructor Zhang chuckled. Of course, this was an intense combat duel, representing not only personal victory or defeat but also that of the team. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Dr. Li's lips twitched. Who had deceived her into believing this was a leisurely and easy job? Nevertheless, witnessing this vibrant group of new students, particularly with the unique presence of Xu Lingxiu, could be considered a silver lining amidst the chaos. However, I've long grown accustomed to sustaining injuries of this nature during combat, Instructor Zhang remarked, glancing at the operating Cyrex apparatus. For her to have been thrown down so heavily yet still rise to mount an effective counterattack, now that is fierce. When the resilient Xu Lingxiu emerged from the apparatus, the stealth unit R3 had once again arrived at the training grounds. The collective sentiment among the students had shifted dramatically from the initial thrill upon first sighting it. Some contemplated their imminent departure from this dismal place, while others felt a vague sense of reluctance. With little to pack in their dorms, the students quickly gathered and reboarded the stealth unit R3. Inside the cockpit, Kion stroked his chin. Is Xu Lingxiu still feeling dizzy from the jump? Instructor Chen replied. I doubt she is. This time, Xu Lingxiu was determined not to succumb to dizziness. As the second jump commenced, she positioned herself carefully, mimicking others by curling up and feigning discomfort. Once the jump concluded, Xu Shichen, seated nearby, observed her with surprise. You seem much improved this time. Unfamiliar with the previous incident, Jin hurriedly inquired, what happened? Why is our commander so much better now? What transpired before? Shi Shinsholi began to respond but abruptly changed his course. Why are you asking so many questions? Jin interjected. Is it so wrong to ask? Thankfully, Xu Shichen stepped in enthusiastically. Last time, my sister fainted outright, and I thought Shinsholi had pushed her. Noticing the time, Xu Lingxiu slowly stood up with Xu Shichen's assistance. Sister, you've made progress, Xu Shichen promptly praised her. Indeed, Xu Lingxiu nodded. She had indeed improved, particularly in her acting skills. The stealth unit R3 came to a halt at the center of the Morgier Military Academy. Upon returning to this institution, the students felt as though they had stepped back in time. Their previous brief stay had been cut short by an extraordinary trial period, and now, some were preparing to depart with their luggage. Upon entering her dormitory, Xu Lingxiu was greeted by the sight of a heap of fluff on her bed. Indeed, it was a standard heap of fluff. Liu Ming lay sprawled out, its 4 legs stretched comfortably, sleeping soundly. Its white fur seemed to have been regularly groomed by the room's housekeeping robot, appearing soft and smooth. Xu Lingxiu approached and poked at their cotton candy several times. You're back. Liu Ming awoke from its slumber, initially prepared to bark in annoyance, but upon recognizing her, its tail began to wag. However, after a few more glances, its tail wagged more slowly. You have changed so much. Once frail and pale, resembling someone on the verge of fainting, Xu Lingxiu had gained strength through ample training. She stood taller, her figure no longer so fragile, and the signs of illness had faded, replaced by vitality. Not too bad, Xu Lingxiu replied nonchalantly, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. You've been doing well here. Under the attentive care of the housekeeping robot, Liu Ming's coat had become fluffy, and its body round, truly resembling a plump cotton candy now. I suppose I'm okay, Liu Ming replied awkwardly, then placed its paw on Xu Lingxiu's leg. Actually, I've missed you a bit. A true owner ought to be by their pet's side, otherwise, no matter how well-fed and well-rested, they would still feel a sense of longing. Before Xu Lingxiu could respond, the doorbell rang, and Xu Shichen went to answer it. Your place is quite similar to ours, rather nice. Is the commander in her room? It was Jin's voice, likely accompanied by a few others. Xu Lingxiu opened the door, bringing Liu Ming with her. The nearest person was Liu Xing, who immediately crouched down to let Liu Ming rub against her leg, begging for attention. After Liu Xing petted it, Liu Ming waddled over to Shinsholi, proudly lifting its head, and finally, it reached Jin, who extended his hand with a smile. Yet, Liu Ming suddenly skidded to a stop, darting behind Xu Lingxiu. Jin exclaimed, "Why is it behaving like this? Perhaps it doesn't fancy red-haired creatures." Xu Shichen laughed heartily. It doesn't like golden-haired ones either. It won't let you touch it. He says I often pet it when I'm at home. Xu Lingxiu turned and poked Liu Ming's head, but it remained stubbornly hidden behind her. I'm just upstairs, my roommate is not at her. She was supposed to come, but I think something came up, and she left early. Liu Xing interjected, breaking the childish squabble. That's wonderful. Xu Shichen's attention shifted, effectively halting the futile argument. At this moment, Jin recalled the purpose of his visit. Instructor Chen just informed us that we have a 10-day break. Do you have any plans? When had Instructor Chen notified them, Xu Lingxiu checked her smart device and realized the message had been sent while they were still aboard the stealth unit R3. Going home. Returning to the 4th star system. Just heading back. You're all leaving. I thought I was the only one going back. Wait, Commander, what about you? Why so silent? Jin queried, curious. Based on his investigations, Xu Lingxiu was the child of General Xu's old department. Hadn't he adopted her to provide her with a better life? Observing Xu Shichen's attitude towards Xu Lingxiu, he had assumed the Xu family treated her well, but now it seemed otherwise. After receiving her brother's message, Xu Shichen had been bombarded with several texts urging her to return to Capital Star, as he claimed to be too busy to pick her up from Yuheng Star directly. She surmised her brother wouldn't have contacted Xu Lingxiu, so she inquired, Sister, are you coming back with me? Xu Lingxiu shook her head, I won't be going back. Returning now would only serve to complicate matters for both parties. Chapter 66, General Xu is coming to see you. It is entirely understandable that Xu Lingxiu is reluctant to return, given that her mother and brother have made numerous mistakes. However, the thought of being apart for a few days still leaves Xu Shizhen with a tinge of regret. Shall we meet after the holiday then? Xu Lingxiu waved her hand at them, I want to explore the school a bit first. What is there to explore in a school? Jin questioned, somewhat perplexed. The infirmary is quite interesting, Xu Lingxiu replied. Training must continue. Simply being at school does not mean she would refrain from practice. The infirmary here is surely far superior to that dilapidated training base, and she is eager to experience it. Xu Lingxiu indeed possesses an unusual fascination with the infirmary. Oh, by the way, the students who were eliminated today are leaving, and several of them wish to meet you. Jin suddenly recalled his task of delivering messages. Meet me. Xu Lingxiu raised an eyebrow. Since she was already headed to find the infirmary, she thought why not, and she took Liu Ming's hand as they descended the stairs. At that moment, a few eliminated students approached, comprising both boys and girls. Commander Xu, the leader of the group, his face flushed, stammered, we are all in non-combat roles. Xu Lingxiu nodded, what is it that you wish to convey? You are truly remarkable. We, a few of us, almost could not endure the training halfway through the trial period, but seeing your persistence has inspired us to carry on, the leader said, visibly excited. Although we ultimately faced elimination, perhaps we really lack talent, but, while we may not excel in analysis and command, we do have a rudimentary understanding of engaging in verbal sparring. The others chimed in, exactly. If it weren't for you, when the best commander of this year's military academy tournament was announced, we would have made the organizers understand what a verbal onslaught truly means. Indeed, Commander, I once held my ground in a 1v10 on the T-Northwesting Forum, and my record can be verified. This time during the military academy tournament, feel free to toy with students from other schools. Xu Lingxiu replied, thank you all. Once they had walked away, Xu Lingxiu continued to lead Liu Ming. Liu Ming, still in shock, remarked, are all these your fans from outside? I haven't gathered any. Xu Lingxiu glanced at the infirmary, which was evidently much larger than before, filled with an array of sophisticated equipment. However, Dr. Li was likely on holiday as well, so she did not have the chance to greet her. Having explored the places she wished to see, Xu Lingxiu took Liu Ming back. At this moment, Xu Shizhen was preparing to adjust the cocoon pod for logging into T-Northwesting. Sister, you just need to connect your brain interface to this port for information authentication, or you can directly enter to authenticate. Just sit in the pod and fill the nutrient solution at the opening, and you'll be able to connect to T-Northwesting, she explained. She had promised to assist Xu Lingxiu with this, but regrettably, she could not accompany her throughout her first experience in T-Northwesting. Also, I've transferred some star coins to your brain account. Make sure to accept them, Xu Shizhen reminded her. You must accept this, it is only rightfully yours. Shizhen, thank you, Xu Lingxiu said solemnly, gazing at the busy young woman before her. No need for thanks. It's simply my duty, Xu Shizhen replied as she stood up to gather her luggage. The Xu family members sent to escort her were already waiting at the door. Xu Lingxiu glanced at her brain interface. Xu Shizhen had transferred 100,000 star coins to her account, which, according to the prices in the Interstellar Empire, was indeed a substantial amount. Although Madame Catherine and Xu Yuan were indulgent towards Xu Shizhen, they did not permit her to spend extravagantly, as they had arranged for the finest things to be provided directly to Xu Shizhen. The money she could access was limited, likely all allocated for her own USE.AT. That moment, the door opened again, and Xu Shizhen returned. "Sister, may I have a hug?" she asked shyly, her ears tinged with pink. Xu Lingxiu nodded, of course. After the embrace, Xu Shizhen joyfully bounced away, while Liu Ming eagerly perched atop the T-Northwest in cocoon pod, urging, "Master Lingxiu, you must connect and try it. Why are you in such a hurry?" Xu Lingxiu raised an eyebrow. "Just try it. You'll understand once you do." Prompted by Liu Ming's insistence, Xu Lingxiu initiated her first connection to the interstellar T-Northwesting. Following the instructions, she confirmed her identity through the brain interface. Upon settling into the pod, an exhilarating sensation akin to an out-of-body experience surged through her. Her consciousness plunged into darkness for a brief moment before swiftly descending into an ethereal blue space. "Please set your appearance," white text materialized before Xu Lingxiu. She tentatively reached out her hand to touch it, causing the words to dissipate swiftly. Behind the text stood 10 colossal wardrobes, each displaying an array of outfits. With just a gesture, the clothing would automatically float onto her. The features of her face could also be adjusted by her own hands. If she preferred not to engage in this process, 2 options to skip could be chosen. 1. Utilize the default appearance. Utilizing the intelligent brain to authenticate appearances, Xu Lingxiu decisively opted for option 1. Her entire being soared into the air as a beam of white light enveloped her palm, only for her to plummet rapidly until her feet touched the pavement of a bustling street. More fantastical, grand, and resplendent than the interstellar realms of reality, this was the interstellar Skynet. Xu Lingxiu surveyed her surroundings, filled with bizarrely shaped edifices, erratically darting flying vehicles, and humans who, despite being flung 100 meters, remained unscathed, falling into a contemplative silence. The default appearance was that of an utterly ordinary face, unremarkable and commonplace. Suddenly, a fair-haired, youthful figure with delicate features materialized beside Xu Lingxiu. "You look rather unappealing like that," he remarked. Xu Lingxiu turned her head in surprise. "I am Liu Ming," he exclaimed with a grin. "What do you think? Did you ever anticipate that I could take on a human form? Is that why you urged me to connect?" Xu Lingxiu inquired, observing Liu Ming, who now possessed human limbs, moving with an awkwardness that was almost comical. "The essence of our 3 SSS mechers is merely the assembly of 3 super brains. By aligning with you, I can shapeshift freely within the Skynet," Liu Ming explained, swiftly transforming into a white luminescent point that settled into Xu Lingxiu's hand, morphing into a ring. The transformation could be repeated 100 times without losing its novelty. "And what is your current state outside? Is your Samiad life form also exhibiting signs of a disembodied spirit?" Xu Lingxiu questioned. Somewhat akin to that. It's reminiscent of a little dog gasping for breath, as I can no longer exert control over it. "Once you step outside, I shall accompany you as well." Liu Ming reverted to his silver-haired youth form, adding, "Besides, your dormitory is empty at present. Rest assured, no one will misconstrue this situation as if you had harmed a small dog." Xu Lingxiu felt a blend of amusement and exasperation, though she chose to suppress her laughter. At least she could finally experience the wonders of the interstellar Skynet, yet, there were times when neither human nor dog, master nor servant, should carelessly make proclamations. The intelligent brain connected to the security system at the entrance alerted her through the Skynet that someone was at the doorbell. Xu Lingxiu had no choice but to exit the Skynet, opening the door to reveal a familiar face, one she hadn't seen in quite some time. Ms. Jenner appeared grave. "General Xu wishes to see you." Chapter 67. Hypocrisy. The last encounter between the two was at the Xu residence, and after such an extended period of separation, Ms. Jenner immediately sensed a profound transformation in Xu Lingxiu. However, this was not the moment for reflection. After Xu Qingbi eradicated a nest of interstellar pirates at the Mulan frontier, he chose to come directly to Yuhang Star to meet Xu Lingxiu. He even specifically summoned Ms. Jiner, who was on standby at Capital Star, to come and retrieve her, presumably because he believed Ms. Jiner was more familiar with her. Upon seeing Ms. Jiner's unsavory expression, Xu Lingxiu understood General Xu was likely not an easy person to get along with. She refrained from probing further, adorned herself with the white snake patterned ring, and insisted that Liu Ming accompany her. They set off together, arriving at the Yuhang military base, where General Xu's troops were stationed. They proceeded without hindrance, making their way to the office of the highest commander of the military base. The external biological sensing lock was swiftly disengaged by General Xu, and Ms. Jiner helped to push open the heavy wooden door. The carpet beneath their feet, made from an unknown animal hide, felt soft and plush, while before them stood a large black table with a translucent surface that seemed to ripple like flowing water. Behind it sat a middle-aged man clad in imperial military attire, adorned with the exclusive insignia of a general, representing the highest rank in the empire. His features were distinctly Eastern, handsome, and it was evident that Xu Shizhen had inherited the best traits from both him and Lady Catherine. At that moment, his expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze fixated on Xu Lingxiu as she entered. Under such scrutiny, Xu Lingxiu remained unperturbed, calmly approaching the table and greeting, "Good day, General Xu." Xu Qingbi suddenly smiled. "Please, take a seat. It appears you have been faring well at the Moizhen Military Academy." Xu Lingxiu replied as she settled into a chair, "It's been acceptable. And Catherine, having grown up in a privileged environment, sending you to military school was perhaps the most effective means she could devise to torment you." Xu Qingbi continued naturally, "She may be somewhat simple-minded, but her nature is not malicious. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards her." A cold smile flickered across Xu Lingxiu's heart, and she chose not to respond. Her silence seemed anticipated by General Xu, who continued, "Lingxiu, you may not be aware, but I have refrained from allowing Jiner to disclose this directly to you, nor has it been made public. In truth, you are the daughter of a former aide of mine, who perished for the Empire over a decade ago, and your mother followed him in death. Your father was named Changshen, and your mother was Liu Linghui. The reason your registration was not recorded at the Zhuyan frontier is due to your great-grandfather, Liu Ji, who, in his profound sorrow, registered you as his adopted granddaughter directly on the frontier planet." Xu Qingbi sighed. "He passed away later, and before his death, he entrusted me with a letter asking me to look after you. I arranged for regular financial support for your living expenses. Now that you have grown up, I often feel a sense of guilt towards my former aide, which is why I brought you to my side to raise you. I had not anticipated this would lead to some unnecessary misunderstandings. I came here personally to clarify these matters with you." He observed the young girl before him, noting the absence of the expressions he had anticipated. Joy, tears of gratitude, none were present. The girl merely gazed at him coldly, like a sharp icicle, causing Xu Qingbi's smile to falter. "Hypocrisy." The girl's voice rang clear, and for a moment, Xu Qingbi wondered if he had misheard. Yet, upon seeing her expression, he quickly realized he had not. "Hypocrisy." This was Xu Lingxiu's initial impression of General Xu Qingbi. "You initially spoke of your wife as simple yet well-meaning, hoping for my understanding, yet I have never commented on her in your presence. I can only perceive this as your subtle attempt to implant a negative image of her in my mind while simultaneously elevating your own image as a good husband, correct?" Her words struck like an icicle, shattering Xu Qingbi's facade of feigned warmth. His demeanor grew cold in an instant. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you know how many lives you possess? You would not dare to kill me. After all, it is not every day that one finds the daughter of an old subordinate to adopt, especially one who has officially entered one of the 6 military academies. How does this not enhance your illustrious image as a general?" Xu Lingxiu retorted with derision. "Moreover, your presence here today, performing this ostentatious charade, sufficiently proves that I possess enough value to compel you to act in this manner. To eliminate me now would render your efforts futile, which is contrary to your self-serving worldview." Indeed, she could have chosen to feign compliance, remaining silent about her insights. Yet, General Xu's serpentine, insidious nature, laced with malice, was intolerable to her. It was better to lay everything bare. Clearly, Xu Lingxiu's identity was not something to be concealed, yet he refrained from explaining anything, particularly to his wife. He seemed almost cruel in his disregard for her, constructing his own radiant image at her expense. Had he been forthright in acknowledging the adoption of the daughter of an old subordinate, it would not have necessarily invited hostility, at least not from Catherine. By failing to clarify matters from the outset, he allowed her to feel animosity towards Xu Lingxiu, tormenting her, only to later publicly reveal her identity and advocate on behalf of his adopted daughter. In the eyes of others, he instantly crafted the image of a malicious, jealous woman juxtaposed with that of a compassionate general caring for the orphaned daughter of a former subordinate. This was far more captivating than the simple act of adopting an old subordinate's daughter. To come here and grandstand before Xu Lingxiu, seeking to cleanse himself of all blame and present himself as the virtuous one, while attempting to obscure the fact that he was the very source of the situation's deterioration, was thoroughly contemptible. What was most revolting, however, was the thought, what if she had not traversed through time, what if she had remained that isolated, helpless girl, having endured torment at the military academy without losing her life, she might have emerged to hear such words, channeling all her grievances towards Lady Catherine, and would undoubtedly have felt immense gratitude towards this gentle General Xu. Throughout this entire process, he had cast her into an island of isolation, only to return and rescue her. In doing so, he would have effortlessly controlled her. What did he intend to use her for? The people at Moijun were correct. You are indeed quite astute, Xu Qingbi conceded, dropping the pretense. He crossed his legs and leaned back, shifting his posture from that of an affable benefactor to one of authoritative pressure. My decision to adopt you is indeed advantageous, yet there are countless orphaned girls in this galaxy. Why would you choose to oppose me? I have provided you with a chance for a complete transformation of your life. Before him stood a young girl who, despite having matured, remained as easily crushable under his heel as an ant. Her audacity to offend him was met with countless methods at his disposal to make her disappear without a trace. Yet feedback from his associates had been favorable. Silencing her would indeed incur significant losses for Xu Qingbi, while her few sharp remarks paled in comparison to the eventual benefits he could gain. He chose to interpret her rebelliousness as a challenge, opting for straightforwardness, believing she might be more amenable to such an approach. Xu Lingxiu saw through him. This man, devoid of any psychological burden in exploiting the daughter of his old subordinate, was utterly devoid of moral compass. It was no surprise that he had risen to the rank of general in the empire. It could only be said that within this interstellar empire, some generals earned their positions through genuine valor and skill, while others ascended by trampling over family, former subordinates, and all that could be exploited. Xu Lingxiu did not believe Lady Catherine or Xu Yuan to be inherently superior. Rather, when compared to General Xu, they were merely lesser evils. Within the Xu family, Xu Shixin was a miracle, a vibrant sunflower blooming amidst a quagmire of muck. Chapter 68. Who is she really? You are now poised to become an official student at the Moi Military Academy. Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, without me, you would still be leading a rather unsatisfactory existence on a border planet. Xu Qingbi tapped his finger on the table. Given your intelligence, you must comprehend the magnitude of the assistance I can offer. Life within the imperial military and that of a military cadet are worlds apart. You may speak plainly. Tell me what you wish for me to do. Xu Lingxiu felt no inclination to engage in further circumlocution with the individual before her. Xu Qingbi hesitated for a moment, fixing his gaze upon Xu Lingxiu, resembling a venomous serpent focused on its prey. Your current state prevents me from divulging such matters. Once you come to terms with certain realities, we may continue our... The potential benefits could only justify a second chance. Presently, Xu Lingxiu deviated entirely from his predictions. Her astuteness and tenacity made her unmanageable. Allowing her to continue in this manner would only invite peril. Rising from her seat, Xu Lingxiu understood Xu Qingbi's thoughts clearly. She would not grant him a second opportunity to draw her into his sphere of influence. She turned and exited the highest-ranking officer's office within the military base. In her mind, she had begun to speculate on Xu Qingbi's intentions for leveraging her identity, which was likely tied to the power struggle between the war faction and the peace faction within the imperial military. Her identity as the daughter of a fallen imperial soldier was particularly sensitive, but what Xu Qingbi aimed to gain from her, and which side he favored, remained elusive. Miss Jenner was once again tasked with escorting her back. The two remained largely silent as they departed the base, only speaking once they were seated in Miss Jenner's aircraft. Miss Lingxiu, I can only disclose two pieces of information. This was a place she deemed absolutely safe, so she spoke directly to Xu Lingxiu. I assisted General Xu with a document. Ms. Gina's expression remained grave. I modified the autopsy report of Madame Liu Linghui, which recorded that she was pregnant with a 2-month-old child at the time of her death. The autopsy reports of that batch of sacrificed soldiers and their families had languished within the military due to issues with the distribution of compensation, thus never reaching the imperial medical system for verification. This report contained the sole flaw in his deception, and I have rectified it. These words struck Xu Lingxiu's heart like thunder, prompting her to turn sharply towards Gina. Are you certain? I am certain. Although Ms. Gina was unaware of the specifics of Xu Qingbi and Xu Lingxiu's conversation, she was sure it contained elements regarding Xu Lingxiu's lineage. The second piece of information is that the letter written by Liu Ji is genuine. It dates back to the 83rd year of the Empire, the year I chose to assist General Xu. After writing the letter, he departed, and General Xu indeed instructed the border officers to continue providing you with the relief funds necessary for your survival. Merely surviving was sufficient. Xu Lingxiu became increasingly convinced that Xu Qingbi intended to thoroughly establish her identity as the daughter of a deceased officer, utilizing it for some ulterior motive, even enlisting Ms. Gina to help obscure the truth of the past. To Xu Qingbi, who Xu Lingxiu was held little significance. What mattered was the identity itself. For Xu Lingxiu personally, a greater mystery loomed. Who was she, truly? Why did Liu Ji, with no familial ties, choose to raise her, even going so far as to deceive the general when he sensed his time was short? Did he know that the ring she wore was the long-lost Lumming? What was the origin of her peculiar constitution? Could it be that the original owner was actually the daughter of the Galactic General? Yet the timeline did not align. The Galactic General had disappeared 5 years into the Stellar Empire, and now it was the 95th year of the Stellar Empire, making Xu Lingxiu only 18. Was she perhaps a granddaughter? Yet the Galactic General had never been rumored to have any romantic entanglements. Even if he had descendants, why would they choose to live incognito? Why place Xu Lingxiu in the care of an elderly man? Xu Lingxiu twirled the ring in her hand, waiting for the tumult of questions in her mind to settle before solemnly addressing Ms. Gina. Thank you. Had Ms. Gina not provided this vital information, Xu Lingxiu might have indeed been deceived by Xu Qingbi's claims regarding her lineage, for she could hardly fathom that every word spoken by Xu Qingbi was a fabrication. As the aircraft alighted at the gates of Moyi Military Academy, Xu Lingxiu, before disembarking, turned to Ms. Gina. My prior promise remains steadfast. Under the watchful gaze of someone like Xu Qingbi, Ms. Gina's revelation entailed considerable risk. Until now, she had consistently offered her assistance, and this was her obligation to acknowledge. Ms. Gina watched as Xu Lingxiu strode into the academy, her tall figure gradually receding from view. To this day, she had never once regretted her allegiance to Xu Lingxiu, particularly after witnessing the remarkable transformation during this brief training period, which solidified her conviction in her choice. Upon returning to her dormitory, the Lumming within the ring re-emerged in the form of a small dog, immediately exclaiming that General Xu is remarkably cunning. Before it could continue its tirade against Xu Qingbi for half an hour, Xu Lingxiu interjected, "Is your memory trapped in the day the Galactic General attempted to take his own life?" Indeed, after that day, I remained sealed within the ring space, my true form lost, only able to reappear once you awakened your mental prowess. Lumming replied obediently. Did the Galactic General have a family? A son or daughter? Xu Lingxiu inquired further. Hold that fellow, unthinkable, he was perpetually embroiled in battles alongside Caesar Euliphus. How could he have a family? I and Caesar were barely considered kin. A complex array of human emotions, shock, disdain, and nostalgia, flitted across Lumming's canine visage. With that statement, Xu Lingxiu could tentatively rule out the possibility of the Galactic General having descendants. However, the Caesar Euliphus you mentioned is the founder and emperor of the Empire, correct? She had only encountered this name once during her initial research into the basics of the Stellar Era. The Euliphus family was the imperial lineage, and it was unlikely anyone would share a name with this individual. Indeed, I never particularly liked him. I couldn't quite place why, but being near him always felt unsettling. Oh, and the blade, which is Caesar's Mecha, shares that same sensation. But what could I do? Caesar was its master, and now my master is you. By the way, that red-haired individual who sought you out the other day also gave me that same feeling. You haven't befriended a Eulaface, have you? Luming suddenly recalled the red-haired figure, still harboring some disdain. Xu Lingxiu had long harbored suspicions regarding Jin's identity, but she had not anticipated Luming's confirmation. The presence of the prince at Moyi must certainly carry a purpose. However, thus far, Xu Lingxiu felt no discomfort towards Jin and could tentatively categorize him within her social circle. She rose and proceeded to the restroom, as the scent lingering in Xu Qingbi's office had unsettled her, clinging to her clothes. Thus, she opted for a thorough wash. Parsing the sink, Xu Lingxiu paused before the mirror. She had never formed a habit of gazing into mirrors. During the apocalypse, she had rarely done so, and her pre-apocalyptic life had offered little opportunity as well. Since arriving in the stellar era, apart from being forcibly seated at a vanity early on, she had scarcely considered her appearance. The girl reflected in the mirror no longer resembled the frail and sickly figure of her earlier days. Her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Her dark eyes gleamed with sharpness, her nose stood proud, and when she cast her gaze downward, there was an indescribable air of both incisiveness and subtle mockery. In that fleeting moment, Xu Lingxiu found herself struck by an uncanny resemblance between the girl in the mirror and the version of herself that had lived a normal life before the apocalypse. Chapter 69, The Initial Experience of Virtual Mecha. She now struggles to recall the life she led before the apocalypse. Her memories of that time blurred and distant. All she can remember is being a second-year graduate student, enduring daily trials alongside her mentor, a phase of her life that was, by all accounts, relatively joyful. Yet, those recollections have faded to such an extent that they feel more like fragments of someone else's existence rather than her own. Xu Lingxiu brushed back the unruly strands of hair that fell over her forehead, settling into the cocoon pod to resume her interrupted journey through the Skynet exploration. She chose the default appearance and name, prompting Liu Ming to express his exasperation beside her. Your avatar is bound to your identity as Xu Lingxiu, which severely undermines your public image. Is that so? Is it mandatory to use real names online? Xu Lingxiu replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. She reached out to touch the floating icon with small wings labeled personal, and upon entering, she confirmed the presence of a certification emblem from the Mosia Military Academy. It appeared that the survival of a platform like Skynet was contingent upon the relinquishment of considerable power. However, as a corporation situated between the Empire and the Federation, any act of betrayal would undoubtedly inflict significant harm on one side or the other. Indeed, but you have me. I can assist you in remaining anonymous, Liu Ming declared, reaching out to tap her personal identity icon, which flickered momentarily before vanishing. Aren't I impressive? Liu Ming seemed to possess an almost unrestricted prowess within the realm of Skynet, prompting Xu Lingxiu to inquire, how are you so familiar with Skynet? Liu Ming paused, his gaze lowering slightly. Well, during your absence, I occasionally found myself quite bored. I accessed the dark web through the smart home robots network, but since I didn't go through the proper channels of the cocoon pod, I could only appear here as a series of transparent codes, wandering aimlessly. His demeanor resembled that of a schoolboy caught in a dark web. Let's go, since you're so well acquainted with this place. Where can we experience the mechas? Xu Lingxiu observed that she was currently situated in a vast lobby interface reminiscent of an Earth gaming login screen. A colossal plaza teemed with people arriving and departing. Some meandered towards the surrounding streets, while others vanished in a flash of white light. Xu Lingxiu's ordinary appearance and unchanged garbled name allowed her to blend seamlessly into the crowd, whereas Liu Ming's silver-haired figure attracted considerable attention. We need to head to the Mecha zone. Come on. Liu Ming urged, seizing her hand, and in an instant, they both soared into the air, transforming into two beams of white light that vanished from sight. As they landed once more, they found themselves before an enormous arena reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. Stepping through the entrance, two floating options materialized before Xu Lingxiu. 1. Arena in the training chamber. Xu Lingxiu selected option 2, and in an instant, the surrounding scene transformed. She found herself in a vast, greyish-white expanse, spacious enough in height and breadth. However, the only inhabitants were Xu Lingxiu and the luminous entity, Luming, which had conveniently transformed into a ring adorning her finger, rendering the space feel overwhelmingly desolate and stark. Luming reverted to its previous form. Master, you may now experience the mech. However, I must inform you that the quality of the virtual mechs here is rather mediocre, unable to compare with the replicas, let alone the real ones. Nevertheless, no real mech can rival my capabilities. Xulingxiu's gaze fell upon the interface for mech selection to her right. Upon engaging with it, a page approximately 1 meter in height emerged, categorizing the virtual mechs and the replicas. As an anonymous user on the interstellar network, she was unable to select the replicas and thus proceeded directly to the virtual options. The virtual mechs bore no distinct names, merely classified into 5 categories, directly named speed, power, defense, attack, and weight. Xulingxiu chose their first option, speed. In an instant, a colossal mech, towering 6 stories high and adorned in a greyish-blue hue, materialized before her. Having been in the interstellar realm for some time, this was Xulingxiu's first visceral encounter with a mech, albeit a virtual one. The towering machine was constructed from thousands of mech components. She recalled how much effort Natater and the others had expended to craft just one piece. This experience allowed Xulingxiu to grasp the true value of a mech engineer's expertise. It was no wonder that teams of master mech designers were so exceedingly rare. At the center of the massive mech lay the cockpit. Xulingxiu placed her hand on the mech, and in the blink of an eye, she was transported inside. The cockpit space was neither too large nor too small, with hundreds of operational buttons before her, while behind her stood a 2-meter diameter circular platform whose purpose remained a mystery. That platform is where you stand during combat, allowing the mecha's neural interface to connect with your body. Luming's voice echoed within the mech, though its form remained absent. Do not be afraid. I can inhabit any mech. With my assistance, you will be able to pilot it autonomously, and I can also optimize the mecha's performance, enhancing its maneuverability. Rising to her feet, Xulingxiu stepped onto the circular platform, where metallic tendrils immediately descended, enveloping her in a protective exoskeleton-like suit. For an ordinary person, even this virtual mech, free from mental constraints, would impose significant pressure and discomfort. However, it is evident that you are not ordinary, Luming remarked, amusing itself. Xulingxiu felt no pressure or pain whatsoever. Standing upon the platform, she experimentally lifted her hand, and, to her delight, the mech mirrored her movement. With little resistance, she leaped into the air. Still feeling no considerable strain, she let loose, and the gargantuan mech sprang into action within the greyish-white expanse, executing a fluid kick with an effortless grace that, in reality, could obliterate a building in an instant. Luming observed with great satisfaction, noting Xulingxiu's extraordinary adaptability. While others required a month to master basic movements, she was already demonstrating proficient combat techniques after merely 10 minutes. Try the weapons. Luming urged. Before Xulingxiu's eyes appeared 2 weapons available to the speed-type mech, a longsword and a laser cannon mounted on the left shoulder. With a mere thought, a scaled-down version of the longsword manifested in her hand, while the colossal mech wielded a matching grey longsword. As Xulingxiu moved, the sword danced fluidly in her grasp. True to its name, the speed-type mech was light and agile, capable of swiftly closing the distance to inflict damage before retreating, a true embodiment of speed. Practicing with weapons is more effective in real combat scenarios, she mused, realizing that flailing about in the empty space would appear rather foolish. Xulingxiu disengaged from combat mode and leapt off the circular platform. Then we can proceed to the arena. Luming exclaimed excitedly. To ensure fairness, the Interstellar Network's arena prohibited the use of replica mechs, allowing only virtual mechs for the general populace's experience. The Imperial military also explicitly forbade mech soldiers from participating. To preserve the integrity of the public's experience, some military academies outright banned their mech soldiers from competing, deeming it undignified. Yet, others imposed no strict regulations, resulting in some mech students, who had not been selected by the military, still participating, as high rankings came with monetary rewards. Consequently, the top 100 rankings were often a mix of civilian experts and military academy students, with the top 20 almost exclusively dominated by the latter. Fortunately, Xulingxiu had not been selected as a mech soldier from Osia, otherwise, she would have been barred from entering the arena at this moment. Chapter 70, Bullying Children. Xulingxiu chose to experience all types of mechers before settling on her favorites, becoming generally familiar with the 5 models, each aptly named. The defensive and heavy mechas were notably larger. The defensive model was equipped with 2 defensive weapons, while the heavy model wielded a formidable axe. The defensive mecha lacked offensive capabilities, whereas the heavy model, though armed, was cumbersome in its movements. The distinction between the strength and attack mechas lay primarily in their weaponry. The strength mecha boasted a long sword and a short blade, which could be switched or used simultaneously, while the attack mecha was outfitted with 2 cannons, one for close-range skirmishes and the other for long-range bombardment, but the latter's firepower would cease after a single use. Overall, Xu Lingqiu felt that the strength and speed models were most suited to her, with the strength model maximizing her advantageous traits. The speed model, being versatile and lightweight, was often criticized by others for its perceived inadequacies, as many found it difficult to adapt after using other mechas, resulting in accidental ejections from the arena. After a brief respite, Xu Lingqiu found that the sensory experiences within the virtual environment had become indistinguishable from reality, with some degree of physical exertion reflecting back on her real body within the cocoon. However, with ample nutrient supply, her recovery was swift. Soon, she stood up, ready to test her skills in the arena. Exiting the training room, she returned to the selection interface, choosing the arena, which transported her to a venue reminiscent of a boxing ring, albeit vastly larger. Surrounding the arena were massive transparent shields protecting the audience from stray attacks. It was a grand and beautiful setting, yet, as Xu Lingqiu had become an interstellar outcast with 0 points, she struggled to find a match. Just as she contemplated leaving for a meal, an account entered her arena. Majestic King Rabbit Howl joined the room. That name, is this a child? Xu Lingqiu whispered to the luminescent device on her wrist. Indeed. Rabbit Howl is a character from the recently popular Interstellar animated series, and children adore it. Luminescent replied, brimming with excitement. You seem to enjoy it as well, Xu Lingqiu remarked casually, sensing Luminescent's familiarity with the series. Luminescent began to hum. It's not like you were around to play with me. The virtual representation of Rabbit Howl appeared as a striking figure, a tall man with black hair and eyes, standing at nearly 6 feet. However, the 9-year-old Logan Beale, controlling him, felt immense anxiety, fearing his true age would be revealed and cause rejection from his opponent. His parents, renowned sellers of mecha materials in the second star system, were often occupied with interstellar business, leaving Logan to find companionship solely in the virtual world, particularly through mechas. Due to their work commitments, his parents had once introduced him to a real-life magician, and he had been captivated by the intricate beauty of the colossal device. In the unrestricted realm of interstellar cyberspace, children could engage with virtual mechas, yet Logan had hesitated to enter the arena, anxious about being mistaken for a child. To conceal his identity, he had enlisted a hacker to forge a certification as a student from a local military academy, crafting a suave persona to mask his youthful identity. Today marked his inaugural step into the arena. He seemed to match with someone whose name was garbled, an unremarkable figure in appearance, but he was hopeful. Are you a child? Logan Beale nearly burst into tears upon reading the incoming question. How had she discovered his secret? Where had he faltered? No, he needed to remain calm and composed, responding with the mindset of an adult. How could I possibly be a child? You're overthinking it. Are you afraid and too intimidated to fight me? Har. Xu Lingqiu, perhaps I should just withdraw. She felt a tinge of exasperation. However, Luminescent interjected, don't underestimate children. They might just surprise you. Exiting now could hurt his feelings. You seem quite knowledgeable about him, Xu Lingqiu scoffed. Good thing you helped me erase my identity, or else everyone would dig up my history of bullying children. Interstellar villain Xu Lingqiu, after defeating instructors, proceeded to bully the young and the old alike. Since you can't find anyone else to match against, why not give him a try? Luminescent continued to persuade, particularly reluctant to dismiss Rabbit Howl. Reluctantly, Xu Lingqiu sent a request to begin the battle. Logan Beale was so tense he was nearly drenched in sweat. Seeing that his opponent seemed to have cast aside suspicions about his age, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, ready to embrace his first arena match. Xu Lingqiu opted for the speed model, while Majestic King Rabbit Howl selected the attack model. The 2 towering mechas materialized at opposite ends of the arena, both participants assuming their positions. As the match commenced, Logan Beale, eager to test the fruits of his rigorous training, activated the cannons of his attack model, unleashing a barrage against Xu Lingxiu. "Wow, he's pretty fierce," Luminescent mused silently. Amidst the onslaught, Xu Lingxiu adept maneuvered her speed mecha, dancing through the artillery fire with fluid grace. Logan Beale was left in awe. He had never witnessed such seamless mecha movements, not even in the premier arena matches of the cyberspace. Who was this individual facing him? Was this the extent of human capability, or had some advanced virus evolved to manipulate virtual mechas to this degree? In a flurry, he activated the attack model's signature locking missiles, convinced that there was no way to miss his opponent. The blue projectiles surged toward Xu Lingxiu, their erratic trajectory prompting her to deduce their locking nature. Simply evading them would be futile. She recalibrated her course and charged straight at Majestic King Rabbit Howl's mecha. Her speed was unparalleled. By the time he processed her movement, she had already leapt behind him, and the proximity rendered his own locking missiles unable to alter their path, striking him instead. With a resounding boom, Majestic King Rabbit Howl's mecha collapsed to the ground. However, having only sustained a single hit, the damage assessment system did not declare him defeated, prompting Xu Lingxiu to deliver a few more strikes. The victory screen materialized, marking her first win and awarding her 10 points in the arena. Just as she intended to exit, Majestic King Rabbit Howl sent her a message. "Are you a real person or a virus?" Was he unable to accept his defeat against a human? Xu Lingxiu replied, "Sad smiley, I am real." "Then can you play on my behalf? I will pay you." Xu Lingxiu. She promptly exited, while Luminescent vehemently protested. "Why would you refuse money for playing on his behalf? After bullying a child, am I to become a tyrant collecting payments?" Chapter 71. Money is on me. Xu Lingxiu opened a new arena room, during which the formidable Wang Tu persistently sent her friend requests on Qian Wang, accompanied by messages. "Sad smiley, I just want to know whether you truly rely on your own abilities. Have you really considered hiring a substitute? I will offer you a price that you cannot refuse." While the screen was being bombarded with messages, in the arena, after a long wait, someone appeared only to leave a remark. Name garbled, appearance ordinary. Is there a bot in the arena? Bot Xu Lingxiu. Liu Ming was amused to the point of laughter. "I told you, with your attire, you would be discriminated against on Qian Wang." Xu Lingxiu decisively exited Qian Wang, as it was time for a meal. This time, she opted to gather more nutritional fluids for herself. Upon stepping out of her room, she noticed a figure sprawled a short distance from her door, seemingly lifeless. The person looked somewhat familiar, and as Xu Lingxiu crouched down to turn them over, she recognized it was Natater, a girl specializing in mecha engineering. Liu Ming, who had dashed out of the room, curiously observed Xu Lingxiu as she reached out to check Natater's breath. The good news was that she was not dead. The bad news was that there were no medical staff in the infirmary, leaving them to rely on a medical robot for a preliminary diagnosis. Xu Lingxiu lifted Natater onto her back. She was remarkably light, being a petite girl, and felt as insubstantial as a feather. Before departing, she shooed the onlooker Liu Ming back into the room. Having familiarized herself with the surroundings beforehand, Xu Lingxiu swiftly placed Natater on a hospital bed and watched as the domestic robot commenced a basic diagnosis. After a minute, the medical robot reported hypoglycemia. The patient has fainted due to lack of nourishment. Xu Lingxiu, in this interstellar age, how could one starve themselves? Nutritional fluids at the cafeteria cost merely $1 per tube, nearly being given away. Could it be that she was on a diet? Without further ado, the medical robot administered a tube of nutritional fluid directly into Natater. Within 5 minutes, the young girl on the hospital bed slowly regained consciousness. The medical robot had worked wonders. Natater's lips still lacked color, and as she opened her eyes, she scanned her surroundings in a daze. Upon spotting Xu Lingxiu, she froze. "Xu, classmate, you." Clearly, her mind was malfunctioning, and she had no. She stood up and sighed. "Come on, I'll treat you to a good meal." Upon hearing the word meal, Natater instinctively swallowed hard and obediently followed Xu Lingxiu. When they arrived at the cafeteria and Xu Lingxiu ordered fresh dishes and rice, Natater devoured several mouthfuls, only to realize the embarrassing predicament she had found herself in. Fainting at someone's dormitory door and then being treated to a meal by Xu Lingxiu, Natater nearly choked on her food, and Xu Lingxiu slid a glass of water towards her. "If you can't swallow, drink some water," Xu Lingxiu reminded her helplessly. Spending time in the interstellar Qianwang playing with kids, she now found herself reminding her classmates to eat and drink, feeling as though she had become a kindergarten teacher. Feeling somewhat foolish, Natatter hurriedly drank several gulps of water to clear her throat, then patted her chest to calm herself, saying, "I'm sorry, I should cover the cost of this meal, forget it." "I am afraid you might faint again tomorrow," Xu Lingxiu outright declined. "In your current state, you likely don't even have money for nutritional fluids. What happened?" Indeed, Xu Lingxiu saw through Natatter's feigned bravado, which was utterly ineffective. Natatter took a deep breath and weakly confessed, "I owe a substantial loan." Before Xu Lingxiu could react, she hurriedly continued, "It's absolutely not for any frivolous reasons, it's for the tuition and materials for mecha engineering." Mecha engineering is an extraordinarily costly field of study. For families just entering the middle class, it is nearly impossible to afford. The tuition and materials required are like a bottomless pit, nearly rendering this profession exclusive to the wealthy. Fortunately, there are schools that consider talent, and those with potential can receive assistance or work early on for several esteemed mecha masters to earn a bit of money. "My parents left me at a young age," Natatter said, lowering her head, her fingers instinctively tightening around the fabric of her pants. "Before entering Moyen, I had already accrued a massive loan to sustain my mecha engineering studies. When my supervising officer learned of my situation, he helped me negotiate with the bank, allowing me to start repaying it only after I found work. I am very grateful to him, but now, there is a crucial mecha apprentice competition, requiring a material fee of 150,000 to participate, and I wish to seize this opportunity. Saving a few bucks on nutritional fluids will not add up to the 150,000 material fee. It will take you ages to gather that amount," Xu Lingxiu said, frowning slightly. "I'm so sorry, I was too fixated on attending the competition and subconsciously did something foolish. I must have been so hungry that I misread the floor and exited on your level." Natatter waved her hands. "I did not intend to cause you any trouble, and I will not act this way again." Xu Lingxiu scrutinized her for a couple of seconds. The commander's gaze was piercingly sharp, causing Natatter to feel as though she were frozen in place, utterly nervous. "What was your final ranking in mecha engineering?" Natatter tremulously held up 2 fingers. "Second." Overall, she must have possessed a certain talent and profound passion for mecha engineering, and after her family faced an unexpected crisis, she still persevered, even accruing loans to enter one of the 6 military academies for mecha engineering. Xu Lingxiu remarked, "I will cover the 150,000 for your competition fee." What? Natatter jumped up in shock. Fortunately, there were only the 2 of them in the cafeteria at that time. Reasonable investment. Xu Lingxiu lowered her head and directly transferred 90,000 to Natatter. "I will send you the remaining amount as soon as possible." "When is the registration deadline?" Natatter, overwhelmed with astonishment, resembled a home robot that had crashed, responding instinctively, "Next week." "No, Xu classmate, I cannot accept your money." Heavens, how could she accept Xu Lingxiu's money to compete? Her fainting in front of her dormitory felt akin to attempted fraud. "This is something you will need to repay, it is not a gift." Xu Lingxiu glanced at the items on the table. "Finish eating first." Natatter complied obediently, sitting down, her eyes brimming with tears. Xu Lingxiu was truly too kind to her. She wiped away her tears. "I will repay you as quickly as possible." Xu Lingxiu shook her head. "The repayment I seek will not be something you can return quickly. There's no rush." Curiously, Natatter asked, "What do you want me to repay?" Xu Lingxiu replied, "An S-class mecha." Natatter, Chapter 72, The Arena's Celestial Passage. Are you trying to comfort me?" Natatter stammered slightly. An S-class mech, of which there are only 3 in the entire galaxy, has never been produced by any mech master aside from the Dreamweaver master. Xu Lingxiu should have never intended to let her have it back. She must have mentioned it casually as an utterly unattainable notion. "No, I am serious," Xu Lingxiu replied with a calm demeanor. An A-class mech, in light of the advancements in mech component production technology, entails a manufacturing cost in the billions. While the probability of Natatter creating an S-class mech is certainly not zero, the prospect of exchanging 150,000 $30,000 for an S-Class mech would yield boundless profits. Viewed from an investment standpoint, Xu Lingxiu perceived it as feasible. But I might never be able to construct one in my lifetime. An S-Class mech is, after all, an S-Class, Natacha mused, feeling a sense of madness between herself and Xu Lingxiu. She was convinced it was not her who had lost touch with reality, yet Xu Lingxiu's expression and tone were disconcertingly serene. You can do it, Xu Lingxiu asserted, still speaking in that dispassionate manner, as if discussing the preparation of cream puffs rather than an S-Class mech. Can I really? Natacha asked, pointing at herself in confusion. Was Xu Lingxiu overly confident in her abilities, or was she merely lacking in self-assurance? The distinction was becoming increasingly nebulous for her. Remember to collect the money and finish the food on the table, Xu Lingxiu remarked, observing that Natacha was gradually coming to terms with the situation. She then rose to her feet, adding, I will transfer the remaining amount to you as soon as possible. Don't worry. Natacha sat there, dazed, watching Xu Lingxiu's retreating figure, then glancing at the transfer request on her smart brain and the pile of food on the table. A wave of emotion surged through her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. What happened to that person? How are they? Upon returning to her dormitory, Liu Ming rushed over to inquire about the situation, poking Xu Lingxiu's head with her hand. Nothing much, just hungry. Hungry to the point of fainting. Humans are so strange, their food is so delectable, you're the one who is strange. Xu Lingxiu recalled their first meeting at the Xu mansion when the dog had clamored for roast chicken, only to be presented with something entirely inedible. The dog's desire to eat was merely a wish to watch its owner indulge, followed by a sip of pet-grade nutritional liquid. Afterward, she accessed the celestial network for the third time that day, with Liu Ming quickly following suit. Upon entering, they discovered that Xu Lingxiu had accepted a friend request from the formidable Bunny King and had initiated communication. Boss, what is the price for your services? You actually called him boss. Wait, didn't he previously refuse to accept money from kids? Liu Ming exclaimed, horrified. Xu Lingxiu paused, recalling that before the apocalypse, she had indeed taken on gaming services to earn her graduate tuition. That fragment of memory had slipped her mind, but her subconscious had helped her remember. I have no choice, my balance is running low. Indeed, it seems that only when one views money as worthless can one truly treat it as such in every aspect of life. On the other side, Logan Bill was in a frenzy. This eccentric individual had actually replied to him. The way the person had left without a backward glance only fueled his suspicion that they were using some sort of cheat or virus. His persistent messaging stemmed from a belief that the individual would not dare to respond. Plagued by guilt. To his astonishment, he received a reply, and they had the audacity to call him boss. There must be a conspiracy at play. After a moment of hesitation, the Bunny King replied, what rank can you achieve? Xu Lingxiu responded directly. Sad smiley first. How audacious, how could this person be so brazen? The top 50 were filled with military academy mech pilots, and yet they boldly claimed they could secure the first place. Nevertheless, Logan Bill felt a twinge of temptation. That was the coveted first place in the Celestial Network mech arena. If they had the confidence to declare first, perhaps they could indeed help him reach that goal. Cautiously, Logan Bill probed, you won't be using anything that could jeopardize my account, like cheats, will you? Purely manual play. Xu Lingxiu glanced at Liu Ming. Can the arena be cheated? Of course. I heard that someone previously created a flying cheat and spent the entire time suspended from the ceiling, Liu Ming said, resting her chin on her hands. However, the arena's regulations are now extremely stringent. Anyone caught cheating is blacklisted on the spot. Even if there are exceptionally stealthy cheats, they will eventually be exposed on the second or third attempt. Why do you ask? Xu Lingxiu shook her head, thinking that the Bunny King's inquiry suggested rampant cheating in the arena, and she would end up contending against cheaters. If you secure first place, I will give you 100,000, and you can directly claim the 30,000 prize from the arena. What do you think? After careful consideration, Logan Bill decided to utilize the funds his parents had given him, which he had no other use for. Achieving first place in the Celestial Network mech arena would grant him a lifelong title. He could flaunt it amidst a crowd, which would be incredibly cool. Even if he didn't secure first place, being in the top 50 would still be impressively stylish, and if he failed to achieve first, he could justify asking for a lesser amount. The merchant blood within the Bill family burned fiercely. Logan Bill was convinced he was making a profit. Meanwhile, Xu Lingxiu observed Liu Ming enviously. This kid is truly wealthy. Is this price in line with market rates? Xu Lingxiu was not well versed in the Celestial Network's economy. Who would casually list the first place on the market? Liu Ming could not help but scoff. Their services are typically offered only for those ranked 50 or lower, yet this kid is offering a substantial amount, foregoing his prize to benefit you. Very well. Xu Lingxiu promptly replied to the Bunny King, is there a time limit? If there are no other requirements, I can log in and start now. Oh, by the way, once I access your account, I will switch my appearance to female. I won't make any other modifications. Is that acceptable? Logan Bill paused. Sad smiley, you're a girl. He quickly followed up, no objections, just give me your cabin number, and I will adjust the permissions accordingly. As Xu Lingxiu waited for him to complete the adjustments, she logged out and, after half an hour, re-entered the cocoon pod, where 2 character options appeared for her to choose from. She set the Bunny King's gender to female. It was unnecessary to impose so many requirements for a gaming service, but maintaining a male identity in such a holographic environment felt rather peculiar, akin to undergoing a cybernetic gender transition. Upon entering the Celestial Network, Liu Ming exclaimed in admiration, now this is how you should appear. The original settings for the child were so thoughtful, the transition from male to female is so elegantly executed, it feels entirely natural. Xu Lingxiu paid little heed to this. She checked the arena, noting that the Bunny King's score remained at 0, while the top score in the Celestial Network was currently 97,880, approaching the 10,000 mark. The disparity was vast, yet fortunately, the arena was sufficiently accommodating. As long as one achieved a score of 500, they could challenge the top 100, allowing them to earn points through high-level matches. What was paramount now was to secure a 10-game winning streak to accumulate 500 points. Chapter 73, The Arena of the Celestial Connection. 2. As the conflicts between the Empire and the Federation intensified over the years, the allure of the interstellar mech arena surged correspondingly. In this charged atmosphere, the Celestial Network unveiled unrestricted virtual mechs, enticing many to experience the thrill of piloting a mech. Moreover, although the Celestial Network ostensibly separated the domains of the Empire and the Federation, those with determination could still glean insights into each other's conditions, leading to a clandestine competition between the two sides. The live broadcasts stemming from the mech arena gained increasing popularity, featuring both civilian mech experts and military academy students who had not been selected for service. Top streamers could attract an audience of up to 200 million viewers in a single evening. Among them was Blackstone, a minor streamer within the live broadcast realm, who, despite his smaller following, still garnered tens of thousands of viewers nightly. His primary content revolved around dominating low-ranked opponents in the arena. Having trained in combat and possessing commendable physical prowess, Blackstone had achieved a score of around 3,000 after 2 years of studying virtual mechs, easily dispatching newcomers with scores below 500. While some criticized him for bullying, others supported him, asserting that those who were defeated were simply lacking in skill and deserved their fate. As he commenced his broadcast punctually that evening, Blackstone greeted his audience and logged onto his secondary account to begin his hunt in the arena. Upon entering and selecting to join the arena, he was immediately captivated by an ID named Majestic King Rabbit Awu. Upon inspecting her match history, he noted she had achieved a remarkable 9 consecutive victories, just 1 win away from breaking free from the novice matchmaking pool. The comments began to flood and sad smiley, this is the one, this is the one. I checked her profile. She is a military academy student from the 3rd star system, a so-called Shimmer military academy. Hardly impressive. Judging by her ID and appearance, she is probably just a young girl. I relish watching them get bullied. Come on, streamer. The enthusiasm in the live chat was palpable as Blackstone rubbed his hands together, decisively sending a request to join the match. Tonight's broadcast promised to be profitable. Xu Lingxiu's rapid 9-game winning streak had been impressive. Even switching accounts had not diminished her odds of matching successfully. To save time, she opted for an offensive mech. With most participants being novices, her intention was not to torment them but to accumulate victory points swiftly by firing from a distance. Thus, she racked up victories quickly, but just as she was one match away from her 10th win, a player named Blackstone entered her arena. With his arrival, the previously empty virtual stands began to fill, amassing over 200 spectators. Is this person a streamer? Xu Lingxiu cast a glance at the surrounding crowd, surmising that they were likely fans of Blackstone. It seems so, though he is not particularly famous. His skill should be decent, right? You can let loose this match. Compared to the live broadcast, Liu Ming preferred watching interstellar animations and was not well versed in this area. Xu Lingxiu initiated the battle, promptly selecting a speedy mech to indulge her competitive spirit. Upon witnessing her choice, the audience began to voice their critiques. This girl doesn't stand a chance, she doesn't understand. How can a novice play a speed mech after those 9 wins? The ones criticizing her for choosing speed are clearly the ones who don't understand. All speed players are low rank. Stop barking. Blackstone, take it easy on her, don't make her cry. In pursuit of maximizing the duration and impact of his broadcast, Blackstone decisively selected a defensive mech. The adage, a dull knife cuts flesh slowly, came to mind as he calculated his strategy to wear down his opponent, intending to exhaust their majestic King Rabbit Awu. Xu Lingxiu could directly see the audience's disparagement and mockery. Liu Ming was infuriated by the audacity of those who believed Xu Lingxiu lacked understanding of mechs, their tone frivolous and offensive. You've chosen defense, retreating into your shell, Master Lingxiu. Smash him. No sooner had it spoken than the grey blue mech charged forward. Blackstone, taken aback, managed only to summon a defensive shield. A thunderous crash ensued as the speed mecha's blade struck the shield, resulting in a staggering 53 damage to Blackstone's defense. What the hell, I've met a tough opponent. Not only Blackstone, but anyone with discernible vision could see the significance of that blow. The entire audience in the arena stood in rapt attention, eyes wide as they focused on the 2 mechs in combat. The live chat exploded with comments. Blackstone may have just met his match. To those who claimed she didn't understand choosing speed, care to speak up? Seriously, is this not a cheat? Can a speed mech inflict such damage? Here we go again, when they can't win, they accuse of cheating. Isn't it common knowledge that damage values fluctuate with equipped weapons? Xu Lingxiu, refusing to grant Blackstone any time to recover, delivered a second blow, swiftly knocking the turtle-shelling defense mech off balance with a powerful kick. Blackstone struggled to regain his footing, but the next strike came almost immediately, striking the neck of his defense mech and driving its health to plummet, leaving him utterly incapable of further action. In a final flourish, Xu Lingxiu activated her left shoulder cannon, executing the entire sequence with fluid grace. The system declared Blackstone defeated a mere 52 seconds after the match began. In just 52 seconds, she had vanquished a defense mech with maximum defensive capability, piloted by a streamer boasting a score of 3000. Following a brief moment of silence among the audience, thunderous applause erupted. The live chat was ablaze with comments. Sad smiley, a heartening victory. Karma prevails. Majestic King Rabbit Awu is so impressive. With her 10th consecutive victory secured and 500 points credited, Xu Lingxiu was about to inquire about the mechanics of. This was the first time in his streaming career that he had faced such a catastrophic failure, and the humiliation was unbearable. As a streamer known for easy victories, he found it impossible to accept being outplayed. You must be cheating. There's no way you could defeat me otherwise. He glared at Xu Lingxiu, sending another request to battle, unwilling to accept his fate. You know, if you cheat twice in a row, you'll surely get banned. Do you dare to challenge me again, do you dare? Blackstone's eyes burned with rage, his disgraceful demeanor laid bare for all to see in the audience and the live chat. Some keen observers had already rushed to the forums to post a thread titled, "Fishy Streamer Blackstone's Painful Defeat in 52 Seconds, Turned into a Dish by a Bystander, Rage Ensues." This incident drew even more spectators to the arena, all eager to see if Xu Lingxiu would accept the second challenge. If there's enough buzz, it might be difficult for her to refuse the subsequent challenge. Liu Ming exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Xu Lingqiu finally agreed to Blackstone's challenge, otherwise, she had little interest in repeatedly defeating him, it would be too tedious. Chapter 74, The Arena Challenge. This time, Xu Lingqiu chose strength, prioritizing her preferred approach over a comprehensive strategy. She favored the power of her weapons, one long knife, tempered with fire, and one short knife that could return automatically after being thrown. Together, they allowed for a diverse array of offensive maneuvers, maximally showcasing her personal prowess. Those adept at utilizing strength in combat were undoubtedly formidable, with every move reflecting their mastery of body mechanics. Haishi, observing the imposing King Bunny's choice of strength, felt a pang of trepidation. Could it be that he had truly encountered a formidable opponent this time? Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to back down after issuing his bold threats. He selected his most proficient heavy mech, and as the match commenced, Haishi charged forward, wielding his axe with fervor, determined to seize the initiative. Meanwhile, Xu Lingqiu merely watched as he barreled toward her. As the distance closed, she deftly rolled over him, her left hand swiftly drawing back her long knife, which she drove forcefully into the right arm of Haishi's mech, pinning him against the transparent protective shield. After a brief pause, Xu Lingqiu withdrew her long knife and retreated several paces. Haishi instantly felt the sting of humiliation and activated his defensive shield, a half-body barrier, while simultaneously hurling his axe at Xu Lingqiu in an attempt to deliver a decisive blow. However, she merely tilted her body slightly, evading the attack, and retaliated with her short knife, which accurately circumvented the shield to strike the back of Haishi's mecha's head, causing him to sway perilously close to falling. The short knife then returned to her hand. In an explosive display of agility, Xu Lingqiu leaped into the air, using the retrieved knife as leverage to soar upward. Her tempered long knife descended with ferocity, leaving a trail of crimson flames in its wake as it cleaved down upon Haishi, causing his heavy mech to collapse to the ground and declaring him defeated. The challenge lasted a mere 1 minute and 12 seconds. Xu Lingqiu exited the cockpit with a sense of boredom, noting that the stands of the arena were nearly filled to capacity. How can someone of such caliber have so many fans? She questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Liu Ming, however, excitedly informed her that Haishi's fans constituted only a small fraction of the audience. The majority were drawn from the Starnet forums, posts detailing the exploits of the imposing King Bunny brutally defeating the novice streamer Haishi had surged in popularity. Many had long been displeased with the way such streamers bullied newcomers, and Xu Lingqiu's fluid and graceful movements, coupled with her striking ID, created a stark contrast that captivated viewers. Numerous comments flooded in Satsmiley. What exactly is Bunny? The king is indeed imposing, but what is Bunny? You're the one who's confused. She's the top star of interstellar animation, Miss Bunny. I thought my peers were still in elementary school, but it turns out they're dominating the arena. Consequently, a peculiar collaboration ensued between the interstellar animation sector and the arena streaming zone, resulting in the rapid release of bunny-themed emojis, further enriching the coffers of the Starnet. Yet, above all this, Xu Lingqiu was most concerned with securing her 10 consecutive victories, having received 500 points, allowing her to strategize for her upcoming challenges. Following a second defeat, with the Starnet failing to ban the imposing King Bunny, Haishi found himself utterly humiliated. Seizing the opportunity while all eyes were on Xu Lingqiu, he discreetly logged off, unnoticed even by his scant followers. At that moment, the crowd's attention was solely focused on Xu Lingqiu, who had just acquired the requisite 500 points and was now initiating her challenge for a high-ranked match. The higher-tier matches were a special fast track established by the officials for particularly formidable newcomers. They were acutely aware of public sentiment, as audiences relished tales of the underdog triumphing over the strong. The narrative of grassroots resurgence, no matter how cliché, retained its ability to inspire all. Some streamers even staged faux challenges by masquerading as newcomers and colluding with top-ranked players, only to be swiftly banned by the Starnet as a deterrent, leaving no one daring enough to engage in such deceitful antics. Was the imposing King Bunny merely a novel script, or did she genuinely possess such remarkable prowess? As the audience watched, she directed her challenge toward the 51st ranked player, a streamer known as the All Points in Defense, whose specialty lay in defensive mech combat, exhausting opponents to reach his rank. His followers affectionately referred to him as the turtle ancestor. At that moment, he was live-streaming, blissfully unaware of the sensation that was sweeping through the starnet regarding the imposing King Bunny, dismissing her as just another newcomer challenging the ranks, a routine occurrence since he had entered the top 50. Thus, he nonchalantly rejected her challenge, receiving the notification of rejection. Xu Lingxiu remained unfazed and promptly escalated her challenge to the 49th ranked player. The audacity of her public challenge to the 50th player had already left spectators in awe, and now, moving up the ranks to challenge the 49th, it appeared she was determined to stir up trouble for those above her. Can someone questioning the scripted nature of this please speak up? Surely, the imposing King Bunny hasn't he bribed the top 50? She's only just begun with the 49th, why the haste? Haven't you noticed she's already challenged the top 50? Honestly, who even noticed when she fled? I wanted to see that jester squirm a bit longer. He's long gone. He even hinted during his stream that he was paid by the imposing King Bunny to throw the match. Does he think we're fools? The 49th ranked player, known as the Swift and Accurate Gun, was a military academy student from a respectable institution, albeit not one of the top 6 academies. He was fully aware of the ongoing buzz surrounding the events and recognized that he was now the next target of the imposing King Bunny's hunt. Accepting the challenge would undoubtedly elevate his profile, yet he hesitated, knowing his strengths lay in long-range artillery, which was particularly vulnerable to agile combatants like Xu Lingxiu. Though Xu Lingxiu had only revealed a fraction of her capabilities against Haishi, Gun could discern that she was exceptionally skilled in hand-to-hand combat. The barrows of firepower would not deter her. Agreeing to the challenge would almost certainly result in defeat, thus, he resolved to feign disinterest. After yet another rejection, Xu Lingxiu frowned slightly, sensing a growing complication. Liu Ming, ever perceptive, swiftly offered, "Master, shall I send the challenge on your behalf?" Delegating the task of messaging to an advanced artificial intelligence seemed prudent. Xu Lingxiu acquiesced, and before the eyes of all, the imposing King Bunny issued simultaneous challenges to the current top 48 players, accompanied by a provocative remark, "If you're not afraid of being obliterated, then accept." At that moment, having just read Liu Ming's embellishment, Xu Lingxiu received a message from her personal AI, Jin. "Commander, I'm quite bored and thought I'd check in on you. What are you up to?" Xu Lingxiu casually replied, "Doing good deeds." Chapter 75, The Arena of Ascendancy 4. Upon his return, it was evident that my elder brother's condition had worsened considerably. When Jin visited him, he was pallid, his complexion a ghastly hue, and the once vibrant crimson hair emblematic of the Euriphes lineage had become desiccated and lifeless, resembling a tangle of dark red threads. Shorn Euriphes, the first prince and heir apparent to His Majesty Andrew, had always been known for his gentle and steady demeanor. Possessing a mental acuity rated at S. However, he had inexplicably fallen ill 2 years prior. Despite exhausting every conceivable remedy, the verdict remained bleak, incurable. His body continued to wither, mirroring that of his father, Andrew, who was nearing the twilight of his existence. The Euriphes family, the imperial dynasty, was notorious for its brevity of life, a fact known all too well. Jin, usually reticent, reported his recent activities to his brother. Shorn, propped up slightly, coughed a couple of times and fixed his gaze upon him. "The purpose of your enrollment at the Mosia Military Academy was to facilitate connections with peers. Ours and I are simply too fatigued to oversee you adequately. I merely wished for you to familiarize yourself with the interim arrangements, not to become engrossed in their company daily." "I understand, brother," Jin replied. "And do make an effort to visit your sister. Extend her a greeting," Shorn insisted, "and maintain a cordial demeanor." "Brother," Jin sighed, looking up in exasperation, "you are aware that she harbors no affection for me." The second princess, Flying Euriphes, had never seen eye to eye with Jin. Despite sharing the same parents, their relationship was fraught with animosity, primarily stemming from Flying's long-standing disdain for him. Jin often pondered what it was about him that inspired such aversion. He was unremarkable, having suffered from illness since childhood, while members of the Euriphes royal family traditionally possessed mental prowess rated at S or above. His mere A standing felt akin to a mark of shame. "Dislike her or not, you must go." Reluctant to contradict his ailing brother, Jin departed with a heavy heart, wandering aimlessly through the palace along the alabaster steps. He eventually found himself beneath a shade of trees and, gazing upward, was reminded of the day he first met Xu Lingqiu during the training period. Both formidable women, the commander had initially proven challenging to engage with. A whimsical thought struck him, and he opened his smart device to send Xu Lingqiu a message. A simple greeting. He surmised she would likely not respond, yet, to his surprise, she did. Do good deeds. Such a curt reply made Jin's lips twitch, yet inexplicably lifted his spirits. Well, a greeting was indeed a simple task. In his newfound cheer, he couldn't help but check in on his good friend, Shen Shouli. The commander replied to me today. He could easily imagine Shen's furious reaction, which only further brightened his mood. No longer dilly-dallying, he resolved to complete the task his brother had assigned him the following morning. However, at this late hour, what good deeds could the commander possibly be engaged in? Xu Lingqiu's recent benevolent act had set the online Mecha Combat Live forum ablaze, igniting the arena as well. A rookie boasting 10 consecutive victories had ruthlessly dispatched lesser streamers, subsequently issuing challenges to the top 50 competitors as if proclaiming a bounty on their heads. Who is this formidable King Bunny? Honestly, I've never heard of the military academy she claims to represent. This person must be a mere pretender seeking attention, bouncing around like a jester. If anyone from the top 50 accepts her challenge, she'll soon be humbled. Note the username above. If King Bunny fails to best the top 50, I'll haunt you for a month. The atmosphere on the Mecha network is bizarre. Do they genuinely believe a rookie with 500 points is some kind of deity? I eagerly await the spectacle of their humiliation. This wave of excitement finally caught the attention of the 50-ranked streamer, whose defensive skills were fully maxed out. Wow, she's really gaining traction. Why did I just reject her? Streamer, don't hesitate, capitalize on this flow of traffic. I just watched her wield a blade with impressive skill. Be careful, or you might get your shell cracked. Have some faith in the streamer. She is ranked 50, after all. Amidst the flurry of comments, the fully defensive streamer felt a surge of determination and ultimately decided to seize this opportunity for traffic. While the 48 provocative challenges sent by Yu Ming awaited responses, Xu Lingqiu was the first to receive a proactive challenge from the very person who had previously ignored her, the 50-ranked fully defensive streamer. Finally, someone had responded. Xu Lingqiu, putting aside past grievances, promptly accepted the challenge. Eager not to let the opportunity slip away, the fully defensive streamer found it peculiar that this King Bunny had agreed so swiftly, clearly demonstrating a genuine intent to compete rather than merely seeking fame. With this thought in mind, he reined in his earlier impulse to engage in frivolity and opted for his signature defensive mech. He presumed King Bunny would likely choose the powerful melee style she had just showcased. However, to his astonishment, she selected a speed-oriented approach instead. No one had ever dared to confront him directly with such a choice, prompting the fully defensive streamer to adopt a serious demeanor. He mentally resolved that this match was no laughing matter and muted the barrage of comments. Choosing speed was a show of respect from Xu Lingqiu, though it was perceived by all as a blatant provocation, something she had yet to realize. With a flick of her wrist, the match commenced, and she continued to employ her rapid assault strategy, aiming to close the distance and catch her opponent off guard, yet the fully defensive streamer was clearly prepared. He swiftly summoned 2 defensive weapons and equipped himself. As Xu Lingqiu's blade descended, he had anticipated her move and retreated several paces. That was a close call. Had she pierced him with that strike, he would have likely been rendered immobile. His skill level was evidently a significant cut above that of Blackstone. He was not one to mindlessly absorb damage simply because he operated a defensive mech. He dodged adept, conserving his defensive resources. Seeing this, Xu Lingqiu launched another rapid assault, clearly not aiming for a direct hit but rather to corner her opponent, driving him into a constrained position. She activated the left shoulder laser cannon of her speed mech and targeted the fully defensive streamer with a powerful shot. The proximity of the blast left the fully defensive streamer momentarily dazed. Fortunately, his defensive gear had been activated in advance, allowing him to mitigate the damage. However, cornered and forced into a defensive stance, he grit his teeth and charged toward King Bunny, transforming his defensive weapons into offensive ones. Xu Lingqiu deftly dodged, pivoting to strike him from behind with a swift sword attack. the fully defensive streamer vowed that this was the most flawless maneuver he had executed in 2 years, nay, 3. He swiftly turned to raise his shield in defense, narrowly blocking her strike. Had it connected with his leg, he would have surely lost the ability to move. How reckless of him to approach this confrontation with such confidence. The fully defensive streamer felt a wave of despair wash over him. Chapter 76, The Arena, Ascendance of the Mighty King Rabbit. The valiant King Rabbit howls as it relentlessly pursues the beleaguered Shell Sovereign, who darts chaotically about the arena. It has been a long time since we have seen our Shell Sovereign in such disarray. It appears that previous attempts to strike down the Shell Sovereign were mere pinpricks. However, with the mighty King Rabbit's single blow, one could almost sense sparks flying from the Shell Sovereign's form. Having allocated all skill points to defense, the Shell Sovereign did not wish to appear so bedraggled, yet in stark contrast to its earlier calm demeanor, all it could now do was frantically evade the mighty King Rabbit's attacks. Xu Lingxiu, strolling leisurely behind, resembled a harbinger of death, slowly closing in. Finally, when the Shell Sovereign's excessive focus on defense revealed a vulnerability, she struck once more, with a swift series of 2 slashes from her long sword aimed at the half-body shield. The Shell Sovereign's defensive stance was jolted, leaving its hands numb. Another defensive weapon, an umbrella-like apparatus capable of absorbing laser fire, was at her disposal. At this moment, a floor appeared on her left side. If only she could repurpose this defensive weapon into an offensive one. The Shell Sovereign resolved to make a desperate gamble, raising its shield to thrust forward in an attempt to nudge the mighty King Rabbit off balance for a more favorable strike on its left side. However, the mighty King Rabbit, in a peculiar maneuver, deftly sidestepped to its right, rendering the Shell Sovereign's attack futile, and plunged a long sword forcefully into its right arm. Simultaneously, the laser cannon on the left shoulder activated, unleashing a close-range blast directed at the Shell Sovereign. With no obstructions in the way, the shot struck directly at its mecha's head, leading the system to declare an immediate defeat. The Shell Sovereign had succumbed, finishing in the 50th position against this newly emerged monster, who had recently achieved 10 consecutive victories. The Shell Sovereign sat there, bewildered, taking a moment to comprehend the events that had transpired. Meanwhile, the applause from the arena's audience roared like thunder, as onlookers were astonished by the mighty King Rabbit's undeniable prowess. Those who had previously doubted her as merely a gimmick or a ploy for attention were now silenced. The once revered Shell Sovereign had been swiftly dispatched in a mere 5 minutes, leaving no room for further argument. Xu Lingxiu shook her hands, noting how the Shell Sovereign, akin to an elusive loach, had darted about the arena, proving difficult to catch. Its defensive weaponry had been utilized adept, and she was grateful for her choice of speed. Had she opted for strength, it would have taken much longer to subdue it. This 50th place is quite commendable, much better than the previous one, Liu Ming remarked, casting an eye toward the audience. Oh my, you are quite the sensation now. The arena is packed, and the broadcast outside must be overflowing with your viewership. Before he could continue his banter, a challenge request materialized before her. The top contender of the Galactic Cybernet Empire Mecha Arena, Ming, had sent a challenge to the mighty King Rabbit, a move initiated by him. The entire venue erupted in excitement. The Mecha Arena section of the Galactic Forum went into a frenzy. Ming had been absent for quite some time, shrouded in mystery, lacking military academy credentials, and rumored to be an ordinary individual. Yet, he had triumphed over numerous military students to seize the top rank. Many were skeptical. How could someone so formidable not be a military student? However, Ming's information was well concealed, and no one had uncovered his true identity. For nearly 2 years, he had dominated the leaderboard. His profound understanding of the 5 types of virtual mechs often birthed innovative strategies, leaving spectators in awe. His movements were fluid and devoid of any rigidity, favoring the 3 offensive mech models. Several of his highlight videos in the Cybernet feature titles imbued with his signature phrase, a brutal aesthetics. This aloof and enigmatic figure, Ming, had now chosen to challenge the recently ascendant mighty King Rabbit. The news rapidly spread across the Galactic Cybernet Mecha Arena forum and live streaming sections, captivating mech enthusiasts outside the arena, who eagerly tuned into the broadcast. At the 4th Star Systems Hau Military Academy, a throng of students gathered, entranced by the live feed, oblivious to the displeased expressions of the principal, the awkward district chief, and the impassive Liu Zheng. Liu Zheng had secured a spot as a mech soldier student at the illustrious Mo Xie Military Academy, and her return to the 4th-star system felt like a homecoming. The district chief decided to bring her for an impromptu visit to Haiyue Military Academy that evening, hoping to uplift the spirits of the current students with her presence. However, upon arrival, they were met with a rather disheartening scene. As a chill ran down the students' spines, it became apparent that it was too late. The principal's expression had darkened to a shade reminiscent of burnt coal, prompting the students to scramble to their feet and line up, too fearful to glance back. Liu Zheng, however, took the initiative to inquire, "What are you all watching?" The students exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. Eventually, the individual who had been the most vocal was pushed forward to speak with Liu Zheng. As Liu Zheng listened, a sense of familiarity washed over her regarding the mighty King Rabbit's style of conduct, and suddenly, 3 words sprang to mind. Xulingxiu, however, that name, what exactly is a rabbit howler? Liu Zheng inquired, puzzled. The student scratched his nose. "I think it's a character from an interstellar animation, har, but I'm not entirely sure." Interstellar animation. Xulingxiu was not known to be an avid viewer of such shows. It likely wasn't her. Liu Zheng pondered this, yet still sent a warm greeting to Xulingxiu via her personal smart brain. "What are you up to?" Xulingxiu stared at the sudden appearance of those 3 characteristic words from Liu Zheng in silence. "Are they all planning to check in on me tonight?" "They must miss you," Liu Ming chimed in nonchalantly. "You should accept this challenge from Ming. He seems exceptionally formidable, and since he is the top contender, once you defeat him, you can call it a day." Initially, Xulingxiu had planned for a 2-day practice period, as the arena operated on a points-based system. Even though she could potentially engage in an overranked match, it would take considerable time unless the top contender agreed to face her. To her astonishment, the top contender, Ming, had chosen to initiate a challenge against her. With an opportunity presenting itself, Xulingxiu promptly responded to Liu Zheng with a succinct message, "Training." She then swiftly accepted Ming's challenge. An unremarkable-looking man entered the arena, and the audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers, welcoming the legendary figure that was the top contender of the Galactic Cybernet Mech Arena. Oh, so the absence of a distinct appearance signifies a tacit understanding among true masters. Liu Ming observed incredulously, fixating on Ming. Xulingxiu remained silent, opting for a power-type mech, as she entered a focused state of readiness. Chapter 77, Arena Ascendancy. In the 6th round of the arena, Naraku chose a power type, and both sides made it abundantly clear that they were intent on maximizing their violent output. The most exhilarated were the spectators, as such matches are thrillingly captivating, providing a feast for the eyes. Concurrently, discussions erupted among the crowd about who might emerge victorious. The mighty King Rabbit is formidable, but can anyone dispute Naraku's explosive prowess? Isn't that obvious? Naraku has held the top spot for 2 years. What does that signify? You, a newcomer, have barely reached rank 50, and I suggest the Dralston Dragon Abyss come and challenge him directly. If the mighty King Rabbit can last 10 minutes, that would be impressive, wouldn't it? Is there no one supporting the mighty King Rabbit? I am placing my bets on her victory. As the match commenced, both power-type mechs charged at each other with blades drawn. The clash of steel reverberated, eliciting gasps from the audience, and a palpable tension pervaded the arena. The 2 combatants pushed apart simultaneously, and Naraku's short blade lunged toward the mighty King Rabbit's visage. At that moment, evasion was nearly impossible, and Xulingxiu raised her left arm to parry. This marked the first time anyone had inflicted effective damage upon her in this arena. Liu Ming sensed a transformation in Xulingxiu. An intangible aura of lethal intent enveloped her. After deflecting the strike, she deftly inverted her blade and leapt, delivering a vertical slash from above aimed directly at Naraku. The blow was swift. Naraku barely managed to withstand it, yet the force sent him staggering several steps back. Xulingxiu seized the opportunity, launching a high kick that struck Naraku's left shoulder, followed by a powerful punch directed at his face. Naraku, thrown off balance by the kick, stumbled but managed to fend off several subsequent strikes with his agile reflexes. Eventually overcoming the shock from the initial blow, he swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, wielding his long blade against Xulingxiu. The audience was riveted, observing as the 2 colossal mechs executed maneuvers with a precision surpassing human combat. fearful of missing a single movement. It appeared as though they had orchestrated their attacks in harmony. Each move flowed seamlessly into the next, and any slightest misstep from either would lead to dire consequences. This sensation was unlike anything Xu Lingxiu had experienced in her previous sparring sessions with instructor Zhang. Her movements quickened, and the frequency of their blades clashing increased. Naraku's profound understanding of the mecha allowed him to exploit Xu Lingxiu's vulnerabilities, but she resolutely endured and reciprocated with his own tactics, striking back tit for tat. Moreover, both combatants adept utilized the characteristics of their short blades, meticulously calculating their trajectories and retrieval paths to inflict as much damage as possible on each other's mechs, resembling magicians wielding their craft with intent. The high-frequency and high-level duel continued for over 100 exchanges, yet Xu Lingxiu gradually began to feel the strain. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and pressed on, executing a lateral slice, which unexpectedly sent Naraku's blade flying from his grasp. He was exhausted, his strength waning. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Lingxiu capitalized on his disarmed state, striking him with a flurry of blows until the system declared him defeated. As the words "challenge successful" appeared before her, the arena erupted in thunderous applause. Gasping for breath, she glanced at the rankings, soaring to the top position as the mighty King Rabbit. After 4 hours of intense competition, spanning 13 matches, she had comprehensively shattered the records of the Sky Network Mech Arena, an unprecedented feat that would likely remain unmatched in the future, for she had achieved the pinnacle of speed in reaching the top rank, a true confluence of fortuitous timing and skill. It took Naraku a considerable time to emerge from his virtual mech, his expression inscrutable as he slowly approached Xu Lingxiu and extended his hand. Sensing he had something to convey, Xu Lingxiu blocked out the Xu Lingxiu was taken aback. "I have never shared this with anyone, but perhaps because I lost today, I can no longer keep it bottled up," he confessed, his expression one of confusion. "My mental capacity is C. It is not as mystical as everyone assumes. I am merely an amateur mech enthusiast who took a month to adapt to virtual MCHS. My previous occupation was in underground fighting, death matches. I can sense that your techniques, like mine, are aimed directly at the opponent's life." He murmured, "Honestly, I was on the verge of giving up. After all, I would never have the chance to engage with a true mech, only to drown in the virtual realm of Sky Network. Recently, I have been contemplating that I should have awakened long ago, but then you appeared. Truly, thank you." Without an adversary, he felt his passion for virtual mechs slipping away. However, today, by chance, he accessed the Sky Network and inadvertently witnessed the mighty King Rabbit's defensive prowess in battle. At that moment, the long-lost thrill of finding a worthy opponent surged through his veins once more. Naraku declared earnestly, "I will not give up for the time being, at least not until I have bested you." "Your mental capacity will not confine you," Xu Lingxiu responded. "You will create miracles as an ordinary person." With that, she exited the arena, the title of number 1 now firmly affixed to the mighty King Rabbit. The first commissioned quest of the interstellar era had finally concluded. Xu Lingxiu sent a notification to Logan Beale's personal AI, stating, "Completed, you may log in to collect." After which, she instructed Liu Ming to erase her login information from this account before departing from the mighty King Rabbit. Logan Beale was on the verge of sipping the warm milk handed to him by the domestic robot, preparing for sleep after bidding farewell to the piano instructor his parents had hired. Just then, he received Xu Lingxiu's message on his personal AI, nearly causing him to spew the milk. Surely this person is a fraud. How could they have achieved the top rank in such a short time? Doubt gnawed at him, and he quickly logged into the Sky Network to investigate the situation. Upon logging in, he was first startled by his newly acquired title, followed by an overwhelming influx of messages and requests from curious Sky Network users regarding this new top contender. After filtering the messages, Logan hesitantly opened his arena battle record and was left utterly stunned to see that his mighty King Rabbit had triumphed over his idol, Naraku. Darkness clouded his vision. This individual was truly terrifying. The efficiency of the child prodigy in transferring funds was remarkable, and Xu Lingxiu soon received the transfer through a newly created anonymous account. After securing the funds, she promptly sent a portion to Natater and, seeing it was nearly time, retired for the night, utterly oblivious to the chaos she had unwittingly unleashed upon the Sky Network. Chapter 78, Arena of the Celestial Realm. 7. Xu Yuan finished work quite early today, having returned from his business trip, and stepped out of the military headquarters. As he exited, he overheard his colleagues murmuring excitedly about something called their mighty King Rabbit. He had little inclination to inquire further, and thus hurried home in his flying vehicle. Upon entering the Xu residence, he found Xu Shixin waiting for his return in the grand foyer. "Brother, where is mother?" Xu Shixin's lake green eyes were filled with confusion. The absence of Lady Catherine upon their return stirred a vague sense of unease within her. Xu Yuan sighed. News regarding Xu Lingxiu's lineage had begun circulating within the military, and he had informed their mother at the earliest opportunity. The prevailing sentiment within the military now regarded General Xu as benevolent, yet lamented the domineering nature of his wife. Lady Catherine had finally grasped the situation. She had been outmaneuvered by her own husband. Without a moment's hesitation, Lady Catherine packed her belongings and departed from the Xu residence. As the daughter of a noble family, she had been raised in comfort and privilege, and her marriage to Xu Qingbi had merely been a political alliance. While she may not have been particularly astute or forgiving, the realization of her husband's malice provided her with the strength and courage to leave. "Jinjin, I hope you can grow up forever free of worries." Xu Yuan took pride in having a brave and kind-hearted sister. He himself was not a paragon of virtue, yet he always wished for her to retain her innocence. However, it was evident that their parents were destined for a conflict. "Brother." Xu Shixin, sensing something amiss, asserted resolutely, "I have grown up. I will become a proper mech pilot and a pillar of support for our family." In that moment, Xu Yuan realized that it was not Xu Shixin who had suddenly matured, but rather they had stubbornly regarded her as a child for far too long. Meanwhile, his colleagues were in a state of disarray. Their primary duty involved monitoring the Celestial Network's mech arena, scouting for promising talents while ensuring that no military mech pilots violated regulations by participating in unauthorized duels. Frankly, it was a rather unchallenging task. Once one had been selected as a formal mech pilot, it was unlikely they would jeopardize their prospects. Previously, they had sought out a boy named Ming, only to learn that his mental prowess was limited to AC rank, and thus there had been no further follow-up. Today, the sudden emergence of their mighty King Rabbit had thoroughly startled him. Upon consulting the Celestial Network's overseers for information, he discovered that this individual was, astonishingly, a child. He scrutinized Logan Beale's photograph for quite some time, steeling himself before reporting upward. The following day, his superior brought him to the doorstep of this prodigious mech talent. Logan Beale, upon opening the door and seeing several military personnel alongside local planetary officials, was momentarily dumbfounded, mistakenly believing that his parents had gone bankrupt and their home was to be reclaimed as collateral. After they explained their purpose, Logan instinctively began to reveal the truth about his role as a substitute player, but suddenly recalled the Celestial Network's cryptic messages that concealed his identity. He realized that he did not wish to be recognized. Determined to protect his dear substitute friend, Logan Beale resolved to keep her secret safe. However, it was unlikely that anyone would believe he had achieved the top ranking alone, so he feigned innocence, saying, "Uncles, what are you talking about? I don't understand." He decided to act as though someone had stolen his account. Meanwhile, Xu Lingxiu remained blissfully unaware of her little boss's steadfast guardianship. That night, she slept particularly soundly, and for the first time, did not wake up on her own but was stirred from slumber by the gentle nudge of Liu Ming's fluffy head. Liu Ming held great admiration for his master's execution capabilities. After their match yesterday, he had intended to share some thoughts, only to find her fast asleep. The Celestial Network was in turmoil, with the entire forum buzzing throughout the night, dissecting the identity of their mighty King Rabbit. The viewership for the duel between Ming and the mighty King Rabbit soared, landing among the top 20 videos on the platform. Netizens meticulously analyzed the few recorded matches of the mighty King Rabbit, even comparing them frame by frame with the performances of participants from Military Academy mech duels in search of clues. Alas, no matter how deeply they probed, they could uncover no trace of the individual. Liu Ming, observing these discussions, felt an overwhelming sense of pride, yet found it somewhat absurd that his master, who had inadvertently sparked such a tempest, remained fast asleep. Thus he mustered his courage and roused her. Xu Lingxiu, grasping Liu Ming by the scruff of his neck, set him down and yawned before heading to wash up. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to train today. The exhaustion she felt after yesterday's match stemmed from her physical conditioning. While such improvements could not be rushed, any enhancement was beneficial. Master, do you know that the entire celestial network is digging into your identity right now? Liu Ming trailed after her to the wash basin. Weren't all the information erased? Xu Lingqiu turned to look at him. That's why they've been unable to uncover anything after searching all night. Don't you find that thrilling? Xu Lingqiu Dashi often struggled to comprehend the peculiar thoughts swirling in Liu Ming's little mind. How had the illustrious general of the galaxy managed to raise such a creature? Before Liu Ming could continue with his strange musings, the doorbell rang. Xu Lingqiu went to answer it, finding Natatter nervously standing at the threshold, holding a breakfast tray. Upon the door's opening, she bowed deeply, her eyes glistening with tears. After receiving Xu Lingqiu's transfer the previous night, she had been too excited to sleep, for she now had the 150,000 credits needed for materials to participate in the important competition, all thanks to Xu Lingqiu. Xu Lingqiu accepted the breakfast from her hands and stepped aside, inviting her in. When do you plan to depart? If you need any assistance, feel free to let me know. Natatter shook her head repeatedly. No, I can't possibly trouble you again. I merely came to express my gratitude. That's quite all right, just become a mech master as soon as possible. After her experience with the virtual mechs, Xu Lingqiu's perception of them had transformed entirely. Previously, she had merely held a passing interest, but the words of Instructor Chen echoed in her mind like an incantation. Having been so awed by virtual mechs, how exhilarating would it be to pilot a real one? Natartar's cheeks flushed as Xu Lingqiu seemed to have more faith in her than she had in herself. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Actually, my primary research focus is on mechs that operate without mental power limitations. This is my father's dying wish and will be the cause for which I dedicate my life. Mechs without mental power limitations. Xu Lingqiu looked up, surprise evident in her gaze directed at Natatter. Misinterpreting her expression, Natatter hurriedly explained, I promise I will also research how to create S-class mechs. Though I believe I lack any real talent, I will keep my promise. Your dedication to your research is commendable, Xu Lingqiu responded. Fortunately, Ming had not given up, she thought, for he embodied the aspirations of many ordinary individuals striving towards their dreams. Chapter 79, The Mysterious Her. After expressing her gratitude, Natatter took her leave. As she closed the door, Xu Lingqiu turned around to find Liu Ming pouting angrily. What is the matter? How could you allow someone to help you construct another S-class mecha? Did you not promise to assist me in locating my original form and to regard me solely as your master? Liu Ming could no longer contain itself and erupted in loud protest upon overhearing Xu Lingqiu's conversation with Natatter. I did agree to help you find your original mecha, but when did I claim I would consider myself only your master? Liu Ming could sometimes be excessively childish. Xu Lingqiu urged it to calm down and reasoned, currently, there are no leads regarding your original form. How can we proceed with the search? Liu Ming began to cool down a bit. Fine, although it was still fuming, Xu Lingqiu's argument was indeed sound. Moreover, are you not an SS-class mecha? Why should you feel threatened by an S-class mecha that is nothing more than a shadow? Liu Ming was entirely placated now, puffing up with pride as it declared, indeed, I am the most magnificent mecha. Well, although I lack any clues about the whereabouts of my original form, you possess SS-class spiritual energy, and I have sensed that you have recently improved. You are now fully capable of sensing the presence of an SS-class mecha, and this can be accomplished with merely an S. As long as we visit enough places. As it spoke, Liu Ming suddenly sensed the atmosphere grow tense. Looking up, it saw Xu Lingqiu gazing at it with a cold expression. Kenshin surely sense the presence of your life form. Liu Ming felt as if Xu Lingqiu had transformed back to the distant demeanor she had when they first met, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down its spine. It stammered an explanation. No, he cannot. As long as you activate me, allowing me to summon my life form, I can control the energy within me, especially since my original form is absent. That day when Shinsholi visited the dormitory, Liu Ming had boldly approached him, confident that in its manageable state, even the Shinsholi would not perceive anything unusual. And what about when you are unable to control yourself within the ring? It recalled that initial encounter when she had met Shinsholi while wearing the ring without activating her spiritual energy. That is only a slight matter. He would at most perceive an unusual fluctuation of energy emanating from you, and it would be fleeting. Unless he is exceptionally attentive, he would completely fail to capture it. Liu Ming was genuinely frightened. Why had it not informed Xu Lingqiu at the first opportunity? It had just gained freedom and had been too absorbed in play. Such folly. Shinsholi must have sensed something. Recalling the inexplicable closeness during the training period, Xu Lingqiu had never felt any malice from him, yet she had harbored some doubts about the motives of this ill-tempered young master who persisted in approaching her despite setbacks. Now, it seemed, answers were at hand. I can assure you that even if he detects something amiss, he will never realize that I am a Mecha, given that my original form is absent. Liu Ming was truly on the verge of tears. The atmospheric pressure in the room had plummeted alarmingly. Xu Lingqiu contemplated, piecing together Shinsholi's every action during the training period and his subsequent behavior in the dormitory. She estimated that he had indeed not noticed any extraordinary circumstances. At most, he might have found her somewhat peculiar. Their initial encounter was unavoidable, unless she had foreseen it and removed the ring beforehand, and given that day she had fainted before him due to a delayed interstellar leap, there was no evading his awareness of her strangeness. Rather than dwell on these regrets, it was more prudent to shift her perspective. Understanding the reason behind being approached was preferable. Clumsy and tentative advances, like those from Tang Muwen, only served to make Xu Lingqiu increasingly uncomfortable. She could not blame Liu Ming. The oppressive atmosphere in the room suddenly lifted. Liu Ming let out a sigh of relief and approached Xu Lingqiu, wagging its tail. Are you no longer angry, master? From now on, I will tell you everything. Is there anything else you have yet to disclose? Xu Lingqiu inquired. Nothing more, except, Liu Ming cautiously added, is it truly impossible for you to regard me as anything but your master? Understood. Xu Lingqiu extended her hand to remove a pet nutrient from its packaging, soothing its wounded spirit. Meanwhile, Shinsholi was lost in thought, staring at the messages sent to him by Jin. On the day he returned to the Shin residence, General Shin was watering the flowers in the yard, insisting on competing with the robot for the task. Upon noticing his return, the elder continued his work but inquired, how did it go? Shinsholi did not enter his grandfather's Long Yuan, but stubbornly headed toward Moxie, attempting to use his spiritual power to investigate whether Liu Ming's mecha existed within the school. This was a task personally assigned to him by His Majesty Andrew. I found nothing. Shinsholi lowered his gaze to observe the flowers and plants his grandfather was tending. General Shin had anticipated this outcome. Liu Ming had been missing for quite some time, and while many suspected that the Galactic General had left it at Moxie, the place had been thoroughly searched over the years. In essence, His Majesty Andrew was balancing the disparities among the 6 military academies. After all, in the last Military Academy League, Moxie had lost to a local Star Systems Academy. If this continued, it would not be able to uphold its esteemed status among the 6 military academies, something the Emperor was unwilling to witness. How is it getting along with your classmates? General Shin asked, expressing concerns typical of an ordinary parent. He knew his grandson's temperament all too well. Although he had the third prince accompanying him, he was unlikely to be well liked. Over the years, due to his illustrious family background, remarkable appearance, and outstanding talents, Shinsholi had been idolized, and General Shin was acutely aware that apart from the third prince and a few others, no one genuinely desired to befriend his grandson, especially given his notorious temper, which Shinsholi had never considered changing. After a moment of silence, Shinsholi looked at his grandfather and asked, Grandfather, if I really want to get closer to someone, but she seems to dislike me, what should I do? General Shin's hand trembled. What did you just say? He keenly sensed the hint of disappointment and insecurity in Shinsholi's tone, emotions he had never before perceived in him. What, his grandson wanted to change his vile temper and to please others? Seeing the astonished expression on his grandfather's face, Shinsholi chose to turn on his heel and retreat to his room, locking the door behind him. Otherwise, his grandfather would undoubtedly pry into his affairs. Shinsholi was not yet ready for anyone, aside from Jin, to discover his secret infatuation with Xu Lingxiu. Everything felt too inexplicable, he thought. That day in the garden of the Xu residence, he had merely been drawn by a faint, mysterious energy, compelling him to act as their witness, who saw Xu Lingxiu push those two individuals into the water. Though that energy had vanished with each subsequent encounter, Xu Lingxiu continued to captivate him. Shinsholi reassured himself that while the subtle energy was absent, the strength and mystery surrounding her remained an undeniable fact. It was only natural for him to be drawn to her. It was only during the rugged training period, overwhelmed by concern and worry, that he realized, after leaving the base and merely brushing past her, that he was engulfed in sorrow, and suddenly understood that he truly liked her. Reflecting on that day now, it was not just the two of them who had been thrown into the water, but himself as well. Shinsholi mused, those who fall in love often fail to recognize their own state until they find themselves submerged. Xu Lingxiu harbored countless mysteries. Gazing at her was akin to observing a brilliant, dazzling, enigmatic star that remained forever out of reach. Irrevocably captivated, he could only accept that he might forever remain an observer, basking in the starlight while fantasizing about the fleeting moments of potential closeness. Chapter 80, No Intention of Letting Go. Shinsholi had an uncanny knack for choosing the perfect moments to message her. Li Mingxian felt her heart race as she gazed at the holographic image of a white rose from the garden sent by Shinsholi on Xu Lingxiu's smart brain. What was his intention? Was he implying that he had noticed something unusual about her while in the garden? Xu Lingxiu instinctively tried to connect the two events, but soon dismissed her conjecture. Given the previous signs, Shinsholi did not strike her as someone shrewd enough to use this as a means of intimidation. If he wanted to point something out to her, there were ample opportunities during the training period. Returning home solely to pull this stunt seemed rather foolish. Perhaps he merely wished to showcase his horticultural skills. Nevertheless, she could no longer afford to respond to him with nonchalance. Xu Lingxiu replied with 4 words, "Quite beautiful." Today, as General Shen stepped into his meticulously tended garden, he spotted his grandson, who typically paid no mind to the flowers, sneaking around the pristine white whispers he had nurtured. "If you dare touch my flowers today, Shinsholi, I will transfer you." After being greeted by these 3 individuals, Xu Shizhen, who usually caused the most commotion, was surprisingly quiet. Xu Lingxiu felt a pang of concern and proactively messaged her, "Is everything at home all right?" Xu Qingbi had cut off all ties, and Madame Catherine was no pushover. It was likely that the Xu residence was rather unsettled. However, these were matters she had to confront. Xu Shizhen's response came swiftly, accompanied by a crying puppy emoji, simply stating, "I want to return to Moxie early." It seemed there was no major crisis, but it was still troubling. Relieved, Xu Lingxiu proceeded as planned, ready for training. The facilities on campus far surpassed the dilapidated training grounds. There was a dedicated physical training room equipped with various professional apparatuses for students to utilize, eliminating the need for pointless outdoor runs. With the aid of this equipment, Xu Lingxiu significantly improved the accuracy of her calculations concerning her physical limits. After a day of rigorous training, she could distinctly feel herself reaching her peak, neither exceeding nor falling short, a state of perfect self-enhancement as Dr. Li had described. In the infirmary, Dr. Li had yet to return, but at long last, there was a doctor present aside from the robots. Dr. Olaf had just returned from special training organized by the military, alongside the 2nd and 3rd year students of Moxie Military Academy, appearing as relaxed as ever. He thought that now back at Moxie, there was little for him to manage, and he was about to treat himself to the latest song from an interstellar star when the half-dead Xu Lingxiu entered. "Who did this to you?" "Dr. Olaf exclaimed, horrified, recalling that the madman Kion was supposed to be on leave. "I did it myself," Xu Lingxiu replied, confidently positioning herself before the silic concentration instrument. How did she manage to precisely identify the most expensive treatment device here? Dr. Olaf's mouth twitched, but since she was already there, he decided to let it be. After all, although this equipment was exorbitantly priced, it was largely underutilized at Moxie. "Thank you." Dr. Olaf watched as she adept settled into the machine. His personal smart brain suddenly received a message from his colleague, Li Haisha, who was on leave. You must be at Moxie now, right? When you have some free time, a girl named Shuling Xiu will come to find you to do some work. Make sure to record her physical data, but keep it confidential until I return. Dr. Olaf glanced at the identity information for treatment logged in his smart brain, realizing that this girl, so familiar with the infirmary, was indeed named Shuling Xiu, a first-year student. Li Haisha seemed to have eyes everywhere in the infirmary, thus, he dared not slack off, keeping a vigilant watch on Shuling Xiu for an extended period. However, when the treatment concluded, he could discern nothing remarkable. Shuling Xiu felt rejuvenated. Her first treatment should not be subjected to the data comparison scrutiny that Dr.Li had previously employed. She could wait for Dr. Li's return before visiting the infirmary more frequently. As Dr. Olaf watched her walk away, he inexplicably felt that he had been played by Li Haisha. Today marked the return of the second and third year students to Moxie, and with the Military Academy League approaching, despite being hosted by the Skynet, it was fundamentally a battle for the younger generation of the Empire and the Federation. This was a metric of great importance to the military, which annually organized training sessions for the various military academies. However, the disparity between these training sessions was evident. Mox's previous defeat had left a sour taste, and the higher-ups in the military had little regard for them. This training felt as if they had been directly abandoned, lacking both pressure and difficulty, especially in comparison to the new students' training period. Some second and third year students at Moxie felt embarrassed, while others remained unabashedly proud, believing that attending Moxie was a fortuitous choice. It was, after all, the best military academy for coasting through life. Shuling Xiu planned to finish her dinner and return to rest. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, she noticed an obvious increase in the number of people, and during mealtime, she could distinctly hear the conversations at the neighboring table. Have you heard? Dralston has a new S-rank psychic commander this year. S-rank psychic becoming a commander. TSK, do you think the commanders from the other 5 major military academies are as incompetent as ours? The overall commander they submit for the competition each year is the most capable student from their school, unlike us, last year's Feng BU. But didn't our academy have some impressive new students this year? Shinsholi is here, as well as the S-rank shooting champion Liu Zheng. Feng BU can't possibly still be holding onto his position, right? It seems Shinsholi hasn't registered for the command track either. What is that saying? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake or something like that. Anyway, Feng BU has a good father who is the principal. It wouldn't be beyond him to offend General Shin for the sake of his son. Har har. Speaking of new students, didn't you mention that a junior named Sun had asked you about the training period before? How did it go? Did he make the cut this year? Don't even mention it. What bad luck. Our sent a team to the second star system, and the deputy star system chief was giving a speech when he was taken away. His situation is serious, likely related to the infrastructure of a planet in the second star system. Apparently, he caused a lot of deaths, and they've been investigating him. The evidence is conclusive, and they've moved in for the arrest. He has finished, and so are many others in the second star system. My junior is the worst off. I heard their family is under special scrutiny. Having eaten her fill, Shuling Xiu rose to leave. The Rs they had just mentioned was likely an organization serving the royal family, and the special scrutiny regarding Sun was evidently a ploy by Jin. Owing him a favor, Shuling Xiu was more concerned about what they referred to as last year's incompetent commander, Feng Bu, who had a principal father. The quotas for Mecha soldiers could be relinquished due to the inconvenient exposure of psychic abilities, but she had no intention of yielding the position of commander.